So, this dude is an Isekai protagonist who ended up in a cultivation world, but here's the kicker. His system requires him to recruit exactly 108 disciples. He can't break through his destiny and reach god-tier power until every single one of them hits the peak. So Ye Bei has been in deep meditation for 300 years. Finally, his last disciple just broke through to the Saint Realm, acting as the final key for him to defy heaven. Ye Bei eyes snap open inside his coffin. He's actually back, baby. Man, this surge of youthful energy feels absolutely unreal. The first thing he does, he starts grilling the system to find out which absolute deadbeat disciple was the last one to finally hit the Saint Realm. But the system's got its own code of ethics, I guess, and it refuses to snitch on which low-potential disciple was the final one to make the cut. Ye Bei tries a different angle. He asks when his second-to-last disciple managed to break through. Now that the system is happy to spill. That happened 230 years ago. Ye Bei is fuming, absolutely livid. Like if that last brat had just stepped up sooner, I would have been back in the game ages ago, right? Just wait until I'm done defying heaven, you little punks. I'm coming for you, and you're gonna feel 3 centuries worth of tough love. While Ye Bei is busy venting from inside the coffin, the system gets to work, finally starting the process to change his fate. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes from the sky, slamming right into the tomb where Ye Bei has been catching some shut-eye for the last 300 years. Meanwhile, a bunch of sketchy dudes who look all holier than thou are actually there to loot the place. The ringleader is this Taoist guy with the surname Li who's at the late semi-saint stage. After busting through part of the seal surrounding Ye Bei Temple, he leads his little pack of goons inside. They've got shovels, they've got bags. They're dead set on stripping this place clean of anything worth a buck. They shove open the massive wooden doors, and the main hall is straight up gorgeous. Massive pillars holding up the ceiling are carved with dragons clutching pearls, some seriously top-tier craftsmanship. Dead center sits a coffin that looks just as expensive as the rest of the place. The looters recognize it instantly. It's carved from a single piece of great chaos wood. That's like top-shelf material for storing sacred treasures and god-tier artifacts. The value, man, you can't even put a price on that. They start closing in on the coffin, and the closer they get, the more insane spiritual energy they feel pouring out. Naturally, they assume the thing is packed to the brim with legendary loot. That Taoist guy Li steps up and uses his raw power to force the lid open. As soon as the lid cracks, the whole crew gets spooked. They see Ye Bei lying there, eyes shut tight. They're like, wait, is this dude actually dead? Why does he feel like he's overflowing with life force? No way, he's definitely toast. Another goon steps up to check, though he's still looking pretty skeptical. He's gotta be dead. Word is the Supreme Demon Emperor kicked the bucket because of old age. But looking at him now, he doesn't look any different from a guy taking a nap. Because Ye Bei looks so fresh, these greedy thieves assume someone must have shoved some treasure in his mouth to keep his body looking like that. Whatever it is, if it keeps a corpse looking this good, it's gotta be a jackpot. Taoist Li can't take it anymore. He reaches out, desperate to pry open Ye Bei's mouth. But before his hand even gets close, Ye Bei's eyes pop wide open. This scene is enough to give anyone a heart attack right on the spot. Terrified and shocked, the whole gang scrambles backward, eyes wide as they watch the guy in the coffin start to sit up. Music. Ye Bei lets out a cold, mocking laugh. You guys are grave robbers, huh? You've got some nerve. Who the hell are you? Why are you in here? One guy, clearly having a death wish, points right at Ye Bei and starts demanding answers, which just makes Ye Bei laugh even harder. This tomb was built for me, so you tell me, who do you think I am? Now that Ye Bei is sitting straight up, they get a good look at his face. Hearing his words, the looters get even more confused. You're the Supreme Demon Emperor? No way. They aren't buying it because everyone knows the Supreme Demon Emperor died 300 years ago as a withered, tapped-out old man. Not a young dude like this. Taoist Li figures Ye Bei is just talking trash, especially since he senses Ye Bei's power level and realizes he's just a puny spirit condensation cultivator, and a fresh one at that, who probably just broke through. So they naturally assume Ye Bei is just another thief who got here first and is trying to play pretend and scare them off. Seeing these lowlifes looking down on him, Ye Bei just gives a dry laugh, not even knowing what to say. But that smirk of his really grinds their gears. Some of them lose their patience entirely, drawing their swords and pointing them right at him. Quit the act. Why the hell are you here? Spill it. And where's the treasure? He doesn't even give Ye Bei a second to answer before getting in his face. Playing tough, huh? Don't blame me for being rude then. After he says that, Ye Bei finds it hilarious. Talk about a classic case of someone not knowing their own weight. As that young cultivator lunges with his sword, the rest of them assume Ye Bei is going to get wiped out in a heartbeat. But what happens next makes their jaws drop to the floor. Ye Bei stands tall, calm as can be, and pinches the incoming blade between 2 fingers, stopping it dead in its tracks. The guy who tried to pull the stunt is just as shocked, and then he starts shaking in his boots. Because he clearly put everything he had into that strike, and this guy blocked it like it was nothing with just 2 fingers. Seeing he's outmatched, the guy tries to back off. But Ye Bei isn't letting him get away that easily. He adds a little more pressure, and the sword just shatters into a dozen pieces. Before the guy can even process what hit him, Ye Bei reaches out, grabs him by the throat, and lifts him up like a stray kitten. Just some spirit condensation trash in a hurry to meet his maker. Has life been so boring that you're just itching to get yourself killed? As he says that, Ye Bei tightens his grip, choking the life out of him. What are you standing around for? Come at me together. The low-level cultivator in Ye Bei grip felt his breath slipping away and let out a pathetic whimper. It wasn't until he croaked that sound that the rest of the crew finally snapped back to reality. Right on cue, another idiot charged in, weapons drawn, screaming, "Drop him, you bastard! Shut it!" Ye Bei whispered just 2 words, but they hit with the crushing weight of a mountain. "Who gave you permission to run your mouths in front of me?" With a quick twist, he tightened his grip. The Divine Court stage cultivator in his hand was crushed like a bug. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over the face of the guy rushing toward him. The sharp copper scent of blood made the attacker freeze in his tracks. Just now, Ye Bei had wiped out a late-stage Divine Court cultivator with a single move. That proved he was definitely no ordinary guy, but by the time that dude realized it, it was already way too late. Ye Bei moved like a damn ghost. One second he was right there, the next he'd vanished, reappearing behind the guy. This time, he switched up his style, taking the guy's head clean off his shoulders with one swift strike. Looking at the shocked expression still frozen on that severed head, the rest of the tomb-robbing crew broke out in a cold sweat. After all, that was another late-stage Divine Court cultivator. The guy was no pushover. For Ye Bei to take down 2 Divine Court cultivators that fast, like it was nothing, his power was totally off the charts. It was way beyond anything they could have imagined. He'd just woken up from a 300-year nap only to have these rats messing with his peace. So, Ye Bei figured, why not throw a bloody party to welcome them? He wasn't about to stop with just those 2 small fries. Who's next? As things went south, the tomb-robbing squad looked at that Taoist guy, Lee, the same way a team looks at their mid-laner when the game is falling apart. But unlike what they expected, the old guy had already bailed to save his own skin. Once the crew saw their leader had ditched them, there was no reason for them to stick around either. But like I said, Ye Bei wasn't planning on letting them get off that easy. Before that Taoist Lee could even make it to the door, Ye Bei started weaving his spells. A massive wave of energy, crackling like lightning, tore through the tomb, making sure not a single soul could escape. Ye Bei had laid down a massive formation that sealed the whole tomb shut. The crushing pressure he unleashed forced every last one of those worms to drop to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. "A formation," the Lee guy muttered, his mind racing. "Why is there a formation here? There was nothing when we walked in. Is this all him? Just how strong is this guy, really? Was he a half-saint, a saint, or something even higher? Only now did he truly believe that the guy was the real deal, a genuine supreme demon emperor. But it was way too late by then. Ye Bei was already standing right behind him. His smile was so twisted it made everyone watching feel a chill go straight to their marrow. They scrambled to bow and beg for their lives, crying that they were just hired help, and the whole tomb-robbing gig was the Taoist's idea. Even if they were just hired help, Ye Bei wasn't about to let anyone who desecrated his resting place walk away. Everywhere he stepped, those guys kneeling on the ground turned into piles of ash, their screams cut short. This scene only scared the fake half-saint Taoist even more. With power like this, Ye Bei wasn't human anymore. He was a straight-up demon. He pounded his head against the floor, begging for mercy with everything he had, promising to hand over all his treasures if Ye Bei would just let his pathetic life slide. Ye Bei figured the old man still had some use, so he didn't pull the trigger just yet. Instead, he asked the guy about who actually built this tomb. But once he heard the question, the guy felt even more hopeless. This tomb had been built ages ago. How would he know who built it, let alone where that person was now? "My lord, I really don't know. I have no clue what kind of master built this place." Ye Bei's eyes went cold as ice. "Then what use is there in keeping you around?" His voice was still light as a feather, but it carried a killing intent so thick it could choke you. The Lee guy felt like his soul had just left his body. He started kowtowing again so fast he almost bit his own tongue off. "No, my lord. Even if I don't know, I can contact the Brocade Shadow Agency in Yunfan City. They definitely know about this stuff." Hearing the words Brocade Shadow Agency, Ye Bei suddenly jolted and told the guy to repeat himself. "That's right," the Taoist Lee stammered. According to him, it was an intelligence network founded by some mysterious person 200 years ago. If you had the coin, there wasn't a secret they couldn't dig up. Listening to him, it sounded like a seriously powerful spy network, basically running the whole Central Plains. Ye Bei went quiet, lost in thought. He'd suddenly remembered an old acquaintance, and it seemed like they might be connected to this agency. Seeing Ye Bei stay silent, the Taoist Lee started getting nervous. "My lord, whatever you want to know, they'll definitely find it. I'm willing to lead the way to them. Just please, spare this dog's life." Looking at the old man's pathetic state, Ye Bei couldn't help but laugh. With a simple flick of his finger, the Taoist body began to crumble into dust. "Don't be so greedy in your next life. Greed is what kills you." That was the last thing he ever heard. Just like that, Ye Bei cleared the place out, not a single soul left standing. The news about Ye Bei's tomb being raided spread like wildfire, and it eventually reached the ears of Zhuge Fu. He was the top formation master in the Central Plains and one of Ye Bei's 36th generation disciples. Zhuge Fu was beyond furious and immediately ordered the entire Chen family to get ready. He was going to make sure the whole world knew that the people who robbed his master's tomb weren't going to have a pretty ending. At the same time, Zhuge Fu swore he'd move heaven and earth to find the ancient immortal formation that could bring Ye Bei back to life. Meanwhile, Ye Bei had already wandered out of his tomb to check out the world. After 300 years of sleep, Yunfan City was definitely way busier than before. Ye Bei hadn't gone more than a few steps before his stomach started growling like crazy. Well, that makes sense. It's been 300 years since he ate anything. so Ye Bei decided to fill his empty gut before handling business. Living in such a lavish tomb, he definitely didn't lack gold or jewels buried with him. He casually pulled out 2 gold coins, handed them to a guy on the street, and asked where to find the best food in Yunfan City. The guy told him to check out the restaurant with the golden sign run by a female chef not far away called Hai Sen Lao. Looking where the guy pointed, there was indeed a packed restaurant at the end of the street, with a line of customers wrapped around the block, waiting for their turn to eat. As Ye Bei walked up and saw the signs for Hai Sen Lao and McDonald's, he immediately thought, what the hell, had he transmigrated back to Earth? But from what the weapon vendor on the street said, the current prosperity of Yunfan City was all thanks to that female chef. The recipes she brought in drew crowds of foodies. It's just a shame she reached the Saint Realm and rarely wanders the mortal world anymore. The vendor wouldn't stop raving about her beauty, saying anyone who caught a glimpse of her was one lucky soul. Ye Bei pondered, if a cultivator reached the Saint Realm, there's a good chance she's one of his disciples, and among them, the one who's the best at cooking has to be Fan Xiao Tong, the 40th in rank. To get to the bottom of this, Ye Bei headed straight to that restaurant. After scanning the menu, nothing stood out, except for the Buddha jumps over the wall. Right then, the voice of some pompous rich kid echoed from the next table. Today, I'm treating you 2 beauties to the most famous beast meat Buddha jumps over the wall in all of Yunfan City. This dish costs 10,000 gold coins. In this whole city, besides yours truly, no one else can afford to throw money around like that. That last bit really got under Ye Bei's skin. What's that supposed to mean? Like no one else in Yunfan City can eat this dish besides him? With that, he immediately ordered a portion. The rule at this place was payment up front, and you could pay in gold coins or spirit stones. Ye Bei casually tossed down 5 high-quality spirit stones, not even bothering to take the change. The waiter's eyes practically popped out of his head looking at the stones on the table. This move grabbed the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Whispers started bubbling up from all sides. Did I just see that right? That fan punk just ordered a bowl of the beast meat Buddha jumps over the wall, and this guy just ordered the same thing but dropped 5 spirit stones without blinking? Who the hell is this kid? The fan guy heard the chatter, and his mood clearly soured. Just then, his food was served. Wanting to show off for the 2 beauties, he shook off the annoyance and put on a grin. How about that? This dish isn't just mouth-watering. Eating it even boosts your cultivation. The 2 girls clinging to him started squirming, demanding he feed them himself. The noise those 3 were making was grating on Ye Bei's nerves. He quickly took a bite of the Buddha jumps over the wall to see if it tasted like the stuff Fan Xiao Tong used to make. Before he knew it, Ye Bei slammed his hand on the table in a rage. The noise made everyone in the place stare at him. Who made this beast meat Buddha jumps over the wall? Is this even fit for human consumption? Ye Bei bellowed. That really set off the fan guy. He couldn't handle it and stood up to fire back. You little piece of trash, what did you just say? Don't you see I ordered a bowl too? You trying to say I'm not human? His 2 ladies rushed to hold him back, whispering that he shouldn't lower himself to the level of a country bumpkin like Ye Bei, which barely calmed him down. But right then, Ye Bei added some fuel to the fire. This unswallowable slop is only good for fooling idiots like you. Fan was absolutely livid. The waiter saw the tension and rushed over to intervene. He told Ye Bei that the dish was crafted personally by the restaurant's head chef. Ye Bei wouldn't let it go and demanded to speak to the chef. A little while later, the head chef came out. He was a cultivator at the Divine Court realm named Dong Lu. Greetings, patron. Even young master fan of the Scarlet Sun sect is a fan of my cooking. Do you have a problem with something? Dong Lu asked, his tone clearly annoyed. Seeing Dong Lu's attitude toward Ye Bei, Fan smirked in satisfaction. A nobody at the Condensation Realm daring to question a Divine Court realm chef? This was going to be a good show. Not just Fan, but a bunch of other customers started crowding around to watch the drama. They didn't know Ye Bei's true, imposing status. They just saw him as some lunatic causing trouble in a high-end place like Hai Sen Lao. Even if he paid with 5 spirit stones, he wouldn't be leaving in one piece. Young man, what exactly are you unsatisfied with? Dong Lu repeated. His figure loomed over Ye Bei, making the guy look a bit smaller, but it didn't mean Ye Bei's mouth was any weaker. He took a deep breath and started spitting bars like a rap battle champion. He broke down how the beast ingredients for the Buddha jumps over the wall needed to be sun-dried for 49 days to unlock the peak flavor profile. But Dong Lu just used fresh ingredients to skip that process. In Ye Bei book, that meant he had no business calling himself a head chef. Dong Lu never expected to run into a master culinary expert. The first thing he said shut him up, but Ye Bei wasn't done yet. He started rattling off a laundry list of Dong Lu's mistakes. He called out the poorly seared ribs, the failed preparation of the fish maw, and the overcooked, rubbery abalone. It was a failure across the board. The soup was watered down and lacked heat, a total disaster. Every time Ye Bei said the word failure, it was like a slap to Dong Lu's face. The guy was literally drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't believe a youngster like this was so well-versed in food. He was miles ahead of his own master. After Ye Bei finished his rant, he coldly asked, "And you have the nerve to call this garbage your signature dish?" Dong Lu was completely broken. He stepped back and knelt, bowing his head to apologize. "You are truly a master, a senior expert. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Please have mercy on me." Dong Lu's reaction left everyone in the restaurant stunned, including Fan. He thought someone was finally going to teach Ye Bei a lesson, not kneel before him. Humiliated and enraged, Fan lunged over and grabbed Dong Lu by the collar. He said, Your food is trash and you're bowing down to him? Did you get water in your brain or what? But every word of the senior's analysis is golden. The Buddha jumps over the wall I made really is just garbage. Donglu stammered back. That just made Fan even more furious. Having the head chef admit the dish was garbage was basically a slap to Fan's own face. In other words, he was basically admitting that he loved eating trash. Ye Bei wasn't letting it slide. He just doubled down, dead-eyed, and told him, "Don't go blaming others for this. A loser like you is only fit to eat straight-up trash." "The hell did you say?" Master Fan was still holding Donglu by the throat, but he turned and screamed at Ye Bei at the top of his lungs. "I said you're a bottom feeder, and the only thing on the menu for you is trash." Ye Bei didn't stutter. He repeated it word for word. "Hear me clearly now?" Master Fan hit his breaking point. He was absolutely done. A blinding fireball manifested in his palm, aimed straight at Ye Bei. But he missed, and before he knew what hit him, Ye Bei grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face into the table. Ye Bei didn't even use a drop of internal energy. He just relied on pure raw strength. Honestly, that just made it way more insulting. "What kind of absolute garbage are you to come at me like that?" Ye Bei asked, ice cold. The whole diner went dead silent, paralyzed with fear. See, this Master Fan was a total prodigy, the golden boy of the Red Sun sect. You touch him, the Red Sun sect doesn't just let that slide. What Ye Bei did was basically a declaration of war on the entire sect. But while normal folks might be shook by the Red Sun sect, Ye Bei couldn't care less. He thought this guy might actually have some skill, but turns out he was trashier than the grave robbers. Ye Bei kept his hand clamped on the back of his neck, not giving him an inch to even lift his head. Master Fan kept spitting threats, trying to get Ye Bei to let go, but he was completely powerless against Ye Bei's grip. Finally, Ye Bei just tossed the idiot straight out of the diner. The High Sen staff didn't do anything wrong, but at the end of the day, it did happen at their place. The other customers, terrified of catching heat, bailed as fast as they could. Master Fan looked like a total wreck, mostly because he was so weak he couldn't handle a single move from Ye Bei. Ye Bei looked at him with nothing but pure disgust. He'd been asleep for 3 years, and now he wakes up to some stray dog trying to bark at him. Guess if a tiger doesn't roar for a while, people start thinking it's a house cat. Donglu saw the whole thing and he was shaking. He could tell Ye Bei only had the aura of a first-stage essence condensation cultivator, yet he'd flattened a Master Fan who was on the verge of breaking through the late-stage profound realm. Donglu stuttered, his voice trembling. "Senior, you've just stirred up a massive hornet's nest. What's there to be afraid of? I only crippled his cultivation. I didn't kill him yet." When Ye Bei said that, Donglu looked like he'd seen a ghost. What did he mean yet? Being crippled is way worse than being dead. Especially since Master Fan was the golden boy of the Red Sun sect. They were absolutely going to come for blood. Donglu actually admired Ye Bei, so he wanted to help him stall for time so he could run. After all, the Red Sun sect was the biggest power in Cloudhaven City right now. Their elders were all at the Saint Realm. And the sect master had already broken through to the Saint King realm 100 years ago. Ye Bei crippled their best disciple. There was no way they were just going to let that go. Donglu really wanted to help him escape, but Ye Bei didn't have a single intention of running. "Don't sweat it. It's just a trashy Red Sun sect. If they want to come at me, I'll just wreck them all." Ye Bei answered nonchalant as could be. Honestly, his main priority was just filling his empty stomach. Donglu stared at him, completely bewildered. He just made an enemy of the Red Sun sect and he's acting like this? Who exactly is this guy? Is he some kind of god or just a lunatic with a death wish? Donglu gave up. The customers were all gone anyway, so he just led Ye Bei to a table to get some food. While he ate, Ye Bei asked about the head chef of the diner, the one who taught Donglu how to cook. Shame Donglu didn't know anything. She'd been traveling the world for the last 100 years. He hadn't seen her in 5. So she just leaves these places in Cloudhaven City to run themselves? Ye Bei asked. "Senior, you're joking. My mistress left these businesses in the hands of her students." Looks like finding his own apprentice wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Ye Bei asked Donglu if he knew where the Shadow Secret Agency in Cloudhaven City was located. It was the first time Donglu had ever heard the name. He thought it was some sect. Guess that intel group kept a low profile. Not everyone was supposed to know they existed. Ye Bei didn't lean on Donglu anymore. He just told him to handle his room and board for the next few days. Meanwhile, Master Fan, now completely crippled, had been hauled back to the Red Sun sect. Just as expected, seeing him in this state sent the sect master into a total rage. "You dare lay a finger on someone from the Red Sun sect, Fan?" The sect master was so pissed he looked like he was about to crush his teacup. Fan Van Hong's underling hurriedly explained the situation. A young guy who looked like nothing more than a first-stage essence condensation weakling had done this to him. And the worst part is, he did it in one move. He's clearly hiding something. The sect master simmered down a bit. Right now, the priority is the third elder, leading that team of 13 or 14 people to the Ya Emperor tomb to swipe the treasure. We can't afford any more distractions. Let's hold off. Hearing that, the sect master figured it made sense. He sent people to keep an eye on the diner in Ye Bei for now, planning to settle the score once the third elder returned. Meanwhile, Chu Cha-Fook and her 20th-ranked senior sister, Lai Ngok-san, had made it to the tomb. When they found out those vultures had broken in and their master's remains were missing, they were both seeing red. Their master's body was at the refinement realm, way beyond normal levels, totally useless to regular folks. But if it was the sect of the Holy Land, Lai Ngok-san trailed off, making Chu Cha-Fook even more anxious. If it's the Holy Land, then what? Linox-san just gritted her teeth, saying she'd die before she let those grave robbers get away with it. They had no idea Ye Bei was actually alive, so they just assumed the thieves had dragged him off. Suddenly, Chu-Cha-Fook sensed something was wrong. She realized someone was messing with the outer seal to break the barrier. Linox-san instantly drew her blade, eyes burning with hate. Right on time. Guess if we don't teach these punks a lesson, they're gonna think they own the place. As soon as she finished, voices echoed from outside. All hail the Third Elder, your barrier-breaking skills are legendary. You cracked that seal in seconds. Looks like this grave-robbing squad is led by the Third Elder of the Red Sun Sect. But that Third Elder didn't even get a chance to do a damn thing. The formation cracked so easily before he could even lift a finger, leaving him totally bugging out. Before he could even get his head straight, he saw Linox-san and Chu-Cat-Fuck standing right there. You've got some nerve showing up here to rob a grave. That Red Sun Sect Elder jumped out of his skin, but he kept his cool fast, even having the audacity to point a finger in Linox-san's face. Quit fronting! You think our goals are any different? Hand over the goods, and maybe I'll let you live. Chu-Cat-Fook gave a nasty sneer and whispered to Linox-san, asking how many of these small fry rats they should leave alive. Linox-san wasn't exactly feeling merciful. She didn't want any of them breathing, except maybe for that loudmouth Third Elder. The way those two carried themselves totally killed the vibe and spirit of the Red Sun Sect grave robbers. I mean, they were surrounded by a bunch of divine court cultivators, yet they weren't even sweating. In fact, they were radiating straight-up murder. That Third Elder had no clue he was beefing with the real-deal disciples of Ye Bei, so he kept running his mouth. Since you want to play roadblocks, don't blame us for bullying a couple of weak chicks. As soon as he barked the order, over a dozen Red Sun Sect disciples rushed in. Dozens of those disciples charged in with their weapons, acting all tough. But Linox-san didn't even bother moving. She left the whole lot of them for the mage Chu-Cat-Fook to deal with. She casually activated the grand formation, and out of nowhere, a smaller sigil appeared under each of their feet. Once the setup was done, Chu-Cat-Fook instantly triggered the soul-snatching array, wiping out a dozen people in the blink of an eye. Just like Linox-san wanted, Chu-Cat-Fook left the ringleader's dog life intact. That Third Elder watched the whole massacre, his body shaking like a leaf. Is that a soul capture formation? He stuttered, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. And she hasn't even used her full power yet. Who the hell are you, and what's your deal with that soul-devouring demon? How do you know the soul capture formation? Chu-Cat-Fook couldn't be bothered with his questions. A beautiful light appeared in her hand, but to him it was a death sentence. No, you can't take me, he whimpered, losing all his strength and collapsing right into the trap she'd laid out. Soul search. Chu-Cat-Fook whispered those two words. Her energy was basically identical to her master's. In a heartbeat, she sucked all the memories right out of the Third Elder, while draining the life force out of him completely. Linox-san played nice and delivered the finishing blow, so he wouldn't have to suffer too long. Once that was squared away, she dropped the serious act and started roasting her junior sister. Little Fook, all these years and you still haven't improved. Your memory-snatching skills are still way behind what our master could do back in the day. Master's level is something I can only look up to, totally untouchable, Chu-Cat-Fook replied, acting all defensive and huffing out loud. All right, I'm just messing with you. The two then headed straight for Van Pham City to settle the score with the Red Sun Sect. While his two disciples were out there tearing things up for him, Ye Bei was just chilling in a carriage, focused on his cultivation. He noticed that while his power hadn't dipped too hard, his cultivation level looked like a measly first-stage Spirit Condensation newbie to everyone else. Looks like he had to rebuild from the ground up, and it seemed that because of his cheat code physique that could defy the heavens, his leveling speed was insane. In just half a day, Ye Bei broke through from the first stage of Spirit Condensation to the second. At this rate, the future was looking bright as hell. While Ye Bei was soaking in the wind, he suddenly heard a huge commotion outside. He stepped out to check it out and saw Dong Luke looking all hyped up too. Apparently, a ton of people just saw a boat the size of a damn mountain flying over Van Pham City. As soon as Ye Bei heard flying boat and size of a mountain, he knew it had to be his disciple. So he grabbed Dong Luke to go check out the show. Poor Dong Luke, even running his heart out, couldn't keep up and lost him. Plus, he realized something crazy. Just yesterday, Ye Bei was only at the first stage of Spirit Condensation, and this morning he'd already leveled up. Is this guy a god or a demon? Ye Bei couldn't care less that Dong Luke was gasping for air. He was locked onto that boat flying overhead. No doubt about it, that was the Noah rescue boat. Besides his second disciple, Linox-san, who else could cook up something like this? Wait, Dong Luke blurted out. That boat is heading straight for the Red Sun Sect. Is it their property? As soon as he heard Red Sun Sect, Ye Bei got fired up. If Linox-san was paying them a visit, this was going to be good. He dragged Dong Luke along to catch the drama. Linox-san's Noah boat had touched down at the sect. The second she stepped off, she let out a roar. Tuck Win Hao, get your ass out here right now! That spectacle pulled everyone's attention immediately. They didn't know who Linox-san was, only that she was straight up disrespecting their sect master, a Saint Realm powerhouse. They thought she had a death wish. Ye Bei, pushing through the crowd, finally got a clear look at the girl hovering in the air. There she was. He'd finally found his first disciple. Even though he was kind of proud she was handling the Red Sun Sect without him, he was confused about why his 20th disciple was beefing with them. As for Linox-san, she was livid. Over the last 2 years, the Red Sun sect had tried to hit up the Da Huang tomb 13 times, each time getting more shameless than the last. Usually, she couldn't be bothered to settle the bill, but this time her master's body had gone missing, and she wasn't having it. Little girl, who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Is the sect master's name something you can just throw around? Someone finally stepped up to the plate, but it wasn't the sect master. It was their first elder. This guy was no joke, having broken through to the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. His swordsmanship was terrifying too, just one casual swing could slice a river or mountain in two. After he showed up, the crowd grew even bigger. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of his sword skills. But Lying Oxan's got a real short fuse. As soon as she saw the great elder of the Crimson Sun sect, she flipped him the bird and snapped, "Don't be in such a hurry to meet your maker, old man. I wasn't even planning on dealing with you yet." Her tone was wild, and she clearly didn't give a damn about him. The great elder of the Crimson Sun sect lost his mind and immediately slashed out a sword wave. Lying Oxan didn't even bother to dodge. She just channeled her inner energy and countered with a massive earth-shaking blast. The explosion left the great elder dizzy and disoriented. He thought some clueless girl was just here to cause trouble, never expecting her to pack such a lethal punch. While he was still reeling, Lying Oxan pressed the attack. Now the great elder was starting to panic. If this kept up, he knew he was in deep trouble. He started flailing his sword around, and every time it clashed with Lying Oxan's power, it triggered huge explosions. Smoke and fire filled the air, but he was really just trying to blind her so he could make a run for it. But that low-rent trick wasn't going to fool Lying Oxan. She raised the massive blade in her hand and immediately triggered a huge magic formation. The great elder of the Crimson Sun sect looked back and his blood ran cold. He couldn't get away in time. The formation locked him down and he took a direct hit from Lying Oxan that was too brutal to watch. The crowd of onlookers was stunned, their jaws hitting the floor. Even the great elder, with his 8th stage Saint Realm cultivation, was getting absolutely schooled like this. Who the hell is this girl? After all that chaos, Tuk Wen Hao finally showed up with a few of his disciples. The second he saw Lying Oxan, his face soured, though he tried to act polite and formal. "I was wondering who was strong enough to dare cause trouble in my Crimson Sun sect. Turns out it's the divine bamboo fairy, Miss Noxan. What could have possibly made you this angry?" Lying Oxan responded coldly, pointing her blade straight at the sect master's face. "Hand over everything you stole from the Night Emperor's tomb. I might let the others live, but you're definitely dead." With that, she raised her blade and brought it down in one decisive strike. But Tuk Wen Hao isn't a sect master for nothing. His strength is leagues above the great elder. He took Lying Oxan's strike completely unscathed, and that fake suck-up expression vanished from his face. This is the Crimson Sun sect. Who the hell do you think you are to come here and throw your weight around? Do you really think you can kill me just because you're a practitioner of auxiliary arts? You must still be dreaming. The auxiliary arts Tuk Wen Hao mentioned refer to cultivation paths based on trade skills, like cooking, construction, blacksmithing, alchemy, and so on. No sooner had he finished speaking than he gave it his all, successfully blocking Lying Oxan's move. Feeling like he had the upper hand over the divine bamboo fairy, Tuk Wen Hao was feeling pretty smug. "If I wipe out a demonic cultivator like you today, I bet a lot of people will be singing my praises." "Oh, really?" Lying Oxan let out a cold laugh. "We'll see if you've got the chops for that." She waved her hand, and the Noah rescue ship flew overhead, aiming its full force at the Crimson Sun sect. As soon as Lying Oxan gave the order, countless sharp swords started raining down from the ship, all aimed directly at the Crimson Sun sect down below. Seeing this, Tuk Wen Hao, who was feeling invincible a second ago, went pale as a sheet. He formed hand seals, ordering his disciples to set up a formation to block Lying Oxan. But she was one step ahead. The swords kept pouring down from the Noah ship like a never-ending waterfall onto the sect. Watching this unfold, Tuk Wen Hao could only stammer. "A demonic cultivator. She's definitely a demonic cultivator." Down below, the spectators started scrambling for their lives. Anyone who stayed to watch now was just plain stupid. If you got caught by those swords, there was no escaping. That Noah ship was basically a massive, automated projectile launching machine. With that thing, wiping out an entire sect wouldn't take any time at all. Dong Luke saw everyone leaving and started to panic. He wanted to run too, but Ye Bei was stubbornly playing the fool, hanging around to watch the show. Up in the sky, Tuk Wen Hao was radiating pure killing intent. Do you really take me for some pacifist?" As he said this, the old man formed more seals and immediately attacked. His disciples behind him fell into formation, perfectly synchronized. The combined power of their new formation surged toward Lying Oxan. Even being ganged up on like that, she remained incredibly calm. Then Lying Oxan suddenly clenched her hands into fists and let out a roar, her entire outfit shifting into a fiery red. The cut was bold and definitely easy on the eyes. Ye Bei watched his student's Sailor Moon-style transformation and couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Dong Luke was confused and asked, "Senior, what's so funny? Don't you think that battlesuit looks badass? Plus, it can even block the Sectmaster's terrifying combined sword aura for a second. Yeah, it's pretty badass." Ye Bei played along, thinking to himself that she was a student, alright. Not only was her strength no joke, but her figure was absolutely killer too. After the transformation, Lying Oxan's combat ability seemed to skyrocket. In a flash, she knocked away Tuk Wen Hao's disciples, and it looked like the fight was just about decided. But in a moment of distraction, Lying Ox-san got caught in the old man's binding formation. Lying Ox-san, you forced my hand! Took Win Hao hissed, channeling his cultivation into a giant blade aimed straight at her. But before the sword could touch her, he heard another voice booming from above. Tuk Win Hao, if you dare harm my senior sister, I swear I'll turn your entire Crimson Sun sect into a training ground. Tuk Win Hao stopped dead in his tracks. Chu Cat Fook, dressed in crimson robes, dove down from the Noah ship like an arrow. The Crimson Sun sect master didn't expect the two of them to be working together, but he regained his cool quickly, planning to deal with Lying Ox-san and then Chu Cat Fook. Chu Cat Fook unleashed her sword, aiming to cut through the formation trapping her senior sister. But as soon as her sword touched the iron chains, Lying Ox-san let out a pained scream. Chu Cat Fook was stunned. What the hell? Tu Nguyen Hao was feeling himself. You little brat, you really think you can shatter my sword path with that piddling skill of yours? The crowd was losing their minds because the senior sister was still tied up under the enemy's sword web. Seeing this, Tu Nguyen Hao got even more hyped and let out a huge laugh. Ha ha! All of you, head straight to hell! But his little plan didn't pan out, because right at the most critical second, Ye Bei appeared and stepped right in front of Lying Ox-san. With me here, who dares to lay a finger on them? He effortlessly blocked the other guy's sword path. Tu Nguyen Hao looked like he'd just been slapped across the face. That was his strongest move, and some random kid with no background had blocked it like it was nothing. And he didn't even get a scratch. The only thing running through Tu Nguyen Hao's head right now was, who the hell is this guy? Even though Ye Bei didn't look like an old geezer anymore after his rebirth, there was no way his disciples wouldn't recognize him. Lying Ox-san and Chu Cat Fook were stunned for a couple of seconds. Then they both hit the dirt, bowing to their master after 300 years apart. Ye Bei didn't have time to catch up, though. That eyesore Tu Nguyen Hao still needed to be dealt with. That last move of his was enough to wipe out the guy's body, but his primordial spirit probably wasn't finished off yet. But with two saint-level disciples here to back him up, taking care of the guy shouldn't be an issue. Just as Ye Bei was thinking that, Tu Nguyen Hao started moving again. His two disciples immediately realized that the vibe possessing the old guy was Great Emperor energy. Ye Bei wasn't entirely sure of the situation yet, but he could tell something was definitely off with Tu Nguyen Hao. Sure enough, the guy started acting like a total snob, looking down his nose at them as he grilled them. I am the red-blood Great Emperor of the Star Brilliance Holy Land. You little ants, who do you think you are, daring to go on a killing spree against my people? I'll give you a chance to deal with this yourselves. Scrap your own cultivation right now, or I'll make sure everyone around you gets buried with you. Even with that overwhelming pressure, their master was finally back, so Lying Ox-san and Chu Cat Fook would rather die than fold. Plus, Ye Bei didn't seem even a little bit rattled by the soul inside Tu Nguyen Hao. If anything, he just mocked him. Just a pathetic Great Emperor thought form. It's cute that you're trying to scare us, but do you really think you're actually here? Down on the ground, the drama-hungry crowd started huddling up again. Ye Bei entrance, cutting through Tu Nguyen Hao's earth-shattering sword chi, had everyone shook. Based on the energy he was putting out, he was only at the second stage of the Spirit Condensation realm. No way, he's definitely hiding his cultivation. Someone clocked it immediately. That's fake. He's got to be hiding his true power. Spirit Condensation cultivators can't fly, yet this guy was just hanging out in midair. While the peanut gallery was going wild, the red-blood Great Emperor inside Tu Nguyen Hao started flapping his gums again. What's the holdup? You guys trying to defy my orders? In this Central Plains region, everything under heaven belongs to my Star Brilliance Holy Land. But before he could even finish his sentence, he got swallowed up by a wave of power. The red-blood Great Emperor's soul was kicked straight out of Tu Nguyen Hao's body. The guy's body went down like a shooting star, falling without a shred of resistance. Lying Ox-san and Chu Cat Fook's eyes went wide. They both turned around at the same time. Yep, it was their master who'd pulled that off. Too noisy, Ye Bei muttered. The Star Brilliance Holy Land, huh? I couldn't settle the score 300 years ago, but it's high time I got it back. A fragment of the red-blood Great Emperor's soul returned to his real body. The guy was sitting on his throne, boiling with rage, wondering what kind of ant had popped up out of nowhere to defy him and challenge the authority of the Star Brilliance Holy Land. Right then, a divine needle appeared, floating right over his head. Red Blood was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What the? That divine needle clearly went down with my avatar. Why is it still here? He thought, totally confused. But before Red Blood could process it, the needle seemed to have a mind of its own and slammed straight into the top of his head. The old man instantly tumbled off his throne, face planting into the ground. It was an ugly look. His lackeys were scared out of their wits and started running around like headless chickens. They were yelling for the holy physicians and sending word to the other great emperors. Just then, the hall doors flew open. It was the Blazing Fire Great Emperor. The Red Blood crew looked like they'd struck gold and rushed to tell him that their great emperor had been hit by some mysterious divine needle from out of nowhere and ended up like this. Blazing Fire rushed over, but he only saw Red Blood with his eyes wide open, mouth stuttering out broken words about the second stage of the Spirit Condensation realm. Red Blood, finish your sentence. What about the Spirit Condensation realm? What does that even have to do with this? Blazing Fire asked urgently, but Red Blood couldn't get another word out. He scrambled to check his pulse, only to find something seriously messed up. Blazing Fire raised his hand to check the guy's body, and it wasn't just some surface injury. It was a deep internal wreck. He stood up, his mind racing. If Red Blood hadn't also been cultivating soul arts, he'd have probably had his spirit scattered to the winds by an injury like this. Thinking about that made him shiver. Who was it? Who the hell did Red Blood offend? Outside, a ton of people were kneeling, the silence thick enough to cut with a knife. They hadn't even fully processed what had happened. Their heads were still spinning with shock. Master Da, he actually wiped out a great emperor's projection in one hit, and he's the master of those two. On the clouds, Noxan realized Ye Bei was just a thought form. She blurted out, "Master, I missed you so much. You finally came back to see us." Chukat Fook was kneeling next to her, sobbing, "Master, don't worry. I found an ancient immortal king's secret realm. Inside, there's definitely an ancient immortal formation that can bring you back. Master, I swear, no matter the cost, even if it costs me my own life, I'm going to bring you back to life." Seeing his two pitiful disciples, Ye Bei coaxed them, "Stop crying. If you keep it up, you won't be my pretty little disciples anymore." Nox San screamed in excitement, "Little fuck, am I dreaming? Master actually said that to me." Chukat Fuck stuttered in reply. 300 years. I waited 300 years and I finally get to see Master this close. Noxan grabbed her sleeve and said, "Quick, hit me, pinch me." Gukfu held onto his outer robe, refusing to let him pull away. He chuckled softly and pointed at the two girls. "You two silly girls, you don't actually think my strength is tapped out and my divine consciousness just faded away on its own, do you?" Noxan asked, trembling with emotion. Is it really, Master?" He laughed confidently and said with certainty, "That's right, your master has been resurrected. I'm back." She hugged Gukfu, laughing and crying like a child. "Little Guk, can you slap me just once? I'm so scared. I'm scared all of this is just a dream." The system notification popped up. Reconnected with 1 out of 108 disciples. Reward: 10x cultivation speed boost for the host. Reconnected with 1 out of 108 disciples. Reward: 100 years of cultivation essence for the disciple. Host version is for the host only. Disciple version is for the disciple only. He looked at the spiritual energy in his palm and guessed, sure enough, the absorption rate had spiked 10 times faster. So if I find a few more disciples, couldn't I get a 50x on 100x, or even faster cultivation speed, he wondered. But this 100-year cultivation essence for the disciple, how do I use it? The system replied, just make physical contact with the disciple and set your intention to distribute it. He calculated in his mind, as simple as that? Just gotta get close? The system replied, correct. Ye Bei held a whip in his hand and smiled. Is that so? Nox San stared at the whip in his hand in disbelief. It's the god-slaying whip. Master is actually back. It's beyond imagination. He looked at his two disciples and addressed their mistakes. One of you is a formation master, the other is an architect. Two support types getting into a fight and trying to take down a sword saint at the same level? Are you trying to ascend to heaven already? 10 lashes each. No resisting. The two girls shamefully said, in unison, Disciple knows she was wrong. Please, master, punish us. He didn't hesitate and struck with the whip. Deep down, Ye Bei was worried. If I hadn't happened to be in Van Pham City today, I'm afraid these two idiots would have been done for against that Kainwin Marka. Gukfu suddenly gasped in surprise. What? My cultivation, it's surging, she thought. Could it be? Master? She turned and shouted, Master, what are you doing? She choked back tears and yelled, Please, Master, stop. We messed up. We can't accept this reward, especially since you've just been resurrected. Master, please, take it back. Ye Bei replied, Your master has his own plans. You two just sit there and take your punishment. After finishing the lashes, he said, All right, get up. Their faces were glowing, filled with the spiritual energy they had just received. Thank you for your grace, Master. Ye Bei began to plot. He needed to find some more heavy-hitting disciples. He thought further, if I don't, these two support-type disciples will always have gaps in their offensive capabilities. Inside the courtyard, the lights were bright and voices could be heard from within. Master, it's our fault. We couldn't protect our senior sister. Senior sister, please, Master, punish us. After a long talk, Ye Bei realized that the culprit behind his disciples being separated was none other than the great Saint Hall. Since I'm back, we're going to settle every single one of these debts. As if remembering something, Nox-san said, Oh, right, Master. I forgot to tell you, senior sister Tai Bok is also in Central Plain City. But, seeing her emotions becoming volatile, Gukfu cried out, Senior sister! Ye Bei asked, What happened to Tai Bok? But thinking about her natural talent, it's been 300 years. Surely she's close to becoming an emperor by now, right? The girl's expression sank and Gukfu's voice trembled with sadness. After she broke through to the semi-emperor realm, she went to storm the Tingdiosent Hall all by herself. No one saw what happened after that. Ye Bei thought with a hint of irritation, Tingdiosent Hall. Again, Tingdiosent Hall. He asked, Where is Tai Bok now? Gukfu replied, Lakwang City at the Tai Bok Sword Villa. Ye Bei assessed the situation and made a decision. I was going to let you two hide here and stabilize your cultivation for a couple days, but now, looks like that's off the table. We're leaving for Lakwang City immediately. Gukfu and Nox-san bowed. Understood, Master. 3 days later at Naknafwang Dan, Ye Bei was sitting in meditation, refining energy. He felt the power in his body and felt frustrated, only broke through 5 levels in 3 days. This speed is a bit slow, huh? Outside the door, Gukfu watched her master with envy and whispered to Nox-san. Master is back to training. Normal people couldn't break through a single level in 3 years. Nox-san nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ye Bei clenched his fist, determined. Very good. Time to push harder. Break through from the Sheng level to the Thong Huyen realm. crossing the Hongso mountain range, a voice filled with excitement echoed from the flying ship. Once I hit that point, I can unlock another card. A day later, in a shop, the clerk's eyes sparkled like stars, as if he saw gold coins glittering right in front of him. Ye Bei made his request. Tell me everything you know about Tai Bok Sword Villa. The clerk asked cautiously. Guest, are you also planning to attend the martial arts banquet at Tai Bok Sword Villa? Ye Bei looked puzzled. A martial arts banquet? The clerk began to explain. The master of Tai Bok Sword Villa has been injured for a long time. Her strength isn't what it used to be. Word is, she doesn't have much cultivation left, so she spends all day drunk, wallowing in wine. Now, she's even selling off heirlooms for booze, he said with a hint of pity. You have to know, back in its prime, the Tai Bok Sword Villa was packed. Sword cultivators would travel thousands of miles just to ask for pointers on her swordsmanship. What a waste. Such a shame. Saksan slammed the table in anger, scaring the clerk. He thought he'd said something wrong or was babbling nonsense. Fourth sister. Ye Bei called out softly. San felt sad and admitted her fault. Forgive me, master. Your disciple was being reckless. Ye Bei comforted her. Even though I don't know why Tai Bok ended up like this, your master is an expert at waking people up. During the day at Tai Bok Sword Villa, the crowd cheered, Next! Hand over your wine. A bottle of wine was placed on the table, and everyone turned their attention toward it. The murmurs of the attendees began. Forget the wine inside for a second. Even this bottle alone could fetch a few high-quality spirit stones. Even the bottle is so beautiful, the wine inside must be extraordinary. Looks like this kid has no problem with the barter. The clerk's eyes gleamed as he stared at the exquisite bottle. Ye Bei picked up the bottle, avoiding his gaze, and spoke. Don't be so hasty. The old clerk looked confused. Young master, this is. He calmly poured the wine into a small cup he had just taken out and told him, This wine is extremely precious. 1 cup for the villa master is enough. The clerk cursed silently. Just 1 cup? That's way too stingy. After taking the cup, he smelled the aroma. He looked at it with pure craving, thinking this wine smells so heavenly. I'd give anything for just 1 sip. He turned to the clerk. Right, please tell the villa master these 2 things. Of course I can do that, the clerk replied politely. This wine smells heavenly. Man, if I could just get a sip of this in my lifetime, it'd be worth it. I'm counting on him. Right, could you please pass these 2 lines on to the master? Of course I can, he said, acting all polite. Tell him to speak, she ordered. The guy spoke up. The first line was just enough to make the manor lord wonder if she'd been drinking and forgot where she came from. The second line? A poem, a jug of wine, a song, and a blade that spans the heavens. The butler bowed low and said, My lady, please wait a moment. I'll bring the wine to the manor lord. Inside the hall, Chi-san was busy drilling her sword forms. Empty wine jugs were scattered all over the floor. Tai Bai was slumped in her chair, savoring every last drop. Chi-san bowed her head and gently urged, Master, you've been drinking for days now. It's time to stop. Tai Bai mumbled, Sana, you're still too young to understand. She pointed out a flaw in Chi-san's technique and offered a critique. That sword form you just practiced is okay, but you're trying too hard. You're not focusing on the flow. The body should move with intent, becoming one with the blade. It needs to be mysterious, unpredictable, and fluid. Hearing this, Chi-san bit her lip, clutching her sword, and asked sadly, Master, is it because the anniversary of the ancestor's passing is in 2 days that you're like this? Tai Bai looked away, avoiding her gaze. Saner, take a break and keep practicing. My wine should be arriving soon. Chi-san replied, Yes, master. Just then, the butler walked in respectfully and said, Manor lord, the wine is here. He presented the wine cup. Tai Bai sat up surprised. Why was there only 1? Before he could finish, she had already leaped up and darted over to the cup. Tai Bai was stunned. Holding it in her hands, she judged it instantly. This was nectar from the gods. She lifted the cup to drink, her heart heavy with longing, tears blurring her vision. Maybe only when I'm drunk can I see my master again, she thought. Master, your disciple misses you so much, she asked. Old Wei, was this wine brought here by someone standing in line? The butler replied respectfully, Yes, manor lord. It seems to be a disciple from a major clan at the 7th level of the soul condensation realm. Plus, he told me to pass on 2 lines to you. He thought you'd find them interesting. Tai Bai said, Let's hear them. The butler pondered, recalling Ye Bei's words. The first line was just enough to make the manor lord wonder if she'd been drinking and forgot where she came from. Upon hearing the first line, she lost her grip on the wine cup and it shattered on the floor. Her hands trembled in shock. It was an emotional breakdown. She grabbed the butler's shoulders, urgently demanding, What was the second line? The butler stammered, terrified. The second line was, A poem, a jug of wine, a song, and a blade that spans the heavens. Tai Bai shouted, Where is he now? Seeing her so agitated, the butler quickly answered, He's waiting outside the gate. Manor lord, what's wrong? Tai Bai vanished the moment she got her answer, leaving the butler hanging. Seeing their master's figure streak away, he scratched his head in confusion. What's gotten into the manor lord? Seeing Tai Bai approaching, Gei-fu spoke up, Master, 4th senior sister is here. Ye Bei, watching his disciple approach, replied, You guys keep it together. Whatever you do, don't let anything slip. He put on his eerie mask. Yu-san, standing beside him, grinned excitedly. Tai Bai appeared before the 3 of them and asked, I'm asking you, was that wine yours? He replied it was. Observing his disciple, he thought to himself, Man, this 4th one has really hit rock bottom. But even if you've turned into a pile of scrap metal, today I'm going to forge you back into a fine sword. She asked again, Did you say those 2 lines of poetry too? He still replied, I did. Her whole body trembled, suppressing her anticipation. Tell me, who told you those lines? After asking, Tai Bai became visibly agitated. Her pressure, the Kinfong aura, began to leak out. Ye Bei asked, "Are you not satisfied with the wine I gave you?" Looking at the three of them, she thought to herself, "Why do these three give me such a feeling of familiarity?" Tai Bai asked, Who are you exactly?" Ye Bei suggested, "Who am I? I can tell you that later. But let's finish our trade first." She agreed without a second thought. "Fine, no problem. I'm very satisfied with your wine. Tell me, what do you want?" With a dangerous look, he said, "I consider myself a sword cultivator. I want the Manor Lord to suppress your cultivation to my level and spar with me. Regardless of the outcome, you are not allowed to restore your full strength until the duel is over." She quickly agreed. "Fine, you've got a deal." On the training grounds, Tai Bai held her sword and said, "I have limited time. I'll spar with you until sunset at the latest." Ye Bei ran his fingers over his sword, thinking Tai Bai's pretty self-aware. She actually suppressed her cultivation to the first level of the soul condensation realm. Well, that's fine. It'll make teaching her a lesson that much easier. Gafu and Yusan held hands, trembling with worry. "Fourth senior sister, you're in for a world of pain. You've committed a grave sin. May the heavens have mercy on your soul." On the field, the air turned deathly quiet, broken only by Tai Bai's resounding voice. "Start now. You'd better use your best sword technique, otherwise you won't last 2 rounds against me." Ye Bei, unfazed, asked, "Is that so?" He moved like a bolt of lightning, aiming his sword at her and warned, "Then you'd better watch out." Tai Bai stood still, feeling every move he made. His sword aura is massive, but it follows a pattern. She moved gracefully, dodging each strike. She even offered some constructive criticism. "Your swordplay isn't bad, but it's a bit stiff. It lacks flexibility." He darted to her right, lifting his sword to strike. Seeing his move, Tai Bai mused, "Trying to sneak an attack from the right, huh?" She leaped back to dodge, launching a counterattack while feeling a tinge of regret. "Too bad, I've already seen through you." As soon as he made his move, the wind shifted. In her eyes, he had simply vanished. She cried out in shock, "What the?" And while she was looking around, Ye Bei appeared right behind her. He leaped high into the air, taunting her. "You really need to look properly before you start swinging." He vanished again, leaving her alone in the vast arena. Not seeing a trace of him, Tai Bai panicked. How is that even possible? While she was distracted, his sword technique descended. A massive boom echoed across the grounds. The impact injured her pretty badly, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand. Ye Bei began to tease her. "Manor Lord, don't underestimate your opponent. It's a life or death stage. Arrogance is the quickest way to get yourself killed." Outside the ring, Gifu sighed. As expected, fourth senior sister lost the first round. Yusan chimed in. "Yup, master still as formidable as he was back in the day." Tai Bai stood up, her voice cold. "I underestimated you again." Tai Bai lifted her sword, focusing hard, thinking to herself, arrogance. "Yeah, I was definitely arrogant that time, but it won't be that easy for you next time." Her sword aura surged. Azure Lotus Sword Technique, second form, the Divine Ink Brush. Hearing the name, Gafu was stunned. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique? That's fourth senior sister's most powerful sword move. With sharp, precise movements, she unleashed strike after strike toward her opponent. Azure Lotus Sword Chi, veil the form, strike without pause, every move a lethal blow. Ye Bei just stood there, totally unfazed. He didn't even bother to block. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a brutal blast of sword energy straight at Tai Bok. The raw power of that strike caught her off guard, and Tai Bok let out a pained scream. She went down hard, hitting the dirt with a nasty thud. Ye Bei leaned in, taunting her. "Hey, how about you match your cultivation level to mine, master?" The challenge clearly hit a nerve. Her face went dark, and she started burning up with rage. Tai Bok surged with power, swinging her blade and shouting, "Azure Lotus Sword Art, third form, Azure Lotus Song." But before her blade could even land, he struck, knocking her sword flying into the distance. The weapon skittered away, throwing her off balance until she collapsed right in front of him. She took a closer look at him, stunned. Once was a fluke, twice was a coincidence, but 3 times. She had a sinking feeling she'd met this guy before. This kid, he's way too familiar with me and my sword style. He's so familiar with it that every move I make, every single strike, he's already mapped it out. She looked down, eyes narrowing. "Who the hell are you?" He just flipped the script. "Who am I?" Before she could even process that, he barked an order to move. Tai Bok whipped her head around to see Gei-Fu approaching from behind, chanting something totally incomprehensible. A massive formation flared up above her. Tai Bok quickly cloaked herself in sword energy, swearing under her breath, "Damn it, I got played." She felt the energy shift and panicked. "What? My cultivation, it's dropping like a rock." Before she could even react, the formation slammed down and Tai Bok let out a desperate cry. How is this possible? The pressure from the formation had her pinned. She felt like her limbs were bound by invisible chains. Fear started to set in. Damn it, she thought. He's been playing me ever since he brought that wine. First, those 2 lines of poetry to mess with my head, then forcing me to suppress my cultivation and dull my senses, and now this spirit-sealing array. Music, a frantic voice cut through the air. "Master!" Tai Bok snapped her head toward Chi-san, shouting, "Soner, get out of here! Don't come any closer!" But the girl wouldn't listen. She stubbornly charged toward Ye Bei, desperate to save her. "No, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you." But the crushing pressure held Chi-san in place, making it impossible to move. Seeing her apprentice in danger, Tai Bok snapped. Her eyes shifted and she screamed in terror. "Soner!" A massive surge of power exploded outward. Ye Bei just smirked, cold and detached. "You're already dead on your feet and you're still trying to protect someone else?" He whipped his hand out, channeling his technique. "It's pointless. You're both going down today." She gritted her teeth, furious. You think just because you sealed my cultivation, you've got me cornered? Two overwhelming forces collided, kicking up a blinding storm of dust and wind. Off to the side, two girls were whispering. Yusan touched Gafu's shoulder, asking, Little Fufu, do you think Master is going too hard? Why does it feel like the fourth senior sister is about to fight him to the death? Gafu whispered back, her fingers trembling with nerves. Whatever happens, we have to stay put. We can't interfere. We just have to trust Master, that's all. Across the way, Tai Bok's power flare, the pressure waves growing even more intense. But as she saw Ye Bei closing the gap faster than before, her heart sank. How is this possible? He's supposed to have his cultivation sealed too. Why hasn't his speed dropped? If anything, he's even faster than before. Ye Bei channeled power into his fist. As they were about to clash, it looked like they were evenly matched. But when she threw her punch, it missed him entirely, leaving her stunned. What the? He seized the opening, delivering a solid punch that sent her crashing into the ground, rolling away in the dirt. She landed in a cloud of dust, every inch of her body screaming in pain. Despair and fear gripped her. Why? Why can he break through my defenses so easily, every single time? Why? Ye Bei paced toward her, his voice dripping with disappointment. Is this it? You think you're so strong? You can't even protect the person standing right next to you. What gives you the right to be such a pathetic mess? He loomed over her, ruthlessly tearing her down. And your master? You've turned into this because of your master. She's the one who started it all. Every word felt like a lightning strike in her brain. She lashed out with a sharp, desperate strike, but he easily dodged it, making him scramble back. He retreated, but his sleeve was shredded. Close one, Ye Bei thought, feeling the chill of that near miss. Despite her internal injuries, Tai Bok's voice remained icy. You can insult me, but you don't get to touch my master's name. I'm going to kill you today. Seeing her burning hatred, Ye Bei was satisfied. She looked perfect. The swordsmithing was finally complete. Now for the final step. As he refined the steel, a system notification popped up. Third apprentice from the 108 list successfully reunited reward. One Xuanyuan sword intent map. Energy surged into his palm as he told the system to extract the Xuanyuan sword intent. The world around them seemed to fracture, space itself fragmenting into floating shards. At the same time, the clouds swirled into a massive vortex, gathering into one point in the sky. In the distance, the big shot sensed the disturbance and started murmuring. That looks like it's coming from the Tai Bok sword manor. Could a supreme treasure be manifesting? Another replied, no doubt. A display like this, only a treasure could cause it. Let's go, move. We can't let anyone else beat us to it. We haven't seen a phenomenon like this in 100 years. This is our golden ticket. A golden sword tip began to pierce through the clouds right above where she stood. Tai Bok felt a shiver of terror. The world felt like it was tilting with razor-sharp sword intent locking onto her. Chi-san screamed, Big sister! Tai Bok spun around and saw Chi-san blocked by the other two. Another surge of power erupted within her. No, I can't die here, not now. I have to look after San-san. I have to find the rest of my junior sisters and my master. A look of pure desperation washed over Chi-san's face as she let out a gut-wrenching wail. No. The technique didn't stop for her, slamming straight into Tai Bok. Chi-san spun around, biting her lip, her eyes filled with nothing but hate and vengeance. You bastards, I'll kill you. She swung her blade at Gafu, but Gafu simply held up her hand to stop her. There was no way to dodge. Chi-san slammed straight into Gifu's massive chest. Her face turned beet red, and even Gifu was caught off guard, letting out a startled cry. Chi-san scrambled back, panicked. Gafu looked bewildered and asked, Master? Ye Bei stood there lost in thought while she didn't even know what to say. Chi-san stayed put, hands clenched, watching the three of them. She stood there on high alert. The atmosphere went dead silent as she and Ye Bei faced off. He finally broke the silence, his tone dripping with disdain. Big sister, look at you, drowning your sorrows in booze, weak-willed and aimless. Did you just toss your master's teachings into the trash? Where the hell did she put that sword dow? I gotta knock some sense into her. Kisan retorted, Don't you dare talk about my sister like that. To me, she's the best person in the whole damn world. He stood there with his hands behind his back and said, In this world, if I don't manage your sister, I doubt anyone else even could. Hearing that cocky attitude, she felt uneasy. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he acting so big? Kaisa frowned and demanded, What the hell did you guys do to her? She'll be all right, won't she? He looked toward the center of the light and answered her, She ain't gonna die. If she can control and absorb that sword intent, it's a massive blessing for her. Up in the sky, shadows started gathering. She was panicking internally seeing them. The head of the Trong Tong clan, the master of Trung Tiu sect, and the boss of Truklong Mountain Villa. These are all Saint King realm monsters. What the hell are we supposed to do? Her sister was still out cold. She looked at Ye Bei, conflicted. Plus that young kid, he looked at Kaisa, confused by her staring. She panicked and pointed at the people in the sky. Hey, those guys are the big shot masters of Lat Kwang City. Your two subordinates are nothing to them. How are you so calm? Why aren't you freaking out? The master of Truklong Villa asked the Truong Tun clan head. Wait, isn't that the boss of Tai Bok's Sword Villa? Looks like she's refining some kind of treasure. The Truong Tun clan head snapped back. No shit, I saw it with my own eyes. She went from Saint King's 7th stage straight to Semi-Emperor. The master of Trung Tiu sect gasped, Holy crap, never seen a level up that fast in my life. That's gotta be some legendary sword Dao treasure. The master of Truklong Villa said greedily, If I could snatch that, I might actually pave my own path to the Emperor realm, he whispered to the clan head. We can't let her finish refining it. Let's crash this now. He blocked him. Hold it. You got a death wish? Did you forget how freakishly weird Taibok's sword villa is? He sneered. That was probably just a fluke. Besides, with all of us heavy hitters attacking together, you think anyone would actually dare to fight us all at once? Kafik stepped forward and roared a warning. Our master just grasped the sword Dao. If anyone takes one more step, you're an enemy of Taibok's sword villa. Don't come crying when you get wrecked! The Truk Long Master scoffed and slashed a blade at Noxan. A mere Divine Palace 5th stage getting all cocky? You're really looking down on us, huh? She coolly unleashed a giant palm strike. Noxan warned them again. I said it once, whoever steps closer deals with the consequences. That palm didn't just shatter the guy's blade into pieces, it kept going right for him. A splash of blood appeared in the rubble. Those fingers were tearing their defenses apart like paper. The Trong Ton clan head nervously muttered to the Trung Tu Sect Master, This kind of technique, a Divine Palace cultivator shouldn't even be able to use it. She's totally been hiding her true power. The old man was terrified. This person is just way too strong. She's definitely a peak Saint King, maybe even a semi-emperor. Looking at the carnage, Noxan felt a bit regretful. I only meant to take out one of them, but I lost control. I'll be more careful next time. The Sect Master started screaming insults. What? Lost control? Next time? Like hell you're getting a next time. Watching Taibok refining faster and faster, the Trung Tu Sect Master cursed. Damn it! She just broke through to the peak of semi-emperor. The Trong Ton clan head started sweating. This person now had enough power to own all of Lakwang City. If she goes any higher, she'll hit the legendary Great Emperor realm. Inside the formation, Taibok woke up, her eyes flashing with golden light. Seeing her sister Kaisa cried out in joy like someone who found something precious they'd lost. She landed gracefully on the stage. Taibok glanced at Kaisan, finally letting out a breath. Thank God for San. She pointed her sword right at the person sitting in front of her and asked, I'll ask you one last time. Who the hell are you? Behind the mask, Ye Bei's face broke into a gentle smile, his voice soft. Taibok, your master is a bit late. She stared at the man in front of her, stunned, almost collapsing. But Taibok was skeptical. No way. Master has been gone for 3 years, and your aura is only at the Spirit Condensation 7th stage. My master's talent was so trash he couldn't even break through the body refining stage. To prove who he was, Ye Bei pulled out a whip. She was truly shocked. The god-slaying whip. 2 girls with rabbit ears hopped out of nowhere. Kakfuk greeted them. 4th senior sister, long time no see. Congrats on breaking your chains. Your power is insane, Noxan. 4th senior sister sighed. If master decides to lecture you later, we can't help you. Taibok knelt on one knee, formal and sincere. Disciple Kai Taibok, greetings, master. He walked over and patted her shoulder. Taibok, you've really had it rough all these years. Taibok couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Master, she sobbed, your disciple finally waited for you to come back. Ye Bei comforted her. There, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, master's gonna get sad too. The Trong Ton clan head was dumbstruck. Master? The boss of Taibok Villa is calling that kid master? The Trung Tu Sect Master was shook. Oh my god, the master of a peak semi-emperor? Just how terrifying is this guy's real strength? All 4 of them dropped to their knees, heads bowed. Emperor, we were wrong. Our Trong Ton clan is willing. Taibok Villa Master Emperor, we were wrong too. We're willing to submit. He glanced at them. Shut up. Taibok pretended to be clueless. You guys came here just to drink tea at my villa? They stuttered and stammered. Well, Ye Bei expression shifted. What? Looks like you guys still want to stay for the party before leaving, huh? His face looked dangerous. Get lost. They were so scared they jumped right over the wall. Yes, Emperor. We're leaving right now. Only then did she calm down. Master, I have a request. I don't know if you could. Ye Bei cut her off. Let's hear it. Taibok explained, in 3 days, a secret realm thousands of kilometers away will open. I want to ask you to protect Sanyi while she goes to train. He wondered. Why don't you go with her yourself? She replied. I'm worried she'll get too dependent on me. I want you to protect her in the shadows. No need to show your face. Mentioning this, she looked troubled. Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but there's a restriction on the realm's laws. Anyone above the profound realm can't even get in. Taibok tried it before, but it didn't work. The secret realm only opens once a year, and they only let 300 people in at a time. A century ago, before I even hit my peak, I tried to charge in once and ended up failing. The rules in there? I'm pretty sure even a great emperor couldn't break through. Ye Bei pondered. Based on the rules she mentioned, there are 3 holy lands that are obsessed with this secret realm. Every time it opens, they hog a bunch of the slots, sending in their own top-tier disciples. With that, Taibok pulled Chi-san closer. But with a master who's absolutely unmatched, someone invincible like you, exploring this world isn't going to be hard. Plus, he can take care of others. Being his assistant is a sweet gig. He agreed. All right, in 3 days, I'll take the little girl and we'll go. Taibok flashed a fawning smile. Thanks, master. The girl standing next to him went pale. Hey, are you really selling me out like that? Ye Bei walked into the West Wing. A system notification popped up. Congrats, host, your cultivation has hit the profound realm. 5 cards unlocked. The host can choose 1 card to refine. He picked one from the system. After refining it, Ye Bei could wield lightning. This little bolt of lightning was the entry-level 4-9 Thunder Art, a legendary tier heaven technique in the cultivation world. He dropped into a meditative pose and closed his eyes. Even though it's the weakest thunder technique in the cultivation world, in this virtual space, its power is nothing to sneeze at. Outside, thunder started rolling, and the wind was rocking the roof. The girls ran to the porch to look at the sky. Is it this master's doing? I don't know. I've never seen something this intense. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning slammed down like a bomb. Chi-san panicked. Sister, look at our house. But Tai-bok stayed optimistic. It's fine. Isn't half of it still standing? Besides, big sis Nok-san is here. Finally, the sky calmed down. A voice echoed from the west room. Tai-bok, cough, cough, bring some clothes for your master. She grabbed a tray of robes and headed over. Yes, master. Kafuk, spill the tea. The master is probably like that because of the lightning ritual earlier. He's probably got nothing left to cover himself with. Nok-san's frowned. Sure, that's gotta be it. Tai-bok pushed the door open and saw Ye Bei sitting there completely buck-naked. She blushed flustered and shouted, Master! He wasn't even embarrassed, just teasing her. You're standing so far away, what's the matter? Are you afraid I'm gonna eat you? She was blushing so hard she could only look down. My master, even if I don't wanna, I have to get closer. Tai-bok had to look away to avoid his gaze. Ye Bei grabbed her wrist. It's been hundreds of years, Tai-bok. Have you gotten this distant with your master? Then he suddenly yanked her hard, causing Tai-bok to lose her balance and shriek in panic. Before she knew it, she fell right on top of Ye Bei. He cursed under his breath for being too rough and creating such an awkward situation. Crap, I used too much force. Things just got messy. Right then, the door swung open and someone called out, Master, are you feeling better? Na Afuang Dan has prepared your medicine. The position they were in right now was seriously asking for trouble. They heard the noise and whipped their heads toward the door. Tai-bok scrambled to sit up, stuttering, So sorry, master. That wasn't what I meant. Her rear end was rubbing directly against Ye Bei's bare thigh. Now it was his turn to be flustered. Hey, stop wiggling around! Damn it, something's starting to change. Tai-bok probably noticed it too because her face changed and she froze, terrified to move an inch. A loud clatter made the other two girls curious. They immediately burst through the door. Big sister, are you okay? The sight that hit them was her splayed out on the floor, face to face with their stark-naked master. Safuk stammered awkwardly, Master, big sister, you two. Nok-san smiled mischievously, looking for a way to downplay it. So, master and big sister were hiding in the room to have some fun? Man, you didn't even invite us to play. She quickly pushed Nok-san out. Master, big sister, just keep doing your thing. We'll head out now. Nok-san, what are you doing? Let's keep... She felt shy. All right, sure thing. Once everyone had cleared out, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, looks like I can't pull a stunt like that again, or I'll be the one suffering for it. The five of them headed out to the courtyard to board the boat. Tai-bai held out his hand, revealing a gem. Master, this is a space-type spiritual treasure. It's got some daily essentials inside. Ye Bei looked at her with such warmth. Tai-bai, you're too kind. After saying their goodbyes, he and Chi-shan got on the boat. Well then, we'll be heading out first. Tai-bai, Yusan, and Safu, you guys stay safe on your way back. The boat traveled for several days, and a while later she stepped off, looking totally lost. This doesn't look like the entrance to the secret realm. Ye Bei followed close behind. Yeah, the rest of the way, we've got to go on foot. The secret realm has already started to wake up, especially in the middle section. The space around there is going to be unstable. If we aren't careful, we could get sucked into a spatial turbulence, and that would be a total headache. Chi-shan finally understood, so that's how it is. There were a few other folks wandering around heading the same way, when suddenly someone called out, Hey there, miss. You guys looking lost or what? The three from the Tianqi Holy Land introduced themselves. We're from the Tianqi Holy Land. It's pretty dangerous around here. Why don't you guys just tag along with us to the secret realm? She was cautious and turned them down. Thanks, but we're good. We can find our own way. He thought with a wicked grin. The Tianqi Holy Land, huh? Perfect. I haven't even made my move yet, and you lot just served yourselves up on a silver platter. He wasn't giving up yet and pulled out a token. It's fate that we bumped into each other. Here, take this token. It's going to take at least half a day to get to the secret realm from here anyway. If anyone tries to give you guys trouble during that time, just flash this and you'll be fine. Chi-shan was about to say no, but Ye Bei snatched it up. Thanks, we'll take you up on that offer then. He threw out some fake pleasantries. Thanks a ton for looking out for us, Tianqi Holy Land. He kept up the act, pretending to be a good guy. Oh, don't mention it. Fellow cultivators gotta stick together. That's just the way it is. Once he'd finished what he came there to do, he said his goodbyes. I'll be heading off now. Good luck to the both of you. Chi-shan watched them leave. Turns out the outside world isn't as scary as my big sister made it sound. There are actually plenty of nice, helpful people out there. Ye Bei gave her a knowing look. So, why do you think that guy really came up to talk to you? Was it because he thought you were pretty and just wanted to chat? Hearing that, Chi-shan actually stopped to think about it. Maybe he just wanted to help us get to the secret realm? Or maybe he gave us the token just to be nice, she asked, her innocent eyes wide. Is that not it? I mean, we don't have any money, and our strength out here isn't exactly a threat to them, right? He facepalmed, speechless. Great, this kid's been played, and now she's even running defense for them. Chi-sha tilted her head at Ye Bei reaction and asked, Curious, master, you're pointing at the token. Do you even know what this thing is? Ye Bei swiped a tracking spell off the token. Take a look, she gasped in shock. Chi-sha realized it was a tracking array. He showed it to her. Resources in these secret realms are limited. Every extra person who gets in is just more competition. That's when Ye Bei laid out their true intentions. When that guy asked if you were from Luotong earlier, he was just probing to see which faction we actually belong to. He finally let his irritation show. And look at you, blabbing that we're independent. Chisha shrank back, feeling guilty. Sorry, master, I messed up. From now on, Sara will listen to everything you say. Ye Bei ruffled her hair. Kid, you gotta remember, in this world, I'm way more ruthless than you can even imagine. And 1,000 times filthier, too. Chisha hung her head, deeply repentant. Yes, Sara will keep master's teachings to heart. She suddenly recalled their earlier encounter. But master, if they managed to gauge our strength just now, why didn't they move against us? He speculated that with so many other factions watching, they were too worried about their Holy Land reputation to act. They were probably just waiting for a better opening. Chisha Music looked worried. If that's the case, why don't we just ditch this token? What if they send people to hunt us down? Ye Bei smirked cryptically. That's actually a good thing. She just stared, totally confused. A good thing? He looked genuinely hyped. I'm actually hoping they do try to come for us. Cut to the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. People were gathered at the entrance, waiting. As the teacher and student walked in, a man behind them was instructing his disciples. Once you're inside, you've got 10 days. After 10 days, the realm will automatically kick the living out. Remember, those 10 days pass in a blink. The more tokens you have, the better your rewards will be. The more tokens you rack up, the more precious the loot. The disciple bowed. Yes, senior. A guy in red recounted the intel he'd picked up. They say the 3 great holy lands have been itching for those 100 secret realm tokens for centuries, but ever since the Senluo realm was discovered, nobody's ever managed to collect them all. The muscular guy in black chimed in. Right, I heard that too. The first guy continued, because if you collect every single token, you don't just get to dominate the entire Senluo realm, get the biggest reward it offers every 50 years. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. No wonder Heavenly Pond didn't try to mess with us on the way here. They were just waiting for the show to start. Let the old fisherman profit, huh? Ye Bei guessed their playbook. First, tag them with a tracking token. Then wait for them to get deep into the realm and kill them for the loot. That way they keep their holy reputation intact without offending whoever they think is backing us. Can't say it isn't the safest play. He just scoffed at the whole act. Holy Lands, my foot. You guys still have any shame left? Centuries later and you're still pulling the same shady crap? Chisha walked up to him. Master, what's wrong? Did you find something? Ye Bei kept his cards close to his chest. Well, wait a bit. The entrance began to creak open, revealing a pitch-black void. The long-haired guy in blue sighed. Is that red-clad guy right? Is it starting? She urged her master. Let's head in too. But he remained calm and no rush at all. The realm was massive. A few minutes early or late didn't make a lick of difference. Chisha glanced at her master, puzzled. Ye Bei kept watching, oblivious to his disciples' confusion. About 10 minutes later, everyone else had filed in. Just as the entrance was about to seal, Ye Bei and Chisha finally sauntered in. First in were the girls from the Starry Brilliance Holy Land. Then the guys in purple from the other Holy Land. Only he and Chisha were flying solo. Elder Yan shouted the signal to start. Move out. Whether or not we secure the final reward depends on all of you. He was the elder of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. The group of disciples cupped their hands. Yes, elder. Before they could even move, a distant rumbling echoed out. Elder Yan spun around to see what was happening. Next, magical slashes rained down, aimed straight at the Heavenly Pond disciples, sending them stumbling and panicking. Completely caught off guard, he roared. Damn you! Stop right there! Naturally, Ye Bei just kept slashing away without skipping a beat. The disciple stammered, This... Elder Yan was furious. Damn it, Ye Bei and Chisha zipped past him. We'll be heading out first, Elder Yan snapped. You little rats, get back here! He conjured a massive phantom hand to grab them, but Ye Bei just flicked a pathetic spark of fire at it. Then they soared upward. Ye Bei tossed a cheeky look back over his shoulder. Elder Yan was fuming. He went to give chase, but suddenly an illusory fist slammed straight into the city gate. The collision sent a shockwave that rocked the place. Flying debris slammed into Elder Yan, knocking him backward. The gray-haired guy marveled. Those two have some serious guts, pulling the wool right off a Holy Land's back. The second guy analyzed, and those two sneak attackers, looks like one's at the 6th level of the Profound Realm, the other only at the 1st. The last guy just watched like he was watching a circus. 10 days from now, when they come out, they're dead meat. The elder was still interrogating everyone in a rage. Who the hell were those two? It's been centuries since anyone dared to mess with our Heavenly Pond Holy Land. A disciple stepped up trembling. Reporting to the elder, I've met those two before. A few days ago, Elder Yan was stunned. Yeah. He proceeded to tell the story of how he'd handed out the tokens to Ye Bei and his student. He hung his head. That's exactly what happened. I wouldn't dare hide a single word. The elder stared coldly at the token in his hand. Elder Yan flicked the 2 tokens out. The reps from the other 2 Holy Lands snatched them up. He kept one for himself. This is a tracking jade. Keep tabs on those 2. The lady switched tones. Old Yan, don't be so grumpy. For the sake of our history, I'll make sure my disciples hand their corpses over to you. Elder Yan scowled. Get lost, all of you! Don't talk to me! He harbored this grudge deep down. The second you bastards step out, I'm crushing you into dust. Inside the realm, only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind remained. She wondered to herself, my God, who exactly am I following? Not only is he bold enough to attack the elite Holy Land disciples and swipe their tokens, but he's even brazen enough to provoke a Heavenly Pond half-emperor. Waiting until he could see clearly, he asked, Are you scared? She said that with the master here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ye Bei explained as they walked. For a so-called Holy Land that has no shame, we don't need to play by the rules. Even though she knew that, she still felt uneasy. We haven't even found any loot yet, and we've already offended the Tianqi Holy Land. They definitely won't let us off the hook. What are we going to do when we get out of here? He didn't take it to heart. Offending them? They were the ones who acted without honor first, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, they're just a bunch of half-emperors. Nothing to worry about. Chi-san was shocked to hear this. Just a bunch of half-emperors. Master's words are truly mind-blowing. Suddenly a strange sound erupted. Where did this giant snake come from? A snake? Chi-san grabbed Ye Bei's arm in a panic. Master, over there, a giant snake. It's a heart-piercing triple snake. It's venomous, at the third tier of the profound realm, fast and hits pretty hard. What's there to be afraid of with this kind of creature? Based on your current strength, you could easily take it down. Because she was so terrified, she didn't even notice her sensitive areas rubbing against his arm. But I'm just scared of snakes. Taking advantage of the moment to change his stance, Ye Bei gave Chi-san a challenge. Well, your first task for today is to kill this snake. Otherwise, I'm leaving you here. She burst into tears. Why? Chi-san looked at Ye Bei with glistening eyes, begging him, but it didn't work. Master, you're the best. Sanner is really scared of snakes. But Ye Bei coldly replied, acting cute won't help you. Chi-san pouted angrily. Fine, it's just a nasty snake, right? I'll kill it happy? The snake opened its maw and lunged forward. She jumped up in fear and hugged him tight, so tight that her chest pressed against his face, making him uncomfortable. Immediately after, 2 loud thuds rang out. Ye Bei picked Chi-san up and scolded her. What are you hiding for? I'm telling you, that snake's attack power isn't even that high. Both of them looked at the snake in front of them. Ye Bei concluded, but if it coils around you, you're probably done for. She replied, yes. With that, Chi-san swung her sword, secretly determined. All right, this time I'll definitely show off my skills and make the ancestors proud. The snake lunged, its mouth wide open with razor-sharp fangs. Chi-san unleashed her technique, flowers bloomed all around her, the first form of the youth sword art, lotus blossoms in the sea. She lunged forward, swinging her sword high, hacking toward the giant snake. With a single strike, she severed its head and sent the snake back to the earth. She landed gracefully, a cloud of dust rising behind her. Chi-san looked at her handiwork and praised herself. I actually killed a giant beast all by myself. I'm so awesome. Suddenly, something sharp whipped past, slicing off a lock of her hair. Chi-san looked up at the tree, fuming. Master, you. Ye Bei scolded her. Still letting your guard down? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your senior sister. Chi-san pouted, frustrated. Why? I clearly used my own skills to kill that giant snake. Why, master? She looked over and suddenly noticed something on the snake's head. Ye Bei explained the situation regarding the snake. Ordinary beast snakes die if you hit them 7 inches down. But this monster beast has much stronger life force than those. You have to destroy its head directly to land a lethal blow. Realizing her mistake, Chi-san hung her head in embarrassment. Yes, Sanner understands. Sanner will definitely remember. She blushed, thinking, oh my god, that was so embarrassing. Ye Bei pulled a red orb from the snake's head and tossed it to her. Girl, take this. Chi-san looked at the slimy thing in her hand with some dissatisfaction, but she still acknowledged it. Even though this gooey stuff is super gross, it seems to contain a mysterious surge of power inside. Ye Bei spoke up. Profound realm monster beasts don't usually have monster cores, so this must be the only special product of this secret realm. Use your spiritual power to probe it. You'll definitely discover the secret within. Chi-san obeyed. Yes, master. She began channeling her spiritual energy into the orb. The orb slowly reacted. Instantly, Chi-san advanced from the 6th tier of the profound realm to the 7th. She looked at her hands, shouting with joy, I broke through! I actually advanced from the 6th tier to the 7th without any bottlenecks at all. Ye Bei smiled, understanding perfectly, just as I thought. This is the stroke of fate hidden in this Senluo secret realm. It not only boosts cultivation, but also acts as a key to break through shackles. Chi-san was deeply grateful. Sanner thanks Master for this reward. She looked at him, thinking, looks like Master still dotes on me. Whenever he finds something good, he lets me use it first. From a distance, someone suddenly cried out, help someone! Save me! Ye Bei said with interest, let's go take a look. Chi-san was a bit surprised. Huh? Master, this isn't a trap, is it? He replied with a look full of amusement. We've killed enough beasts. It's time to switch to people. Ye Bei and Chi-san walked over to a weak-looking girl who was reaching toward them, moaning and begging. Help! Help me! Chi-san looked at her warily. Should we save her? Ye Bei suddenly flashed a sinister smile. He casually swung an attack, and the girl quickly jumped up to dodge, landing gracefully before them. She smiled playfully, assessing him. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so handsome, but your heart is quite dark. No wonder you dared to snatch all the tokens from everyone in the Tianqi Holy Land. Chi-san stared at her in shock, thinking she's an elite from the 2 outside Holy Lands. But Master clearly took out everyone from the Tianqi Holy Land already. How could this person find us? At this moment, both of them were surrounded by people from the Xingyao Holy Land, but Ye Bei remained calm and asked them, what's the meaning of the Xingyao Holy Land sneaking around? Does it really take an ambush to deal with 2 people with low cultivation like us? The girl's face darkened. She declared, to deal with 2 nobodies like you, I can kill you with 1 hand. Chi-san tugged at his sleeve, blaming herself. I was a famous beauty of Luoguang City after all. How did I end up so useless, not even noticing a whole group of people hiding here? Ye Bei comforted her. Girl, don't overthink it. Their cultivation is higher than yours. It's normal that you didn't sense them. Taking the opportunity, the master and disciple mocked the whole Xingyao Holy Land group at once. Besides, the stealing skills of the Xingyao Holy Land are renowned as the best in the world. Chi-san covered her mouth and giggled. Yes, master, Saner will remember. She was furious upon hearing that, swinging 2 attacks at once and shouting, "You're asking for death, you damn fools of the Xingyao Holy Land!" Ye Bei didn't care and turned to ask Chi-san, "Girl, do you know the 9th form of the youth sword art?" She replied, "I do." Seeing the attack, she immediately warned, "Master, the blade energy is coming." Ye Bei calmly waved his hand a few times, blocking their attack. The disciples of the Xingyao Holy Land were terrified. The girl still refused to give up, pouring her inner energy into her hands to prepare a stance. She swung her arm, unleashing a fierce strike straight at them. Ye Bei grabbed Kaisa and leaped back just in time to dodge it. He spoke up, his voice clear even as they hung in the air. "Honestly, your sister probably didn't tell you this. The 9th form of the Azure Lotus Sword technique isn't a one-man show." Down below, the crowd was screaming, "Are they up there?" I hit them with the same move again, looking even more smug. "Now that you're in the air, let's see where you can run to." That same lethal strike ripped through the air again. He turned to Kai-san and said, "Today, I'm going to let you experience the true power of the final form of the Azure Lotus Sword technique." As he spoke, a lotus flower bloomed in midair, its petals scattering in the wind while his sword was cloaked in raw spiritual energy. The disciples of the Star Brilliance Holy Land gasped, "What the hell is that? Isn't that kid only at the first stage of the Profound Realm? No way, that's a full power strike from a peak divine court expert. How could he possibly break through that?" Ki-san and Ye Bei raised both their swords high, forging a massive surge of spiritual energy. That crushing wave of power slammed down without a shred of mercy, gouging out a massive crater. It was so brutal that there wasn't even a bone left of those fools. Ye Bei looked at the corpses with pure disdain. Pathetic. Ye Bei glanced at Kai-san and asked softly, "Scared?" Kai-san had been daydreaming about something romantic, never expecting her master to actually care about her feelings. She beamed at him. "As long as you're here, master." Before she could finish, Ye Bei cut her off. "Good, as long as you're not scared." His next words wiped the smile right off her face. "Go clean up the bodies and make sure you loot those tokens while you're at it." She grabbed his arm, giving him her best puppy dog eyes, thinking to herself, "Master, do we really have to? I'm actually terrified." Ye Bei feigned ignorance. "Is there a problem?" Kai-san let out a disappointed huff and with a heavy heart did as she was told. "Yes, master." As she picked up the tokens one by one, she couldn't stop muttering about how her master had absolutely zero appreciation for beauty. Ye Bei just looked at her, already plotting her future. If this girl didn't toughen up, she'd end up as nothing more than a pretty useless vase. A while later, she came back with all the tokens to give him her report. "Master, I've collected all the secret realm tokens and tracking jades." Ye Bei took the pile from her and patted her head. "Kid, you might be lacking in other areas, but you're damn good at cleaning up the mess." Ki-san chirped with excitement. "Thank you for the praise, master. I'll work even harder next time." Ye Bei nodded. "Good, I like that drive." He looked at her with a look of great responsibility and said coldly, "So from now on, all the cleanup duty is yours. Keep up the good work." Ki-san turned right back around, trying to fix the situation. "No, wait, master, let me explain. That's not what I meant." Then she yelled out, "Master, wait for me." He laid the tokens out on a map. Ki-san walked over, staring at the map with a confused look. "Master, why are there so many green dots this time?" Ye Bei didn't hesitate to explain. "The Heavenly Lake Holy Land must have sold our tracking coordinates to the other 2 Holy Lands, and they used some secret technique to replicate the tracking devices." Ki-san was furious. "That's so low. Those Holy Lands are just as despicable as you said, master." But Ye Bei remained calm. "It's fine. If anything, this actually does us a huge favor." She froze for a second, staring at him blankly. He looked at the pile of tokens, his voice dripping with malice. "It's time to flip the script and turn the hunters into the hunted." That same morning, the trees stood bare in the forest. High up in a tree, 2 disciples from the Holy Land peered toward a cave, whispering, "We finally found their hiding spot. Be careful, that kid is devious." They cautiously made their way inside, one of them saying, "He might be devious, but there's no way he can take all of us out." They split up, reminding each other, "Don't ruin the bodies." The elder said we need to bring them back intact. The guy next to him gave a quick, "Understood." The guy in the lead spotted the token on a rock, his eyes widening in realization. He tensed up. "Damn it, it's a trap!" He spun around, screaming a warning to his crew. "Fall back, everyone, get back." A foot in a white boot appeared. She thought to herself, how cliché. How did that kid even know we were coming tonight? He looked back and saw her. The disciples froze in their tracks, hit by a wave of killing intent rising up behind them. He stared, his body stiff, unable to move an inch. Kai-san dove out of the shadows, and blood-curdling screams echoed from the cave. The entire squad from the Xex Holy Land had been wiped out by her hand. She looked down at them with a smirk. "Thanks to Master's formation, catching these guys is easier than taking candy from a baby." Ye Bei walked over, calm as ever, and said, "Kid, you don't need to clean up these bodies. Just loot everything and move on." She turned around and replied, "Yes, Master." 2 minutes later, Ye Bei had wiped the scene clean, leaving no trace behind. Ki-san watched in awe. So convenient. Formation masters were terrifyingly strong. She wondered if she could learn a thing or two. He saw right through her. "Kid, forget it. You're not cut out for formations." Ki-san pouted, muttering, "Master is great at everything except for that foul mouth of his. He's just too blunt." As they stepped outside, Ye Bei urged her on. "Let's move. The next round is about to start." Kai-san was curious. "The next round?" She looked at him with innocent eyes. Master, you've already hit the second Holy Land. Where else are you planning to go? Ye Bei replied, focus on using those crystals to level up your cultivation. Once you're strong enough, everything will make sense. Hearing this, Kai-san beamed with pride. Yes, master. In her heart, she was starstruck. No wonder he was her sister's master. His ability to predict everything was honestly terrifying. Back at the cave, the rest of the XX Holy Land members had arrived, looking around. Where are they? A faint streak of light brushed across their feet and a massive formation locked into place. The leader spun around, panic in his voice. It's over. It's a trap. Fall back. Move. Kusan and Ye Bei watched from a high branch. Kusan laughed mockingly. Such a familiar scent, such a familiar hunting style. Even the lines they say are just as boring. He gave the order, go kid. She dove down from the trees in a flash of magic. He activated a few more formations in the air and Sani burst out screaming her signature line. Yes, master! You guys are done for! The sound of battle and clashing steel shattered the quiet. After the fight, Kai-san and Ye Bei sat down to look at the tokens. Kai-san was hyped. Master, it's only been 3 days and we've already snagged 76 secret realm tokens. Let's go find the last 24. Ye Bei shook his head, no rush. For the next few days, just focus on using that crystal energy to boost your cultivation. He tossed the token in his hand, looking confident. 24 left. Once you've leveled up, we'll go hunt down the rest. She obeyed without hesitation. You got it, master. Chi-san sat down and started grinding, her body wrapped in a glowing cyan and pink aura. Ye Bei calmly followed suit, his own aura blazing a deep red. 4 days crawled by until he opened his eyes, his expression turning cold as he glared at someone. Answer my question, and once you cough up those tokens, I'll let you live. Chi-san shot them an icy warning glare. The crowd panicked and started begging, take them, just take them! After handing over every last token, they bolted like their lives depended on it. Once they were gone, Chi-san muttered to herself, am I really that scary? They were terrified, just like that. She turned to him, beaming with pure excitement. This is great, master. We've finally hit 100 tokens. I wonder what kind of loot we can score once this secret realm closes. Chi-san started daydreaming about all the gear she wanted. I heard that if you put certain treasures together, they trigger a reaction. Maybe even forge something legendary. She pitched the idea. Do you think these secret realm tokens might do the same thing? Ye Bei, half doubting, figured it was worth a shot. He reached out and pulled all the tokens into one pile. As the tokens fused together, they began emitting a bizarre energy. Ye Bei heart dropped. Something had gone wrong. This was going to end badly. Ye Bei channeled his spiritual energy into his palm, instantly unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of cold light. A massive explosion ripped through the sky, revealing a strange purple light spreading in every direction. Ye Bei's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Just then, a clear voice called out, Master! Ye Bei glanced back. It was Chi-san. Ye Bei panicked, shouting, Kid! He reached out toward her, but his hand caught only empty air. Chi-san had vanished in a heartbeat. Ye Bei's face darkened. Crap, I must have triggered some kind of security mechanism, forcing the secret realm to close early, and now the law of the land is spitting all the survivors out. Ye Bei furrowed his brows, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Outside that realm, 3 great holy lands and a bunch of minor factions are waiting. If that girl gets tossed out alone, I don't even want to think about what might happen to her. He squeezed his eyes shut and whispered, System, how do I get out of this realm fast? The system popped up instantly, sounding hyped. Congratulations, host. You've successfully gathered all 100 secret realm tokens. As a reward, you now own the entire realm. Host, just focus on refining the secret realm. And not only will you be able to leave, but you can take the entire dimension with you. Hearing that, Ye Bei's hands flew, rapidly weaving energy. He tried to focus on refining, but he was losing his mind with worry. Like I care about rewards right now. If anything happens to that girl, I'll never be able to face Fourth Elder again. Besides, even if she wasn't his sister, she's called me master 1,000 times over these last 7 days. I'm gonna save her, no matter what. With that, Ye Bei poured every ounce of his power into refining the realm as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at the main hall, a beam of light suddenly flared up. In an instant, cultivators from every sect appeared out of thin air, looking totally stunned. Someone shouted, Why are we all out already? The realm wasn't supposed to close for another 3 days. The disciples scrambled to explain exactly what had gone down inside. Master, my tokens were snatched. Elder, mine were stolen too by some punk at the first level of the Profound Realm. Chief, mine got taken by a kid at the first level of the Profound Realm too. Chi-san was suddenly ejected from the realm, crashing onto the stone floor of the hall and wincing in pain. Elder Yan appeared in front of her, his face twisted with rage. He grabbed her by the throat and roared, You little brat! Finally, I've got my hands on you! Elder Yan tightened his grip, hoisting her into the air and snarled, Where's that boy? Is he still inside? Chi-san's face turned pale. She thought, oh no, why was I so stupid? Why did I even suggest that idiotic idea to my master in the first place? She beat herself up internally. I really played myself this time, looking for trouble. Seeing that Chi-san refused to talk, Elder Yan growled, Not talking, huh? Then die, Chi-san gasped out. My sister is a half-emperor. Elder Yan narrowed his eyes. The sister of a half-emperor? He sneered. I'll kill you first, then go deal with that half-emperor sister of yours. She's a fellow half-emperor. How could she possibly threaten me? Chi-san struggled and wheezed. My sister is Chung Leguang, the master of the Tai-Bai Sword Manor. She's at the peak of the half-emperor realm, and by the time we reached the realm, her own master had already broken through to the great emperor realm. Hearing this, Elder Yan stiffened. What? Everyone in the hall was shocked. They stared at each other in disbelief. A peak half-emperor sister and a great emperor master? My god. With a background like that, she could walk through any holy land and no one would dare touch her. Elder Yan grew cautious. He glanced at Elder Mu and asked for his take. Old Mu, what do you think? Is she telling the truth? Elder Mu wasn't sure either. He hesitated. Just as Elder Yan was wavering on whether or not to finish her off, someone from the unknown Holy Land stepped forward to confirm. Half-Emperor, I'm from Chung Leguang. I can vouch that what she's saying is legit. The person beside him nodded firmly too. That's right. Everyone in Chung Leguang knows about it. He recounted how, 10 days ago, heaven-defying anomalies had been pulsing from the Ye Bei sword manor for 3 straight days. Hearing this, Elder Yan finally let go. Chi-san collapsed to the ground. He glared at the coughing Chi-san, cursing his luck. That was close. I almost caused a disaster. Elder Yan's brow furrowed. If I had actually killed this girl today, that peak half-emperor and her great emperor master would have hunted me down for sure. That would have been way worse than just losing 20 measly tokens. With that in mind, Elder Yan questioned her in a stern tone. What's your relationship with that boy? Chi-san weakly replied. She caught herself and quickly corrected. He's my senior brother. Elder Yan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Senior brother? Chi-san insisted. That's right. Chi-san was plotting in her head, remembering what her master said. Once the secret realm wraps up, they'd deal with these demi-emperor punks, but they had to play it smart. Plus, this demi-emperor didn't seem to want any more smoke with her right now, so she figured she just had to sit tight until master got out. Inside the secret realm, Ye Bei was stressing hard. System, based on my current speed, how long will it take to refine this thing completely? The system fired back, 1 full day, minimum. Ye Bei freaked out. What? A whole day? If I wait that long, won't I be toast by the time I get out? Long Ye Bei was burning up with anxiety. Even though his little disciple was sharp enough to stall them for a bit, there was no guarantee they wouldn't just snap and attack anyway. He decided to pull out a divine herb and chug a wind-stabilizing pill. No choice, it was all or nothing now. After popping the pill, Ye Bei eyes suddenly flared, and an intense aura surged from his body as he roared, "Refine this for me!" A weird, eerie red mist swirled around him. Ye Bei muttered under his breath, "Hang in there, kid." Soon enough, outside the secret realm in the main hall, a portal suddenly shimmered to life, making everyone freeze. Was someone else coming out? The light flickered for a second, then abruptly vanished. Someone in the crowd couldn't hide their disappointment. It was over. The elder from the nameless Holy Land couldn't accept it and started shouting in denial. No way, it's only been 7 days. Aren't there supposed to be 3 more left? An elder from another Holy Land felt like something was seriously off. Wait a minute, where are our people? Why hasn't a single person from our Holy Land come out yet? Then a barrage of questions started flying. What the hell is going on? Where's the Sammak secret realm? Elder Yan's face darkened instantly as he thought, what exactly happened here? Right then, Elder Yan caught a glimpse of Chi-san. He flew into a rage and bellowed, "Hey, where did that little brat go?" Elder Mo, standing nearby, guessed she must have pulled some secret technique to bolt while everyone was distracted. But the elder spat out, "The nerve, sneaking off right under my nose. I'm gonna break her legs for that." With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy shot out, and his 2 fingers pointed at a glowing dot, which instantly transformed into a lethal beam of light, carving a path straight toward Chi-san. Feeling that terrifying pressure hunting her down, cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, followed by a gut-wrenching cry from Chi-san as she collapsed to the ground. She bit her lip in agony. Guess I'm still too weak. I put everything I had into running, and I still got caught instantly. Watching the elder's brutal energy rip through the air right at her, Chi-san cried out in despair, "I swear if I make it out of this alive today, I am going to train like a madman." Then, another massive explosion rocked the air. Chi-san carefully opened her eyes, and standing right in front of her was none other than Ye Bei. He pulled her into his arms, and Chi-san nearly cried with relief, squealing, "Master!" Ye Bei lips curled up. "Kid, remember what you said. Train hard." Chi-san hugged him tight. "Master, you actually made it out of the secret realm." Ye Bei gaze suddenly locked onto Chi-san's neck, and his brows furrowed. On her delicate skin there was a nasty, brutal bruise from Elder Yan's attack. Ye Bei looked at her with eyes full of ache. "Little one, I'm sorry you had to go through that." Chi-san's cheeks flushed red, and she leaned into his chest, whispering coyly, "As long as Master is here, I'm safe." She rubbed her cheek against him, finding his embrace so warm and comforting. Suddenly, the ring on Ye Bei's finger sparked with a metallic glow. In a flash, he teleported Chi-san onto the airship. She looked at him, confused. "What is this?" Ye Bei didn't have time for a long explanation. He shoved the glowing ring into her hand, urging her, "Tell your sisters to use the energy crystals inside to level up fast." Chi-san stood there, dazed, staring at the ring on her finger. While she was still stunned, Ye Bei jumped off the ship and slammed the hatch shut to keep her from following. Chi-san panicked and shouted at him, "No, Master, what about you?" Ye Bei gave her a reassuring smile. "Go back first. If you stay here, I can't go all out." With that, he poured energy into the ship. Soon enough, it started to lift off. Just then, Elder Yan caught up, roaring in fury, "You're not going anywhere!" Ye Bei's eyes turned cold as ice, and he immediately unleashed his multi-thunder strike. A barrage of dense, jagged lightning bolts slammed directly into the portal connecting the secret realm to the real world. Through the glass of the airship, Chi-san watched with tears in her eyes. Master, please, you have to wait for me. I'm going back to the Ye Bei sword sect to get my sisters to help you." After that insane display of lightning, the trees in the forest were flattened, reduced to splinters. As the dust settled, Elder Yan reappeared. He sneered. Kid, you picked up quite a few tricks in the secret realm, huh? Went from the first stage of the profound realm all the way to the ninth. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Should I be congratulating you? Ye Bei glared at him. You were the one bullying my girl earlier. Elder Yan laughed coldly. So what if I was? If I'd caught her, I would have shredded her into 1,000 pieces. Do you actually think having a demi-emperor sister and a great emperor master means you can disrespect our 9 holy lands? Elder Yan's arrogant talk pushed Ye Bei over the edge. He clenched his fist, a swirling ball of purple energy sparking at his fingertips. Ye Bei moved so fast no one could even track him. They only felt the ground beneath their feet suddenly shake violently. Elder Yan looked totally lost. What was that? A communication token or some secret treasure? Suddenly, the elder's face twisted in agony. He felt an invisible, crushing force pinning his feet to the ground. He shrieked in panic. What the? The next second, he was slammed straight into the earth. At the bottom of a deep, dark crater, Elder Yan scrambled to sit up, shivering. How is this possible? My spiritual power, my Taoist strength, it all vanished in a heartbeat. Out of nowhere, a shimmering golden cord snaked out and bound him tight. The old man shrieked in panic. What the hell? High above, Ye Bei lashed out with his whip, binding Elder Yan tight. His face was cold as ice, and the sheer power radiating from the rope in his hand was no joke. With a savage yank, he hauled the elder through the air. Elder Yan's body slammed hard into a massive boulder, the impact making a sickening, bone-jarring thud that echoed everywhere. Watching Ye Bei treat their elder like trash, the Heaven Lake Holy Land lackeys started barking at him, absolutely livid. You're a total coward, man. If you've got any guts, step up and face our elder one-on-one. Ye Bei just shot them a side-eye and sneered, Don't trip, once I'm done with this fossil, you're next. Elder Yan looked like a complete mess, coughing up a storm while spitting curses at Ye Bei. Damn you, if you're man enough, cut me loose. Ye Bei hit him back with a dry, my bad man, not man enough. Elder Yan went ballistic, thrashing around. Old Mu, Old Chen, what the hell are you just standing there for? Hearing their names, Elder Mu and Elder Chen finally snapped out of it. Both were dripping in cold sweat. Chen Shu was too terrified to even move a muscle. Seeing the two of them dragging their feet, Elder Yan bellowed a threat. If I die, I swear I'm gonna haunt your pathetic souls until you're nothing. That threat hit home, and both Mu and Chen scrambled to attack Ye Bei. A massive explosion ripped through the air, the ground shuddered, and dust choked the entire area. But when the dust finally cleared, everyone went dead silent. The disciples from Heaven Lake were losing their minds, whispering, They didn't even scratch that black coffin? Just how freaking tough is this thing? 2 half-emperors going all out and nothing? What kind of insane technique is this? Elder Mu and Elder Chen were shaking, completely rattled. How is this even possible? Elder Chen panicked and screamed at the disciples, Everyone, charge all at once! I refuse to believe that with this many of us, we can't smash this turtle shell. Inside the coffin, Ye Bei stood there looking bored, totally unfazed by the non-stop assault outside. Elder Yan was down on his knees, his face ghostly pale. He's had countless chances to waste me, but he just keeps holding back. Right, he thought, a twisted smirk forming. I'm a half-emperor of Heaven Lake. Killing me is a direct declaration of war against the Holy Temple. He hissed coldly. Listen here, you little punk, just wait. Once I recover, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Outside, after beating on the coffin for so long, everyone was gassed. Elder Mu was doubled over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. This is BS. We're giving it everything we've got, and we still can't break it. Sweat was pouring down his face like a waterfall. Forget it, he thought. This kid is too strong. Even if we wreck Elder Yan's body, a half-emperor's soul isn't that easy to snuff out. Besides, there's some kind of sealing power in there. Inside the coffin, the system pinged that time was running out. Ye Bei's face darkened, a heavy, suffocating killing intent rolling off him. Elder Yan panicked. What the hell do you want? Crack! In one fluid motion, Ye Bei blade flashed, cleanly slicing off Elder Yan's head. Elder Chen watched it happen and choked. Is this kid insane? He actually went through with it? Elder Mu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Doesn't he realize that killing a half-emperor isn't just murder, it's inviting a total catastrophe? The elder's head rolled across the dirt and his soul detached from his body. Elder Yan's soul hovered there as a glowing blue orb, desperately trying to zoom out of the coffin. But as soon as it hit the walls, it got bounced right back inside. Elder Yan frowned. How am I stuck in here? The Heaven Lake crowd was in a full-blown panic, the air thick with chaotic whispers. That black coffin can actually trap a soul. Damn, what kind of broken god-tier technique is this? He's only in the profound realm, and he can wipe out a half-emperor's body like that. Who the hell is this guy? Even trapped in the coffin, Elder Yan wasn't about to play nice. He actually got even more arrogant, mocking Ye Bei. You little piece of trash, so you destroyed my body. I'm in soul form now. Your attacks are useless against me. Isn't that a real shame? You're too stupid to know when you're dead, the elder gloated, continuing to run his mouth at Ye Bei. Unless you've reached the Saint Realm, you can't lay a finger on me. He laughed smugly. This coffin technique of yours is about to run out, isn't it? As soon as it disappears, I'm going to take you down with my bare hands. Before he could even finish, Ye Bei whipped him right across the face. Shut up already! Elder Yan shrieked in shock. No way. How are you doing this? The Heaven Lake guys behind Ye Bei didn't dare pull a move, so they tried to talk their way out of it. Look, kid, just let him go. He's the direct disciple of the Heaven Lake Holy Land's Nether Ghost Great Emperor. If you kill him, not even your master can save your skin. Yeah, just let our elder go. We swear on our lives, once that coffin vanishes, we won't lay a hand on you. Ye Bei scoffed internally. Do they really think I'm that dumb? Or do they think I don't have a brain? The look in their eyes says they're just waiting for a chance to kill me. And sure enough, the Heaven Lake crowd had pure venom in their eyes. Liars, they're laughing like demons while putting on this fake righteous act. Ye Bei eyes glinted with cold steel. Spare me? Yeah, right, I don't buy that for a second. With that, he swung his blade down on Elder Yan's spirit head. Instantly, the soul shattered like a dropped watermelon. Elder Mu went sheet white. He actually did it. He killed a half-emperor and wiped out his soul too. Watching Ye Bei execute Elder Yan with zero hesitation, Elder Mu's face turned grim and he growled. A profound realm brat managed to kill a half-emperor. Elder Chen chimed in. If we let this kid live and keep growing, he's going to be a massive threat to all 9 holy lands. A murderous glint flashed in Elder Mu's eyes. Right. One look at this kid and you know he's holding a grudge, especially since we've sent so many people into the secret realm to hunt him down. Sweat suddenly broke out on Mu's forehead as the realization hit him. He stared hard at Ye Bei, demanding, Hey kid, everyone we sent from the Starry Brilliance Holy Land into the secret realm, did you kill them all? Ye Bei was busy rummaging through Elder Yan's robes, pulling out a gold ring. He didn't even look up as he replied, You're only just figuring that out now? I'm starting to think your brain is running a bit slow, pal. Elder Mo heard the mocking tone in Ye Bei's voice and clenched his fist so hard his knuckles popped. He was too pissed to even get a word out. You Elder Mo couldn't even finish a damn sentence, just glaring at Ye Bei like he wanted to blast him to pieces on the spot. The disciples from the Heavenly Pond Holy Land saw Ye Bei snatching treasures right off Elder Yan's body and started pointing fingers, screaming, You filthy mutt, drop our Holy Land stuff right now! Ye Bei just smirked. You're a half-emperor, right? Surely you've got some good loot on you? Fine, I'll just take it all. And with that, he casually pocketed the ring. The Heavenly Pond crew was grinding their teeth, absolutely losing their minds. Just then, the system pinged Ye Bei. Host, the black coffin vanishes in 90 seconds. Keep an eye on the clock. Ye Bei turned to the Heavenly Pond group and gave them a cold warning. Listen up, everyone. I'm giving you 60 seconds. If you don't want to end up dead, get the hell out of here now. Don't come crying to me when it's too late. The Heavenly Pond guys exploded in a rage. You're about to die and you're still talking big? If you're so tough, bring it on. Just wait for that coffin to disappear. Your death is coming, kid. I don't buy that a little profound realm brat like you can take on 2 half-emperors and over a dozen Saint Kings. The system started the countdown, 45 seconds left. Just as the Heavenly Pond mob was all hyped up for a fight, one of them suddenly tried to bail. Guys, sorry, but my Red Lotus sect just remembered we have, important business to attend to. Elder Mo started making excuses, too. Yeah, same here. A Saint King yelled at them, furious. You guys are such cowards. The kid is obviously just bluffing. He sounded so confident, but you could tell he was just planning to run like a rat the second the coffin faded. Inside the barrier, Ye Bei stayed chill, counting down the seconds. 10 seconds left. The seconds ticked away and his heart turned cold. He'd actually thought about sparing their pathetic lives, but they were too stupid to know when to quit, just rushing headfirst into their graves. The Heavenly Pond fools had no clue a disaster was about to drop. They were still acting all high and mighty, looking like they wanted to tear Ye Bei apart. When the time hit 0, the black coffin shattered into pieces. The Heavenly Pond group charged at Ye Bei all at once, screaming, Go to hell! A wicked grin spread across Ye Bei's face. Don't blame me for what happens next. He channeled all his raw spiritual energy into his palms. Elder Mo suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. He felt like the Grim Reaper was standing right next to him. The fear hit him so hard his face went pale as ash. That thought crossed Elder Mo's mind. He felt like he was standing in a graveyard. The realization nearly scared him to death. Suddenly, agonizing screams echoed through the whole forest. Run! Get out of here! The Heavenly Pond disciples were scrambling like headless chickens. As they neared the edge of the woods, they felt a chilling gust of wind. Ye Bei dark, commanding voice cut through the air, and a massive lightning bolt cracked down from the sky. The Heavenly Pond group was already a chaotic mess. Boom! A massive explosion shook the earth. Then a chain reaction of explosions ripped through the area, smoke and fire filling the sky. The wind howled as purple lightning bolts tore through the clouds. A moment later, the entire Heavenly Pond group was lying flat on the ground, coughing and wheezing, looking absolutely wrecked. Elder Mo was covered in blood, his voice trembling. What kind of power is this? Even an attack from a great emperor couldn't be this terrifying. One of the other experts gasped between breaths. No wonder that kid dared to kill a half-emperor. Elder Mo gritted his teeth, adding, No wonder he was so calm the whole time. He was planning to take us all down with this secret technique from the start. Fury flared up on his battered face. He cursed Ye Bei through gritted teeth. This guy was a total nightmare. Meanwhile, deep in the old forest, space started tearing open, and you could hear the constant sound of shattering coming from the entrance of the secret realm. Ye Bei opened his mouth, panting hard, and muttered, Damn it, I can't even channel half a drop of spiritual energy right now. The system popped up, Host, even though you used pills, to successfully refine the core of the secret realm in 2 hours. Your cultivation jumped straight from the first stage of the profound realm to the 9th stage, which caused your meridians to snap. That's why you can't use your energy. Hearing that, Ye Bei collapsed against a tree, sighing, Forget energy, I can barely move. He did the math. Stuck in this place with no ambient energy to heal, it was going to take forever to recover. As he spoke, he tried to form a hand seal to gather energy. After a while, Ye Bei let out a long, frustrated sigh. I've got to find a way out of here to soak up some natural energy. He reached his hand into the space rift, and his eyes suddenly went wide. He peeked through the crack and laughed bitterly. Are you kidding me? There's no energy out here to absorb? Am I stuck in a spatial void? He looked back at the pile of spirit stones on the ground, scratched his cheek, and mumbled, well, I guess this counts as a win. Guess I'll have to rely on these stones to recover. A day later, the airship carrying Qishan finally returned to the Taibai sword sect. As they landed, the airship slowly descended to the platform. Chi Taibai had come to meet them early, looking surprised. Master is back? Zhuge Fu was confused. Wait, it hasn't even been 8 days since the Samla secret realm opened. Lai Yushan agreed. Yeah, didn't they say it wouldn't end for 10 days? All three of them walked toward the ship as the engine noise died down. Chi Taibai suddenly had a bad feeling. What's going on here? Her brows furrowed, her eyes sharpening. Chi Taibai carefully stepped onto the ship and called out, Master, are you training? There was a thud, like something hitting the side of the cabin, followed by Qi Shan's familiar voice. Sister! Kai Tai Bok was a bit startled, her footsteps coming to a sudden halt. Behind the glass, Kai San started sobbing uncontrollably. Big sister, big sister! Kai Tai Bok looked at her, confused. She called out softly, San? Right then, as if just realizing something, Kai Tai Bok hurriedly asked Kai San, Wait, where's Master? Kai San tearfully explained. Big sister, this flying ship has been forcibly locked from the outside. Lang Ok-san turned back to confirm to Kai Tai Bok, noting that this technique was definitely the master's work. Chu Cat Fook seemed to understand, her pupils shrinking violently. She shouted in a panic, Oh no, Master must be in trouble! Cold sweat instantly beaded on Kai Tai Bok's forehead. Her voice trembled, and it's no small trouble either. That's why he sent San Ni back to Tai Bok's Sword Manor, but couldn't make it back himself. Kai Tai Bok quickly unlocked the seal on the door. Kai San immediately threw her arms around Kai Tai Bok, sobbing and blaming herself. Big sister, it's all my fault. It's all because of me that Master fell into a trap and is in danger. Kai Tai Bok gently stroked Kai San's back, choosing her words to calm her down. Stop crying now. Tell us exactly what happened. After a few minutes of recounting, Kai San explained the whole story to Kai Tai Bok and the other sisters. That's how it all went down. Big sister, it's all Sandy's fault. I dragged Master into this. Kai Tai Bok's face darkened in an instant, a heavy murderous aura radiating from her. She gritted her teeth. Heavenly Pond Holy Land, damn it, I won't let you get away with this. You three great Holy Lands, you just wait for me. I'm gonna wipe you all out. How dare you lay a hand on my master? How dare you? Kai Tai Bok gave a cold laugh. Fine, Heavenly Pond Holy Land, very fine. After hearing the news from Kisan that Ye Bei was in danger, Ki Tai Bok took Kisan, Chu Cat Fook, and Lai Ok-san onto the flying ship, immediately setting off to reinforce Ye Bei. On the ship, Kai Tai Bok turned to ask Kai San, Sani, did Master say anything when he sent you off? Kai Tai Bok frowned, quietly analyzing the situation. Knowing Master's personality, he always looked at the big picture and would have left an escape route. As soon as Kai San heard her sister ask, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, Right, Master did say something. She hurriedly took out the gold-toned ring that Ye Bei had given her. This is what Master told me to give to you all. Kai San honestly relayed Ye Bei's words. Master said, use the things inside to practice hard and wait for him to return. Hearing this, Lai Ok-san suddenly cried out, What? Both Chu Cat Fook and Lai Ok-san felt as if they'd been struck by lightning in broad daylight. They tremblingly asked Kai San, Did Master really say that? Ki-san nodded, and instant fear surged through the other three. Chu Cat Fook went pale and turned to whisper in the ear of the equally horrified Lai Ok-san. Big sister, if Master told us to go back and cultivate hard, won't we get in trouble for going there to find him now? As they spoke, all three of them realized the future didn't look very bright. Ki Tai Bok steeled herself, thinking, We're almost there anyway. If we get scolded, we get scolded. Even so, she couldn't hide the anxiety in her voice. Before long, looking down from the ship at the old forest where Ye Bei had pushed Kai San onto the ship, a massive, bottomless black hole had appeared. Ki San argued with her sisters, It was clearly fine just a day ago. How did it suddenly turn into this? Kai Tai Bok observed the black hole for a moment and guessed, Master must have used a forbidden technique. Kai San's eyes sparkled and she marveled, My God, did Master create this? That's just too terrifying. Lai Ok-san suggested, Let's go. I've sensed it. There's no trace of any living aura here. Kai San softly asked for Kai Tai Bok's opinion. Big sister, so we aren't going to look for Master anymore? What if? Right now, Master. Chu Cat Fook suddenly interrupted. Little sister, you're underestimating our Master. With that kind of power, this is something only Master could create. Chu Cat Fook sincerely advised Kai San, We should still listen to Master and go back to cultivate hard. Who knows? In a few days, Master might come back to check our progress. Lai Ok-san agreed with Chu Cat Fook. That's true. Master just resurrected. Maybe he just wanted to go out and stretch his legs and have a little fun. Kai Tai Bok nodded. That made sense. With all the sisters on the same page, Kai San naturally followed suit. Fine, okay then. At the same time, in the chaotic space, Ye Bei was focused on cultivating to heal his severed meridians. His hand gripped a spirit stone to absorb its energy. After a while, Ye Bei opened his eyes, checked his injuries, and sighed. I've used up all the spirit stones in the Heavenly Pond Emperor's Ring over these past few days, but the damage to my meridians has only recovered by 10%. His face grew gloomy. Looks like I have to figure out a way to get out of this chaotic space quickly. It wasn't easy to come back to life. How can I, the Great One, waste my time in a place like this? Ye Bei stood up, glanced at the spatial rift, and muttered, "You're the one." He spread his hand, and powerful spirit energy immediately gathered in his palm. Ye Bei's eyes flashed with a purple hue, and he unleashed the 10,000 thunder strikes, a barrage of lightning bolts raining down directly onto the spatial rift. The howling of the wind was terrifying. Ye Bei frowned, his determination set just a little more. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bei dove straight through the tidal wave of chaotic space. After escaping the chaotic space, Ye Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally got out of that hellhole. Suddenly, he stopped cold. The scene before him made Ye Bei's eyes widen in horror, and he screamed, "Damn it, this!" Unexpectedly, after escaping the space, he was currently in a state of free fall. Ye Bei couldn't help but laugh bitterly, comforting himself, "Don't panic. Based on the strength of my current body, even without protective spirit energy, at worst I'll only suffer minor injuries." His body plummeted, crashing straight down into the deep forest below. Boom! Ye Bei lay flat on the cracked earth, giving a sour smile. "Well, I'm already severely wounded anyway, so I don't care about a little more. I just need to find a chance to cultivate and heal later." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled, trying to force a twisted smile. Ye Bei looked up at the blue sky and the drifting clouds, thinking, "I've recovered half my spirit energy in these 2 days, and my meridians are starting to heal faster." Thinking of this, Ye Bei braced his hands to force himself up. He assessed his current situation. Sitting up was no longer a problem, though walking was still a bit of a concern. Suddenly, a slender female figure flashed past Ye Bei, followed by sinister laughter. "Hey woman, you think you can escape from our clutches?" The girl being chased looked beautiful. The men in black following her, however, looked both crude and shameless. One of them opened his mouth and immediately spat out a nasty threat. "The entire Shanghu Heavenly Realm is putting a bounty on everyone from your non pavilion. You'd better just surrender and save us the trouble." Another one of the thugs barked aggressively. "Cut the crap. It wasn't easy tracking down a mark like her. If we catch her alive, we can snag that Saint Tier manual." With that, the hooded thugs chased after the girl even harder. When Ye Bei heard non pavilion, a look of shock crossed his face. He wondered, could it actually be her? Those rotten thugs were acting like bullies, spitting out disgusting words. "Hey there, little beauty, don't run. Big brother's gonna be real gentle with you later." Lactuin glanced back at the thugs, feeling hopeless. "If I don't get away today, I won't let them drag the pavilion master into this, even if it kills me." Suddenly, Ye Bei called out to her. "Come to me, I'll make sure you don't die." Lactuin looked toward the source of Ye Bei's calm voice. He smiled and said gently, "Come here." Lactuin was surprised, but she didn't have much time to hesitate. She decisively flew toward Ye Bei and landed right in front of him. Ye Bei asked calmly, "Non Pavilion, the medical sect?" Lactuin bowed respectfully. "Yes." Ye Bei stood up slowly and asked softly, "Do you know Bai Yuling?" "I do," Lactuin answered honestly. She added, "Bai Ling Yu, President, is the founder of our non Pavilion and the greatest healer there is." Ye Bei looked thoughtful. He never expected a stroke of luck like this, to stumble upon a lead about his 99th disciple. But to think she was actually in the Shanghu realm and had started the non Pavilion. So why hadn't she reached out to her sisters for all these years? Just then, Lactuin scrambled behind Ye Bei, her voice trembling with fear. They're here!" Sure enough, those scumbag thugs had caught up. The leader sneered, "Running away, are we? Why'd you stop?" Seeing them, Lactuin panicked and grabbed the edge of Ye Bei's robe. She was small, and her terrified state made her look like a little rabbit, which only seemed to excite the thugs even more. They laughed wickedly, and one of them jeered. "You think just because you found some kid at the 3rd or 4th stage of the profound realm, you're saved? Give it up and just crawl into Big Brother's arms." Another one piped up, mocking him. "Exactly, just be a good girl and the 3 of us promise we'll be gentle." Ye Bei stepped in front of Lactuin, his voice cold and indifferent. "I wonder if you've ever heard that the heavens see what men do. Evil brings its own reward, and kindness finds its own path. It's not that retribution isn't coming, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet." The muscular thug sneered at him, mocking his tone. "And you think in your half-crippled state you can play the hero and save the damsel?" The rat-faced guy next to him laughed along. "Hey, are you kidding me?" Ye Bei suddenly pointed at the sky, a mysterious smirk tugging at his lips. "Like right now, can't you guys feel someone watching you from above?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning suddenly struck one of the 3 thugs directly. In an instant, that thug was turned into a charred, sizzling lump of coal, leaving the other 2 breaking out in a cold sweat. The sky was clear and bright, so where did that sudden bolt of lightning come from? And the power of that strike, wasn't that a bit too much? The pig-faced thug turned to Ye Bei, questioning him. Did you do something?" Boom! Another terrifying bolt of lightning struck the pig-faced thug head-on. Absolutely terrified, the last thug scrambled to turn and run for his life. "Damn it, this is cursed." Ye Bei watched his retreating back and gave a cold laugh. "Oh, right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you," he added indifferently. "When you feel like you've run into something cursed, don't doubt it. Your judgment is spot on." As soon as he said that, a bolt of earth-shattering lightning tore through the air from the heavens, striking the final thug and obliterating his soul entirely. Lactuin witnessed the terrifying power of Ye Bei firsthand and felt nothing but awe. This young man clearly had a weak aura, yet he stood there without moving an inch and wiped out 3 masters of the Spirit Cauldron realm in an instant. After dealing with the annoying thugs, Ye Bei turned his gaze to Lac Tuyen. She finally snapped out of her daze and quickly bowed to him. This junior, Lac Tuyen, manager of the 5th branch of the Non-Non Pavilion. Thanks you for saving my life, senior. Ye Bei's tone was steady but carried an air of authority. Tell me everything about your president, from beginning to end. Don't leave out a single word. Lac Tuyen lowered her head. Yes, senior. She proceeded to recount everything she knew to Ye Bei clearly. 300 years ago, when Bai Ling Yu, president, was hiding from those Holy Lands, her identity was accidentally exposed. She was then captured by people from the Heavenly Pool Holy Land. Even though the president refused to join them, she had been imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace for a full 100 years, never once taking a step outside. As she spoke, a deep sadness clouded Lac Tuyen's face and Ye Bei brows furrowed involuntarily. Lac Tuyen suppressed her grief and continued. In the 150th year, after gaining a shred of their trust, the Heavenly Pool Holy Land finally allowed her to seek out some medical talent within the Shenghu territory. However, there was always a powerful female Saint King Realm Guardian watching over her. While in hiding, after 250 years of enduring humiliation, she finally built up the Non-Non Pavilion. She quietly expanded it, making the organization grow stronger in the shadows. Furthermore, she sent people to scour the land for the resurrection pill. Hearing this, Ye Bei's expression turned somber. Scouring the land for the resurrection pill, he seemed to have guessed the president's true intentions. Seeing Ye Bei suddenly lost in thought, Lac Tuyen called out to him softly, Senior? Ye Bei snapped back to reality and told her to continue. Lac Tuyen nodded and went on. After the president had been developing the pavilion steadily for 50 years, she finally made a breakthrough to the Saint Realm several dozen days ago. But unexpectedly, the second Saint Son of the Heavenly Pool Holy Land suddenly petitioned the Heavenly Pool Saint King, asking for the president's hand in marriage. But how could she possibly agree to that? So she immediately signaled everyone in the Non-Non Pavilion to revolt, putting all their effort into escaping the Shenghu realm, while also having a few people carry the news to other heavenly realms to spread the word. At this point, Lac Tuyen recalled the day the president gave her instructions. Take this prescription to the Non-Non Pavilion. They will understand. Lac Tuyen bowed her head sadly. There are only 15 days left. The wedding day is almost here. President told those of us closest to her that even if she dies, she will never marry into the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace. Suddenly, an immense, overwhelming power was unleashed, causing the ground to shake violently as dust filled the air. After a second, the dust cleared to show two figures, one standing, one on the ground. Lac Tuyen was sprawled out, her face ghost-white with terror, her voice shaking. Senior, are you all right? Ye Bei's face darkened, teeth gritted as he fought to bottle up his rage. Heavenly Pond Holy Land, you guys really have no shame. You've been sucking my student dry for 300 years, and now you want to marry her off to one of your own? Little girl, hang in there for 15 more days. Once those 15 days are up, I'm going to give you a gift so big it'll shake the damn heavens and earth. With that, he softened his tone to calm Lac Tuyen down. I'm good. I just swung by the Void Realm these past 2 days. I go way back with your guildmaster. Hearing all this, it's hard not to be pissed off. Speaking of which, it clicked for Ye Bei, and he rushed to ask her, oh right, how's your medical game? Lac Tuyen puffed out her chest, confident as hell. Senior, I wouldn't brag about much else, but when it comes to healing, no matter how bad the injuries or how sick the patient is, I can pull them back from the brink. Ye Bei didn't hesitate. Then take a look at me. Lac Tuyen nodded, being a good sport. Yes, senior. Ye Bei's eyes flickered over Lac Tuyen's fresh, vibrant energy, sweat beating on his forehead. He guessed she was the one they called the wet nurse. Lac Tuyen gently grabbed his wrist, focusing hard to check his pulse. She thought to herself, holy crap, this senior's body is insane. How is he even still standing, looking like that? Seeing her face turn serious, silent as a grave, Ye Bei asked, what is it? Can you fix it? Lac Tuyen hesitated for a split second. She could, sure, but with his current state, she'd only be able to pull off a low success rate procedure to stabilize the wounds. Before she could finish, Ye Bei cut her off. The method you're talking about, it's acupuncture, right? Tell me, if you go all out to heal me, how many days do you need? Lac Tuyen answered firmly, at least 7 days. Ye Bei nodded. Bet. He pointed at his legs and said, start from the bottom up. Lac Tuyen agreed on the spot. She quickly gathered spiritual energy in her palms to start the treatment. Meanwhile, Ye Bei did the math. If he played his cards right with her help, he should be back on his feet in 4 or 5 days tops. I've got to make the most of these days. And hurry up and break through from the 9th level of the Tonghuan realm to the Shen Ting realm. Once I do that, I can finally unlock my 3rd trump card. He figured that if his student had been snatched by the Heavenly Pond Holy Land 300 years ago, there might be other students of his in those dungeons. And even if there weren't, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Ye Bei looked up at the sky, thinking that 15 days was a tight squeeze. But if he went a little crazy, it should be enough. As he thought about it, a flash of ice-cold steel sharpened in his eyes. After Lac Tuyen had prepped her silver needles for the acupuncture, she turned to Ye Bei, blushing. Senior, you can take your shirt off now. Ye Bei was chill. All right. He stood up and started rustling out of his clothes. Lac Tuyen's face went beet red immediately. She panicked and blurted out, see, Senior, you don't have to take it all off. Zip! Ye Bei was done undressing in a flash. He still had some decency left, only stripping down enough for Lac Tuyen to hit the right acupuncture points. She let out a sigh of relief. Turns out he wasn't stripping completely. Her face was still burning, though. She frowned shyly, saying, "Senior, I'm starting now." Time flew by. 2 days later, outside the Heavenly Pond Holy Land Palace, the guards were rotating shifts. Not far off, hidden behind a rock, Ye Bei was scoping out the place. He rubbed his chin, carefully weighing when to make his move. Ye Bei replayed what Lac Tuan had told him earlier. The Heavenly Pond Holy Land had a clear hierarchy. The outer and second layers were for outer and inner disciples to live and train. The innermost layer was where the Holy Master, Emperors, Half-Emperors, and Elders lived. Lac Tuan had pointed to the center of the map, revealing that the Guildmaster was being held under house arrest in the innermost layer. Ye Bei had the layout memorized, so he gave Lac Tuan the order. "Alright, now go pass this info to the Tai Bai Sword Manor, then we'll split up and get to work." Lac Tuan was pumped. "Yes, senior." Back in the present, Ye Bei finally stepped out from his hiding spot, strolling toward the main hall of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land, calculating in his head. Even though his meridians were fully healed and the injuries were no longer a problem, based on the intel Lac Tuan gave him, this mission was a brain game, not a brawl. Just then, a guard at the palace entrance roared, killing his focus. "Who the hell are you?" "This is the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. No entry without a pass." Ye Bei calmly pulled out his token, giving them a friendly smile. "Relax, we're all family here." The two guards stared at the token, mumbling, "Wait, is this for real?" Suddenly, a hand struck out, thwack! Ye Bei grabbed both their necks and squeezed until they went silent. The guards felt their heads spinning, their bodies locking up. In a heartbeat, the world around them shifted violently. They looked around, totally lost, stuttering, Where is this?" A gust of wind whipped by as a figure dropped from above, his voice bone-chilling. "Welcome to my domain." Ye Bei held a whip in his hand, smiling coldly. "I ask one question, you give one answer." The guards still didn't realize they were dealing with a demon, and one of them puffed out his chest, acting tough. "Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to order us around? Do you have any idea who we work for? This is the Heavenly Pond Holy Land." Ye Bei didn't want to waste breath on small-time goons, so he whipped the loudmouth across the face. That hit sent the guard sprawling, howling his lungs out. "It hurts! It hurts like hell!" Ye Bei glared at the other guard, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. He scrambled to his knees, kowtowing to Ye Bei non-stop. "Great hero, please, just tell me what you want to know. I'll tell you everything, I swear." Ye Bei commanded in a cold voice. "Tell me every single thing about the Heavenly Pond Holy Land's Emperor Transformation Pool." Not a word missed. The guard spilled everything. The pool was the size of a lake, located in the core disciple area. It was the most guarded treasure in the Holy Land, with Saint King-level masters guarding it around the clock, plus they did rolling inspections every single day. He finished by saying, "So you know, trying to steal the treasure from the Emperor Transformation Pool? That's basically impossible." Ye Bei said coolly, "Is that right? Too bad. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't." As soon as he said that, Ye Bei shifted his shape into Elder Yan and booked it straight for the Emperor Transformation Pool. He figured, since the chaos back at the Forest Secret Realm went down so recently, and with the two sacred grounds being a whole region apart, there's no way the news about the Heaven Pool semi-emperor kicking the bucket has reached this far yet. Since that's the play, might as well borrow your identity for a bit. And just like that, Ye Bei, rocking the look of Elder Yan, strolled coolly toward the Emperor Transformation Pool. Guarding the entrance were two Saint King-level disciples. As soon as they clocked Elder Yan, they scrambled to bow and pay their respects. Ye Bei didn't even blink, he just shoved the door open. He was dead set that unless he ran into a full-blown emperor or a semi-emperor, nobody was going to sniff out his transformation spell. He just needed to slide through this door without getting caught by any of the heavy hitters. But then a freezing voice suddenly echoed right in his ear. "Elder Yan, you're back so soon? Did you score something big?" Ye Bei felt cold sweat instantly beat up on his forehead. He cursed under his breath, "Damn, just my luck. The one thing I was worried about actually happened. I'm inches away from getting inside, and now some Saint King powerhouse is acting like a total buzzkill." That cold sweat was soaking him now, but Ye Bei kept his head in the game. He was way too close to quit and start from scratch, so he figured he'd just have to play this Saint King for a fool. Thinking that, he steadied his breathing and kept that calm veteran vibe on lock. Then he fired back. "Late as hell, what are you doing here?" The Saint King powerhouse grinned, flashing a letter at Ye Bei. "I've been grinding for 100 years to earn these points, man. Finally got a voucher for one day in the Emperor Transformation Pool. You have no idea how hard I had to hustle for this." Ye Bei shot him a glance and felt a weight lift off his chest. This guy was actually heading into the pool too. He put on a fake, satisfied face and gave him a lazy nod. "Yeah, not bad." Getting props from Elder Yan actually weirded the guy out. He stroked his beard, sneaking a look at the elder's face, with 1,000 question marks popping up in his head. "Something feels off about Elder Yan today, doesn't it?" Ye Bei wasn't trying to chat, so he gave him a cold, dismissive wave. "Go on and do your training. I've got other things to handle." The Saint King bowed deep and fast. "Yes, sir. Safe travels, Elder Yan." By the time the guy looked up, Ye Bei was already gone. The Saint King's eyes were wide with pure envy. "That semi-emperor power is no joke, man. Unreal." He stood there wishing, "When the hell am I going to be that strong?" That dude had no clue that the guy he was just fanboying over was actually using a stealth spell, straight up hitching a ride on his shoulder. It was late, the moon was shining bright, and the night was dead quiet. Tranquil. The Saint King powerhouse finally reached the Emperor Transformation Pool. From a distance, two guards already spotted someone approaching. One of the guards sighed, saying it had been 200 years, and finally, someone had come to cultivate. The Saint King powerhouse immediately pulled out a letter, which the guard opened to check, then nodded to confirm it was valid. The other guard proceeded to frisk the Saint King thoroughly, eventually announcing that he was cleared. The Saint King powerhouse was finally allowed through. The gates to the Emperor Transformation Pool slowly creaked open, and he strode inside with an arrogant swagger. The Emperor Transformation Pool was truly a magical sight, like something straight out of a fairy realm, with jade green water and peach blossoms on both banks gently swaying in the spring breeze. The Saint King powerhouse hurriedly stripped off his clothes, shouting with excitement that every single second here was precious, and wasting even one was a crime. The moment his cloak hit the ground, the orb, which was actually Ye Bei's true form, fell out along with it. The orb rolled a few times and stopped right at the edge of the pool. The orb just lay there, motionless. Inside the transparent glass layer, Ye Bei stroked his chin, a knowing, satisfied smirk on his lips. He hadn't expected to pull a fast one and sneak into the pool thanks to this guy. If it had just been me on my own, I doubt I could have easily slipped through those layers of strict security checks. Ye Bei thought it over carefully. Judging by what those guards were saying, it seemed like this pool didn't get many visitors. Still, it wasn't the best time to make a move. At the thought, Ye Bei's brows furrowed. He figured that since this was a high-security area of the Heavenly Pool's sacred ground, any weird activity would probably bring a half-emperor, or even an emperor, down on him. A day later, a guard walked into the pool area and sternly reminded the Saint King. "Time's up, you've got to get out of here." The Saint King replied, "Right, I'm heading out now." With that, he quickly grabbed his clothes to put them on. After that, he slowly left the pool area. Ye Bei had managed to hide himself back inside the folds of the Saint King's clothes just in time. He took the chance to memorize the timing of the guards' patrol shifts. With every step the Saint King took, Ye Bei analyzed everything. Based on how often they patrolled each day, this whole operation had to be calculated. Better safe than sorry. Inside the pool, everything was dead silent. Splash! The orb dropped straight into the jade blue water. Deep in the turquoise depths, the orb slowly began absorbing the rich spiritual energy. Inside the orb, Ye Bei focused his mind on healing his wounds. His whole body was bathed in a mystical blue glow. Before long, Ye Bei looked down at his palms, feeling satisfied. He mused that just training in this spiritual liquid was already twice as effective as being outside. And there was a mysterious power in here that felt exactly like the laws of the universe. Just then, his eyes snapped open. He felt like something was off. Wait a minute. The concentration of spiritual energy in this lake is way too high. Ye Bei decided to dive deeper toward the bottom, guessing there might be some even more insane treasure down there. I remember back in the day, besides teaching my disciples, I'd take them trekking through secret realms to hunt for all kinds of legendary fortunes. Ye Bei reminisced, noting that in the end his disciples leveled up like crazy. Innate Tao bodies, 9 Yin Saint bodies, mysterious Yin bodies, sword pulse bodies, you name it. His tone turned wistful, noting that unfortunately there were too few that actually fit his own situation, and even those could only boost his mental state, spirit, or treasures. As for a stroke of luck that could fix this trash physique of mine and let me defy the heavens, never seen one. Ye Bei lips finally curled into a smirk. Luckily he'd been reborn. His eyes glinted with hope. Finally it's my turn to flip the script. Ye Bei traveled deeper into the heart of the pool. Watching the violent current swirling outside the orb, his brows furrowed tightly. The water pressure here is insane. If I went out now, I'd probably get crushed into a pulp instantly. Meanwhile, at the center of the Heavenly Pool's sacred ground, Ling Yu looked out through a window. Her eyes filled with sorrow and despair, her voice heavy with grief. "Master, Ling Yu is probably going to join you soon. Must be pretty lonely down there, right?" Silent tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She sobbed, saying she'd tried to find a way to bring him back, but it seemed she wouldn't last that long. Thinking of her fellow senior sisters, Ling Yu's heart ached even more. She wept. "I just can't stop worrying about the other junior sisters. If any of them get hurt, there'll be nobody left to heal them." In this moment of grief, her longing for Ye Bei grew even more desperate and painful. She whispered a wish. "Master, if only you were still here with Ling Yu, that would be so good." Meanwhile, Ye Bei had reached the bottom of the pool. It was pitch black down there, except for a faint ethereal blue glow radiating from some stones just a few feet from his orb. He was momentarily stunned. Ye Bei slowly approached the mysterious stone and suddenly shouted with joy. "A supreme treasure. This is the real deal hidden in the Emperor Transformation Pool." Ye Bei laughed triumphantly. For the Heavenly Pool's sacred ground to have a relic of this caliber and only produce 3 emperors? Such a waste. He stroked his chin, calculating. Now that I found it, how do I actually get it into my void space? If he stepped out, he imagined the scene. Once he left the protection of his void space, the insane spiritual pressure would crush him into ground meat in an instant. At that point, he might not even be able to save his own soul. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Ye Bei immediately unleashed a thunderstrike. Bolts of purple lightning crashed straight down onto the rock encasing the treasure. The powerful lightning sliced into the stone. Ye Bei realized that, sure enough, the presence of the supreme treasure had made the surrounding rock incredibly tough. He channeled his energy while carefully counting. He could only unleash 36 lightning strikes a day. Based on the situation, every single bolt had to be used like a surgical blade, no room for waste. With that, he kept firing, accurately striking the weak points of the stone. A deafening sound echoed out, and the bottom of the pool shook with a violent tremor, causing the rocks on the surface to shift wildly. After a while, everything went quiet again. Ye Bei went over to check the stone and froze. It had only cracked a little. Ye Bei grimly did the math. To dig out the whole treasure, he'd need at least another 70 strikes, which meant I have to stay here for at least another 2 days. After crunching the numbers, Ye Bei realized it'd take at least 2 days to fully snag that treasure. He dropped into a meditative pose, fingers locked in a seal, and started sucking the spiritual energy right out of the pond. He figured, screw it, the juice in this pond is way denser than anything outside anyway, might as well use it to level up. Ye Bei guessed that since he was buried at the bottom, the guards patrolling up top wouldn't spot a thing. He closed his eyes and locked in. 2 days later, he slowly cracked his eyes open. He checked out his palms, feeling good. Sick, hit the divine peak stage. This kind of power leveling speed is straight up unheard of. Ye Bei stood up and walked toward the treasure, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If I'd had this kind of luck and talent before I died, there's no way those 9 sacred lands would have wiped out my legacy back then. Time for the big man to show him how it's done. With that, he unleashed a storm of lightning. Bolt after bolt slammed into the rock guarding the prize. Before long, the rock shattered, revealing the treasure inside. The thing dropped right in front of Ye Bei with a massive thud. A smirk played on his lips as he happily muttered, "Looks like after taking this piece, other than that insane pressure at the bottom of the pond vanishing, nothing else changed." With a leap, he snatched the treasure and shoved it into his storage space. In a blink, the rest of the pond water vanished right along with it. The guards outside felt something off and decided to bust in to check the place out. Seeing the pond bone dry, they panicked. "The pond! It's gone! It's actually gone!" One guard scrambled to hit the emergency alarm. The whole heavenly pond sacred land went into total lockdown. People were losing their minds, and one girl frantically asked, "Highest alert, what the hell is going on?" A powerhouse standing next to her replied, looking rattled, "In all the time this place has existed, I've never seen anything like this." Someone else chimed in, "If they're pulling this kind of alarm, something major went down." Another guy cut in, "Stop yapping and get your heads in the game. Prep for combat." News of the chaos reached Yuling in no time. She chuckled to herself, "Yeah, keep it coming. Make it louder. Hopefully it's so messy they have to call off the whole wedding." Meanwhile, inside his storage space, Ye Bei breathed a sigh of relief. "Glad I hit the divine peak stage. If I were still at the profound stage, there's no way I could have pulled this off." He grinned, feeling confident. Levels up, treasure secured, next stop, the destination. Suddenly, a massive earthquake made him flinch. His eyes went wide as he realized the big shots from the sacred palace had shown up out of nowhere. Ye Bei sneaked a peek at who had actually dropped by the pond. Up on the bank, 2 guards were cowering on the ground, shaking. "Greetings, Holy Lord. Greetings, Supreme Elder." Turns out it was the Holy Lord in black robes and the Supreme Elder in blue. The guards were so terrified by the aura radiating off them that they couldn't even get a word out. "Holy Lord, this pond." With a flick of his wrist, the ruthless Holy Lord unleashed a blast of energy that sent the guard flying into the rock wall. The guard passed out instantly. The other 2 were trembling in their boots. The Holy Lord held out a hand, his face dark, barely containing his rage. Snap! He suddenly grabbed one of the guards by the throat and hoisted him into the air. "Tell me what the hell happened," the Holy Lord growled. The guard didn't dare lie. "Lord, please, have mercy. We check the place every single day, I swear, nothing seemed off." The Holy Lord asked, cold as ice, "Where's the logbook from the last few months?" The other guard rushed to hand it over. "Right here, my lord." The Holy Lord scanned it, stunned. "The last time anyone used this was 3 days ago?" The Supreme Elder, standing next to him, spoke up. "Holy Lord, I'll take some men and tear the city apart looking for clues, otherwise." The Holy Lord raised a hand to stop him. "Don't panic." A hint of deathly intent flickered in his eyes. He realized the thief is still close by. That made the guard's blood run cold. What? Not just the guards, but even Ye Bei was caught off guard by how sharp he was. The Holy Lord turned to the Supreme Elder. "Lock down the entire city right now. Get people to scour every inch of the area near the pond, and remember, don't miss a single speck of dust." The Supreme Elder nodded. "Yes, my lord." Ye Bei felt a pit in his stomach. "I might have underestimated these guys," he thought. "Gotta be way more careful with the gift I'm planning for later." He slipped over to where Yuling was being held. Stopping at the gate, he was stunned. "Wait, what's this? Didn't they say there was a whole squad of St. King-level guards watching this place?" Ye Bei sneaked through a crack in the door, thinking, did they know I was coming and clear out? Once inside, Ye Bei carefully used his mana to scout the area before making a move. He quickly gauged the number and strength of the guards patrolling the place. He pulled back his mana and stifled a yawn. A smile tugged at his lips. "Nice. The strongest chump inside is only at the saint stage. Guess I don't need to hold back." He lunged at a servant busy sweeping up leaves. The servant panicked when he saw an intruder. "You!" Ye Bei scoffed. "You what? Just go to sleep!" With a sharp chop, he knocked the guy out cold. He slumped to the ground. Right on cue, someone shouted for him. "Nuwan, you done sweeping? We gotta get to the back deck." Hearing no answer, the guard walked over, looking annoyed, and kept shouting his name. When he got there, the guard peered inside. Ye Bei had already used a transformation spell to look exactly like Nuwan. He acted all innocent and said, "Coming, coming!" The guard barked at him. "You idiot! I've been calling your name for ages. I thought something happened to you." Ye Bei hurried to reply, "Nah, I'm good." Inside, he let out a huge sigh of relief. That was a close one. Good thing I moved fast. The guard told Ye Bei to get a move on. Before long, in the third basement level of the celestial prison, the guard walked in front of Ye Bei, acting all high and mighty as he gave him the tour. He spoke up. Usually no one comes down here for weeks at a time. When the big bosses show up, you just gotta pretend you're cleaning, and you'll be fine. Ye Bei followed behind him and answered, "Got it." He used the time to scope out the place, mentally noting that the 12th basement level was considered a light punishment area. This floor is for heavy-duty punishment, but my next move is something this grunt wouldn't even be able to wrap his head around. Suddenly, Ye Bei gaze locked onto a mysterious pitch-black door. He hesitated and asked, "What's in there?" The guard quickly warned him, "Don't even think about going in there." Ye Bei nodded. The guard added, "Behind that door they lock up the worst of the worst, the monsters who committed unforgivable crimes." As he said this, the guard instinctively lowered his voice to a whisper, "The ones who had their cultivation crippled. The only reason they're not dead is because they're still worth something, but they're mostly kept under heavy suppression spells." He acted like he was in the know and spilled the beans to Ye Bei, saying that to break those seals, you need to be at the Saint King realm or higher and know the exact technique to undo the seal. Only then can you actually set those prisoners free. Ye Bei nodded. "Is that right?" Near the end of the hallway, the guard frowned and ordered Ye Bei, "I'm leaving this area to you. I'm gonna go grab some shut-eye." Ye Bei nodded in agreement. As soon as the guy took off, Ye Bei quickly shifted back to his real appearance. Ye Bei walked up to the heavy-duty prisoner's cell. Using the intel the guard just gave him, he placed his hand on the door to break the seal. He figured that for this level of security array, bypassing it would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, within seconds, Ye Bei successfully broke the seal. He walked in, chest puffed out like he owned the place. When he saw what was inside, Ye Bei was taken aback. Every cell in here was basically its own little kitchen space, separated by a few meters. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Since this was the 4th floor of the celestial prison, he figured even if he caused a bit of a commotion, nobody would really notice. Just as Ye Bei was lost in thought, a raspy voice cut through the air. "Another brat sent down from above today? I guess if the hard way didn't work, they're trying the soft approach now, huh?" Ye Bei instinctively turned toward the voice. It was an old man with a full head of white hair, sneering coldly. What a joke. Ye Bei walked up to the iron bars and said coolly, "Who are you? What's your level? If you're worth the trouble, I might just get you out of here." The old man's brow furrowed. He could feel an overwhelming aura radiating from this young guy standing in front of him. Sweat instantly beaded on the old man's forehead. His pupils dilating in shock, he blurted out, "Who are you? How can a divine court realm level 1 appear down here?" Ye Bei turned away, cold as ice. "I was about to leave, but you missed your chance. Next." The old man hurriedly stopped him. "Wait." Only then did he grit his teeth and reveal his identity. "I am the former second elder of the Celestial Pond Holy Land, Lian Yuande. I've been locked up here in the mid to late stage of the half-emperor realm for 700 years. Hearing this, Ye Bei stopped in his tracks. He found this pretty interesting. A former elder of the Celestial Pond Holy Land locked up? This Holy Land sure knows how to handle its own people. Thinking this over, Ye Bei snapped the iron bars like they were nothing, setting Lian Yuande free. The old man stared at the kid. He had literally bent those bars with his bare hands without even breaking a sweat. Lian Yuande's heart was in chaos. This was just too bizarre. Clearly, the spiritual energy on this kid was only at the Divine Court Realm Level 1, but that move he just pulled off could rival a full power strike from a Saint Realm expert. Ye Bei walked up to Lian Yuande and made his offer plain. "Serve me for 10 years and I'll grant you your freedom. If you're down, hand over a piece of your soul. If not, I'm done wasting my breath on you." Lian Yuande didn't hesitate for a second. His answer was immediate. If he could actually get him out of here, 10 years was nothing. Heck, even 100 years would be better than staying in this dark hole. Once he made up his mind, Lian Yuande offered up a piece of his soul. Taking it, he handed it over to Ye Bei. Ye Bei gave him a satisfied nod. Good, decisive. He thought to himself, it seems this old guy's grudge against the Holy Land runs deep. Ye Bei figured he just needed to break the suppression seal on him now. He reached out and unleashed his power to dissolve the forbidden technique on Lian Yuande. Bolts of lightning surged around them. Lian Yuande let out a shout and Ye Bei whispered the incantation to secure the soul fragment he demanded, separating and restructuring the soul-binding seal. Moments later, Lian Yuande collapsed to his knees at Ye Bei's feet. Reverently, he said, "Your humble servant, Lian Yuande, pays respects to his master." Looking down at him, Ye Bei said with an air of authority, "I'm Ye Bei, just call me sir is fine. Don't worry. I'll keep my word and set you free after 10 years. Lian Yuande respectfully said he understood. Ye Bei shouted, "Thunder punishment," and the iron chains on Lian Yuande snapped instantly. He waved his hand, and a bucket of water appeared out of nowhere. He said nonchalantly, "With this, you should be able to recover your strength pretty fast, right?" Lian Yuande was still staring at the bucket, stunned, when Ye Bei explained it was the water from the Emperor refining pool. Lian Yuande gasped, "It can't be. Is that really it? But how did you get your hands on this?" Ye Bei didn't answer. He just brushed it off. "Just use it. If it's not enough, just tell me." Lian Yuande scrambled to say, "It's enough, it's enough." He took the lead to guide Ye Bei. "Sir, you're probably looking to recruit others, right? I know this place inside and out, and I know most of these people. I'll lead the way." Lian Yuande bowed. "This way, sir." Just then, another prisoner happened to catch sight of Ye Bei freeing Lian Yuande. The other prisoners quickly realized that Ye Bei was the one who'd broken Lian Yuande out. They started shouting, "Old man Lian, how'd you get out? Are you telling me that Divine Court Realm Level 1 kid walking next to you let you out? There are Saint King Realm guards outside. With all the suppression seals on us, how could some Divine Court kid break them?" Ye Bei shot a look at Lian Yuande. "Your turn to put on a show." Lian Yuande nodded. "Understood, sir." Immediately, a powerful, oppressive aura exploded from Lian Yuande. The other prisoners gasped in awe. "The old guy's power is back. Old man Lian, teach me too. Just get me out of this dump, and I'll swear my loyalty to you for 100 years. Lian Yuande looked at the other prisoners and said honestly, "I'm sorry, everyone, but I don't have the power to help you. The old man is a servant to the master now, so he listens to everything the master says, breaking the seals and the chains. All that was thanks to the master's grace." The other prisoners were stunned by Lian Yuande's submissive attitude. They started whispering to each other, Is this really that stubborn, indifferent old man we knew? The real deal is that kid at the Divine Realm stage. He's way too powerful if he can just break those seals like nothing." After checking all the cells, Ye Bei rubbed his chin, looking deep in thought. "This ain't right. How could there be nothing?" Lian Yuande asked from behind him, "Master, are you looking for someone?" Suddenly it hit Ye Bei. "Right, didn't I have a former elder from the Holy Land with me?" He turned around and asked point blank, "Lian Yuande, tell me, is there a 5th level to this heavenly prison?" Lian Yuande didn't hesitate. "Master, the heavenly prison only has 4 levels. His eyes suddenly lit up and he suggested, "Master, are you looking to recruit even stronger people? There are 2 secret cells in the 4th level for high-risk criminals. You want to go check them out?" Sure enough, Ye Bei's face lit up instantly. He thought to himself, a secret room on the 4th floor? Not bad, this has to be the place. A few minutes later, the two of them stopped in front of a bare wall. Lian Yuande confirmed, "Master, this is the one." Ye Bei reached out and channeled his energy. He thought, damn, this Holy Land is hiding some deep secrets. I didn't expect them to rig a concealment formation here. As he channeled his spiritual power, a bizarre-looking formation appeared on the wall. In a heartbeat, the formation was shattered. Just like Lian Yuande said, there was a hidden tunnel behind the wall. Lian Yuande warned him cautiously, "Master, the prisoner trapped in there. I heard she's extremely dangerous. Back then, she caused such a massive mess for the Holy Land that if 2 elders hadn't ganged up on her, I doubt they could have even taken her down." Ye Bei didn't care. He placed his hand directly on the cell door and used his energy to peer inside. He immediately saw a petite young girl with her hands and feet shackled in iron chains. As she looked up at him, Ye Bei froze, hesitant for a second. "Wait, did I mess up?" Ye Bei furrowed his brows and finally gave the order to Lian Yuande. "Open it!" He obeyed, "Yes, sir." The heavy stone door slid aside. Ye Bei was stunned. Before him was a girl with her head hung low, her purple hair draped messy and loose over her shoulders. Ye Bei stepped up to Zhongli Mo and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, how did you end up in here?" She cursed coldly. "Get lost. This lady is going to flatten this heavenly pond holy palace sooner or later." Midway through her sentence, she realized the voice sounded a bit familiar. A thought stirred in her heart. Wait, this voice? Zhongli Mo looked up and saw Ye Bei's familiar figure. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore and choked out, Master? Ye Bei looked at her with a gentle, pitying gaze. He patted her head softly and whispered, "You silly girl, you've really suffered." Zhongli Mo sobbed, "Master, your disciple finally gets to see you again." With that, she suddenly leaped up and hugged him tight. Lian Yuande was shocked to witness this. "Master? This high-risk criminal is actually calling the boss master? My God, what kind of master did I even sign up for?" Ye Bei helped break her shackles. He smiled, placed his hands on her shoulders, and asked caringly, "We don't have much time. Tell me, how did you end up in here?" Zhongli Mo didn't dare look him in the eye. She tilted her head away and laughed sheepishly. "Master, if I tell you that I kind of accidentally volunteered to come in, can you go easy on me?" Ye Bei's eyes flared with anger. He barked, "Are you kidding me? You volunteered?" Zhongli Mo whimpered, Master, please, let me explain first." Ye Bei finally suppressed his rage, sat down, and ordered, "Speak. What kind of stupid thing did you do?" Zhongli Mo told the truth. 130 years ago, after I broke through to the Saint King realm, I accidentally heard that there were some superpowered experts locked up in the 4th level of the heavenly prison. Once I heard that, I started making plans. After all, if I could turn them into my undead puppets, my strength would definitely go up. Later on, I relied on my deep mastery of the undead Tao, and the Holy Land successfully labeled me as an extreme threat. In the end, 2 semi-emperor level experts had no choice but to team up against me. As she told the story, Zhongli Mo scratched her cheek with a forced laugh. "So, that's how I ended up locked in the 4th level." Listening to her, Ye Bei's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. People usually run for their lives, and here you are, charging headfirst into a trap. And as soon as you got in, you delivered yourself to their lowest security level. Zhongli Mo quickly acted cute and hugged him again. "Master, I won't do it again. I'll listen to everything you say from now on. Don't be mad anymore, okay?" Ye Bei couldn't handle her moping anymore. His anger subsided, and he closed his eyes, helplessly saying, "Forget it." The system sent a notification. Ye Bei has reunited with his 4th disciple out of 108. Reward: Tao Resonance Divine Ability. This allows the user to resonate with the disciple's Tao strength for 24 hours. Cooldown, 10 days. Current available Taos: Undead Tao, Sword Tao, Formation Tao, Architecture Tao. Does the host wish to resonate, yes or no? Seeing the notification, Ye Bei's eyes sparkled. "Resonate where?" This is basically copying someone else's Tao strength. The corner of his mouth curled up. It's the Holy Land's big celebration in 10 days. I've definitely got to save this ability for that day. Zhang Limo stood behind him, using her spiritual power as she bragged, Master, those bastards at the Holy Land sealed my cultivation, but my undead summons have still been training in the summoning space. She added, plus, while I was on the 4th floor, I collected the spirits of 4 semi-emperor experts and over a dozen Saint King powerhouses. Ye Bei's face went rigid. He flicked her forehead, his tone dripping with disdain. Is trash like that really worth risking your life for? Ye Bei rapped her on the head and scolded her relentlessly. If you want to find stronger spirits, you can go anywhere. The ancient battlefield, the outer territories, primordial ruins, aren't those all stronger than this place? If the Holy Land hadn't decided to keep you alive, you would have already become an undead yourself. Do you even realize that? Trung Li Mak realized she messed up, so she hung her head and admitted it. Yes, Master, this disciple won't do it again. Watching the Master and disciple exchange, Lian Winduk couldn't help but drop his jaw, cursing under his breath in disbelief. Suddenly remembering something, Trung Li Mak looked up at Dabak and asked softly, Right, Master, what are you doing here? After a quick rundown, a few minutes later, Dabak summed it up. That's pretty much the gist of it. Trung Li Mak's eyes turned ice cold in an instant. So that's how it is, Heavenly Pool Sacred Ground? You actually dared to lock up my junior sister for 300 years? I swear I'm going to turn your whole damn sacred ground into a graveyard of spirits. Dabak put down a water bucket and gave an order. In 10 days, I don't care how you do it, you better hit the semi-emperor realm for me. Trung Li Mak bowed her head and replied, Yes, Master. After that, she dove straight into cultivation, fueled by the drive to save her little sisters. She was going all out this time. Dabak glanced at her, thinking to himself that if he didn't ride this silly girl hard, she'd never get anywhere. He caught a glimpse of Lian Winduk and saw his eyes tearing up, so he spoke up, Quit with the waterworks. You'll get your turn soon enough. Lian Winduk lit up and replied, Thank you, sir. Dabak turned around and gave orders to both Trung Li Mak and Lian Winduk. After you flatten the 4th floor of the Heavenly Prison, go get some rest. With a cold laugh, he added, Heavenly Pool Sacred Ground, get ready to enjoy the grand gift I've got waiting for you. 7 days later in the capital, the blazing sun beat down. Dabak appeared looking dead serious, accompanied by Li Mak. The guard in charge walked up and asked, Which sect do you belong to, sir? I have to report it upstairs. But he just got a cold, sharp reply. Dabak isn't with any sect, I'm just here for the show. Does this sacred ground welcome outsiders? Seeing that look on his face, the guy wilted and had no choice but to cave. Welcome, welcome. The guy quickly added, Please come on in. Li Mak whispered, Master, should we just storm in and rescue the little sister now, then take them out before the great emperors can react? She insisted that if they didn't wait for all the sacred ground's big shots to arrive, they wouldn't be able to pull off the rescue. But Dabak stopped her. Not yet, he said. We need to wait for them all to show up so we can wipe them out in one go. Hearing that, Li Mak gasped and covered her mouth. But Master, they've got 3 great emperors. Dabak shot back. Are great emperors supposed to be scary? Hearing that, Nguyen-duk and Li Mak were both stunned. Sir, you mean, great emperors aren't strong? Dabak acted like it was obvious. You both have elite potential. Becoming great emperors is just a matter of time. So why fear them? He added cheerfully. Later, when they're all here, I'll take on 2. And you guys can take the last one for practice. Nguyen-duk broke into a cold sweat, thinking, is he actually planning on taking on 2 of them at once? Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Someone shouted, They're here! And everyone started buzzing. The 3 great emperors of Heavenly Pool Sacred Ground had arrived. The Sacred Lord and 2 elders stepped out, and Ngok Ling appeared right behind them, her face veiled. Nguyen-duk explained, Sir, according to the traditions of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Ground, the bride and groom will now enter the main hall, hold hands, and bow to the sacred ground to officially seal the marriage. The groom was standing right in front of the bride now. Almost there, Ngok Ling thought, it's all about to end. Looking at the second holy son, she figured that killing him in front of everyone would be the perfect revenge. The host yelled for the wedding to begin, and a yellow whip snapped through the air. The whip lashed out toward Ngok Ling, causing all the maids to scramble in a panic. The veil began to slip, revealing Ngok Ling's face. Dabak suddenly appeared, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said politely, Sorry, but this bride is mine. Hearing his voice, Ngok Ling turned around. Master! Dabak said gently, Kiddo, you've been through a lot. Ngok Ling buried her face in Dabak's chest and sobbed. She choked out, Master, it's really you. You actually came for me, just like I hoped every single night. The guests started whispering. Isn't the guy next to the bride that mysterious kid who just walked in? No way. Could it be the ex-husband coming to steal the bride? Then what about the second holy son? The chatter grew louder and louder. The second holy son screamed, Let go of my linner! He shot a blast of fire toward Dabak. With a flick of his hand, Dabak shielded Ngok Ling completely. The flames were swatted away like nothing. The Sacred Lord clutched a glowing object, his voice cold. What kind of punk crawls out from under a rock to crash my son's wedding? Everyone looked around in panic. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the sky, with lightning gathering at its center. The roof was blown apart, a beam of light shot into the heavens, and a massive crater opened up in the middle of the floor, with a sword hovering right in the center, surrounded by crackling electricity. Ngok Ling realized it. Sword Aura belonged to her 4th senior sister. The tie-back group descended from the sky. Give back our junior sister. She looked and thought to herself, It's them. Ngok called out. Senior sister, Dabak was satisfied. Perfect, now everyone is finally here. Heavenly pool, sacred ground. Get ready to enjoy the grand gift I've got for you. Dabak and his disciples stood face to face with the sacred lord and his lackeys in the hall. Each of them radiated an overwhelming aura. Dabak gave a warning. Anyone who doesn't want to get caught in the crossfire, get out now. I'll give you 10 seconds. The guests immediately scrambled to clear the hall. The place went into a frenzy. Quit watching the show. Run for your lives or you're going to be dead meat. Seeing the bride running toward Dabak, the second holy son charged forward, his voice dripping with spite. Get your filthy hands off her. Seeing the second holy son lose his cool, Ngok grew scared and clung to Dabak. Trung Limak stepped in front, radiating a murderous vibe. Limak's eyes flashed, and she flashed a confident, dangerous smile. The second holy son unleashed his signature move, sending 2 waves of energy crashing toward Dabak's group. Seeing the sun go all out, the sacred lord stepped up and threw a blow of his own. A blast of red energy slammed toward Limak. He roared in fury, "How dare you!" Limak didn't miss a beat. She leaped into the air and countered the sacred lord's strike with a move of devastating power. The space lit up, and Limak completely stonewalled his attack. He furrowed his brows, a cold, murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He channeled his energy, and a surge of aura sparked at his fingertips. "You're mocking me, Holy Lord? Let's see how many of those you can take." Before he could finish, Limak screamed a warning. "Don't move!" Limak had snuck up behind the second Holy Lord without anyone noticing. She grabbed the guy's head in a death grip, and he instantly stopped acting all high and mighty, demanding his people back. Pure murderous intent burned in Limak's eyes. She smirked, threatening the Holy Lord, "Back off, or if my hand slips just a little, your buddy here becomes a ghost under my watch." The Holy Lord, the Supreme Elder, and one of the lackeys from the Heavenpool Holy Land all froze solid. He pulled back his aura. Limak's words hit them like a bolt of lightning. The lackey gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Limak, looking absolutely terrified. "So, it's a girl using necromancy." The Holy Lord stepped forward, his eyes dripping with contempt as he sneered. "And here I thought it was someone important, just a bunch of runaway prisoners causing trouble." He knit his brows, trying to pressure her with his usual arrogant vibe. "What? You think holding the Holy Son hostage is your ticket out of here?" Ye Bei let out a wicked laugh, his eyes gleaming as he made it clear he was indeed holding the guy hostage. "Sorry, I don't need him." Without hesitation, Ye Bei pointed a finger, summoning a strike of lightning that slammed straight into the second Holy Lord, charring him to a crisp. The lackey's eyes bulged out of his head. He was stunned silent, watching the horrific scene unfold. The Supreme Elder couldn't see exactly what happened, but he could feel something had gone horribly wrong with the second Holy Lord. Sweat started pouring down his face. The Holy Lord couldn't contain his rage anymore. His eyes blazed and a massive, crushing pressure exploded around him. He lunged at Ye Bei with everything he had, screaming in pure desperation. Yuaner. That blast of power was unleashed at the absolute peak of the Holy Lord's fury over losing his subordinate, and he let out a guttural, insane roar. "You dare kill my Yuaner? Die!" Sensing the massive power, a frantic voice screamed out, "My lord, watch out! That's the Heavenpool Holy Lord's ultimate technique. The Heaven Sky Palm." Ye Bei wasn't sweating it at all. He immediately tapped into space laws, looking totally calm. "It's just a Heaven Sky Palm, big deal." The space laws shattered the Holy Lord's palm strike. An explosion of power ripped through the air, sending smoke and fire billowing everywhere. A huge hole was blown right through the wedding venue. As white smoke swirled, a voice filled with confusion rang out. The Holy Lord stood there like a statue, looking completely shell-shocked, as if he'd just been struck by lightning himself. His mind was in total chaos, silently doubting the power of those space laws. He closed his eyes and knit his brows, diving deep into his consciousness. Deep in his inner thoughts, there was no sign that Ye Bei's move had actually affected the outside world. The Holy Lord sneered, his eyes filled with total disdain for the space laws Ye Bei just pulled. He hissed through his teeth, "That's it? Just a few dozen meters? What a shame. Your fate isn't changing today." His lackey, standing nearby, stared ahead, terrified by what was going down. He quickly reported to the Holy Lord. "Holy Lord, this is bad. They aren't trying to run away. There's some kind of freak phenomenon in the sky. Lighting is gathering and slamming down." A dark, deathly vibe hung in the air. Limak formed a hand seal, her eyes glowing, and a massive wave of demonic energy surged from her body. Limak shouted, "Necromantic calamity!" As soon as she finished, evil spirits and ghosts broke free from their seals, swarming downward like a tidal wave. The lackey and the Supreme Elder were suddenly swarmed by these spirits. They opened their maws wide, as if they wanted to swallow both men whole. The Supreme Elder realized things were going south fast and hissed to the lackey, "We have to kill this necromancer girl right now, or this holy land is going to suffer a massive loss today." Tai Bok suddenly lunged, swinging her blade at the Elder and the lackey before they could even react. She crushed their twisted plans in an instant. "In your dreams, you should have thought about whether you actually had the guts to pull this off." Her sword flashed, and the two men barely dodged to the side. Other shadows materialized, rushing the lackey. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder was being ambushed by Tai Bok. He bit his lip, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, who are these demon women?" A flurry of lightning-fast sword strikes rained down on the Supreme Elder and the lackey of the Heavenpool Holy Land. While the Holy Lord was tied up with the necromantic calamity, the lackey's eyes focused on one spot. He stood frozen for a second before screaming, "Look over there! It's the kid!" High in the air, Ye Bei was channeling space laws, the demonic energy gathering and growing thicker by the second. He pulled out a magical item to set up a formation, his body surging with destructive power. Gasps of shock echoed as people marveled at the hidden strength Ye Bei was unleashing. Good lord, is he even human? That power-up speed is terrifying. No, wait, maybe it's just a secret technique for a temporary boost. But he's jumping up so many cultivation levels. Isn't he worried about a backlash? Ye Bei's eyes were clear, his aura reaching toward the heavens. Seeing this, the Holy Lord's crew was absolutely shook. Is he going demonic? My god, that pressure is already at the semi-emperor level. What is this guy trying to do? Weakling whispered in surprise. Going demonic? Since when do people possessed by demons have eyes that clear? Besides, this is master, even demons are no match for him. Right then, demonic energy swirled around Ye Bei like a shroud. This demonic energy surging through me. It's one of the 5 trump cards I unlocked after breaking through to the God Court realm. The Holy Lord, desperate, flew toward the supreme demonic bone. No way, I have to take this kid out fast. Nok Lin, watching from a distance, saw him coming and screamed, Master, the Heaven Pool Holy Lord is closing in. He turned to warn Lian Winduk. Old man Lian, protect the girl. If she loses even a single hair, I'm making you pay for it with your life. Winduk bowed, hands clasped, and promised, Yes, yes, this old servant will protect her with my life. Even before the Holy Lord reached him, he formed a massive hand of fire and launched a heaven-sky palm at Ye Bei. Ye Bei watched the technique, feeling the space being locked down. Trying to stop me from running away again? Ye Bei just spread his hand, conjuring a force to counter it. He let the energy build up and expand, thinking to himself, too bad I'm fighting this to the end. Even if I have to use every single trump card I've got, I'm wiping out the Heaven Pool Holy Land. Then, he let out a roar. Holy Lord, drop dead! Ye Bei then tossed it out, transforming it into another hand to block the incoming strike. When the 2 palms collided, the shockwave was so brutal it actually shook him up a bit. The Saint Master felt the same heat, thinking to himself, damn it, on the surface I look like I've got the upper hand. But in reality, that massive palm of his almost crushed my soul. I barely got out of that. This kid is a total nightmare. I can't underestimate him for a second, or he'll put me in the dirt. Ye Bei launched himself forward, taunting, that all you got? Are you hungry or something? Talk about a pathetic Saint Master. Fuming at the jab, the Saint Master scowled and unleashed a bolt of lightning that sliced right through the giant hand, followed by a torrent of flames aimed straight for Ye Bei. Ye Bei chuckled, ready to clap back. This time, the 2 palms smashed into each other with full force, the sheer pressure rocking everything around them. While the Saint Master was struggling to hold his ground, Ye Bei looked chill, showing zero signs of breaking a sweat. The Saint Master felt the tide turning. This kid and those devil girls below, they're all giving me such a hard time. These freaks have insane talent. It's only a matter of time before they hit Great Emperor status. He squinted, analyzing Ye Bei's fighting style. The Saint Master told himself he had to take the kid out now. If they ever reached Great Emperor level, the Heavenly Pond Holy Temple would be wiped off the map by sundown. He decided to go for the kill, channeling even more raw power. A dragon appeared, coiling around his massive flame hand. Ye Bei saw it coming. The guy was going all in on this one. A sky-shattering explosion ripped through the air, shaking the whole world. Ye Bei was caught off guard and vanished. Suddenly, the Xuantian palm was gone. Damn it, Ye Bei muttered. Turns out the Saint Master had pulled a dirty trick, launching a second explosion to sucker punch Ye Bei. Tai Bai and the others watched in pure terror. After that move, the Saint Master exhaled in relief, thinking he'd finally finished off that weird kid. Even a true Great Emperor would have been left crippled by that blast. The ground in front of him was already obliterated. Nothing but a burning crater remained. No way a kid who only boosted his power to the semi-emperor realm with some secret technique could have survived that. The Saint Master grinned, feeling cocky. Alright, that freak is dealt with. You lot are next. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. You want to touch them? You'll have to go through me first. The Saint Master's jaw dropped as he stared at the fire pit. What? He gritted his teeth, pure rage flashing in his eyes. How? How is this even possible? Ye Bei climbed out of the crater, looking totally unfazed. As Ye Bei leaped back into the fray, the Saint Master stood there stunned, and the disciples let out a cheer for their master. Ye Bei thought to himself, if it weren't for the Supreme Demon Bones shielding me, that hit would have been the end of me. Behind him, the Saint Master looked absolutely livid. All his plans were falling apart, his face drained of all color. How? How is this possible? Is he even human? How can a kid who used a secret technique to reach the semi-emperor realm have defenses that strong? Ye Bei's expression shifted, and his voice took on a chilling, eerie tone. I was going to go easy on you, but I guess that's not happening. He gave the order to the system. System, activate divine ability, Great Dao Resonance. The system immediately flashed a notification of the Daos currently in resonance. Necromancy Dao, Sword Dao, Formation Dao, Architecture Dao. He prompted for a target, and Ye Bei locked in the Necromancy Dao. A massive swirling magic circle encompassed the entire area. Everything seemed to bend to Ye Bei will, getting sucked into the magical vortex. The Saint Master looked on in total shock. Wait, isn't that the water from the Emperor Transformation Pool that vanished a few days ago? Damn it, so he's the thief! Kill him! On the Saint Master's orders, the Supreme Elder and Elder Mo moved in, but Tai Bai and Li Mo stepped out, blocking their path. Your opponents are us. They unleashed the Green Lotus Sword Dance, a strike with enough power to split the very earth in two. The strike forced the Supreme Elder and Elder Mo to back off. The Supreme Elder snarled, damn it, Why are these two devil girls such a pain in the ass? Limo's expression darkened. She crossed her hands, weaving a strange, powerful energy, and shouted, "Necromancy, heavenly call." Suddenly, a swarm of terrifying, purple-hued beasts erupted from the ground. The Supreme Elder was caught in a trap. He roared, "Damn it! You freak! Stay back! Just die already!" He switched his focus back to Ye Bei, charging up a palm strike and shouting, "You little brat, stop right there!" Ye Bei didn't even flinch, ordering his summons to hold him off. The battle raged on, neither side giving an inch. Ye Bei pointed to the sky, otherworldly summoning. Immediately, a thick, creepy vibe smothered the entire space. Everyone watching was stunned. The soldiers being summoned looked absolutely monstrous. The Saint Master hung in midair, trembling. "What is that?" Suddenly, one of the soldiers opened its massive maw and raw energy began to converge. The color completely drained from the Saint Master's face. In a blink, a beam of pure destructive power blasted from the soldier's mouth, looking like a cyclone tearing through everything in its path. Yet somehow the Saint Master miraculously dodged the brunt of the attack. He lunged toward Ye Bei, thinking, "Just kill this weird kid and his summons will vanish." He smashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. From the smoke, a figure shot out, radiating a murderous aura. Ye Bei snapped his head back, seeing the guy charging straight for his summons. He realized it too late. The kid had pulled a fast one. "He wasn't after me, he's gunning for the others." "Damn it, what a snake!" The summons were getting shredded left and right by the Saint Master. But as soon as one went down, another jumped into the fray. Dust clouded the air, thick and suffocating. Through the haze, the Saint Master looked exhausted, panting, "These freakish beasts, they don't feel pain, they don't fear death, and they fight like demons. What the hell are they?" Ye Bei pointed at the Saint Master and gave the command, "Finish him." At the order, they all swarmed the Saint Master, shouting for their master. He went on high alert, and everyone else dove out of the way. Ye Bei yelled a warning, his voice laced with concern. "Watch out!" Suddenly, everyone was teleported to a strange, distant place where only the wind whistled. Tai Bai hissed, "Damn it, I can't believe he slipped away into the void." Ye Bei wasn't about to let it go. He took off in pursuit. Tai Bai spoke up for the group. "Master, the only thing in this forest is the rustling wind of the Heavenly Pond Holy Temple's secret grove." He stomped on the tree branch, using the momentum to launch himself into the air. Tai Bai followed close behind, guiding the way. "Master, if we keep heading this way, we'll reach the strangest spot inside the Heavenly Lake Holy Land." Ye Bei took the lead and asked, "Old man Lian, you know if there's anyone in this holy land even stronger than you?" Yuanda, flying behind, replied, "Reporting to you, sir, the strongest person in the Heavenly Lake Holy Land is the Holy Master himself." He looked skeptical. "That's strange." He pondered it for a second. The Heavenly Lake Holy Master clearly could have run faster, but he didn't. It was like he was intentionally luring them somewhere. A moment later, they landed in a desolate place. Lian Yuande spoke up. Isn't this the forbidden ground?" He was just as confused as to why the Holy Master would come here. They walked a short distance and found the cave entrance sealed shut, staring at the door. Limo stepped forward and said, "I can sense a massive, powerful aura of the undead nearby." Yuanda also approached the door and added, "Only the reigning Holy Master of Heavenly Lake is allowed in here. No one else is permitted to set foot inside." He reminisced. "Back when I was an elder, quite a few disciples tried to sneak into the forbidden grounds in search of a lucky break, but none of them ever made it out alive." Ye Bei wanted to get inside, so he didn't waste any more words and just opened it. Yuanda reached out to touch the patterns on the door and clearly replied, "Sir." The formation patterns on the door lit up, responding to human touch. The cave door slowly groaned open and weird purple mists started pouring out. He kindly reminded them, "Everyone stay sharp inside, don't let your guard down." The girls acknowledged him. The demonic energy from deep within the cave began to slither out as it sensed intruders. It spread from the deepest part of the forbidden grounds. The Holy Master was feeling smug, knowing they had followed him here. They took the bait. He stood before the tablets bearing the names of his predecessors and shouted, "Ancestors, Heavenly Lake is in danger. Please lend us your strength." It was as if the spirits heard him, for they erupted in a torrent of curses. "You unfilial brat, is this how you ruin the legacy we left for you?" The Holy Master was overjoyed to hear his enemies being confronted. Ye Bei commanded loudly, "He's over there! Giant beast! Listen up, fire at him!" The dense barrage of lightning transformed into a stream of flames, intending to incinerate the Holy Master, who didn't fear them at all, staring back like he was picking a fight. The ancestors couldn't stand by any longer. Demonic energy surged from the tablets. "You think you can run wild on my turf?" Almost immediately, they struck back, piercing through the exploding wall of fire. The beast roared as it took the hit, but suddenly, an opposing wave of power rushed in and blocked it. Ye Bei was the one casting a formation to counterattack. Tai Bai was confused. "What is this?" The girls noticed something. "Look, sister!" The demonic faces were merging, twisting into dark, shadowy figures of old men, laughing sinisterly. Yuanda asked, bewildered, "Aren't those the likenesses of the past Holy Masters of Heavenly Lake?" This question grabbed Ye Bei's attention. "What did you say?" He trembled, tears welling up. "But the first Holy Master has been dead for nearly 10,000 years. How can they be here?" The Holy Master acted like a child crying to his mother. "Ancestors, these people are the ones who destroyed the Heavenly Lake Holy Land. Those giant monsters were also summoned by them." Just then, though the main hall of the Holy Land was still full of dried bones, a wisp of demonic energy pierced through his chest like a sword. The Holy Master's eyes went wide in shock, only managing a single "ah." A ghost behind him flashed a sinister look. Go on, rest in peace. Consider this the last good deed you've done for us. The Holy Master began to age rapidly at an alarming speed. Bai Yushan, Li Mo, and Yuendo were all stunned by the scene. Ye Bei remained focused on the situation at hand. That Holy Master had turned into a demon. Ling hid behind Ye Bei, terrified. Even though this little one has the weakest cultivation, I like her. He targeted the girl, and a long tether began to attack her, catching Ling completely off guard. But thankfully, Ye Bei hand intervened just in time. You think you can lay a finger on my disciple? He asked with a smug smirk. Only at the 8th stage of the Divine Court realm? This generation's Holy Master is a disgrace. Can't even handle one person at the 8th stage of the Divine Court. What a loser. Oh well, better than nothing. As long as I absorb your primal power, maybe we can finally get out of here. Ye Bei held the chain tight without letting go. Everyone felt for him and worried about their master. Don't be in such a rush, you're next. The creature grew frantic, but Ye Bei's hand was actually emitting demonic power. The demon was completely blindsided. Keep going, why'd you stop? Ye Bei provoked him. Who the hell are you anyway? The demon was furious. When Ye Bei heard that, he replied calmly, I'm the guy here to level your Heavenly Lake Holy Land. No, let me go. Boss, help me out. This brat is wicked. He's absorbing my primal power. The demon seemed to have lost all control. Ye Bei had completely turned the tables. The chains tried to attack him, and Limo warned, Master, watch out! But the chains were already firmly gripped in Ye Bei's hands. While you're at it, let's bring them all together. You guys' demonic nature is pathetic. This really bruised the creature's ego. Impossible. How can a mortal resist this power? This is pure demonic essence. The demon cried out, Boss, this guy has an incredibly pure demonic aura. Then it begged, Please spare me. Sir, please spare our lives. We were wrong. Please, we'll serve you as our master. How does master have a demonic aura? Everyone behind him couldn't help but wonder. Serve me as your master? Sorry, you aren't worthy. The blunt rejection came straight from Ye Bei. The demons disintegrated into piles of bones. Ye Bei approached to finish them off, leaving them absolutely terrified. The real thing is in the deepest part of this place, isn't it? Sir, you're right, it's in here. Sir, I didn't do any evil. It was the others who put me up to it. I'm innocent. No, don't. But the pleading was likely in vain. Then Ye Bei turned and said, Limo, remember this scent. Before you become a great emperor, don't take in creatures with this kind of demonic nature as undead. She replied, Understood, master, let's go. Let's see what kind of thing turned them into this. Absorbing the energy of those evil things didn't raise his cultivation, but the compatibility of his supreme demonic bone had improved significantly. Bai asked, Master, were those 4 evil things transformed from divine souls through some demonic artifact? They possess long lives but were trapped here by that object. Ye Bei replied, So that's how it is. Now that everyone understood, the final gate slowly revealed itself. I'll go check it out. You guys wait here for me to come back. So Ye Bei headed out to scope things out solo. I could straight up feel that whatever was making that demon bone supreme heat up was right in here. Ye Bei pressed his hand against the magic circle, and a massive monster popped out. Ye Bei was stunned, muttering, Is this corpse a demon? Ye Bei stroked his chin, lost in thought. Looking at this state, it's been dead for tens of thousands of years, and man, that bloodline is elite, top-tier stuff. He did the math. The demon race is bad news. They're insanely strong, naturally gifted, live forever, and have this sick craving for destruction. Turns out, tens of thousands of years ago, humans and the beast tribes teamed up to wreck them. Ye Bei was questioning why it's showing up here now. A blue soul flickered into view and suggested asking the dude trapped in the space-time rift. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bei was back in the rift. The old man there was shaking, begging, My lord, please, have mercy. Before he could finish, Ye Bei stepped up, dead serious, and pointed right at him. Spit it out. Tell me everything about that demon corpse. And give me the details, or else. The old man scrambled to answer, Yes, yes, my lord. He started spilling the tea. I found that body on the outer edges of the Central Region's secret realm. Back then, the demon was barely holding on, half dead. He said, sounding bitter, Because I was greedy, I didn't finish him off. I dragged him back to the Heavenly Pool Holy Land instead. We found a way to get damn near immortal through him, but because of that, the demon's curse meant we couldn't leave this place. We ended up looking like this, not quite human, not quite ghosts. The old man continued, Later I rounded up the Holy Land's masters over several generations. We spent 1,000 years trying to break through and finally get free, but then, Ye Bei shot him a look of pure disgust. But you didn't count on running into me. The heavens see everything you creeps did. This is just your karma coming back to bite you. The old man screamed, No! Ye Bei clenched his fist and a bolt of raw, nasty lightning cracked from it. The old man exploded. Ye Bei fell into a deep silence. He didn't think there were still demons left after all these millennia. He went back to the Forbidden Grounds, standing in front of a rectangular block. He thought to himself, This is definitely bad news for the cultivation world. Ye Bei gestured toward the block and started throwing down a formation. It started to lift, then shot straight up like a rocket. Out of the void, the universe cauldron appeared, looking ominous. With a massive boom, the lid slammed shut. Ye Bei didn't even blink, just ordered it to burn. The cauldron hung there spinning, wrapped in red light like a raging fire. The power was insane. Ye Bei kept his hands in a seal, his body pulsing with a brilliant blue aura. His disciples were stunned. Noklin looked up and asked Tai Bok, Fourth senior sister, is Master really this strong now? Tai Bok replied, Master was already this much of a beast back in the day. She added, Even if a saint descended, Master could wipe them out in seconds, even while chilling at the body refining stage. Chung Mak, standing nearby, ruffled Nok Lin's hair, grinning. Now that Master's hit the Divine Court stage, I wouldn't even be surprised if he iced an emperor. Point is, Master is just built different. Lai Ngok San beamed. 300 years ago, Master was the one I respected and worshipped the most. 300 years later, nothing's changed. Chukak Fook chimed in, dead right. Ngok Lin's eyes sparkled. Yeah, whether Master's protecting us or we're protecting him, as long as we're by his side, that's all that matters. An hour later, in the middle of the Forbidden Grounds, waves of blood-red mist rose up. The red light swallowed the area, and the mist slowly faded away. Ye Bei walked toward his disciples, his tone urgent. It's done. Let's get out of here. Nothing left for us. They all nodded, no questions asked. Ngok Ling looked like a confused deer in headlights, thinking, I don't get it. Master's cultivation hasn't changed, so why do I feel like he's a totally different person? Ye Bei noticed she was acting weird. Something up? Ngok Lin's face turned bright red, and she quickly looked away. No, I'm fine, Master. Ye Bei gave her a once-over and complimented her. Lin Yi, honestly, you look gorgeous in that wedding dress. The praise made her steam like a kettle. He thought to himself, I was too busy fighting. I didn't even get to appreciate how pretty she looks. Kai Tai Bok was shocked. Didn't know Master had this side to him. Chung Mak nodded. Ain't that the truth? Chukak Fook touched his ear, acting shy. Man, Master never complimented us like that when we met. Lai Ngok San added with a hint of jealousy. For real, we didn't just get the rod, we got chewed out by Master too. Li Mak chuckled. You guys had it rough. Lucky for me, I didn't get beat, just scolded. Ngok San was fuming, snapping back that it's called tough love. Ngok Ling, still flustered from the compliment, stuttered. Thank you, Master. Ye Bei frowned, his heart aching. I showed up too late this time, Lin Yi. You had to suffer at the Heavenly Pool Holy Land. Ngok Lin's eyes went wide and she blurted out, No, seeing you again is the happiest thing that's ever happened to me. Ye Bei ruffled her hair. You silly girl, from now on, your master and your senior sisters won't let anyone mess with you ever again. Ngok Ling poured her heart out. Lin Yi just hopes to stay by Master's side forever and never leave. Ye Bei suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He squeezed his eyes shut and whispered internally. System, where'd you hide my reunion reward for the kid? It's been half a day, why isn't anything happening? He stared right into Ngok Lin's eyes, deep in thought. Could it be that because she was locked up for so long, the trigger conditions are different from the others? Being stared at so intensely made Ngok Ling wonder what was up. Ye Bei spread his arms. Lin Yi, come here and give me a hug. That totally fried her brain. That line hit the other disciples like a lightning bolt. Everyone was looking around, completely bewildered. Ngok Ling was blushing, wondering what Master meant. Did he miss me so much after all this time? Suddenly, Ye Bei lunged at her so fast his hair whipped back. Ngok Lin's eyes popped out in shock. Ye Bei pulled her into a bear hug, making her squeak. Tai Bok, Kakfook, Ngok San, and Li Mak watched the whole faces bright red from the secondhand embarrassment. Lien Yun Duke muttered to himself, who knew the Great One had this side to him? Ye Bei was getting worried. The kid used to be a total firecracker. Why is she acting so shy now? Even though she was shocked, Ngok Lynch was over the moon just being held by her master. Ye Bei, however, was confused. System, that wasn't enough? I did the thing. Why aren't you reacting? The system finally pinged. Reunion with Disciple 518. Reward. Cultivation speed increased 20 times for host. Ye Bei flashed a happy smile, and his cultivation speed spiked tenfold. Now that's a decent reward, he thought. That reaction left Ngok Ling looking totally confused. Ye Bei rested a hand on the girl's head, schooling her. Ling Yu, you need to grind hard on your third stage saint cultivation now. You're definitely the slackest among all your sister disciples. Ngok Ling bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Ling Yu will do everything in her power to catch up to my sisters. Ye Bei gave a satisfied grin and a nod. Ye Bei and his disciples strode toward the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace. On the way, he asked, Sanner, I recall you all coming to the Ya Emperor Mausoleum to pay respects every 10 years, right? Lai Ngok San replied, Yes, master. Ye Bei followed up. So, if I'm doing the math right, this is the year for the memorial, isn't it? Ngok San rubbed her chin, looking thoughtful. Yeah, master, next month is the day. But since you're back now, I feel like we should just tear the place down or seal it off. It's just bad vibes, honestly. Ye Bei quickly cut her off. No, the memorial goes ahead as planned this year. His disciples all shouted in unison. Wait, what? They were all hit with a mix of shock and confusion. Chung Mak sounded skeptical. Master, you're not just keeping it, you want to continue the memorial? She frowned. What's your game here? Kai Tai Bok chimed in. I'm sure Master has his reasons. Chukat Fook blurted out. Yeah, makes sense. Outside the main hall of the Heavenly Pool, Ye Bei and his crew had finally arrived. Li Mak mused, looks like while we were gone, the criminal's master sprung from the Heavenly Prison, and the spirits did a clean sweep of the remaining Heavenly Pool remnants. Ye Bei nodded. Good job. Tai Bok wondered, Master, how should we handle this territory? Lien Winduk scanned the area and critiqued. Even though this place is prime real estate with solid spiritual energy and plenty of resources. Before he could finish, Ye Bei snapped, losing his cool. If we don't tear it down, are we supposed to keep it for the holidays? Nguyen Duck looked like he'd been struck by lightning, instantly shutting up. Lai Mak added her 2 cents, looking heated. Master's right. This hellhole held our sister for 300 years. Keeping it is just straight up cursed. Ngok Ling's eyes welled up as she stammered. Master, sister. Li Mak glared and clenched her fists. Master, I'll go wreck it right now. Ye Bei held her back. Hold up. Not yet, he calculated. We've got bigger fish to fry. Kai San sprinted toward them, beaming. Sister, master. Tai Bok looked up, surprised to see her. she asked curiously. Saner, what are you doing here? Kai-san, now burying her face in Tai Bok's chest, replied, Master told me to come. Ye Bei smirked. Perfect, everyone's here. Time to get to work. A blast of purple-red aura erupted as Ye Bei held his hands in a seal, and the heaven and earth cauldron roared to life in front of them. Ye Bei announced, All right, listen up, the more talent you've got, the more you're going to get out of this. Someone asked, Master, what are you trying to do? Nok-san muttered, looking dazed. I think he's putting us into a cultivation state again. Tai Bok looked up in total awe. Ye Bei shouted, Sit down and prep for cultivation. Someone guessed, maybe Master is about to unleash some supreme technique, break through his own limits, and give us a boost at the same time. The rest replied politely, Yes, sister. Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently. Ye Bei threw his arms wide, a blue aura radiating from his entire body. Lien Wind Duck gasped. This is, he roared as a massive blue beam shot up from the underground ley lines, piercing the sky. Li Mak shrieked, No way. There was a spiritual vein hidden right under the heavenly pool, Holy Land. Nok-san sighed. No wonder this place was booming for 10,000 years. Tai Bok was stunned. It wasn't just auto-running her cultivation techniques, even her hidden skills were leveling up. With her mouth agape, she thought, This is absolutely insane. Ye Bei was deep in his flow, sitting cross-legged inside a sphere floating in midair, pulsing with hundreds of waves of fierce energy. His eyes were locked shut. A day passed and he was still grinding. Staring at the chaos energy in his palm, he thought, Have I hit the ceiling? The first real hurdle every cultivator has to face, breaking into sainthood. Even though this gate had shut out millions of geniuses, Ye Bei roared from inside the sphere, Break through for me. He chanted a mantra, Supreme Demonic Bone, refine it all. A glint of chaos erupted from Ye Bei's broad forehead, spreading wider and glowing brighter by the second. Space itself began to crack open. Ye Bei stood up, his body radiating a blinding golden holy light. He screamed in triumph, Sainthood achieved. Even though I'm only at the first stage saint realm now, the road only gets harder from here, especially since I'm running the toughest technique of them all, the Chaos Samsara art. He felt a pang of worry. I tapped into the spiritual energy of the entire Holy Land and half the Emperor's pool just to hit this stage. What's going to happen next time? Thunder rolled and lightning crackled. The sky went pitch black. Ye Bei froze. A tribulation cloud? He looked down at Tai Bok, wrapped in a blue aura, and thought, It's been 20 days. She hit the peak of the semi-emperor realm, and now, influenced by me, she's actually about to break through to emperor? If she wants to be an emperor, she'll be an emperor! Tai Bok suddenly shouted. Master, should I suppress it and find somewhere else to break through? She declared firmly. I don't know how strong an emperor tribulation is, but I can't have it hurting you or my sisters. Ye Bei, with a face as cool as ice, replied, No need to hold back. Fly up, use everything you've got to face the tribulation. I'll handle the rest. If you miss this chance, who knows how long you'll be waiting. Tai Bok bowed. Yes, I am grateful for your guidance, Master. With that, she rocketed into the sky like a missile. Her eyes blazed with fire. Without Master, I'd be nothing but a loser, she thought. I would have been dead for years. Without him, I'd still be drowning my sorrows in booze at the Tai Bok sword manor. She took the lightning strikes head on. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. The lightning hammered down like cosmic fists, showing no mercy. As she unleashed her moves, she thought, Master is my father, Master is my sky. She raised her hands and a barrier sprang up to shield her. She pumped herself up. The Emperor Tribulation has 9 levels of lightning, each one harder than the last. If I can survive all 9, I'll be a great emperor. Ye Bei was locked in, watching Tai Bok intensely. But this time was different. Kao's energy started leaking from Tai Bok's own body. She unleashed the Xuanyuan sword intent, slashing her blade forward. Dozens of arrays flickered to life, fueling the air with raw, heavy power. A burst of light flashes, and seeing Tai Bok on response, everyone below calls out in a panic. Big sister! 4th senior sister! Ye Bei gasps to himself, Wait, is this the demon heart lightning? Tai Bok grits her teeth in agony. She curls up from the pain as a massive dragon materializes amidst the thunderstorm, coiling around her like a living shield to tank the brutal strikes from the tribulation clouds. Li Mak is stunned, remarking that the energy packed into this lightning is insane. It's way more intense than 7 or 8 bolts combined. Chu Kakfuk is spiraling too. What do we do? Can 4th senior sister even hold on in her current state? Ki-Sa furrows her brows, pressing her hands together in a silent prayer for her sister. Come on, sis, you've got to pull through this. The dragon circles Tai Bok as the lightning from the 10,000 thunderstrike lashes out at them, fierce and hungry, like it's trying to tear everything to shreds. The dragon opens its massive jaws and swallows the lightning whole, while Ye Bei stands above, guarding his disciple. Tai Bok looks up, flustered and stammering, I'm so sorry, Master. I lost my focus for a second. She's terrified, thinking that was too close. The inner demon almost had me. Thank God I remembered Master Sani and the rest of the sisters just in time. Ye Bei stays calm. As long as she's awake, we're good. But suddenly a formation manifests above them, swirling like a vortex trying to devour everything. Tai Bok is stunned. Ye Bei explains interfering with an Emperor Tribulation triggers the Tribulation Rage. If that thing breaks loose, we're all done for. Tai Bok says, feeling guilty and awkward, Master, I know I messed up. Ye Bei just flies straight into the center of the formation. Tai Bok gasps, eyes wide, Master, what are you doing? Ye Bei replies coolly, the Tribulation Rage is actually a good thing. I've got a treasure that can only be refined in lightning like this. This might just be my lucky break. His disciples are losing their minds, panicking because he dove straight into the heart of the storm where the lightning is at its deadliest. Limak wonders, is he going to be okay? Should we go help him out? Tai Bok lands beside them and says firmly, don't. One person interfering already caused this much trouble. If we go in there, we're just going to be dead weight for Master. She grinds her teeth. If Master is in danger, I'll slice those clouds to pieces. Ye Bei is already inside the formation, unleashing his flowing primordial fire technique. The two massive energies clash head-on. A shockwave rocks the area, and hundreds of wild, jagged lightning bolts spray out in every direction. Everything starts fading, leaving behind only a trace of chaos. Tai Bok instructs, you guys keep practicing down there. I'm gonna go guard Master. Lying Oxan nods respectfully. Understood. Tai Bok takes off, ready to enter the formation, but before she can even get close, Ye Bei steps out. He's got his eyes squeezed shut, frowning, looking completely drained. Tai Bok beams. Master, congrats on breaking through to the Saint stage and refining your treasure. Ye Bei retorts, I should be the one congratulating you on hitting the Great Emperor realm. A system notification pops up. 5 disciples have reached the Great Emperor realm. The reunion function is upgrading. Ye Bei is both stunned and thrilled. He whispers to himself, wait, I've already got 5 disciples at the Great Emperor level? He asks Tai Bok, intrigued. Tai Bok, among all your sisters, which one do you think you are to reach this level? She holds up her hand, probably the 5th. Ye Bei is startled. Wait, how'd you know? Tai Bok says confidently, Master, when I broke through, I just had this gut feeling. I knew I was number 5. Ye Bei grins, grabbing her shoulder. All right, then see if you can pin down where the others are. Tai Bok quickly responds, Master, I already tried. She points toward the horizon, but I don't know if my sensing is acting up or if they're just too far away. But they're probably somewhere in the southwest of the central region. Ye Bei is shocked. The central region? Isn't that where those evil spirits were spotted hanging out with the demon clan? He gives her an order. Tai Bok, I've got a job for you. Tai Bok doesn't even blink. Whatever you say, Master. I'll give it everything I've got. Ye Bei explains, next month is the memorial service. Between now and then, use the shadow cloak or whatever you have to round up every sister we can get a hold of. Tai Bok is floored. Master, why? A massive question mark hangs over her head. He's back from the dead. Why the hell are we still holding a memorial for him? Ye Bei explains it's time to officially declare war on the 9 Great Holy Lands. He smiles, a menacing aura radiating off him. No, scratch that. The 8 Great Holy Lands. Tai Bok bows respectfully. Master, from what I've gathered, the 9 Holy Lands aren't all on the same level. The Heavenly Pond Holy Land is the weakest of the bunch. Ye Bei tilts his head slightly and says calmly, I know. What about the Starry Jade Holy Palace? Where do they rank? Tai Bok hesitates for a second. The Starry Jade, she thinks to herself. I'm a great emperor now. I could probably hold my own against them, but if we're talking about all-out war... After a moment, she speaks up, they're ranked 3rd. On the surface, they only have 3 great emperors. But rumor has it those 3 are all disciples from the same master, the previous Lord of Starry Jade. She rubs her chin, looking pensive. That person didn't die. They've just been in deep cultivation this whole time. It's been 1,000 years. Who knows what level they've reached by now? Ye Bei chuckles softly. The foundations of these holy lands are deeper than you'd think. He thinks to himself, so what if the other 8 are even stronger? Once I get more disciples back for the memorial, my power is going to skyrocket. When that happens, I won't have to fear any of them. Ye Bei declares aggressively. Tai Bok, after the memorial, the Starry Jade Holy Palace is our first target for conquest. Tai Bok bows, shouting clearly. I understand, Master. She tries to calm herself. If Master says he can do it, he can do it. Then she asks, Master, when I contact the others, do I tell them you're back from the dead? Ye Bei replies, better to give them a surprise. He starts walking away, adding, I want to see how much these girls have grown in the last 300 years. Suddenly, Ye Bei turns serious. Lingyi was locked up in the Heavenly Pond Holy Land for that long and nobody knew? When I'm done, all of you are getting a taste of the whip for this. Tai Bok is terrified and drops to her knees. Kai-san and Nok Link are absolutely panicked seeing their 4 sisters kneeling, so they hit the ground too. Ye Bei reaches out, using his aura to force his disciples back up. He's fuming. What are you 2 doing? They're the ones who messed up. They're the seniors. His face darkens. If I had shown up 200 years later, would Lingyi have been rotting in that cell for another 2 centuries? Nok Ling was terrified, and she cried out, trying to explain, Master, you can't blame the senior sisters for this. It's all Lin Yi's fault. Please don't punish them. The disciples, however, were beaming with happiness, thinking to themselves that this kind of scene hadn't happened in ages. They never expected to see it again after 300 years. Ye Bei felt a mix of helplessness and affection, waving his hand as he said, All right, everyone get up. I've got other things to take care of now, he added. I've already made it clear to Tai Bok what you all need to do. They all shouted in unison, We understand, Master. Tai Bok asked curiously, Master, are you heading to the central province? Ye Bei replied, I'll be there and back in no time. He thought to himself, going to the central province was to find one of his great emperor disciples. But more importantly, there might be news about the demon race there. Nok-san excitedly introduced, Master, this is our newly upgraded small-scale flying craft. Its speed is just as good as the Noah's max velocity. Should only take us 2 days to reach the central province. Ye Bei was pleased. Very good, I like it. he shouted. We'll regroup at the Dahuang Mausoleum in 3 days. The disciples replied respectfully. Meanwhile, in the central province's Vermilion Bird City, a massive crowd had gathered. People were complaining and shouting in protest. Are you guys for real? This is the first time I've ever seen such blatant discrimination. They were basically ready to riot over the beast race's decision. Exactly. Why do beastkin get to enter the city without queuing or inspections? What century are we in? This kind of favoritism is complete garbage. A young man with pink hair finally raised his voice to explain. Queuing isn't about discrimination. The beast race is offering a huge reward to find a top-tier alchemist here in the central province. Ye Bei just happened to be there and heard the whole thing. From the chatter of the crowd, he picked up some info. Apparently, the beast race's patriarch, Jiamak, was nearing the end of his lifespan. The 4 great beast emperors had issued a decree across the central province looking for a way to extend his life, promising massive rewards for anyone who could pull it off. But it had been years since the notice went out, and while tons of people had tried their luck, almost no one had succeeded. Ye Bei stepped up behind Lan La and asked, "Pardon me, could you tell me who these 4 great beast emperors are?" This seemingly clueless question from Ye Bei caught them both off guard. Huh? You don't even know the 4 great beast emperors? They were kind enough to explain. There's the Golden Peng Emperor, Diu Trong, the Azure Bull Emperor, Ngu Fan, the Beast Race Emperor, Dap Phi Phi, and the Heaven-equaling Great Emperor, Ton Go Tu. Out of the 4 names they listed, he took special note of the last one. He asked in shock, Wait, what was the name of that last emperor? The pink-haired youth confirmed it was indeed the Heaven-equaling Great Sage, Ton Go Tu. It's normal that you haven't heard of her, though. That emperor is a total legend. From what he knew, her talent within the beast race was something you'd only see once in 10,000 years. 200 years ago, she was just a Saint King, and even then, she had already started calling herself the Heaven-equaling Great Sage. Upon hearing that, Ye Bei knew for sure there was no mistaking it. The emperor he was talking about was definitely Ton Go Tu, who practiced the Great Tao of Strength. My 5th disciple. From Saint King to Semi-Emperor and then to Great Emperor, she only needed 100 years. Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask, My friend, so why does the Great Sage Ton want to help Patriarch Jiamak find life-extending pills? The guy cleared his throat to continue. Well, that goes back to the Great Sage Ton's legendary history. He reminisced about how years ago she had swept through half the beast race's territory on her own, finally catching the eye of Patriarch Jiamak, who took her in to mentor her. Later, the Patriarch wanted to make her his official disciple, but she straight up turned him down. The Patriarch didn't get mad, though. He just asked that if the beast race ever faced a catastrophe in the future, he hoped she wouldn't just stand by and watch them die. She agreed. As time passed and after she became a great emperor, she ended up attacking the Upper Ming Holy Land. She didn't just slaughter thousands of their experts, she even looted their divine treasures. At this point, the pink-haired youth grinned and finished his story. In the end, if Patriarch Jiamak hadn't stepped in to protect her, she probably would have been smashed to pieces by the Holy Land's emperors. After hearing the whole story, Ye Bei could only laugh bitterly to himself. Oh man! If he'd known, he never would have told her the story of Journey to the West back then. Does this monkey really think she's the great sage equal to heaven? The next second, his expression turned deadly serious. But he remembered that after he broke through to the God Court realm, he had unlocked the 9 Heavens Longevity Pill card. He wondered if that could. His question was quickly answered by the system. It was a 7th grade pill recipe that could extend a person's lifespan. 1st grade is the lowest and 9th grade is the highest. But it required extremely rare heavenly treasures to brew. Once successful, each pill could add 100 years to someone's life, but it only worked once. Taking more didn't have any extra effect. Knowledge absorbed. So that's how it was. Time passed, and half an hour later, the registrar asked Ye Bei casually, Are you an alchemist, or are you just bringing a pill? He replied lazily, Alchemist. The guy started asking for his details to record him. What grade? The answer was simple, 7th grade. The registrar's attitude was still pretty normal. 7th grade, huh? But in the next second, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he looked at him. Wait, 7th grade? His eyes narrowed and he warned him sternly, Do you know the beast race absolutely hates liars? Do you even know what a 7th grade alchemist means? Then he just went off on a rant. Right now, the best alchemist on the continent is the 9th grade master, Duok Ting Tran. Even that master only reached the 7th grade when they hit the Saint King realm. That name sounded extremely familiar to Ye Bei. This was too unexpected. Duok Ting Tran, the registrar hadn't even finished yet. Who is Duok Ting Tran? That's the most talented alchemist we've seen in 10,000 years. You're only at the 7th level of the Saint realm. What are you compared to her? Being looked down upon like that, Ye Bei really wanted to blurt out, That girl is my 22nd disciple. I'm her master. You tell me, what am I compared to her? The guy didn't believe a word he said and shooed him away. Just forget it, get going. He walked off muttering to himself about how he'd never seen such a shameless bragger. Lucky for him, Ye Bei wasn't the petty type. What is this? Can a guy tell the truth these days without people doubting him? Fine, I'll let it slide since you were hyping up my disciple. Out on the streets of Vermilion Bird City, the calls for registration kept echoing from every corner. The Ngui Tian Alchemy Convention is recruiting. If you're at the Saint Realm or higher and a 3rd grade alchemist or above, come sign up. Don't miss out, come to the Yen Vu Convention. Now accepting those at the late God Court realm. No grade limit for alchemists, as long as you have the talent, you're in. Ye Bei is also here. He leans toward the guy in front of him to feel things out. Excuse me, do you happen to know where they're recruiting for the Stardust Alchemist Guild? Just like the registrar, this guy gives him a look of pure snobbery. Only at the 7th stage of the Saint Realm. That one hits hard, and Ye Bei's face goes stiff as a board in a split second. So what if I'm in the Saint Realm? Does being a saint mean I'm supposed to be looked down on? Can't a saint also be a 7th grade alchemist? Just then, a girl nearby speaks up. Young master, that red building behind us, that's the Stardust Alchemist Guild. She gazes at the building with pure admiration. But a massive guild like Stardust doesn't just recruit random passersby like us. Their standards are insane. If you don't have top-tier alchemy talent and at least a 4th grade alchemist rank, they won't even look at you. Unlike her, Ye Bei keeps it cool and just mutters, "Is that so?" Seizing the chance, she offers, "Why don't you come to our guild instead? I can tell you've got something special, so I'll put in a word for you." Before she can even finish, he just turns and walks away. Thanks, but no thanks. She keeps calling after him, "Wait! Young master, don't go! Hey!" In no time, Ye Bei is standing in front of the Stardust Alchemist Guild. A student spots him and, assuming the obvious, asks, "Here to join the guild, right?" He gestures for him to head inside. They don't seem as cold as the rumors say. In fact, they're pretty chill. "This way, young master." Ye Bei is actually caught off guard. Just like that? That's it? No questions? Inside the hall, there are already tons of alchemists like him waiting around. Seeing the crowd, you can tell this place is the real deal. Stardust Guild definitely lives up to the hype. Everyone wants in. Baishan steps up to the platform and booms. "Welcome to the Stardust Alchemist Guild. We're starting the first test now." His monotone voice echoes through the hall. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Baishan. Baishan Peak Saint King Realm. I know you're all here because of Master Stardust, but he's currently in seclusion, so we'll be conducting the assessments." The room starts buzzing at his arrival. A 7th grade alchemist and a personal disciple of Yao Xingchen. That's some serious status in the alchemy world. I wonder what kind of test they've got in store. Everyone waits in suspense as Baishan is about to drop the answer. The first test is... The very next moment, his eyes suddenly spark with a ring of spiritual energy. It covers the entire room instantly, pressing down on everyone present, making quite a few people panic. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Ye Bei is the only one who stays dead quiet, a sly smile hidden on his face. So that's the game. After the test of nerves, Baishan continues. When brewing pills, an alchemist needs total focus, no distractions. And if things go south during the process, you stay calm. No panicking. What he just did was a mental stress test for everyone here. Some ingredients are one of a kind. One slip-up, and you'll never get another chance to brew them. So anyone who stepped back is out. Anyone who closed their eyes is out. And anyone who panicked is out. Baishan commands. My spiritual energy is still covering the hall. Those who failed, get out of here right now. Just like that, the unlucky alchemists who didn't even get to do anything feel completely cheated. What? No way! It's over already? Man, that was way too sudden. Why didn't they test actual alchemy skills? Yeah, this is total BS. The guild isn't fair at all. Ye Bei is the only one who thinks this selection method is actually pretty interesting. Meanwhile, the others are complaining left and right about being kicked out so quickly. The pressure that Senior just put out was only at the mid to late Saint Realm. If we'd known it was coming, we could handled it. Her snobby attitude just makes Ye Bei grimace. Ignoring the murmurs, Baishan sticks to the rules and keeps clearing the hall of the failed applicants. People leave, sighing in frustration. I knew it. Getting into the Stardust Alchemist Guild is no joke. For real. Plus, I heard barely anyone passes the first 2 tests. Still, the guild refuses to lower their standards. Anyone who makes it in is a straight-up genius. The selection goes on. Baishan leads the remaining group. Follow me to the next hall. The second test starts in 10 minutes. Understood, Senior. Ye Bei is actually impressed by Baishan. Stardust is a good judge of character. This kid has great talent, he's calm, has sharp eyes, born for alchemy. As Baishan walks past him, he can't stop staring. He feels a seed of doubt. Is this kid really just at the first stage of the Saint Realm? He has the lowest cultivation here, but he breezed through the first test. This kid is a talent. Feeling the gaze, Ye Bei doesn't blink and looks him straight in the eyes. Ye Bei's sharp stare catches Baishan off guard. Wait a second. Compared to my master's gaze, this kid's is... He shakes his head to pull himself together. It must be a hallucination. There's no way I'm feeling this. Did I just see that wrong? A kid in the Saint Realm having that kind of look? The 10 minutes go by in a flash. Moving on, the first test was just about mental state, which doesn't prove everything. The second test will actually measure your alchemy talent. Each desk is already set up with a clear heart pill recipe. Baishan explains the rules. The second test is simple. You have to brew. I'll give you the recipe and ingredients. If you can produce one perfect clear heart pill, you pass. When they hear the rules, some of the alchemists start getting cocky. What? That's it? I'm a 4th grade alchemist. Even if I haven't made this 2nd grade pill before, I know I can crush it. A female alchemist can't wait any longer. Just you wait. I'll have a perfect pill finished in an hour. But Baishan's next words leave everyone reeling. Oh, I forgot to mention no alchemist furnaces allowed for this test. As expected, the room erupts into outrage. What? No alchemy furnace allowed? Are you kidding me? How are you supposed to brew pills without a furnace? That's straight up impossible. Ye Bei didn't seem fazed at all. He just smirked to himself, thinking, Xingchen, you're still as much of a prankster as ever. Baishan had no choice but to explain it to the others. You guys think it's impossible, but let me tell you, back in the day, when my master was only a rank 2 alchemist, she once brewed a rank 3 pill without using any furnace at all. His eyes and tone were full of awe whenever he talked about his master. Master always said nothing is impossible. It's just that you haven't thought of it yet. Nothing can't be done, you just gotta have the grit to stick with it. For some reason, hearing that stuff made Ye Bei feel like it was total BS. Oh man, that whole furnace-free method was obviously just that girl accidentally blowing up all her furnaces and then panicking to find a way to finish her batch. I have no idea how that turned into some kind of profound inspirational quote. The air in the room got super tense real quick. The confidence those alchemists had a second ago just evaporated, replaced by pure anxiety. They only had one set of ingredients. If you fail, you're out. To pull off furnace-free alchemy, you'd usually need to fail 1,000,000 times to get it right. But having to nail it on the first try, that's clearly impossible. While they were all standing there clueless about where to start, Ye Bei had already stepped up and finished his trial. His moves were so fast they grabbed everyone's attention immediately. What is this guy trying to pull? The Qingxin pill alone has over a dozen main ingredients, plus 7 or 8 additives. Is he seriously planning to dump them all in at once and pray for luck? A bunch of theories started flying around: the refining time, the order of fusion, the method of refinement. You can't afford a single mistake, or it's all toast. Ye Bei couldn't care less about the room. He was locked in, totally focused on his alchemy. It wasn't just the others who were shocked. Even Bai Shan was impressed. An alchemist. This is the vibe only a true alchemist gives off. What he was showing right now was honestly respectable. For a kid at the first stage of the Saint Realm to have this kind of aura, that's just freaky. But no matter how much of a genius he is, he can't actually pull this off. By now, he'd already moved to the stage of fusing the ingredients. The next second would be the actual refining and condensing. The other contestants looked like they'd forgotten their own trials, staring at Ye Bei in wonder. What kind of flame is that? He's so fast. Is he cheating? Even if you used a top-tier furnace to melt the ice mystic flower and strip out the impurities, it would take at least 2 breaths of time. Ye Bei stood in the middle of the room with that rare, imposing air, his movements smooth and flawless. Before long, he was already at the refining step. At this point, Bai Shan really didn't dare doubt his skills anymore. Could it possibly be that this kid's alchemy talent is 100 times stronger than my master's? When he finally snapped his fingers, all the ingredients officially fused together. The more Bai Shan watched, the more shocked he was, completely speechless. This kid doesn't just have god-tier alchemy talent. He's also a master of formations, dual cultivating both. Who the hell is this monster? The other alchemists realized pretty quickly that he was halfway there. The next part was the most critical, condensing the pill. If he pulled that off, the Qingxin pill would be done. Ye Bei was just one step away from finishing. He was pouring every ounce of his focus into the brew as the spiritual energy converged on one point. The impact of it seemed to mess with the internal energy inside his own body. His brow furrowed instinctively because of it. When Bai Shan noticed, he pretty much assumed Ye Bei was going to fail this time. What a shame. If he'd managed the flame better, he might have actually formed the pill. But then, a loud gasp of shock from the others killed that thought for good. Look over there, guys. That kid isn't done yet. He's still going. Turning to look, they saw him shout out loud. The pill's shape was finally set, but everyone else still thought he hadn't truly succeeded. Yep, he definitely failed. It made sense, too. He'd only been at it for a few minutes. If you want a real finished product, it usually takes at least 3 hours. With his cultivation level, it would be weird if he didn't fail. In response to their doubt, Ye Bei just gave a mysterious smirk. The thing in his hand started cracking, but then, as the outer shell completely vanished, a faint mist of pill aura started swirling around it. This phenomenon wasn't new to any of these alchemists. Everyone knew how incredibly rare this was. Pill aura? Good God, he didn't just brew the pill, he triggered a pill aura. That's a peak-grade Qingxin pill. The effect of this kind of Qingxin pill is 5 times stronger than the regular version. Is he even human? Ye Bei held the finished pill in his hand and chuckled, feeling satisfied. Not bad, and I didn't even expect the 20x speed boost bonus to also buff the alchemy effect. It wasn't quite 20 times, but 10 times is solid. A second later, he asked Bai Shan, I wonder, is this pill of mine up to standard? He didn't answer right away, instead suggesting, young master, could we speak in private? Ye Bei agreed immediately. That was exactly what I was thinking. As soon as they stepped into the room, Bai Shan wanted to know, may I ask for your name? And does the young master have a mentor yet? Ye Bei answered calmly, Ye Bei, and no, I don't. That answer caught him completely off guard. To reach this level of alchemy without a master? Seems like I still underestimated his raw talent. Since he'd said that, he figured he might as well make the offer. Ye Bei, if I introduced you to my master, the president of the Xingchen Alchemist Guild, Yao Xingchen, would you be willing to apprentice under her? Ye Bei heard that and didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he just had a what? Look on his face. Bai Shan saw that awkward look and added, I know your talent is top tier, but the path of alchemy gets way harder the further you go. 130 years ago, my master broke through to become a rank 9 alchemist, and her cultivation is at the peak of the half-emperor stage. She's only one step away from becoming a legendary alchemy heaven master. But she's tried to take that step so many times and still hasn't made it. Ye Bei finally understood what Bai Shan was playing at. So you didn't bring me here to join the guild, you brought me here to make me apprentice to that little brat Xing Chen. Since he was being so sincere, Ye Bei decided to play along. I don't have a problem with that, but I can guarantee you that when your master sees me, she definitely won't take me as a student. Baishan didn't know the truth yet, so he just replied naively, no way, if she met you, she'd be thrilled. Ye Bei had the exact same thought. That's fair. If that kid Tintran saw me, she'd probably cry tears of joy. Even before meeting her, I can already picture her hugging me and sobbing, Master, I missed you so much! There, don't cry, don't cry. I'm actually looking forward to that too. Suddenly, Bok's son spoke up, adding, counting the days, my master's secluded cultivation should be ending soon. He said he'd head to the central region once he's out. Ye Bei heard this and asked, your master came here before, and you were the one who took care of him? Right. As soon as the news broke that the demon emperor Jiamak was running out of life force, the great sage Tun, one of the 4 great demon emperors, came looking for my master. Unfortunately, even master couldn't find a way to extend Jiamak's lifespan back then. After that, the central region issued a decree searching for other alchemists or life-extending pills. Based on what he said, the emperor's life was flickering out. Doesn't that sound exactly like me back in the day? If that's the case, I'm damn sure of one thing. Standard 7th grade life-extending pills won't do a thing for him. A thought popped into my head and I couldn't help but smirk. But what if it's not the standard stuff? I turned to him with a grin and said, that works. I'll just wait here for your master to show up. He replied with a look of pure anticipation. Awesome! Bok's son specifically offered, if you're short on ingredients, feel free to take whatever common ones you need. We can sell you the rare stuff at a friends and family rate. It's way cheaper than buying it outside. I didn't feel happy hearing that. I just felt like something was off. Why did the convo suddenly switch to sales? If I didn't know he was Tintran's disciple, I'd swear I just walked into a scam center. Anyway, the list of stuff I needed him to grab included the life essence fruit, the 3 Ojin sky blue flower, red essence spirit fungus, yin condensed grass, golden lotus seeds, and blue star spirit leaves. Ye Bei planned to refine the 9 heavens life essence pill right here, right now. When he heard the names of those herbs, Bok's son looked stunned. He knew damn well these were legendary treasures, each worth a fortune. Was this guy seriously going to use all of them for one batch? He couldn't help but ask, Ye Bei, I'm kinda curious. What grade of alchemist are you? I thought about it for a second and answered casually, let's just say 7th grade. Honestly, that's barely enough for me, especially now that my refining speed is 10 times faster than before. Combined with the black flames from my supreme demon bone, 7th grade is basically the bare minimum I can pull off. Back to business. I told Bok's son that if there's nothing else, he should get those ingredients for me ASAP. He was more than happy to help. Got it, on it. 15 minutes later, he was already back. Brother Da, here are the materials you asked for. He led me to a room with a top-tier furnace, one capable of handling 8th grade pills and up. Cool. I put the stuff on the table and added, if there's nothing else, you can head out. I didn't expect him to volunteer, actually no need. I'll just stay and watch. It's a great opportunity. Seriously? He didn't even try to play coy. If that's the case, I'd be honored. With that, I started the refining process. From the moment I started, Bok's son looked like his mind was blown. Wait. He's not seriously trying to refine a 9 heavens life essence pill like this, is he? I used my spirit energy to grab the herbs and tossed them straight into the furnace to refine them. He couldn't take his eyes off me for a second. My void furnace technique is just as good as any physical one. Plus, I was nailing every single step perfectly, and my output was several times faster than the average Joe. Everything went smoothly until noon the next day. Suddenly, Bok's son heard a ruckus outside. Oh man, look at that! The noise was starting to get on his nerves. I mean, common sense. You don't disturb an alchemist while they're working. Best case, you ruin the pill. Worst case, the whole thing explodes and you mess up your path to alchemy. He decided to head out and see what the hell was going on. But what he saw left him completely shook. Bolts of lightning were raining down from the sky one after another. This was a pill tribulation, the kind of stuff you only hear about in legends. Forget 7th grade, even standard 9th grade pills can't pull this off. It only happens with top-tier, heaven-defying pills. Bok's son's head was spinning with one conclusion. Did Brother Da actually trigger a pill tribulation? Suddenly, a silhouette zoomed over the roof. The speed alone made him stop in his tracks. He scrambled to follow the figure, bowing his head respectfully to the visitor. Lord City Master, long time no see. The guy was just as surprised to see him. Huh? You mean this tribulation wasn't caused by you, Bok's son? It was the City Master of Vermilion Bird, a semi-emperor. At first, he thought maybe Master Ting Tran was in the building, refining pills himself. He was stunned when Bok's son explained, No, my master won't be here for a few days. The one refining pills is actually a friend of mine. Back in the room, I had already finished up. At that exact moment, a blinding beam of light shot through the roof and pierced the night sky. The commotion was so massive it brought both the City Master and Bok's son running. They watched as I flicked my finger at that purple energy ring. It instantly ignited, and the lightning bolts began to coalesce. Bok's son and the City Master stood there, completely speechless. He actually did it. Bok's son thought to himself, astonished. Brother Da, no, Senior Da's alchemy skills. He's definitely not a 7th grade alchemist. He's a true blue 9th grade master. Inside the room, I tossed the pill I just made out the door. It floated in the air before stopping right in front of Bok's son. I ordered Bok's son test the pill. Bok's son bowed deeply. Many thanks, Senior Da. The City Master chimed in, green with envy. Test it? This is a masterpiece. Does it really need testing? Damn, why do I never get lucky breaks like this? Bak-sun ignored him, focused on consuming the pill. 10 minutes later, he was still meditating. Suddenly, his face went pale and he broke into a cold sweat. Then a massive surge of energy erupted from his body and shot straight into the sky. When he finished, he let out a long, heavy breath and reigned in his power. The city master rushed over. "Congrats, brother! You've broken through to the semi-emperor realm." The city master's eyes bugged out. "Wait, what? Your alchemy mastery also?" Bak-sun replied, beaming. "Many thanks, city master. My alchemy has indeed improved. I think I've just stepped into the ranks of 8th grade alchemists." The city master asked, "8th grade?" He pondered. Going from 7th grade to 8th grade might only be a 1-grade difference, but these two levels represent two completely different worlds. A voice boomed out from the pavilion. "So how much did your lifespan increase?" Hearing this, the crowd below started gossiping. "Wait, what? Lifespan? Shouldn't he be asking about how his cultivation broke through? Or maybe how much his pill crafting skills improved?" "Exactly. What's this got to do with lifespan? Hold up. What kind of pills is the master in that pavilion even brewing?" Up above, Baishan quickly bowed respectfully. "Reporting to the senior, it increased my lifespan by a total of 3 years." Zhuke rushed forward and grabbed Baishan by the shoulder. "Brother Bai, just tell me, if we give this pill to Lord Jiamo, will it actually work?" Baishan didn't know how to answer. Only the city lord could ask this senior himself to get the real answer. Zhuke finally agreed. Inside the pavilion, Ye Bei held the last pill in his hand, calculating. While the effect wasn't a problem, the success rate for high-quality pills was still a bit low. Only 4 pills reached transcendent quality, and the other 5 were just standard top-tier stuff. Where's the issue? Baishan and Zhuke walked into the pavilion. The second they stepped inside, Zhuke looked up at the person in front of him, suddenly guessing, is he not just a first-tier saint? Seeing Baishan bowing so respectfully on the side, he got even more curious. Huh? The way Brother Bai is looking at that kid, it's beyond respectful. But Brother Bai is an 8th-grade alchemist and an 8th Emperor expert. Surely he'd be able to tell that kid's true cultivation level. Zhuke shot a glance at Ye Bei and figured, so this kid who's only a first-tier saint is actually a legit 9th-grade alchemist, huh? Ignoring the two of them, Ye Bei was still silently calculating. Looks like the problem is in how I channel the lightning tribulation while condensing the pill. I haven't reached perfection yet. Baishan called out to him, "Senior Yi, this is the Lord of Zhuke City. He has something to ask you." Ye Bei turned his head and said, "Go ahead, what is it?" Looking at the person in front of him, Zhuke was a bit stunned. After Ye Bei sat down, he asked softly, "I don't know if Senior Yi is aware of the situation with the demon Venerable Jiamo. I want to ask Senior, will the type of pill you just made be effective for Lord Jiamo?" Ye Bei answered quickly, "Yes, but the effect will be severely reduced. It'll only add at most 100 years. Zhuke was shocked. "What, 100 years? Are you serious?" Ye Bei nodded. "Dead serious." Zhuke quickly bowed low, showing his respect. "May I ask Senior Yi, do you have the time to come with me to the heart of the demon territory?" Ye Bei was pouring tea and responded casually, "Sorry, I'll pass." Hearing that, Zhuke and Baishan's eyes went wide. Baishan stuttered, "Wait, what?" Zhuke bowed and pleaded, "Senior Yi, it's like this. If you agree to come with me to the heart of the demon territory and heal Lord Jiamo, we can satisfy any request you have." Sitting in front of them, Ye Bei kept sipping his tea leisurely, acting like he hadn't heard a thing. This really ticked Zhuke off. He frowned. How annoying. No one has ever dared to ignore me like this. He stared at the jade ring on Ye Bei's hand. If I'm not mistaken, the transcendent pill he just made is probably stashed in that ring. Then Zhuke shot a look at Baishan. If that's the case, why don't I just take the pill by force? Even though Brother Bai is a semi-emperor, I'm confident I can take him down in a heartbeat. He looked back at where Ye Bei was sitting, thinking, and Senior Yu, his cultivation is only a first-tier saint. Suddenly, Ye Bei face darkened as he spoke. "What's the matter? Is it that you can't take no for an answer, so you're planning on stealing it?" Hearing his own thoughts read aloud, Zhuke panicked. Ye Bei set his teacup down gently and laid out his terms. "Tell you what, I'll give you 2 choices." He held up one finger and said, "1, you can try to take the pill from me by force. If you're good enough to pull it off, it's yours." He held up another finger. 2, you go get the great saint and tell him to come invite me here personally. Ye Bei thought to himself, I've always been the one tracking down my disciples. Finally, I get to experience having one come to me? Hearing these 2 conditions, Baishan and Zhuke were both stunned. Baishan broke into a cold sweat, worried. Is Senior Yi crazy? Zhuke is a semi-emperor. Taking that pill would be easier than snatching candy from a baby. Beside him, Zhuke was also lost in thought. You want the hottest-tempered of the 4 demon emperors, the great saint, to come invite you? What is going through your head? Finally, he channeled his demon energy and made a call. Senior Yi, a man of your word? Ye Bei said calmly. Of course. Seeing things escalating, Baishan rushed in to stop them. Senior Yi, you can't! Sadly, he wasn't strong enough. Just as he tried to intervene, Zhuke blasted him away. Baishan went flying into another pavilion across the way. He scrambled to his feet. Damn it, this is a mess. Senior Yi has been so good to me. I have to stop Zhuke no matter what. Baishan rushed back toward the pavilion. Bolts of lightning shot out from inside the pavilion. Baishan yelled in a panic, Senior Ye! He charged inside, fuming. Zhuke, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Seeing the scene inside, Baishan froze. Wait, what's going on? The screaming he heard didn't come from Senior Yi, it was Zhuke. Across from him, Ye Bei continued to taunt, not bad power, keep it coming. Zhuke collapsed on the ground, struggling to speak. Watching the scene, Baishan thought in shock. Isn't Senior Yi's cultivation only at the first-year saint level? At the same time, Juque struggled to push himself up. I was just careless. The next second, he screamed, I'm getting that pill today, no matter what. Juque summoned a magic artifact ring to attack Ye Bei. Ye Bei smirked, a meaningful smile on his face. Instantly, a box made of lightning enveloped Juque. Juque looked around, thinking, oh man, I can't deal with this much lightning inside this box, but it'd be way too embarrassing to turn back into my true form just to deal with a saint-level human. After a while, Juque finally gave in. Senior Yi, I give up, I surrender. Ye Bei didn't let up, laughing cheerfully. I can't just take it back now. After all, a lightning bolt released is like a horse that's hard to chase back. A second later, lightning lit up the entire pavilion, followed by Juque's blood-curdling screams. He couldn't even stand, stuttering. You! Ye Bei chuckled. What, you want another round of lightning? Juque thought in terror. Those lightning bolts looked insanely powerful, but he didn't hit any of my vital spots. This is annoying. Me, a majestic demon, being shown mercy by a human saint? This is so humiliating. He transformed, turned into his true form, and took to the sky. As he flew off, Juque shouted, Senior Yi, keep your word. I'm gonna go inform that person for you now. Watching Vermilion Bird fly away, Ye Bei remarked, not bad. Its flight speed is totally on par with the small flying craft I modified. If you use it as a mount, it'd look pretty badass. After saying that, Ye Bei turned to Bok's son. Alright, he probably won't be back right away. In that case, walk around Vermilion Bird City with me. Bok's son answered respectfully. As you wish, Senior Da. Inside, he couldn't help but admire the man. Senior Da, you are truly unflappable. The great sage is coming soon. Yet we're still taking our sweet time. Is that really okay? Vermilion Bird had already flown back to the Beast Tribe's central territory. He transformed back into his human form and landed in a courtyard. Vermilion Bird bowed and shouted, Vermilion Bird has an urgent matter to report to the Great Sage. Please inform her. A moment later, someone approached and he quickly knelt down to pay his respects. Vermilion Bird, paying respects to the Great Sage. A cute young woman appeared. She was the 5th-ranked Great Emperor, one of the 4 great beast tribes, Tongo Tu. Go Tu frowned and said, What do you want with me? Vermilion Bird bowed and stated, Reporting to the Great Sage, I have found an elixir that can extend the life of Lord Giamak. Before Vermilion Bird could finish, Go Tu grabbed him tightly by the throat. She asked angrily, Do you know how many people have told me this exact same thing? Ever since I took control of the central region, I've heard this dozens of times. You keep giving me hope, but every single time it ends in disappointment. Vermilion Bird hurriedly pleaded, Great Sage, I saw it with my own eyes this time. And that senior is currently at the Stardust Alchemy Association. And Go Tu was surprised. The Stardust Alchemy Association. She released her grip on his throat, letting him continue. That's right, that senior's a 9th-grade alchemist. He added further. I saw with my own eyes Brother Bok's son swallow the elixir that senior refined. Not only did he break through to the half-emperor realm, but he also became an 8th-grade alchemist, and his lifespan increased by 300 years. More importantly, that senior personally guaranteed that this elixir could extend the life of Lord Giamak by 100 years. Hearing this, Ngotia became slightly interested, thinking, a guarantee to extend that old man Giamak's life by 100 years? Interesting. Very interesting. She lifted Vermilion Bird's chin, threatening him. If I go there and it's not like you said, then that bird life of yours belongs to me. Vermilion Bird broke into a cold sweat and replied, I wouldn't dare. Everything I said is the truth, not a word of exaggeration. But seeing him hesitate, Go Tu glared, threatening him again. Speak. Vermilion Bird bowed. That 9th-grade alchemist said that if you want the elixir, the Great Sage must go there personally to invite him to see Lord Giamak. Ngo Tu laughed coldly. You want me to go and invite him in person? She smirked and said, I have to see if he's actually got the skills to back that up. Back in Vermilion Bird City, the streets were bustling with people. Bok's son was walking around with Ye Bei, looking off into the distance, deep in thought. Even though this place is very far from the Central Beast territory, with Vermilion Bird's insane speed, he should be back in 2 or 3 hours. Yet Senior Da is still as calm as ever. He looked at Ye Bei in shock. The man was casually eating and shopping without a shred of vigilance. Suddenly, Ye Bei struck up a conversation. Bok's son, tell me about your master. I want to hear it. Bok's son bowed his head. Yes, Senior. High above, Vermilion Bird had returned with Ngo Tu. He shouted down, Bok's son, Senior Da, I've brought the Great Sage here. Please, come up and meet her. Hearing the name Vermilion Bird just mentioned, Ngo Tu frowned slightly. Senior Da? People with the surname Da are extremely rare in this world. In all my years, I've only ever met my master who carried that name. Standing on Vermilion Bird's head, she asked, Vermilion Bird, is that 9th-grade alchemist really named Da? Do you know his full name? Vermilion Bird replied. This Senior Da is a first-stage Saint Realm cultivator, has the appearance of a youth, and knows how to use thunder magic. Ngo Tu thought, feeling a bit disappointed. Looks like I was overthinking it. If my master hadn't died, with their heaven-defying talent, I don't even know if they'd have reached the Tonghuan realm after 300 years of cultivation. A moment later, Vermilion Bird landed in front of Ye Bei and Bok's son. He said respectfully, Senior Da, I brought the Great Sage to see you. What would you like to say to her next? Suddenly, Ngo Tu's eyes widened in shock. A burst of energy shot straight at Vermilion Bird's head, causing Ngo Tu to tumble down as well. Bok's son hurriedly tried to explain Ye Bei's actions. Great Sage, please don't be angry. Senior Da didn't mean anything by it. Ye Bei then grabbed Bak Sun's shoulder and stepped forward. Bak Sun was terrified and tried to stop him. Senior Da, you... Above them, Gochu suddenly dropped to her knees. Vermilion Bird and Bak Sun were both stunned by the scene. The great sage, kneeling before Senior Da? How is that even possible? Gochu ignored their stunned expressions. With tears in her eyes, she said, "This unfilial disciple pays respects to master." Ye Bei asked in a stern voice, "You idiot, how did you know it was really me?" Gochu replied respectfully, "Disciple might fail to recognize anyone else, but master? I would recognize you anywhere for the rest of my life." She looked up with teary eyes, thinking to herself, "The last time I heard that way of addressing him was 200 years ago, right before my eldest sister said her goodbyes." Ye Bei looked at the disciple before him, impressed. She recognized me just by looking? She must have sharp eyes. Behind them, Bak Sun was still in a state of shock, his jaw practically on the floor. What? Senior Da is actually the great sage's master. A moment later, Gochu quickly gave orders. Vermilion Bird, lead me and master to pay our respects to Lord Jamak. Vermilion Bird answered carefully, yes. Ye Bei also gave a task to Bak Sun. Bak Sun, stay here and wait for Tin Tran. If you see her, tell her to come to Lord Jamak's place and find us quickly. Bak Sun bowed. Yes, Grandmaster. Soon after, Vermilion Bird used his top speed to carry the teacher and student to meet Lord Jamak. Riding on Vermilion Bird, Ye Bei looked at Gochu and asked, Gochu, back then, did you attack the Thuangmin sacred ground just because of that rotten stick? She shook her head and replied, Master, those sacred grounds were just asking for a clean-out. They deserved it. If I had another chance, I'd definitely raze those sacred grounds to the ground. As the two were talking, the system sound suddenly rang out. 6th disciple out of 108 found. Reward, Great Emperor's skill card. Ye Bei's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? He clapped his hands as if remembering something. Right, I remember. After breaking through to Great Emperor at Tai Bak, the system mentioned a reward mechanism involving upgrades. Could this be that upgrade reward? Ye Bei commanded, use the Great Emperor's skill card. Immediately after, the system chime rang again. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the exclusive skill, Kaioken. Kaioken can increase combat power several times over in a short period. The multiplier depends on the cultivator's current realm. This skill can be taught to disciples of the Power Dao. Ye Bei looked at his fist in amazement. Kaioken? Is this some kind of special technique from an anime in my past life? Still, this skill isn't bad at all. It's just a pity that I only have Saint Realm cultivation right now, so I can only unleash 5 times the power of the Kaioken. After thinking it over, he turned back to call Wu Xiao over. Wu Xiao, come here. I'm gonna pass on a divine technique to you. Give it a shot. Wu Xiao nodded. You got it, Master. Master Ye Bei pointed a finger at her forehead and channeled a divine technique into her. Wu Xiao soaked up that power and took flight, then, boom, she slammed a heavy-duty hit straight onto Vermilion Bird. He groaned in pain. Great Sage, that hurts. I'm on your back, not a freaking boulder. Can you not ease up a bit? Wu Xiao knelt down to thank him. Many thanks, Master, for this divine technique. It's a perfect fit for this disciple. She secretly thought, if she'd had this technique back in the day, how could she have gotten chased around by the Emperor of the Kangming Holy Land? She giggled. Master is the best. The moment we meet, he hooks me up with such a massive gift. Ye Bei leaned in closer and asked, tell me, if you go all out with this World King Fist, how many times can you boost your power? Wu Xiao answered respectfully, Master, I think I can boost it 50 times over. She flexed her arm proudly, and this disciple can feel that as my strength improves, I can push the potential of this technique even further. Hearing this, Ye Bei stumbled back in shock. Holy crap, I can only manage 5 times, and this girl can crank it up to 50? And it doesn't even stop there, he thought bitterly. Looks like the gap between humans and monkeys is just way too damn big. In the heart of the demon realm, Ye Bei looked down, alert. This aura, it's a great emperor. Wu Xiao shouted, hey, why is it you stupid cow? You want me to smash you into oblivion with one swing of my staff? Down below, Nu Fen taunted. You damn monkey, if you've got the guts, come on down. Lord Nu wants to settle the score with you today. Wu Xiao was fuming, but Ye Bei walked up in front of her, looking at Nu Fen with a hint of interest. Seeing Ye Bei deep in thought, Wu Xiao worried her master was getting ticked off, so she scrambled to explain, Master, trust me, I don't usually start trouble, I've really cleaned up my act. For real, she quickly added, it's just because this stupid cow. He feels like I stole one of the 4 great emperor spots, dropping him to the bottom of the list, so every time I show up, he's gotta block my path and scrap. He's done this to me over a dozen times already. Ye Bei smiled and gave an order, telling Wu Xiao that if this guy, the Qingyu Great Emperor, was this persistent, she should either ignore him or keep at it until he learned his lesson. Wu Xiao asked excitedly, Master, you mean? Ye Bei nodded. Go on, just don't beat him until he kicks the bucket. Wu Xiao replied, understood, Master. She expanded her Rui staff and lunged at Nu Fen. Eat this, you stupid cow. Nu Fen didn't back down, clapping his hands together and channeling his demon energy. You damn monkey! He transformed back into his true form to brace for Wu Xiao's attack. She grinned wickedly. Stupid cow, I gave you a chance. Now you can take your beating. Nu Fen frowned. Funny, it's only been a few days, and your trash-talking skills have reached a whole new level. Wu Xiao didn't waste any more breath. She channeled her energy, focusing every ounce of power into her fist. World King Fist! 10 times, she screamed, punching forward. Nu Fen sneered, treating it like child's play, and started using his own secret technique. A storm of demonic energy crashed down. Wu Xiao barely dodged, bracing herself on the ground and fuming, damn it, this idiot is playing for keeps! Nu Fen fired a blast of light into the sky and bellowed, "You damn monkey, why aren't you dead yet?" Wu Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. She countered Nu Fen's move with World King Fist 2 times, her punch carrying a howling gale. But the punch she was about to land suddenly froze. Wu Xiao panicked. She hadn't expected that even at just 2 times the power, her body would hit its absolute limit. With no other choice, she poured everything she had into one final strike. 2 powers, both terrifying, were about to collide. High above, Ye Bei was watching the fight and signaled Vermilion Bird. "What are you just sitting there for? Get us higher up!" Vermilion Bird hurriedly climbed higher. "You got it, senior." Below, the 2 massive waves of power from Nu Fen and Wu Xiao rushed toward each other. They smashed head-on, triggering a massive shockwave. Even Vermilion Bird was blown back a distance by the pressure. Ye Bei didn't look worried at all, just calmly gazing down. Looking at the deep crater after the fight, Vermilion Bird thought in awe, "This great sage is seriously intense." She actually fought the great Emperor Qingyu, who's at the mid-stage of the great Emperor realm, to a standstill. Deep in the crater, Wu Xiao slumped to the ground, while Nu Fen was out cold beside her. Ye Bei signaled Vermilion Bird. "All right, go down and pick her up." Vermilion Bird complied quickly. "Yes, senior." Ye Bei jumped down to where Wu Xiao was lying and asked tenderly, "Can you move?" She pleaded, "Master, can you pull me up?" She closed her eyes, exhausted. "I can't move at all right now." Ye Bei scooped her up. "Let's go." He assessed her condition. From that last move, Wu Xiao had used at least 20 times the power of the World King Fist, pushing her body to its breaking point. She wouldn't be able to move for a while. Ye Bei carried Wu Xiao onto Vermilion Bird's back. She whined, "Master, I hurt." Ye Bei soothed her immediately. Okay, I'll be gentle." Vermilion Bird, mid-flight, watched this scene in total disbelief. What's with this pitiful act? Is she really the same wild-tempered great sage who's always ready to throw hands? Ye Bei asked, "How many times did you boost it on that last strike?" Wu Xiao replied with a happy grin. 25 times, she added joyfully. "Master, this technique of yours is truly unbeatable. There's a huge gap between each level of the Great Emperor realm, but this technique lets you leapfrog through levels to challenge others. It's insane." Ye Bei warned her. "Learn from this. For now, you can only handle 10 times at most. 25 times is way more than your body can take right now." Wu Xiao responded, "Yes, master, I understand." 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived. Wu Xiao led the way. "Master, we're here." Ye Bei gestured, "Let's go." Wu Xiao said softly, "Yes, master." She introduced, "Master, this is the Demon Emperor Jiamo." Ye Bei shot a glance upward, his eyes narrowing in thought. He looked the Demon Emperor Jiamo over. Why was there such a faint trace of demonic energy on him? And based on the reaction from his supreme demon bone, he could tell that this trace of energy was many times stronger than all the ghouls and evil spirits at the Tianqi Holy Land put together. Demon Emperor Jiamo opened his eyes to look at him. Ye Bei remained calm, thinking to himself, but how could a powerful demon emperor like him have such demonic nature? "You're kidding, right?" Jiamak the Demon Lord asked, feeling a bit curious. "Human kid, your reaction is just like that little monkey Tin Trans back in the day." Ngo Tu proudly shot back. "Old man Jia, Jukting Tran used to be my junior sister, but now this guy is my master." Ye Bei introduced himself politely. "I am Ye Bei. It's an honor to meet you, Demon Lord Jiamak." Jiamak the Demon Lord looked shocked and double-checked. "Little monkey, are you saying he's your master?" Ngo Tu boasted happily. "That's right, there's nothing my master can't do. You can't even imagine the tricks he has up his sleeve." Hearing that, Jiamak the Demon Lord curiously asked, "So, what brings you two here today?" "If you're looking to peace out of the Central Plains, I won't stop you this time, as long as you don't forget the deal we made." Ngo Tu blurted out, "Old man Jia, I'm here to leave, but before I go, I'm going to handle your longevity issue." She gestured toward Ye Bei and added dramatically, "Since nobody else can fix this mess, it's not even a problem in my master's eyes." Ye Bei was speechless, his face paling. "This brat, 300 years haven't changed a thing. Why are you acting exactly like Emperor Thonggu? When did you get so good at running your mouth? You weren't like this back in the day." Giamak the Demon Lord bowed his head slightly, rejecting Ngo Tu's offer. "You should just go in peace. I won't lie to you. No pill in existence can solve my lifespan problem." He added, "Instead of wasting time on me, you'd be better off training and breaking through to the next realm." Ngo Tu clenched her fist, thinking to herself, "In this world besides my master, Jia is the one I owe the most. Seeing him like this, how can I just walk away?" Suddenly, Ye Bei tossed over a pill and said, "Old man Jia, give this a try," he continued. "You'll only know if it works once you test it out." Jiamak caught the pill. Looking at it, he was stunned. "This is the most potent longevity-boosting pill I've seen in nearly 100 years. His eyes dimmed with sadness. "It's just a shame that with my current body, I'm afraid." Seeing him fall silent, Ngo Tu asked anxiously, "Old man Jia, how is it?" Giamak praised, "This pill is top tier. It can easily extend my life by at least 30 years. Ngo Tu yelled out in surprise. "30 years? She asked. "Old man Jia, are you sure you're not misreading it? My master said it would add at least 100 years. Jiamak the Demon Lord laughed heartily. "I only had 2 years left, so adding this much is a huge win. No matter what, I have to thank you both today." "Thank you. From today on, you are honored guests of the Demon Clan. If you ever need help, just come straight to me." Ye Bei replied politely. "Much obliged, Old man Jia." Ngo Tu urged, "Old man Jia, hurry up, I'll guard you while you refine the pill." Jiamak the Demon Lord took the pill calmly. "Is there really a need to rush? It's not like my time is up this very second." While he was taking the medicine, Ye Bei whispered to Ngo Tu, there might actually be a way to save him. He instructed her, from now on, I don't care who it is, no one is allowed to interrupt me. Got it? And Ngo Tu saluted. Understood, master. Do your thing. Leave this place to me. If anyone tries to mess with us, I'll make sure they beat a retreat. She thought joyfully, this is great, old man Jia can be saved. If master says it's possible, then it's definitely possible. Where Jiamak the demon lord was sitting, he focused on refining the pill. Suddenly, wisps of demonic energy escaped his body, and he broke into a cold sweat, his face pale. The demonic energy leaking out began devouring his spiritual energy. In seconds, the demonic force had swallowed up all the spiritual power he had refined. Jiamak the demon lord frowned. Figures, these damn things, every time I take a longevity pill, they gobble it all up, then crawl back into hiding inside me to feast on my life force. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Old man Jia, these are all the internal injuries you've suffered over the years, aren't they? Jiamak the demon lord snapped his eyes open. Huh? Looking up, he saw an ethereal projection of Ye Bei. You're the little monkey's master? Ye Bei said calmly. I can help you purge the demonic nature left behind by the demon race. Jiamak the demon lord was stunned but agreed to let Ye Bei help. Alright, show me what you can do. He thought, hardly anyone in this world can even identify demonic nature. If he can spot it, maybe he really does have a way. He smiled slightly. If you succeed, I owe you a huge favor. As long as I'm breathing, if you ever run into trouble, even if you want to destroy a holy temple, I'll be there to back you up. Of course, if you fail, that's fine too. I've endured this for tens of thousands of years. I'm not missing these last 30. Ye Bei took out his alchemy furnace. Alright, here we go. The furnace's projection suddenly expanded, shattering the ceiling as it soared upward. It slowly rotated, hovering amidst the swirling demonic energy. Ye Bei gestured, spiritual power radiating from his palms. Rise! The furnace began to superheat, and the demonic energy shrieked as it burned. Jiamak laughed triumphantly. Burn them all to hell for me. Ye Bei's projection advised, Old man Jia, this demonic energy has taken deep root in your marrow. To wipe it out completely, you need to reveal your true form, otherwise you'll endure unbearable agony. He agreed instantly. Agony? My friend, go ahead. As long as you can purge all that demonic rot, do whatever you need to do. Ye Bei requested, Alright, old man Jia, show your true form. I'm starting now. A massive shadow emerged with a deafening roar, eclipsing half the light. Ye Bei looked at the colossal turtle before him, stunned. Damn it! If I'd known his true form was this massive, I wouldn't have asked for that. Ngo Tu stood by and explained, Master, old man Jia's true form is the Haotian ancestral turtle. They say it's an ancient bloodline, and its power can shake the heavens and earth. Ye Bei's whole body pulsed with spiritual energy. Go to, I'm starting now. Keep a close watch, she replied. Yes, master, don't you worry. He raised his hand and commanded, Heaven-burning supreme demon flame, refine. Now, the demonic energy covering Jiamak's body was being scorched by his spiritual power. In his true form, Jiamak sighed in awe. I never expected the little monkey's master to wield such savage black flames. But as long as I can purge this hateful rot, I'd take 10 times the pain. At that moment, the eyes of Jiamak in his turtle form suddenly blazed with light. 30 minutes later, Sun Gotiu was totally geeking out, thinking, my master is straight up legendary. If he pulls this off, the old guy might actually make a full recovery. Then Ingufan's voice boomed from a distance. Damn monkey, what kind of shady stuff are you and that human pulling on Lord Jiamak? Gotiu shot back, annoyed, you blind or just stupid, you dumb cow. My master is literally treating the old man right now. The brute growled back, don't lie to me. You think I don't feel Lord Jiamak's life force fading away? She brushed him off. Believe it or not, I don't care. You want the old man back on his feet? Then just shut up and stand by. But he wasn't buying it. Yeah, right. I'd have to be brain dead to trust you. How many humans actually want Lord Jiamak to survive? Get that guy down here now. Or don't blame me if I have to throw down with you. Gotu's brow twitched in frustration. Stupid cow. I should just clobbered him harder earlier and knocked his lights out for a few months. Ignoring Ingu Fan, she stayed focused on the scene. Dyota appeared asking, Great Sage, what's even going on? This is the second-ranked Great Demon Emperor, Kim Bang Great Emperor Dyota. Gotu said, spinning around to explain. The person up there really is my master. He's saving the old man. Believe it or not, it's your call, but if you want to fight, I'm down. Suddenly, she switched up her attitude, saying, Well, then I choose not to believe it. The two girls were getting ready to tear each other apart with raw energy when Gotu barked, Bring it on! You think I'm scared of you? But someone else walked in, making them both freeze. A pair of graceful legs appeared, followed by 9 swaying tails. She took one look. It was Da Fifi sashaying over while fixing her hair. Dyota glared at her. Da Fi, what are you doing? This is about Lord Jiamak's life. That human has to be dealt with. Fi just replied calmly. Pipe down. I can feel that the human doesn't have any bad intentions toward Lord Jiamak. It's highly likely he's actually saving him, just like the great sage said. She suggested, let's just wait here quietly. If anything looks off, we can act then. Ningufan shot back, but that's a human. The demon race is in a rough spot right now. Most of these humans are just scheming. She cast a spell, launching it toward him. Ningufan was instantly frozen in place. Fifi warned him with a stone-cold expression. My decisions are not up for you to question. She turned to Gotu and said, Great Sage, Fifi trusts your word, but for now, you'll just have to deal with being a little restricted. Dyota felt the sting of unfair treatment but couldn't fight back. The double standard was crystal clear. Gotu was also under a restraint, unable to budge no matter how hard she struggled. Dyota gloated, Stop wasting your energy, it won't work. This binding power is one of the Heavenly Fox clan's innate god-tier abilities. She couldn't help but add, "Don't tell me you're only at the early Great Emperor stage?" Even if Ingufan stepped up, he couldn't break out of this. She provoked her. "Gyota, how about a bet? If I can break this seal within 1 minute, you have to call me Boss Son from now on." "You in?" Gyota scoffed. "You? Forget it." Gochu grinned mischievously and started cranking up her forbidden technique. "And if I can't break it in a minute, I'll call you Boss Dew and give you a respectful bow every time we meet. How's that?" Gyota and Fifi both froze, staring at her in shock. Ningufan quickly noticed something was up, shouting, "Wait a sec, this damn monkey isn't." Gyota jumped at it. "As long as Da Fifi doesn't help you, you're on." Gochu dove right in. She braced herself and roared, "Kaioken tenfold!" Gyota dismissed her. "So what if you can use a forbidden technique? To break Da Fifi's binding power, you'd need the strength of at least a late stage or peak Great Emperor." She was in her own zone now. "Kaioken 15-fold, Kaioken 20-fold, Kaioken 25-fold. Da Fifi started to panic. "Great Sage, stop! You can't keep going like this." Gochu gritted her teeth, lightning sparking from her eyes. "Kaioken 30-fold." This bet wasn't just about pride, it was about her own path. In the dark of the night, everyone focused on that single point of light, challenging her limits without fear. She knew that by pushing past this, she could transcend herself. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the three of them watched breathless, terrified of missing a single second. Nungu Fan stood stunned. "Holy crap, that impact is insane!" Right then, Sun Gochu was hovering in midair, leaving the three below in total awe. Despite her bones and meridians snapping, her blood force and aura weren't fading, they were skyrocketing. Most people using forbidden techniques end up wrecking their cultivation, losing their potential, or burning out their life force. But she, the more she used it, the stronger she got. Just as Ngochu was lost in the heat of her own power, a booming voice scolded them. "Are you all trying to wreck my demon god palace?" Fifi, Ingufan, and Duta jumped. "Lord Jiamak!" they asked in unison. "Are you okay?" He looked quite pleased. "I'm great. In 20,000 years, this is the first time I've felt this good." Da Fifi felt the joy wash over her. "How many years has it been? This is the first time I've ever seen Lord Jiamak this happy." Gyota finally realized the truth. So the great sage wasn't lying. That human really was helping the Lord. "I guess we were just being paranoid." Jiamak commanded, "The four of you, stay in line and stay put." They acknowledged him immediately. Jiamak felt a bit nostalgic. "The demonic energy that's been torturing me for 20,000 years. 1/3 of it is already gone. I don't know if he can wipe it all out, but this human has already done a huge favor for the demon race." Meanwhile, Ye Bei was still deep in his refinement, focused entirely on neutralizing the demonic energy. This energy and his supreme demon bones were like two sides of the same coin. They could coexist and clash, allowing him to absorb it into his own body to refine it completely. Jiamak asked, "Little friend, are you trying to move that demonic energy into yourself?" Ye Bei confirmed that's the plan. With that, he pulled all the demonic energy toward him. The dark mass swarmed into his body. Then he vanished into the void and Jiamak slowly shrank down, returning to his human form before dropping to the ground. Sun Gochu rushed over. "Old man, how do you feel, and where's my master?" He hesitated, feeling conflicted. "I'm fine now." But that little friend, to avoid affecting us, he took all that demonic energy and slipped into the void to refine it on his own. In the void, Ye Bei stayed locked in, focusing on purging the evil. He put his hands together, muttering, "This demonic energy is straight up brutal. Thank God the Heavenly Pool's treasure was enough to barely keep it in check." Ye Bei pondered as he snatched up a stray wisp of demonic energy. "If I can completely refine this with the Supreme Demonic Bone, I'll trigger a huge surge in my spiritual power. That should bump me up a few levels." Jiamo and Wu Xiaoxiao watched him, eyes glued to the sky, full of anticipation. Ye Bei steadily climbed through the ranks of the Saint Realm, first layer, second, third, until he hit the absolute peak. Wu Xiaoxiao was so stoked she jumped and hugged her master, Ye Bei refusing to let go. "Master Jia, the demonic energy is gone, don't sweat it, but tell me, how's your recovery coming along?" Jia Mo bowed respectfully. "Old man here owes you his life, young friend. My lifespan has been extended." He beamed, looking better than ever. Niu Fen and Diao Ta were completely stunned. Jia Mo solemnly promised, "If you ever need anything, the entire demon clan will go all out to repay this debt." The two finally pulled apart. "Deal." "It's a promise then," Fei Fei said, turning on the charm with sparkling eyes. "From today on, this little one is willing to serve you every night, my noble benefactor. I'll repay you with my body." Niu Fen shoved her aside. "Back off, woman." "Great benefactor, I really respect you, old man Niu here. How about we become sworn brothers? You can be the big brother." Wu Xiaoxiao was having none of it. "Get lost. If you become my master's sworn brother, doesn't that make you my uncle?" Diao Ta crossed his arms, rolling his eyes at their antics. Wu Xiaoxiao gloated. "Hey, you stupid bird, you've seen what my master can do. Still acting cocky?" Suddenly, Diao Ta dropped to one knee and bowed. "Father, please accept this son's respects." Ye Bei almost puked on the spot. Pfft, he had dark lines all over his face. Talk about a desperate move to find a new dad. Niu Fen didn't see that coming. "Damn, man, I didn't think you were that kind of bird." Fei Fei covered her mouth, giggling. "He's a true opportunist. Diao Ta must have graduated top of his class in sucking up 101. Ye Bei waved him off. All right, forget the father thing." He got straight to the point. "Jia, we've got stuff to talk about." Jiao Mo guessed, "Are you talking about that demonic energy?" Ye Bei rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "Exactly. Back at the Heavenly Pool Holy Land, I saw some dark artifacts that felt just like that." Jiamo was shocked. What? No way, he signaled for Ye Bei to enter the palace. Come on in, young friend, let's talk inside. Ye Bei followed him, hands crossed. Yeah, the stuff with the demon clan is complicated. Can't explain it in 2 words. Let's sit down. The two sat across from each other at the table, while Wu Xiaoxiao, Diao Ta Fei and Niu Fen stood by. Ye Bei recounted how there was a demon skeleton being cultivated deep within the Holy Land. He remembered the remains he'd encountered. I've never actually seen a live demon, but just looking at those bones gave me a seriously bad vibe. Jiamo slammed his hand on the armrest in rage. Those damn Holy Land bastards, they actually had the guts to harbor demons? Ye Bei calmly reassured him. Don't worry, I wiped them out. Jiamo gulped, terrified. Wait, how? That's impossible. Even with our demon clan, it'd take at least 3 great demon emperors working together to take on the Heavenly Pool Holy Land. But he soon let out a sigh of relief. Well, good riddance. If it were me, I'd have smashed them to pieces too. Ye Bei laid it out. The Holy Land isn't a threat anymore, but I know next to nothing about the demons themselves. That's why I wanted to ask you about how the Demon-Human Alliance fought back tens of thousands of years ago. Jiamo drifted back into the past. Back then, the Xuanhuang continent was way more powerful than it is now. Just the demon clan alone had 7 emperor-level powerhouses. The humans had even more, double that at least. But even then, after fighting the demons for so long, we lost more than we won. Those things are natural-born killing machines, the absolute bane of all living souls. It wasn't until 20,000 years ago that we managed to defeat them, though it cost us everything. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. After that, the demons retreated into hiding and vanished. Jiamo looked up and grinned. Young friend, if you're planning to hunt them down, my demon clan is with you. Ye Bei hesitated. Jia, demons are tricky. I think we shouldn't tip them off just yet. Let's prep properly first. He calculated silently. These demons won't be easy to deal with. I need to get myself in peak condition. Jiamo asked, oh, what kind of prep? Just say the word, and my clan will give it our all. Ye Bei jotted down a list. I need a load of alchemical materials and rare artifacts within 3 days. The more, the better. He handed the note to Fei. Fei, you handle this. Make sure it's done right. Fei bowed, beaming. Yes, sir, I won't let you down, benefactor. Ye Bei stood up. You 3 have nothing better to do, right? Let's spar. No special powers, no demon energy, just raw strength. He swapped into different gear, leaving his toned upper body bare, ready to throw hands. He thought about the massive energy flooding his body. The demonic energy he'd refined was insane. Just absorbing a fraction had already pushed him to the peak of the Saint Realm. He shook his fists, getting fired up. It'd be a waste if I didn't use the rest to build a solid foundation for my body. Niu Fen rubbed his shoulders, stoked. Since you put it that way, a little roughhousing won't hurt. Though I wonder how many hits your human frame can take. Diao Ta wanted a piece of the action too. You might be a master of techniques, but even the strongest human is no match for us demon beasts. If you're that confident, I'll see what you're really made of. Wu Xiaoxiao, having just leveled up, cracked her knuckles, all fired up. Well, can't argue with master's orders. Niu Fen warned him kindly. Heads up, I'm going full throttle. Ye Bei took his stance. Bring it. The moment he finished, Wu Xiaoxiao charged first. She grabbed a wooden staff, swung it high, and brought it down hard on Ye Bei. He caught it effortlessly with one hand. Ye Bei looked at his muscular arm, very satisfied. Nice. That demonic energy is perfectly integrated into my foundation now. Niu Fen swarmed him from behind. What followed was a non-stop, earth-shaking brawl between the 4 of them. Ye Bei felt like he'd had an epiphany. Man, you really gotta get beaten down to actually grow. A massive fist flew at him again. Now it's 2-on-1. Ye Bei, you absolute beast, swings his fist and sends Sun Wukong flying, while his other hand clocks Niu Fen right in the face. He shakes out his stiff shoulders, feeling a bit cramped. Yeah, that's more like it. If we're gonna scrap, we might as well do it right. The horned guard nearby is looking all stressed. Lord Demon Saint, are we really just gonna let the 3 demon emperors and Senior Yi keep brawling like this? Jiamo just keeps his eyes locked on this totally lopsided fight. No worries, kid. It's just some light sparring to loosen up. They'll stop when they've had enough. The guard watches as the 3 get absolutely wrecked, thinking, does this look like stopping when they've had enough to you? 3 days later, the place is finally quiet again. Ye Bei speaks up. Man, didn't realize we'd been going at it for 3 days and 3 nights. After flushing out all that demonic energy, Ye Bei feels fresh as hell. After a training session that intense, all the energy refined from that demonic source has been turned into his own foundation. He can feel himself getting way stronger. Even if you're a demon, I don't care how insane your skills are, don't you dare touch me again. Niu Fen is sprawled on the ground, complaining. Diao, next time I get the itch to fight someone, you better pull me back. Diao Zuo is leaning on his hands, gasping for air. He hasn't taken this many beatings in the last 100 years combined. Sun Wukong chimes in from behind, pointing out the silver lining. Getting whooped by Master hurts, sure, but haven't you guys noticed? We've gained more in these 3 days than we would have in 10 years of practice. Diao Zuo touches his body. Yo, you're right. My bones and muscles actually feel tougher than before. Niu Fen looks at his hands, trying to remember the feeling. Damn, I think I actually want another beating. Just then, Demon Saint Jiamo walks up to show some love. My friend, thanks for the hard work. You didn't just solidify your foundation, you even helped train these 3 knuckleheads. Ye Bei stays humble. Don't sweat it, it was just a side gig. They barely share a few words before Fei rushes over. She bows respectfully. Greetings, Lord Jiamo and Senior Yi. Fei opens her palm, revealing the loot. Here's all the alchemy ingredients and rare treasures I gathered in the last 3 days. He picks up a glowing item to check it out. Ye Bei takes a look. This is way too much loot. If that kid Yao Xingchen saw this, he'd probably die of jealousy. He says his goodbyes. Old Jia, take it easy while you recover. You've been shackled for 20,000 years, so you're gonna level up big time soon. Jia Mo is genuinely grateful. That's all thanks to you, my friend. I can't thank you enough. Ye Bei gives a final wave. I'm heading out, won't bother you anymore. Now time to take Wukong and check out what the demon clan is really up to. Jiamo looks a bit bummed. Go on then, little one. It's time for you to head back to your master. Wukong, being a naive kid, just rolls with it. Yes, sir. Suddenly Fei Fei jumps in. Wait up, her eyes are all teary. Lord GMO, Senior Yi, I want to come along too. Wukong snaps. My master and I are heading out. Why are you trying to tag along? Fei Fei twitches her big tail and replies softly. That's not fair, Great Sage. My Sky Fox clan's territory isn't far from the secret realm, and I know that place like the back of my hand. She winks playfully. Lao, you know how they say it's easier to get stuff done when you've got a local guide? If I come with you two, who knows? I might actually be useful. Ye Bei thinks it over for a sec. Having a local guide sounds like a solid plan. Fine, Fei Fei, you're in. Wukong is totally annoyed and shouts, Master, can't it just be the two of us? Why bring this noisy brat along? Niufen thinks I want to stick with Senior Yi and train more, while Diaozuo is doing some quick math. Diaozuo knows Fei Fei is already ahead of him in the Demon Emperor rankings. He can't let her hog all the good luck for herself. Thinking that, he pipes up. Lord Jiamo, Senior Yi, I want to join this Demon Scout mission too. Niufen chimes in, me too. Diaozuo tries to convince them. The demons are super shady and weird. Senior Yi, having a powerhouse like me by your side is like adding wings to a tiger. Right, Lord Jiamo? Niufen nods along. Me too. Ye Bei just stands there speechless, thinking, what am I, Tong Sung on a pilgrimage? Do I really need 4 disciples tagging along? Jiamo just smiles. I don't have a problem with it, but you'll have to ask our friend here. Diaozuo gets excited. I can carry Senior Yi and everyone else there. Who's the fastest flyer in the world? Aside from me, the Golden Peng with my 90,000 miles in one flap. Who else is there? Niufen jumps on the bandwagon. Me too. Wukong yanks on Nufen's long horn and yells, you ground-dwelling cow, you're as dumb as a rock. Ye Bei thinks to himself, actually, he's got a point. I was going to take the vermilion bird, but compared to a golden pung, the bird is slower than a snail. Deciding that, he quickly agrees. All right, fine, you can come too. Diaozuo bows respectfully. Thank you, Senior Yi. Niufen starts stammering. So what about me? Jiamo pats his head, comforting him. Since those 3 are going, someone has to stay back to guard the central province, right? Niufen pouts, looking miserable. Wukong says, well then, old Jia, we're taking off. Ye Bei sounds a bit down. Take care, old man, I'm gonna miss you. Diaozuo says his goodbyes. Lord Jiamo, we're out. Right after, Diaozuo transforms back into his true form. He quickly picks up the 3 of them, spreads those massive wings, and shoots into the sky. Ye Bei sighs. The golden-winged pung really lives up to the hype. Fei Fei, standing nearby, suddenly speaks up. We're heading to the secret realm. It's huge, way bigger than Vermilion City. It's the trade hub for the whole central province. They sell everything you can imagine. She continues slowly, it's a lawless zone. Tons of big and small factions. If you've got the muscle, you're the boss. Diaozuo is soaring through the clouds and suggests, Senior Yi, we're right above the secret realm now. We should probably play it safe and walk from here. Ye Bei agrees, good call. You can land in that forest nearby. As soon as he says that, Diaozuo dives down and lands in the nearby woods. A moment later, all 4 of them are strolling toward the city gate. As they walk, they chat. The secret realm isn't just famous for its easy travel. It's also got those emperor-grade mystical sites. Ye Bei asks, confused, does Emperor grade mean only emperors can get in, or does it mean it's got emperor-level loot but anyone can enter? Fei Fei answers the second one. Even though there's no cultivation requirement, the dangers inside are so insane that even emperors are scared to mess with it. Plus, the way to get in changes every year. It's ridiculously strict. Look, even though there ain't no specific cultivation requirements, that place is so messed up that even emperor-level beasts wouldn't dare sleep on it. Plus, the way you get in changes every damn year, it's straight up brutal. I looked ahead and muttered, check it out, Senior Yi. That's how we get in this year. The city streets were packed with people. Everywhere you looked, merchants were hollering, selling antique move guides for just 10 high-grade spirit stones. Hey, traveler, need a beginner's guide to chess? Maybe you'll have an epiphany and walk right into that secret realm. Want to borrow the heavens and earth strategy to reach enlightenment? Trying to break through a wall? I'll personally teach you how to pass the first round. Dirt cheap prices. Step right up. Fei Fei pointed at the giant chess diagram plastered on the wall and kept going. Ye Bei stroked his chin, thinking, I'm not bad at chess, so no sweat. We'll take turns playing the old man. He lowered his voice. I've got a bad feeling about this. There's a huge chance the Emperor-level secret realm is tied to the Demon Clan. Sun Wuxiao stammered. Boss. Ye Bei turned back, confused. What? Why not? Sun Wuxiao, Fei Fei, and Diao Cha all gave him goofy grins. We have no idea how to play chess. Ye Bei sighed, thinking that figures. Suddenly, some guy nearby started whining. That's 10 rounds already, and I still can't win my way in. Someone else piped up, man, you suck at chess, but you keep trying. You're better off going to find Quan Hong and buying an entry pass. Even though the pass is one-time use, with it, anyone can get into the secret realm safe and sound. Ye Bei was puzzled. By an entry pass? He turned to them and asked, excuse me, where can I find this guy selling entry passes? The dude answered immediately, you mean Quan Hong? Just head down this way. Hang a left, then a right, then another right, and you'll spot him. Ye Bei followed the directions and found a massive crowd. A loud voice was booming. Only 2 left. Highest bidder takes them. No spirit stones. Other treasures work too. The crowd started getting rowdy, bidding against each other. The Flying Dragon Pavilion offers a bottle of Dragon Essence pills. The Golden Light Sect offers a high-grade holy artifact. The Moonwatching Tiger Clan offers 10 pieces of mysterious grade treasures or better. Ye Bei walked up to the stall and whispered, "Looks like this is the spot." Quan Hong flashed a sinister smile, thinking, if I can trade for something decent, the boss is going to reward me big time. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Quan Hong pointed at Ye Bei and said, "Kid, I like your vibe. Tell you what, if you've got something worth trading, I'll sell to you." People nearby started whispering, "Some punk like that? If he actually gets his hands on a pass, let's just kill him and take it." Ye Bei replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't buy stuff from shady sources." Quan Hong stood up, barking back, "Big talk. Good thing I'm a fan of fate, or I would kicked you out already. Tell me, what kind of source are you looking for?" Ye Bei asked point blank, "Are you possessed by a demon, or are you just a dog for the demon clan?" The guy froze, totally blindsided. Quan Hong bared his razor-sharp claws, lunged at him, and roared, "What kind of crazy garbage are you spewing?" Before he could land, Sun Wuxiao jumped in and slammed him into the dirt with one hand. Quan Hong was smashed flat, bones shattered, too terrified to move. Ye Bei said icily, "I told you you reek of demonic energy. It's disgusting." Fei Fei added, "Just a puny half-emperor, and you've got the guts to be arrogant?" The crowd went wild. "Aren't those the 3 great demon emperors? What are they doing here? Could that kid be the legendary demon venerable?" Ye Bei asked, suspicious. "You're human, right? What did the demons give you? You're really going to throw your life away for them?" Quan Hong stubbornly threatened, "I'd advise you. You better let me go. If I die, my demon lord will gut you like a fish." Ye Bei reached out, started casting a spell, and muttered, "Thought so. You're just a good dog. If you aren't going to talk, I'll just rip the memories right out of your head." He started screaming in agony as the sheer magical force hit him. Suddenly, a twisted face emerged from the mouth of Quan Hong, surrounded by dark, murky demonic energy. It spoke in a bone-chilling voice, "You little thief." From within the black mist, a voice boomed, "So you're the one using soul-snatching techniques on Quan Hong?" Ye Bei stayed silent. A demon, huh? Just as he thought. Disgusting black sludge kept spewing from Quan Hong's mouth. The guy cried out for help. "My lord, save me!" The demon abandoned Quan Hong's body, grabbed his face, and drained his life force. "You've helped me gather plenty of treasures over the years, so you've done your part." The demon then tore what was left of Quan Hong apart and retreated into a black portal. "As for you lot, I don't have time to deal with you right now." Wu Xiao rushed over, ready to grab the escaping demon. "Where do you think you're going? Get back here." Fei Fei and Diao Zuo followed suit. "Great sage, we're here to help." Unfortunately, Wu Xiao and the others were too slow to catch the demon before he vanished into the black portal. The eye demon appeared and scolded his subordinate furiously. "I sent you to monitor Xuan Hong, so how the hell did things end up like this?" The lackey tried to calm him down. "My lord, calm down. I know I screwed up, but I've lured 3 demon emperors here. You can feast on them to your heart's content." The eye demon turned his gaze toward the 3 demon emperors. Meanwhile, Fei Fei, Wu Xiao, and Diao Zuo had entered the portal yelling, "Hey demon, get your ass out here. You're gonna pay for all the suffering Jiamo endured for the last 20,000 years." The eye demon laughed out loud and reached out toward them. "Come on then, help me trim my nails." The trio was caught off guard, but they barely managed to dodge the eye demon's strike. Fei Fei frowned. "What the hell is this guy? Even the 3 of us together can barely hold our own." The eye demon looked at them with pure contempt. "Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot," he sneered and struck again. The trio went pale, realizing how powerful this demon actually was. No wonder he was a top-tier threat. From a distance, the eye demon's hand came crashing down. "You idiots really thought you could spy on my kin? Fine, come inside and I'll tell you everything slowly." Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning slammed down, blocking his hand. Ye Bei arrived just in time to save his disciples. He unleashed his black flame god's fury, and the eye demon howled in pain as he burned. "Damn it! Who the hell has the power to counter my demonic arts?" Ye Bei stood back and assessed the situation. "So, this is the power of a god clan elite, huh? To tank that lightning fire. Definitely not someone to underestimate." Quan Hong told the eye demon, "My lord, that's him. He's only at the peak of the mortal realm, but he's been using some weird tricks to go up against you." The eye demon snapped back. "You idiot, are you blind?" He glared at Ye Bei. "You're hiding some serious secrets that could screw up my plans. I've got to kill you. No loose ends." Quan Hong asked again, "My lord, are you seriously going to use your real power on a puny human like him?" Bolts of lightning and heavy demonic energy crackled from the eye demon's eyes. He growled, "I'm going to make sure you rot right here." The eye demon unleashed his full god-tier power, and the sheer pressure lit up the entire void. Ye Bei held up his great Dao formation, struggling to withstand the eye demon's incoming strike. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with grim determination. A thought crossed his mind. There's barely any high-level energy in the mortal world. Fei Fei, Wu Xiao, and Diao Zuo rushed behind Ye Bei. Wu Xiao shouted, "Master, let me help you!" Ye Bei, while holding up the formation, shouted at them with urgency. "Get out of here! I've got this!" Electric sparks crackled along the dark divine light. Seeing this, Wu Xiao hesitated, hugging her arm, her eyes locked on Ye Bei. She wavered, but Diao Zuo and Fei Fei started to turn back. Diao Zuo warned her, "Monkey, we can't take the impact of this dark divine light." The eye demon kept pouring his power into the blast. Ye Bei stood his ground, blocking from behind. "Get back!" he shouted as the Eye Demon's god-tier power pierced through and shattered the barrier. Ye Bei crossed his arms in front of him, bracing for the impact. The power slammed into the ground, obliterating everything for miles. The shockwave tore the earth in two, with electricity arcing along the edges of the massive crater. A moment later, as the energy dissipated, only stray sparks remained in the air. The sky was filled with strange omens, the landscape was completely devastated, and the air was thick with dust. The Eye Demon wore a smug, mocking grin. His eyes blazed, and as Quan Hong hovered beside him, he looked over the wreckage and scoffed, "A pathetic little ant. One strike from me and he's already gone to dust. That took way too much out of me. Let's head back to the depths of the secret realm." Amidst the ruins, Diaozuo spread her wings and flew, carrying Feifei and Wuxiao, searching the air for any sign of Ye Bei. A voice broke the silence. "We're not even in the same league as these monsters. How on earth did Jiamo manage to fight these things back in the day?" Looking down from above, the area was cold, gloomy, and deserted, with echoes of terrified screams still hanging in the air. "Run! What kind of crazy attack was that? Forget about the secret realm. Survival is what matters. Stay away from the entrance. There are actually demons here." Diaozuo flew the others closer to where the blast had hit, thinking, if the people in the hidden territory didn't run, they're probably as wiped out as this town. Wuxiao frantically shouted, "Master, where are you?" Diaozuo tried to stay calm while they searched, saying, "I think with Master Yi's skills, he's probably going to be fine." Meanwhile, Ye Bei was sitting behind a large boulder, clutching his chest. His clothes were torn to shreds. Ye Bei frowned, his expression deadly serious. He whispered to himself, "Thank God for the Supreme Demon Bone shielding me, just some minor injuries." He looked ahead, his eyes gleaming with firm resolve. He went deep into thought. "I was on the fence about whether to visit this secret realm or not, but it looks like I don't have a choice anymore." It took a while for Diaozuo, Feifei, and Wuxiao to finally spot Ye Bei's hiding place. All three rushed over to him, their voices laced with urgency. Ngotu asked Ye Bei, "Master, you're okay, thank goodness." She lunged right at Ye Bei and wrapped him in a tight hug. Ngotu choked out, "I thought I lost you." Ye Bei patted her to calm her down. "You really think so little of your master?" Next, Ye Bei turned toward Diota, his tone carrying a hint of surprise before he quickly laid out an order for her. "Diota, head back to the elders now and fill them in on what's happening here." Diota cupped her hands to accept the command. "As you wish, senior." Diota shifted into her true form and spread her wings, soaring quickly into the sunlight. Down below, Ye Bei had a few words for Fifi and Gotiu. "I need to head into the secret realm to check out the situation. You two have internal injuries, so just stay out here and recover." Seeing this, Gotiu grew anxious. She tried to stop him. "No need to rush like this. Just wait until Da Fifi and I are healed up, then we can go in together." Ye Bei rested his chin in his hand, eyes closed in thought before making his decision. There's no time to waste, or things might take a turn for the worse. Leaving the two of them standing there, Ye Bei bolted. In a flash, he was already at the entrance of the secret realm. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Bei reached out toward the entrance, but a force shoved him back, knocking his arm away. Ye Bei stared into the realm, his eyes filled with confusion. He looked at his hand, then back inside. A thought flashed through his mind. The demon clan could easily pass through the portal to attack, which meant there had to be some kind of trick to it. Suddenly, demonic energy flared in Ye Bei's palm, the pinkish-purple light glowing with a sinister vibe. Without a second thought, Ye Bei smeared the demonic energy directly onto his face. In no time, both his face and hands were billowing with black smoke. His eyes turned blood red and his whole aura shifted to that of a demon. Darkened, Ye Bei flashed a cold, wicked grin, his eyes burning with demonic energy. He chuckled, "That should do the trick, right?" Having fully embraced his dark side, he stepped through the portal. Gotiu and Fifi watched his back as he stepped inside. He didn't forget to remind Fifi and Gotiu to have Duta bring the elders over to seal off the secret realm. "I'm heading in first." With that, Ye Bei dove straight in without a moment's hesitation. Inside the realm, the sky was pitch black. Before him lay jagged stone mountains and bare, withered trees. He knew for sure. His hunch was right. Disguising himself as a demon made it easy to get in. Under his demonic guise, he leaned against a dead tree and cautiously made his way forward. Ye Bei recalled the magic he'd used on Kuyan Hong earlier. He stroked his chin, thinking even though the soul-absorbing spell on Kuyan Hong had been cut short, he'd still managed to pick up some intel. Looking at the gloomy, freezing landscape, Ye Bei thought back to the past. During the Great War 20,000 years ago, the Demon Clan moved a critical part of their kind here to hide and ensure their survival. Ye Bei hung his head, gazing into the distance before suddenly whispering, "The Supreme Demon Bone." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce determination. An idea hit him. Never before had anything generated such a powerful pull on the Supreme Demon Bone. His gaze locked onto the mountain in front of him. He felt like something was off. Still suspicious, he thought to himself, "Ever since I got into this realm, that mountain felt wrong." Sure enough, Ye Bei soared into the sky, determined to get to the bottom of it. As he flew near the peak, he saw thousands of Supreme Demon Bones gathered below. Seeing this, he muttered, "I knew it. The thing drawing all these demon bones is right at the peak." Analyzing the situation below, he stared intently and spoke up. "There's at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them here. If they all broke out of this realm, the consequences would be unthinkable." Suddenly, a wave of pressure hit him, making him feel weighed down. Ye Bei gasped in shock. "What?" In an instant, Ye Bei crashed to the ground right in front of all those beast-faced demon bones. Ye Bei rubbed his spinning head, cursing under his breath. The suppression force from this mountain, it's like a no-fly zone designed specifically for this place. Ye Bei turned to see the group of demon bones chatting. One with black hair sneered, trying to act smart, huh? You think you can just climb the sacred mountain like that? The stone tablet is still at the peak, so no matter how big of a demon boss you are, you're walking like the rest of us. Hearing this, Ye Bei was caught off guard. A guy in red stepped up, trying to intimidate him. Any new demon here needs to register with me. No registration, no pilgrimage to the sacred mountain. Ye Bei scratched his head and gave him a sheepish grin. I've been in secluded cultivation since I came to the realm 20,000 years ago, so I don't know what this pilgrimage is about. I'd appreciate it if you could explain. The demon looked at Ye Bei with utter disdain and mocked. What? Another bumpkin? Following the demon's gaze, Ye Bei saw a massive stone tablet. The guy explained that once you get within 1,000 meters of that tablet, you can feel the dense, mystical laws radiating from it. Then, the demon raised his hand to show his respect for the demon lord. After reaching the sacred mountain, the 6 great demon emperors and the demon lord all achieved complete enlightenment of the demon way thanks to that tablet. Ye Bei stroked his chin, lost in thought. This demon stone tablet sounds like a supreme treasure, but it's definitely way more powerful. If I can swipe this for myself, I'm hitting the jackpot. While he was deep in thought, another blonde demon shoved him aside. The guy was visibly annoyed and rudely snapped at Ye Bei. Register or get lost, he shouted, clearly looking down on Ye Bei. A shrimp like you wants to climb the sacred mountain? Don't make me laugh. Ye Bei wasn't about to back down. He smirked and shot back, that confident, let's race. The guy let out a mocking laugh, smirked, and said, interesting. The two of them started the climb. The stairs were steep and clung to the sheer cliff face. The blonde demon gritted his teeth and barked at Ye Bei. If you can't cut it, just go back down. Demons without any real strength don't deserve to climb the sacred mountain. Ye Bei looked at him with a cold stare and didn't say a word. But a moment later, the blonde demon was the one eating humble pie. While Ye Bei strolled up the steps with ease, the guy was struggling to drag his body up inch by inch. Ye Bei, get a grip. That's all you got? If you can't handle it, just scram. The blonde demon wheezed, breathless, and wiped out and replied, I'm tapped out, man. Ye Bei braced his hands against the cliff wall, his gaze deep and pensive as he looked ahead. He clenched his fists tight. A realization hit him. He was almost at the summit. The supreme demon bone could already sense that stone monument. Instinctively, Ye Bei's eyes widened as he stared ahead. He frowned, his expression darkening. Wait a minute. That's beside the monument. Just then, the eye demon was floating near the summit with its eyes closed. Ye Bei looked up, struck by a mix of shock and curiosity, his inner thoughts swirling in chaos. The guy who blasted him twice is right here. The eye demon suddenly jolted awake, laughing loudly as it moved toward the massive monument on the peak to recover. The elder marveled. Good thing our demon race has the Chaos Stone Monument as a sacred treasure. I won't even need half an hour to fully heal. Ye Bei silently stepped closer. Sensing someone approaching, the elder gritted his teeth and shot a glare at him. Ye Bei raised a hand with a smile, acting as if the life-or-death battle they just had never happened. He spoke up. Hey there, senior, greetings. Looking at this eye demon, a thought couldn't help but cross his mind. Talk about a run-in, he thought. Play it cool for now, then act when the time is right. The eye demon shot a cold, sharp look at Ye Bei and sneered. You managed to climb this high? Impressive. Which clan are you from, brat? Ye Bei walked up right in front of him, then threw his hands up, answering the eye demon's question. Senior, I'm just a rogue cultivator. No clan bloodline for me. The eye demon furrowed his brow, his annoyance plain to see. He tried to lure him in. No clan bloodline means no steady resources for training. How about joining my clan under the great emperor's banner? Ye Bei slowly stepped closer, reaching into his robes. He flashed a bright smile, acting like he wanted to offer the elder some healing pills. Senior, that's a kind offer. But hey, aren't you injured? I've got some healing pills right here. The eye demon countered. I appreciate the gesture, but my injury isn't. Before he could even finish, Ye Bei launched a surprise palm strike straight at him. The elder let out a cold huff. Barely dodged that heavy hitter, but he still lost a patch of hair. The eye demon was furious, his face turning black as his eyes flared with intense killing intent. He growled in rage. You! Ye Bei extended his hand toward him, having just fully unleashed his supreme demon bone. Ye Bei stared at the eye demon, his eyes fierce and resolute. The suppression from this monument is no joke, he thought. Only by pushing the supreme demon bone to the max can I even hope to stand against this pressure. The eye demon glared at him, his eyes glowing as he let out an angry roar. It's you, human! Seeing the elder winding up for a counterattack, Ye Bei asked, trying to use that move again? Ye Bei soared upward until he was eye to eye with the eye demon. His face turned grim as he gloated. Too bad at this range, you're way too close. The eye demon was quickly forced to shut his eyes tight. Ye Bei recalled, my dark fire didn't do any real damage to your core before. He poured all his power into his hand, focusing every ounce of strength into his strike. He growled, try this on for size. The eye demon threw his head back and screamed in agony. Ah! Demon energy radiated off him as he gasped for air, but the eye demon wasn't about to let Ye Bei take him down that easily. He shrieked, you don't have the guts to kill me! Then he took a massive breath, his cheeks swelling up in a bizarre way. Ye Bei, still gripping the eye demon's eye, wondered, is he trying to detonate himself to avoid getting burned alive? But then Ye Bei noticed something wasn't right, a look of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Not a detonation, Ye Bei realized. The Eye Demon unleashed Heavenly Demon Soul Devour, redirecting the demon energy straight at Ye Bei. The powerful force blasted out, but Ye Bei didn't dodge. He braced for the storm of demon energy heading his way. The Eye Demon gloated, "You can't block this one." Seeing the demon energy about to hit him, the Eye Demon roared, "I'm gonna eat you alive from the inside out!" Ye Bei just held up his hands to block his face as the energy slammed into him. To Ye Bei's surprise, it seeped into his body with ease. The demon energy invaded, gnawing at him and fusing into his very being. The Eye Demon asked with a twisted smirk, "How's that, kid? Does it feel like 10,000 ants gnawing at your bones from the inside?" Ye Bei's face darkened as he replied coldly, "Yeah, it hurts like hell, but I've got to thank you." Unexpectedly, Ye Bei pushed the Supreme Demon Bone to burn his own energy, causing his aura and divine power to detonate. Demon energy exploded into the air. Ye Bei turned and walked away coolly, leaving the Eye Demon completely blindsided and screaming in terror. "What? No!" The Eye Demon refused to accept it and reached out trying to grab Ye Bei. The Eye Demon went mad as he realized the guy's true goal. "You knew from the start that my dark fire wasn't just channeled spiritual energy being released, it was your own supreme demon essence." Ye Bei grabbed the Eye Demon's spirit soul, looking like a devil himself, his eyes thick with murderous intent. Ye Bei lowered his voice, "Not knowing your enemy, that's why you lost." The Eye Demon wailed in agony, "My spirit soul, it's burning!" Ye Bei crushed the spirit soul in his hand without a hint of mercy. The demon energy in the air dissipated, and the Eye Demon's spirit soul was scattered to the winds by Ye Bei. Ye Bei stared forward, his face expressionless, his eyes looking almost demonic as he muttered, "Now there's no one left to stand in my way. With the Chaos Stone Monument and the Heavenly Pool Sacred Treasure, I can train 108 disciples. Reaching the Great Emperor level is definitely within reach now." Ye Bei stood before the massive monument, looking up to observe it. He took a heavy step forward, the ground beneath him cracking instantly. Ye Bei's eyes were grave as he watched this. He grew anxious, knowing that the closer he got, the stronger the suppression became. The ground under Ye Bei's feet began to shake, and he quickly slammed his fist into the stone floor. That punch was suppressed by the sheer force. He was getting tense. Even with the Supreme Demon Bone, it was exhausting. He could only inch forward, bit by bit. Ye Bei stared ahead seriously, wondering, did something happen by the monument? "I heard the Eye Demon's voice. I'm not sure. Let me go check it out." The mountain pilgrimage is crucial for the demons to ascend to Emperor level. We can't let anything go wrong. A thought flashed through Ye Bei's mind. This aura, it's two demon emperors. Two demon emperors appeared behind Ye Bei, one of them mocking him, "Hey human, where'd that Eye Demon get off to?" Ye Bei gritted his teeth, his mind racing. There was no time to keep up the charade now. The Blade Elder and Bow Elder stared at Ye Bei back, their demon eyes squinting to pierce through the swirling demon energy in the air. The old blade flicked his hand and the demon soldiers began to scatter. He had seen through it. He frowned and spoke to the old archer. "Looks like that trashy Eye Demon got taken out by this guy." The old archer quickly knocked an arrow into his bow and warned Ye Bei, "Get away from that Chaos Stone Stele and I'll let you walk away with your life." Before Ye Bei could even answer, the old archer fired an arrow straight into the sky. "That's my warning to you, kid." Two arrows shot upward, their power and speed impossible to ignore. Instantly, a blinding red fireball appeared. Ye Bei stood frozen, dumbfounded by this blatant intimidation tactic from the two demon emperors. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes staring at that fireball with suspicion, and a growing sense of dread began to crawl up his spine. Are these two shots supposed to be nukes or something? Looking at the old archer and the old blade, both demon emperors, there was no way their strength was anything to sneeze at. Ye Bei crunched the numbers in his head. He could maybe take on one demon emperor at best. If they jumped him together, he wasn't sure he could hold them off. Ye Bei's eyes turned cold and calculating. He'd made his choice. "Fine, let's settle this way. Can't worry about the rest of it." Suddenly, the system blared an alert. System alert. Detected intent to force activate Great Tao Resonance during cooldown period music. Warning. Doing this will cause severe lasting repercussions for an entire week. Ye Bei ignored the robotic nagging completely. Ye Bei clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He growled through gritted teeth, "Great Tao power!" He gripped the massive stone steel with both hands and let out a bone-shaking roar, causing the rock to tremble and spiderweb with cracks. Seeing his reckless move, the old archer gritted his teeth and growled, "Old blade, look at that! Is he actually trying to rip the Chaos Stone Stele out of the ground?" Ye Bei smiled, his eyes flashing continuously. "That's exactly what you think I'm doing." The old archer immediately drew his bow and fired, shouting, "Don't you dare!" Ye Bei fired back with rock-solid confidence, "Your arrows can't touch me." Just then, two arrows appeared behind Ye Bei. They were lightning fast, but before they could even brush his clothes, they were locked in place by an invisible force. A moment later, they fell powerlessly to the ground, shattered. The old archer wasn't having it. He snarled in anger, "Damn it, I forgot the closer you are to the Chaos Stone Stele, the stronger the suppression field." The old blade caught on too. He stepped in front of the archer and said, "Old archer, looks like this kid is ready for long-range attacks from you and the Eye Demon. Better let me go slice him up." The old archer balled his hand into a fist, his face icy, determined to end Ye Bei. "I'm gonna call the other three demon emperors. We can't let him take that Chaos Stone Stele." The old blade stomped hard, leaving a crater in the ground. He brandished his weapon and declared, "With this strike, I'm cutting you in two." Meanwhile, Ye Bei was still straining, holding onto the steel for dear life. Another desperate roar echoed as he finally yanked the Chaos Stone Stele free, and without hesitation he chucked it away. The old blade launched his attack, swinging his blade with devastating force, but Ye Bei was faster. He leaped onto the Chaos Stone Stele and smirked, "Catch you later!" His words and actions pushed the old blade into a cursing rage. "Damn it! How dare you!" Ye Bei didn't care. He yelled into the void. Ignoring the guy's rage, he calmly calculated his next move. "I can use this momentum to blast straight through to the Secret Realm's exit." Seeing the massive crystal containing wild power hurtling toward him, the system alarm urged him, "Hurry, get out of the way! Something's crashing down the mountain." Ye Bei just crossed his arms, calm as ever, as the crushing pressure from the steel exploded outward, making it impossible for the demon troops to keep up with him. The air was thick with black dust. Outside the Secret Realm's exit, everyone was pacing around, anxious as hell. Dita spoke up, "I've brought Lord Jiamo. Has the senior Yi still not come out?" Jiamo stared fixedly at the portal, eyes scanning the situation. At the entrance, the Chaos Stone Still and Ye Bei silhouette burst through. Ye Bei slapped his hand onto the ground and shouted, "Retrieve!" Ye Bei landed in front of the demon, venerable Jiamo. He closed his eyes for a split second, then urged, "Old Jia, you're here. Quick, give me a hand." "Seal the entrance!" Jiamo the demon venerable replied quickly. "Got it, I know a thing or two about seal formations." They both formed the hand seals simultaneously. A circular formation appeared under the portal. Back in the demon realm, the two men stood watching the secret realm's gate. Old Jia's ancestral formation combined with the suppression power radiating from the stele. The old archer looked at the closing gate and panicked. "This is bad. Old Blade, the exit is being blocked." Seeing the situation tanking, the old blade barked an order. "I know, stop them!" Once the formation set, Ye Bei shouted, "Close it!" A deafening metallic crash echoed through the air. The old blade and the old archer were slammed back by the power of the ancestral formation. The old blade couldn't help but curse, "Motherfer." Both their faces were ghostly pale, sweat dripping down their brows. The old blade groaned, "Old archer, the demon lord is going to kill us for this." The old archer, visibly anxious, snapped back, "Shut it! Think of some excuses." Looking at the sealed portal, Jiamo asked calmly, "With this, even a peerless emperor wouldn't be able to break out. Tell me, kid, what exactly did you see in there?" Ye Bei didn't hold back. "Basically, the demon lord is commanding thousands of demon troops, plus 6 demon emperors. I already took one out." Everyone went silent, absolutely stunned. They shouted in unison, "What, you killed a demon emperor?" Jiamo the demon venerable bowed, his tone deeply sincere. "If not for you risking your life, little Yi, the demon race would have been a catastrophe. I am truly grateful." Ye Bei waved him off casually. "Don't sweat it." He patted Wu Xiao on the head and announced, "The demons won't be a threat for a while. I've got some personal business, so I'm taking Wu Xiao out of the Central Plains." Jiamo, De Ta, and Da Feifei watched him leave, agreeing immediately without a second thought. "The 3 remaining demon emperors and I will take shifts guarding this place. You and Wu Xiao go on." Hearing that, Wu Xiao excitedly turned to Ye Bei. "Master, where are we going now?" Ye Bei held his head high and replied nonchalantly, "We're going to attend my 300-year grand ceremony." Just then, De Ta appeared, looking desperate and earnest. "Senior Yi, I'm down to be your ride." Both Ye Bei and Go Tiu were shook and whipped their heads around to look. Ye Bei rubbed his chin, doing some serious math in his head. She wasn't as fast as Kim Bong, but he needed someone to hold down the fort here. Actually, Chutuk's speed wasn't half bad either. After thinking it over for a sec, he said, "Let's hit up the Spirit Pill Guild first." Diota quickly shifted back into her vermilion bird form, and Go Tu's hype voice rang out. "Hell yeah! The weather is prime right now. Clear skies and those warm rays just soaking everything up." Ngo Tu opened his trap and hollered, "Yo, Ting Tran, quit dragging your feet and get out here already." The door swung open right on cue. Ting Tran walked out with a friendly smile. "Fifth senior brother, long time no see. You been good?" She stopped in front of Ngo Tu but started acting all hesitant and stuttery. Master Giamac's condition is a total mess. Basically, it's all old wounds acting up. With just pills, we can only squeeze out a few more years for him, tops. Wait, for real? Hearing that, Ngo Tu put his hands on his hips and tried to chill her out. "You're tripping. Old man Jia's issues have been fixed for ages. You really are out of the loop, huh?" Ngo Tu smirked, gesturing toward the door with a knowing look. "Check out who's here." Seeing Ye Bei at the door, Tin Tran was straight up stunned. She stood there frozen, totally caught off guard. Ye Bei just shot her a warm, loving smile. He opened his arms and called out, "Tin Tran?" Tin Tran's face turned bright red. She covered her mouth with her hands, eyes welling up as she choked out, Master, is that actually you?" Ye Bei winked, playfully teasing her. "If I were a fake, you could always trade me in." Tin Tran immediately hit her knees in front of Ye Bei, bowing respectfully. "Your disciple pharmacist Tin Tran pays her respects to Master." She looked up, eyes still misty, emotions totally flooding her. "I missed you, Master, so much." Ye Bei placed a warm hand on her head to calm her down. "You're the big boss of the Pill Guild now. What are you crying for?" Ye Bei looked at the woman in front of him, smiling fondly as he went on. "You're not that kid who used to blow up the furnace while brewing pills anymore, are you?" She just let out a soft, gentle, mm-hmm. Right then, the system notification popped up. "Reunited with Disciple 7108, reward, Semi-Emperor rank skill card. Congrats on unlocking the host's exclusive skill." Seeing that notification during the spatial shift, his eyes went wide. Ye Bei rubbed his hands together, totally buzzing with excitement. He whispered to himself, "This is going to make traveling everywhere way too easy." Ye Bei opened the system interface, staring at it and getting lost in thought. It worked kind of like an online game, but he'd never heard of anything like this in the profound fantasy continent. When the map popped up on the system screen, he was hyped. He could pick his own spots and set up spatial coordinates anywhere. Suddenly, Dyota walked in and asked, "So, are we heading out or what, Senior Yi?" Ye Bei didn't hesitate for a second. "Let's roll." A bit later, at the Yi Imperial Mausoleum, the sun was blazing down. 4 of them stood in front of a massive, imposing gate. Looking at the slightly cracked door, Dyota couldn't help but gape. This tomb is absolutely insane. She couldn't help but compare. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare build a tomb this extra. Ye Bei summoned a sword from his palm and said in a low voice, "Vermilion bird, just find somewhere to chill." Then he used the sword tip to slowly carve lines into the ground. Ting Tran watched Ye Bei focused on his carving, totally confused by what he was doing. Her curiosity was off the charts. "Master, what are you trying to do here?" A message appeared on the floor in no time. Ye Bei turned to his disciples and gave them specific orders. "Go Tu, you stand behind the character 1. Tin Tran, you stand behind 2. No hesitation, Tin Tran hurried to the 1 spot, and Go Tu found his place at 2. They were in position in a heartbeat. Tin Tran asked curiously, standing by the characters, "Is Master handing out rewards based on where we're standing?" Go Tu put his hands on his hips and shot back, "Duh, has Master ever treated us bad?" Through the crack in the door, they could hear voices from the outside, sounding totally surprised. "Whoa, someone's already inside the main hall. For real? Who could be faster than us?" Tai Bok, Li Mak, and Ngok Lin led their crew inside the Imperial Mausoleum. Seeing Ye Bei and the others, Tai Bok gasped, "It's really Master!" And Go Tu and Tin Tran, "I didn't expect to see you two back with Master." Go Tu gave a thumbs up, looking stoked. "Long time no see, senior sister Tai Bok. You've even hit the Great Emperor stage, huh?" Ye Bei cut in, stopping their chat. He told Go Tu, "I'm setting up the teams first, you guys can catch up later." Ye Bei pointed to the other characters and commanded, "Tai Bok, you stand behind 5, Tu Fuk, Tu San, Li Mak. You guys get behind 1. No sooner had he finished than Ngok Ling timidly tugged on his robe, looking lost. "Master, did you forget about Ling Yi?" Not wanting the kid to wait any longer, Ye Bei pressed a vial into her hand. "Hold on to this for now. I'll tell you when to pass it out to them." She stared at the green vial in her hand, totally puzzled. Suddenly, a voice called out, leaving Tai Bok stunned. "Senior sister Tai Bok, you guys got here first?" Tai Bok glanced at the woman approaching and shouted, "Tudong!" Pham Tudong walked up holding a food box, her smile as bright as a spring breeze. Spring Breeze? That's the 40th ranked disciple, the Tao of Cuisine, Pham Tudong. She carefully set the food box on the ground. Tai Bok walked over, worried. "You brought so much food?" Tudong answered excitedly. "It's Master's 300th year memorial. I prepped some offerings." She looked at everyone and chirped, "Oh, 5th senior brother is here too? And junior sister Ngok Ling, haven't seen you in years." Ye Bei let out a deliberate cough. He sauntered over in front of her, smooth as ever. Dong. She didn't expect Ye Bei to just pop up like that. Her hair practically stood on end, her body stiffened up, and she stared at him bug-eyed before losing it, covering her face and screaming. "Ghost! It's the Master's spirit!" Getting such a massive shock, Tudong just passed out flat on the ground. Ye Bei sighed to himself. Her nerves hadn't improved one bit in all these years. He waved a hand at the others, totally defeated. "You guys should probably go help her get some rest first." Right then, a pair of boots came sprinting over in a hurry. Tai Bok, standing right there, gave Ye Bei a heads up. "Master, someone else is here." The person walking in was Ouyang Lung. She strode in against the backlight, looking cold as ice, with an aura that just demanded attention. She was Ouyang Leng, the 8th disciple, master of the Shura path. Seeing her, everyone couldn't help but stir. For 300 years, every time the Memorial Day rolled around, Sister Ouyang was always one of the disciples who never missed a chance to pay respects to the master. The disciples of the Shura path were always cold and ruthless. She didn't respect a soul except for the master and the eldest sister. As Ouyang Lung approached, to everyone's shock, 2 lines of tears were already streaming down her face. "Master," she stuttered, her voice breaking with raw emotion. Ye Bei stayed silent, but a mix of feelings he couldn't even name started welling up inside him. Ouyang Leng clenched her fists, her voice trembling. "Damn it!" Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, her voice hissing with pure rage. Zhang Limo heard her own name and froze, looking totally confused. "What?" Suddenly, Ouyang Leng lunged and grabbed Limo in a crushing grip. Limo struggled to get the words out. "Sister, what are you doing?" Ouyang Leng's eyes were sharp as knives as she demanded, "Did you turn the master into some kind of undead puppet?" Being squeezed so hard was killing Limo, but she shot back immediately. "How could I ever do something like that? Can you just listen to me for a second?" Limo was fuming inside. What was wrong with her sister's head? Suddenly, a whip cracked out of nowhere and lashed across Ouyang Leng's back. She instantly whipped her head around, eyes wide with pure shock. Ye Bei's face was dark, stepping forward, whip in hand. Ye Bei scolded in a low voice. "The second you see your junior sister, you start throwing hands? Where'd you learn that garbage?" He gripped the whip tighter and kept on lecturing Ouyang Leng. "Number 8, I always taught you to observe things carefully. Keep a level head, don't just act like a hothead." Ye Bei raised his voice, demanding, "Did you forget?" At the same time, the whip cracked down hard on the ground, just inches from Ouyang Leng's feet. After a moment of sheer disbelief, she finally calmed down enough to stutter. "Master, is it true? Are you really back from the dead?" She still had her doubts. Ouyang Leng stepped closer, placing a hand right over Ye Bei's chest. She observed him closely, trying to make sense of it. He really wasn't like those mindless undead creatures at all. His blood was flowing and his life force was off the charts. Ouyang leaned in, using her nose to sniff around continuously. She pursed her lips. That whip strike she'd just taken hit her very soul, so that part felt real enough. Because they were so close, the sudden contact made a trickle of red fluid start flowing from Ye Bei's nose. She quickly dropped to her knees and said respectfully, "Disciple Ouyang pays respects to the master." That full-body prostration was the highest sign of respect in the Grey Wolf tribe. Ye Bei leaned down, gently taking her hand, and said with a soft touch, "Get up, you kids have had it rough all these years." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hem of Ye Bei's robe. That made him turn around to check. It was Xiao Tong, sobbing as she knelt on the ground. "Master, fate has been cruel to your disciple. I never thought I'd see you again in this lifetime. Master, hit me twice with the whip too, so I can wake up and know this is real." Hearing that, Ye Bei quickly checked on her, his tone full of care. "Tong, when did you wake up?" Ye Bei let out a smile, patted her head, and comforted her in a soft voice. All right. Xiao Tong, Xiao Lung, follow the plan and go stand behind the numbers." Standing in front of his disciples, Ye Bei's voice turned stern. "Since a group of you is already here, let me have a word with you first." His face quickly darkened, and he barked out loud. "Do you still remember what I said about unity being our strength? Now looking at you brothers and sisters, there are quite a few I can't even get a hold of." Ye Bei pointed at Nok Ling, who was hanging her head in sadness, and continued, "Little junior sister Ling Ni, I haven't been able to contact her for 300 years. Why? Because she's been locked up by the Heaven's Reach Holy Land for 300 years. Ye Bei words hit like a bolt of lightning. What about the others? Are there others being held captive by other holy lands and factions for 300 years? Are you curious what the numbers at your feet mean?" It was actually quite simple. Hearing the scolding, Go Tu Chi stayed silent, not daring to talk back. Ye Bei kept going. Number 1 means 100 lashes, number 2 means 200, and number 5 means 500. The spot where Go Tu was standing suddenly became a nightmare for her. In a flash, Ye Bei pointed at her and announced, "Little Go, don't even think about it. The number you're standing on means 2,000 lashes." Go Tu's jaw dropped in fear. She started stuttering. "But master, Ye Bei's face darkened, his brows knitted together, and he barked with a sharp glare. "As the 5th brother, you were the first to break through to the Great Emperor level, and this is how you handled things? Do you think 2,000 lashes is too many?" No Tu scrambled to his knees, full of regret. "No, even if it were 20,000, I'd take the punishment. Please, master, punish me." Tai Bok, standing nearby, also knelt and said seriously, "I also accept the 2,000, even 20,000 lashes. Please, master, punish me." Lai Mo and the others chimed in firmly. "Master, we also agree to take the punishment alongside our 2 sisters." Right after that, Ye Bei ordered coldly, "Tai Bok and Go Tu, stay together. The rest of you, back to your spots." Holding the whip, he said angrily, "Now, each of you, take a good, hard look at what you've done over the years." As soon as he finished, a sharp crack that sounded like it ripped through the air echoed out. The screams didn't stop, echoing all through the Yahuang mausoleum. Jiu Ta, standing outside, blushed with embarrassment. She stuttered. "What in the world are they doing in there that's so intense?" Tai Bok lay on the ground, turning her head back, gasping with choked sobs. "Master!" Ye Bei turned to Ngok Ling and gave an order. "Little Ling, the punishment is done. Go get the medicine and give it to them." He opened the bottle in his hand and explained gently, "This is medicine I had the Ya tribes Dap Phi collect rare herbs to brew. I punished you, but I don't want you building up internal injuries because of it." Ngok Ling carefully applied drops of the medicine onto Tai Bok's wounds. Ye Bei looked intently at the 2 pieces of space in his hands and said, "Now it's time for you all to break through." Ye Bei looked at his disciples and began to guide them. "Try your best to sense the power of the laws. I'm here. Even if you break through to the Emperor level, I've got your back." Tin Tran, who was meditating, replied, "Yes, master." After doing what he needed to do, Ye Bei finally felt at ease to plan. While they were cultivating, he would set the first spatial teleportation point at the Yahuang mausoleum. Immediately, Ye Bei buried the spatial anchor. Elsewhere, more footsteps could be heard running in the distance. The 5 Element Sisters were booking it as fast as their legs could carry them, yelling, "Come on, ladies, pick up the pace. The Yahuang mausoleum is right up ahead." One of them chimed in, breathless. "Today is our master's major memorial day, and with all of us together, we'll definitely find a way to shake off the true peace sect." Before long, they reached the mausoleum, but the guard noticed them right away. She blocked the entrance, looking sharp, and barked, "Who the hell are you?" "Master Ye Bei is busy inside. Anyone unauthorized needs to beat it." The sisters all said in unison, "We're the master's 5 disciples. Let us through now." A voice suddenly echoed from inside the mausoleum. "Is that the 5 Element Sisters?" One of the girls freaked out. Is that really, master?" The doors creaked open, and there stood Ye Bei, a smirk playing on his lips. He looked satisfied, remarking, "Out of all my students, you 5 are the only ones who stayed tight-knit. I'm proud of you." One of the sisters piped up, "Master, the True Peace Sacred Land ambushed us on the road to get revenge." Ye Bei let out a cold, mocking scoff. "True Peace Sacred Land? Those losers really don't know their place." Another sister added, "Deadly serious. Master, they knew they couldn't take us on their own, so they hired some serious muscle." As soon as she finished, a trio of goons showed up. They were fuming, shouting, "That needle grudge from a month ago. You almost shattered my soul, you little punk. Today, we're gonna wipe you off the map for good. Even though we brought backup, don't let your guard down." The masked guy just shrugged, chilling the others out. You two great emperors are acting like nervous wrecks. No matter how good he is, with me here, you've got nothing to sweat. When they spotted the sisters, they hollered, "Found him! The little brat and his 5 students are all here." Chishui and Quan Hong watched in silence, but Ye Bei didn't even blink, egging them on. You got the guts to come at me? Man, you really have no idea who you're messing with. Chishui and the other two floated in the air, playing it safe since he knew he couldn't win alone. He shouted from a distance, "I know I can't take you solo, which is why I brought a ringer." It was Marcellus, a veteran from the XX Sacred Land. He laughed arrogantly, his voice dripping with ego. "You guys called me out here just to deal with this little punk? Looks like the true peace Sacred Land is really going down the drain," Ye Bei thought to himself. The XX Sacred Land, some foreign power from the west that just showed up out of nowhere. They set up shop in the profound fantasy continent, claiming land for themselves. They had about 20 big shots and thousands of lackeys. Since 20 is written as XX in their native tongue, people just started calling them the X-Sacred Land. They had all sorts of weird, sketchy magic. Marcellus sneered, looking down on everyone. He puffed out his chest, challenging him. "It'll only take one move to stop you from fighting back." Marcellus raised his weapon, shouting, "Try and block this." He soared into the air, casting spells that rained down around Ye Bei. Beams of light locked him into a cage. Ye Bei watched the whole show, totally unimpressed. "Is this really the best you've got?" Then he went on the offensive. With one fist clenched and the other forming a seal, a long sword seemed to materialize out of thin air, following the movement of his hand. He slashed right at the incoming light beams, but weirdly, they didn't even have a scratch on them. Ye Bei frowned, clicking his tongue and thought, "Don't tell me, is this made from the branches of a 10,000-year spirit tree? It can't be cut by sharp objects, and it suppresses divine abilities?" Marcellus, still floating high above, gloated, "Not bad, you actually know some stuff." Ye Bei didn't fold. He changed tactics, flames erupting in his hand. "If I can't cut it, let's see how it handles being burnt to a crisp." But his Supreme Devil Bone didn't react. The flame just fizzled out. Huh? It vanished into thin air, leaving Ye Bei stunned. Supreme Devil Bone inactive. The system popped up to explain. Since the host didn't listen to advice and insisted on using Great Tao Resonance, your Supreme Devil Bone is on cooldown for a week. Ye Bei cursed under his breath. Totally forgot about that. Chicksha was loving it, creating a sea of blood that threatened to drown everything. "Ye Bei, you little rat! You're like a trapped animal. Crushing you is going to be as easy as taking candy from a baby." Ye Bei turned around and gave an order. Jin Peng, 5-element sisters, set up a barrier. "Don't let that blood sea touch the mausoleum." On the other side, Chickshui controlled the red waves and told the others, "Li Huo, you handle the girls. Marcellus and I will take out Ye Bei." Li Huo grinned wickedly. "Piece of cake." Shishu acted like the game was already won. "My blood sea is out now. Anyone who touches it is dead in a heartbeat. Since you can't reach the void realm, you might as well just sit there and wait to die." The sea of blood spiraled into a vortex, swallowing the cage he was trapped in. Ye Bei channeled his spiritual energy, thinking, he only knows one thing. I can't teleport out, but he doesn't know the second. He touched his forehead and blinked to a different spot. The guard was straining, putting everything into holding up the barrier. The blood sea surged, trying to break the spell. Li Huo swooped in from afar to attack her. "A lowly semi-emperor thinks she can stand up to my true peace sacred land?" Suddenly, Ye Bei's sword came flying in fast. Li Huo stared at the object zooming toward him, confused as to what it was. When he finally realized, Li Huo couldn't believe his eyes. "What? That's Ye Bei's sword. Didn't the Sacred Land's magical artifact have him locked down? How?" After tagging Li Huo, the sword zipped right back to its owner. Ye Bei caught it, looking as cool as ever. "You really thought a trashy birdcage like that could hold me?" The guard looked over, concerned. "Master Ye Bei, are you okay?" He didn't answer, still focused. "Even if I say that, teleporting still has a cooldown. If I get trapped by that Sacred Land veteran again, it's going to be a headache. Need to take him out first, then deal with Chickshui," thinking. Ye Bei took off to settle the score. Marcellus rushed out, looking mean. "I don't know how you got out of that, but one hit is all I need to end you." Power exploded from Ye Bei's sword. He said in a low, dangerous voice, "I don't make the same mistake twice." High above, Chickshui screamed, "Blood drowning the world!" Dark red waves crashed toward Ye Bei, but he was already in the air, dodging them with pro-level moves. Floating up there in the sky, Crimson Blood let out a wild scream. "Let blood flood the world!" Waves of deep crimson energy kept crashing toward Ye Bei, but he was way too quick. He leaped up, dodging the whole thing like a total pro. Ye Bei eyes sharpened. His mind was racing, already cooking up a way to handle Chickshui like it was nothing. But those two Holy Land elders had some divine artifacts on them that could seal his abilities. That was a pain. Then a smirk spread across Ye Bei's face. He had an idea. He dropped down to the ground. Yip held his head high and let out a cocky challenge. "Yo, Chickshui, you wanted revenge, right? Come and get it. My head is right here. Come take a shot if you think you're man enough." The Chickshui Great Emperor was absolutely losing his mind. He pointed a finger at Ye Bei and spat out. "Damn it, don't you try that taunt on me, you little punk. You're just trying to bait me into getting close." Not gonna happen. The Chickshui Great Emperor threw his hands up, already charging his move, screaming with full confidence, "Watch me wipe your soul off the map with my blood sea." Ye Bei just smiled. He raised his hand, starting to form a seal, his tone mocking. "Who said I was trying to lure you in?" Bam! Bolts of fierce, violent lightning crashed down, tearing right through the Emperor's blood sea technique. When he realized what was happening, his eyes went wide, filled with pure terror. Ye Bei's devastating attack pierced through the blood barrier and slammed straight into Chishue's body. Watching from afar, Marcellus saw the situation going south and gritted his teeth, yelling, "We're done for!" Marcel and Quan Hong were frozen stiff. Seeing Chishue's blood sea get absolutely shredded, Marcellus's face went ghost white. He ground his teeth. This kid had figured it out. The blood sea wasn't actually Chishue's own power. It was being channeled from the land of eternal death. Once Chishue ran out of juice, he couldn't control it anymore. As the blood tide dissolved, he and his goons couldn't find Chishue anywhere. A bright red umbrella slowly started to rotate as a voice echoed out. This kid had realized the blood sea power wasn't coming from Chishue, but from the land of eternal death itself. Once Chishue burnt through his energy, he couldn't hold it together. Bizarre creatures started crawling out of the blood sea, and a voice sneered, "You guys love throwing your hands up to cast spells, don't you? Talk about shooting yourself in the foot." The blood sea was drained of all power, crashing to the ground as someone screamed, "My artifact only seals abilities. How did he block the waters of the land of eternal death?" The umbrella opened again, repeating the same line. "You guys love throwing your hands up to cast spells, don't you? Talk about shooting yourself in the foot." Ye Bei used the umbrella to shield himself from the dripping blood, his voice ice cold. Talk about a taste of his own medicine. Just then, the notification popped up. Star Brilliance Holy Land. Chishue Great Emperor has been struck down by Ye Bei lightning. Marcellus of the 20 Holy Lands has fallen to the Chishue Great Emperor. Looking out at the sea of blood, Ye Bei didn't even blink. He just turned to his disciples and gave the order. "The rest of you, head into the tomb and keep training with your sisters." The disciples shouted in unison, "Yes, master." A small bottle suddenly fell into a disciple's hand. Ye Bei gave her a smile and reminded her, "That's a top-tier pill, I refined myself. Take it." She bowed respectfully, her voice filled with gratitude. "This is such a generous gift, Senior Ye Bei. I'm honored." Suddenly, dark clouds started rolling across the sky. Ye Bei observed the situation and made his call. An Emperor Tribulation, and it's a two-cloud one at that. As the lightning began to crackle, he wondered which two of his disciples were breaking through to the Great Emperor rank. Meanwhile, inside the Ye Bei tomb, his disciples were deep in training. Yao Xingchen furrowed her brows, thinking, "What the pill master gave me for protection, plus the fact that the Tao tribulation clouds I'm facing aren't that strong, I'll definitely make it through." In no time, the lightning started hammering down. A massive surge of energy swirled around Xingchen, and the lightning couldn't break through. A chime rang out. System notification. Great Emperor Yao Xingchen, Alchemy Tao. Outside, Tai Bai let out a sigh of relief. Sister Xingchen made it through tribulation smoothly. That's a huge relief. Wu Xiao listened, then asked with concern, "But look, those other tribulation clouds are looking pretty intense." "Who's that?" A pair of golden eyes flashed. By now, Yang Lang's entire body was shrouded in a terrifying, murderous aura. Bolts of lightning from the heavens crashed down right where she was standing. Her power started to ripple outward. She didn't even need to use her full strength. She swatted the lightning away with a single move. Two opposing forces collided. Watching it all unfold, Tai Bai panicked and shouted, "Wait, Sister Ouyang, I think she's suffering from a cultivation breakdown." Ouyang Lung's eyes glowed, her mind slipping away as she let out a feral scream. "Ha!" Under the pressure of that power, Limo squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Just how strong is she? Trying to catch the lightning tribulation barehanded." Hands began to sprout from behind Yang Lung, accompanied by such terrifying power that everyone watching was stunned. Wu Xiao gripped her weapon tight, brows furrowed, and said to Tai Bai, "Fourth senior sister, we've got to team up to bring her under control." Tai Bai quickly agreed. "We don't have a choice at this point. We can't just let her go on a rampage while she's losing her mind." Yang Lung started to move, lunging straight at them at blinding speed. Suddenly, Ye Bei jumped in front of Wu Xiao and Tai Bai, shouting, "Hold up!" Yang Lung was out of it, still charging ahead, her eyes burning with pure, deadly intent. Ye Bei dodged her move with ease and immediately activated his soul-seizing technique. He gently tapped Yang Lung on the forehead. Her eyes went wide, her pupils returning to focus. In an instant, Yang Lung closed her eyes, returning to her normal state. Without wasting a second, Ye Bei used his divine power to suppress the demonic intent inside her. Seeing she was stable, Ye Bei explained calmly, "A lung is cultivating the Asura Tao, also known as the Tao of Slaughter. It's incredibly violent and aggressive. If you try to fight it head-on while breaking through, it's like pouring gasoline on a fire. You have to use softness to balance that hardness along with proper guidance." Following Ye Bei instructions, Yang Lung plopped down onto the ground. Yang Lung sat cross-legged, trying to refine her slaughter Tao again. She was wrapped in spiritual energy, focusing her mind to absorb the power. At that exact moment, a flood of system notifications went off. Great Emperor Ouyang Leng. Asura Tao. Asura Tao. Reconnected with Disciple number 8 of 108, Disciple number 9 of 108, Disciple number 11 of 108. Reconnected with Disciple number 12 of 108, Disciple number 13 of 108, Disciple number 14 of 108. It didn't stop there. The system kept dumping reward info. 1 Great Emperor skill card, 6 Semi-Emperor skill cards. Scanning. Host does not possess Asura Tao. Activating auto-conversion mode for Tao Foundation. Rare Tao Foundation required. 10 Semi-Emperor skill cards, Super Rare Tao Foundation required. 20 Semi-Emperor skill cards, Epic Tao Foundation required. 50 Demi-Emperor skill cards, and a mythical grade Great Tao Foundation requires 100 Demi-Emperor skill cards. After hearing all the notifications, Ye Bei was fuming, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this crappy system, it kept such a crucial feature hidden until now. Ye Bei was not happy. He checked the system again regarding those Demi-Emperor skill cards. So what about Great Emperor ones? One Great Emperor skill card is worth 10 Demi-Emperor ones. After cooling down a bit, he returned to his normal state, calmly lost in thought. If that's the math, I've already got 10 Demi-Emperor skill cards. No matter what, I've got to scrape together 50 to trade for a mythical grade 1. Scene change. The massive iron gate slowly creaked open. A voice echoed out. The time for the ceremonies is almost here. Those who could make it have probably already arrived. A tone filled with deep respect sounded again. Sisters arrived early, have you? You've arrived as the 70th. Great Tao of Wind, Macfong Tuk, ranked 75th. Great Tao of Wind Manipulation, Nam Sun. The system notifications started popping up. Discovered Disciple 15 out of 108. Discovered Disciple 16 out of 108. Ye Bei was happily greeting them. My 2 disciples have arrived. Xiao Feng, Xiao Nam. Upon seeing him, they were stunned and exclaimed, "Ah, master." The system kept ringing off. Discovered Disciple 17, 18, 19, and 20 out of 108. Ye Bei sat majestically above, while everyone below was chattering excitedly. Oh wow, it's really master! After a while, his expression grew haggard, thinking reluctantly only 20 people showed up. Liang Oxan asked, confused. Even for the small memorial ceremonies held every 10 years, 45 of us sisters usually attend. Why is it like this today? She then turned to Ye Bei respectfully. Master, today is definitely a bit unusual. He nodded in agreement, responding solemnly, I know. Even though some sisters are always in seclusion for 8 or 10 years trying to break through, and it's normal for a few to be missing, it's not normal for only 20 people to make it to such a major ceremony. His gaze turned sharp as he said in a low voice, when things are this off, something is definitely up. At that moment, Ao Duanglan stepped forward. Master, I think I know where the other brothers and sisters are. She began to recount. After the memorial ceremony 10 years ago, the eldest sister asked me to join her on a quest for opportunity. But at the time, I was stuck in a bottleneck, so I politely declined. She continued, sharing her hunch. Most of the sisters who attended that last ceremony left the central region with the eldest sister, so I suspect they might be in the outer territory battlefield. Upon hearing this, Ye Bei was stunned. I see. Ye Bei asked sternly, did that girl leave any message before she left? Ao Duanglan answered respectfully, no other words. She suddenly remembered something and added, but it seemed their quest for opportunity had something to do with the Great Tao of Time. Ye Bei's eyes sharpened, his face turning serious as he repeated, the Great Tao of Time. Liang Oxan, standing nearby, spoke up too. Master, should we set off for the outer territory battlefield now? Ye Bei replied calmly, not yet. A smile suddenly curled on his lips. He said with amusement, a major drama is about to unfold right here. Looking at his disciples, Ye Bei commanded, since you've all just had a breakthrough, it's the perfect time to find someone to practice with. Hearing this, one disciple asked curiously, find someone to spar with. Pham Tu Dong also chimed in, aside from us, who else is even here to spar with? Ki Tai Bok and Go Tu Dong spoke up, the Star Radiance Holy Palace. Ngoc Ling, deep in thought, replied, is it the one that the great Emperor Liet Hoa let go? If they went back to call for reinforcements, counting the time, they should be arriving soon. Ye Bei's eyes were sharp as blades, calmly plotting. Since I'm already storming the gate, why not just stay here and wait for them to walk right into my trap? Elsewhere in the middle of the sky, a floating mountain appeared. Kuyan Hong knelt flat, reporting respectfully, Holy Master, Shich Huyet has been killed. His soul and body were completely wiped out. Please, you must seek justice for us. Thien Liet lay lazily on a lounge chair, chiding them indifferently. That's because you acted on your own and brought it upon yourselves. How can you blame others? The Star Radiance Holy Land doesn't need disgraceful trash like that. Hearing this, Kuyan Hong's entire body trembled. Suddenly an arrow shot forward, piercing straight through him. Kuyan Hong's eyes widened in pain and helplessness. In a split second, his body collapsed. Thien Liet continued nonchalantly, but for someone to dare slap the face of the Star Radiance Holy Palace, I won't let them off either. Back to Ye Bei group, he was looking at his disciples and spoke up. Just in time, Tu Dong brought over plenty of food. As everyone ate while waiting for them to attack, Pham Tu Dong happily added, sisters, we've got every flavor imaginable. Nam Sun then asked in a friendly tone, Brother Ting Tran, back then, didn't Sister Thien Liet go to the central region with you? Where is she? Why don't I see her? Ting Tran stammered. We split up after that. The conversation caught Ye Bei's attention. He turned to her and asked, Thien Liet, Tin Tran, tell me the situation with Thien Liet. Just be honest. Ye Bei's gaze was sharp, memories flashing through his mind. When I ranked my disciples, I never based it on strength. Although Sao Thien Liet was ranked 100th, her talent was incredibly high. She adapted to training extremely quickly, but her path of cultivation was different from everyone else's. The Great Tao of Greed. Her heart was never empty of greed and ambition. She didn't just challenge the other sisters, trying to steal their rankings. She even dabbled in twisted evil paths. He pondered, if I were still there, I'd be confident in correcting her. But later on, my lifespan ran out, and I couldn't control her anymore. At that moment, Ye Bei's face was grim as he confirmed to himself. Looking at it now, Thien Liet really did go down the wrong path. She hesitated. Master, regarding Sister Sao. She looked up at Ye Bei, carefully choosing her words. Sister Tianli joined the Heavenly Net Holy Palace 50 years ago. Upon hearing this, Ye Bei face darkened. The other disciples gasped in shock. No way. How could Sister Tianli join a holy land? Ao Duonglan rubbed her chin, speculating, there must be some misunderstanding here. Sister Tianli was forced to join, right? Brother Ting Tran, did the Heavenly Net Holy Palace capture her and force her to join? Suddenly, someone stomped their foot in anger. Gochu can be warned. Don't think that Tianli is some kind of saint. She gritted her teeth and continued. She joined the Heavenly Net Holy Palace of her own free will. Nam Sun looked at her in total shock, asking, how can that be? Little brother Go, could it be that? At this point, Tongo Tu cut her off. Stop, stop, I know what you're about to say. Ye Bei's calm voice also sounded, Go Tu, if you know something, spit it out. She clicked her tongue and spit out. Among all the holy lands, Tianla Holy Land ranks second, but what Tianli wanted to join most wasn't even them. It was the top-tier Wuji Holy Palace. Her hands instinctively curled into tight fists, her voice dropping to a harsh, bitter growl, though the exact reason remains low-key sus. Only after Wuji Holy Land gave her the cold shoulder and completely ghosted her did she end up joining Tianla. At first, I thought Cap like there's no way this is real, figuring she was just trying to pull an undercover op deep behind enemy lines. But after sleeping on it for a second, she chilled out and kept running her mouth. Not long after he rolled up into Tianla Holy Land, every single lucky spot his master scraped and clawed to find was instantly snatched up by Tianla's people. And that wasn't even the half of it. A bunch of his junior bros got their covers blown at the exact same time, hunted down like dogs with Tianla yelling at them to surrender. Nungu gritted her teeth so hard they almost shattered, glaring as she snapped, are y'all seriously gonna sit there and tell me this is all just a massive coincidence? Do you actually expect me to buy that bullshit? Ouyang Len clutched total silence and Tai Bai stood there looking awkward as hell, having zero clue how to respond. Ye Bai's face dropped into a pitch-black death glare, radiating a suffocating, lethal aura all around him. Xingqian's entire body was shaking like a leaf, picking up on the absolute rage storm brewing inside Ye Bai. She thought to herself, holy shit, Master is actually tweaking out for real. This is the first time I've ever seen him this damn terrifying. Suddenly, a flying dart came out of nowhere, rocketing straight toward the crack of the half-open door. Tai Bai's reflexes were insane, spotting that cheap shot instantly. She threw herself right in front to block the hit, screaming at the top of her lungs, Master, watch out! The dart slammed into her sword with an earth-shattering amount of force. Tai Bai stared down at the dart, her brain short-circuiting in pure disbelief. How the hell is a basic-ass peacock feather packing this much absurd power? Right on cue, Ouyang Lung and Sun Wu yelled in unison, Fourth sis, we got your back! The three of them teamed up to block the peacock feather's onslaught, but they got violently blasted backward almost instantly, accompanied by a wave of hyped-up, mocking laughter echoing through the air. Three great emperors teaming up, and they still couldn't even handle a single hit. Who the hell do they think? Ye Bei smirked a little, cutting in with a cold laugh. A gold peacock feather, huh? Guess the Grand Master of Starlight Holy Land couldn't sit on his ass and do nothing any longer. The peacock feather rocketed straight toward Ye Bei with lethal intent, but he didn't even flinch, casually swatting back with a single hand. The impact shoved Ye Bei back a tiny step, but he deadass caught the damn thing and crushed it to pieces with zero effort. Ye Bei kept his cool, his voice dropping heavy like lead as he stated, Talk about immaculate timing. I was sitting here with a mountain of pent-up rage and nowhere to dump it, and these clowns just decided to deliver themselves straight to my doorstep. The heavy doors slowly creaked wide open, revealing shady figures looming up top. The outsiders, completely clueless about the absolute bloodbath waiting inside, started chirping with hyped-up arrogance. No matter how god-tier that scarlet blood-slaughtering demon thinks he is, one hit from the Holy Master's ultimate technique leaves you either dead or permanently crippled, and whatever trash disciples he's got left are just a pathetic bunch of no-name losers. We've got over 20 great emperors and semi-emperors holding down the fort. Wiping these fools out is going to be light work. Ye Bei took the lead, shooting a cold command to his squad. Time to roll out of this crypt. I let y'all sit there meditating forever, so about time you stretch those stiff limbs. The exact same guys who were just flexing outside were now flat out on the ground, completely knocked out cold. One poor bastard got grabbed by the collar, shaking like a wet dog as he thought, oh god, how is this even possible? Why are all of these freaks so ridiculously cracked at fighting? Ye Bei kept a tight grip on his shirt, calmly telling him, go back and deliver a message to your little holy master. If he actually wants all the smoke with me, he better pull up and show his face in person, instead of throwing cheap shots from a million miles away like a spineless coward. With a casual flick, he violently hurled the guy high up into the air, barking out, get lost. Yinggu immediately stepped up, pitching an idea. Master, why aren't we capitalizing on this massive W to chase these fools all the way back to Starlight Holy Land and take out that loudmouth bird Holy Master once and for all? Ye Bei raised a hand to shut down the idea, explaining. Even though Starlight Holy Land just took a massive L and got utterly decimated today, they're too shook to act reckless right now, but their main base is still locked down by the Holy Master himself. You don't sleep on a threat like that. Plus, word on the street is they've got some ancient Emperor Realm ancestor who's been deep in closed-door cultivation, so y'all aren't allowed to do anything reckless just yet. I've already got my own moves planned for those clowns. Ye Bei then dropped a dead serious order. Pack your gear, we're heading straight to the Outer Realm battlefield to track someone down. His face suddenly softened up, a faint smile breaking through as he thought to herself, Luo Suetue, looks like we're finally gonna cross paths again. Ye Bei glanced sideways at the giant bird chilling next to him, requesting, Birdie, do us a solid and fly us over there. The bird bowed its head deeply, replying with total submission, At your service, Senior Ye Bei. Ye Bei's voice echoed with supreme authority. Kitai Bai Sun Wu Uyanglung, y'all are rolling with me to the outer realm battlefield. Everyone whose name got called shouted back in unison, Got it, master! Ye Bei dropped his final instructions. This trip ain't a field trip, so we ain't dragging a huge crowd. Everyone else stay put, disperse, and go grind your cultivation. Right on cue, the big bird shifted back into its true form, letting out an ear-piercing screech before soaring straight up into the clouds. Meanwhile, in some shadowy hideout, a pair of legs dangled in mid-air as a guy got choked out by a massive hand clamped around his throat, his face turning completely purple as he choked out. Have mercy, Holy Master, while his hands desperately clawed at the arm without stopping. Tianli loosened his grip slightly before tossing him aside, spitting out with utter disgust, total useless trash. He furrowed his brows, running the numbers in his head. If he tried to scrape together another raid squad of that scale anytime soon, he'd probably wake up the ancient ancestor from hibernation, so he had no choice but to let that punk Ye Bei slide for the moment. Right as he was deep in thought, his body suddenly got hijacked by some ungodly foreign power, and a voice laced with pure mockery started speaking right out of his own mouth. Starlight Holy Master flexing his divine powers, yet he loses his entire army and runs away crying like a little bitch. Tianli's eyes bulged out of his skull as he bellowed in rage. The absolute audacity, who the hell dares talk trash like that? The voice just kept echoing relentlessly, mocking him over and over. Starlight Holy Master flexing his divine powers, yet he loses his entire army and runs away crying like a little bitch. Tianli's face flushed bright red with white-hot fury as he roared, You little brat Ye Bei, I swear to God I'm gonna peel your skin off and rip your tendons out. Suddenly, a completely different, oppressive energy dropped into the room out of nowhere. A deep, heavy voice rung out, asking, Why the hell is it so damn loud and noisy out here? Hearing that voice made Tianli freeze solid in absolute terror. The Supreme Ancestor had actually shown up. He stammered, Respected Emperor Realm Ancestor, what brings you out? What happened? Tianli slammed his knees onto the floor, bowing frantically as he reporting to the Grand Ancestor, it was just some absolute lunatic using a sound transmission spell to talk trash and pick a fight, accidentally disturbing your deep cultivation. Your unworthy disciple deserves to die 1,000,000 deaths. The old ancestor let out a dry, mocking chuckle, repeating his words, Oh, 1,000,000 deaths, huh? Then he casually spoke up, Well then, why don't you take this ordinary mirror and look at your own pathetic face, and see if your little temper tantrum matches up with how tiny of a problem you claim it is. Tianli flinched hard, throwing his hands over his face as he shrieked in absolute panic, Ancestor, please no. You know looking at my own reflection is my ultimate phobia. Why you gotta torture me like this? The old ancestor casually replied, Of course I know you got a whole mirror complex. I was just testing your mental fortitude, duh. Right after that, his presence vanished into thin air, leaving behind an echoing laugh and a parting shot. Damn, what a fine holy master you are. Instantly, the heavy tension broke, and Tianli stopped shaking like a lunatic. A twisted little smirk crept onto his face as he picked up the mirror, immediately striking a thirsty, ultra-flirty pose. His cheeks flushed pink as he muttered to himself, Honestly, the ancestor ain't even that bad to me. I was just trying to check if my hair got messed up anyway. At the outer boundary of the battlefield, a giant bird's wings are flapping like crazy as its massive beast form soars high in the sky. Some grunt spots it and starts yelling, Yo, who the hell are you guys? Don't you know flying is totally banned around the outer battlefield entrance? Pointing aggressively, the guard barks, Get your ass down here right now, or I'll waste your dumbass pet for breaking the rules. No sooner said than done, a glowing spear flies straight at his face. The brute force strike blows the soldier clean away, leaving behind a massive cloud of dust. The spear drives deep into the ground alongside a bold question about their rules. Wukong flashes a smug grin and pipes up, In our beast clan, whoever's got the heaviest fists makes the rules. One guy steps up, cupping his hands respectfully. All hail the great sage. My little bro here doesn't know any better. Please forgive him, please. Behind him, another guy looks totally wrecked, leaning against a cliff wall. Wuxia glares at them with cold eyes and spits out, Get lost. Hearing that like it's a blessing straight from heaven, they grab the wounded guy and keep nodding frantically, Yep, we're hauling ass right now! Right on cue, another crowd rolls up and bows deeply. Greetings, great sage son. Greetings, divine emperor. Greetings, heaven equal great sage. Wuxia waves them off generously. Save the formalities, I ain't petty like that punk King Peng. Once the riffraff is cleared out, she glances up at the sky and hollers, Coast is clear down here. Bring the master and the others down. The giant hawk immediately swoops down, soft feathers drifting in the wind as Ye Bei's crew steps onto the scene. The onlookers stare with their jaws dragging on the floor. One whispers, Is that really the great sage's master? Another marvels, He's just a damn kid, yet he's chilling right between two human emperors. Suddenly, an old lady walks up and speaks softly to Wuxia. Great sage, oh great sage. She turns her head and asks, What's up? The old lady says, Just now, some creeps in black, calling themselves the Nether Demon Sect, asked me to pass along a message. They're dying to meet the great sage. Wuxia tilts her head. Nether Demon Sect? Finally, she shrugs and gives the green light. Send him over and y'all can scatter. The Nether Demon Sect lackeys bow low. We, messengers of the Nether Demon Sect, pay our respects to Lord Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Ouyang Lung speaks up, making Wukong's crew jump and look over. Junior sister, do you know these clowns? As Ouyang Lung and Chi Tai Bai walk up, the Nether Demon folks immediately drop into a bow. Messengers of the Nether Demon Sect pay respects to Lord Chi Tai Bai and Lord Ouyang Lung. Tai Bai shoots them a sideways glance, her mind racing. Who the hell are these guys? They trade suspicious side eyes. Eighth junior sister, aren't these your homies? Wuxia shuts that down instantly. I don't roll with friends. Leng looks mildly shook. At that exact moment, Ye Bei saunters over. Nether Demon Sect, huh? Sounds like we've got some weird-ass karma. Ye Bei rubs his chin and mutters, if we're destined to cross paths, get off your knees and talk. The Nether Demon crew scrambles up, and their leader looks at him with pure awe. You are? May I ask your esteemed name, my lord? This whole deal dates back 10 years ago when Luo Xuechang dropped a prophecy. Our Grand Patriarch ain't dead. One day he's going to show his face right in front of us. She also told them that when that day hits, they better follow every single order the Grand Patriarch gives and drill his name into their thick skulls. Finally, he drops his name, Ye Bei. Hearing that name, the whole squad drops back to their knees and yells at the top of their lungs. All hail the Grand Patriarch. Ye Bei looks totally blindsided by the dramatics. Grand Patriarch, hold up, isn't your cult leader Luo Chang? The crew fires back instantly. Yes, Grand Patriarch, absolutely. Ye Bei mulls over the name Luo Xuechang for a sec before saying, get up. Then he cuts straight to the chase. You guys didn't just crawl out here to fanboy over me, right? The leader bops his head. Spot on, Grand Patriarch. 10 years back, right before our cult leader stepped foot into the outer battlefield, she handed us a couple of portraits. He opens up both palms, revealing 2 glowing green jade fragments and keeps going. She told us if we ever ran into the dude in the portrait, we were supposed to hand these right over. The second Ye Bei reaches out, a weird grid pattern lights up across the jade. Coordinates start mapping themselves out right on the surface. He checks out the 2 pieces for a second and figures it's a map embedded in a jade talisman, with 1 red dot marked on it, probably that sweet loot spot the big girl dug up. Handing over the jade, the guy asks for new orders. Grand Patriarch, what's our next play? Ye Bei replies, I'm heading out with my 3 disciples to track down your cult leader. Your mission is to scour every inch of this place for secrets on the Star Brilliance Holy Palace. Gotta know your enemy, right? Can't afford to take an L. The guy drops to his knees roaring, understood. The rest of the crew instantly zips off into the distance. All right, Ye Bei says coolly, time to step into the outer battlefield. It's an absolute death trap out there, so try not to get yourselves killed. Chi Tai Bai glances over and chimes in with a worried tone. Me and Wu Xiao will be fine. I'm just stressing that 8th junior sister is going to flip this place upside down and catch bodies like it's nothing. Right before they take off, Ye Bei gives one last warning. Don't go too wild, all right? Let's roll into the outer battlefield. The 3 of them step up to the array portal, but suddenly Wukong stops, spins around, and looks confused. Huh? The master turns back and sees Ye Bei completely stuck outside the barrier, calling out helplessly, Hey, I'm stuck out here. He rubs his cheek, looking totally embarrassed, thinking, man, talk about awkward. This stupid outer battlefield actually has a realm restriction. Frustrated as hell, he mutters, so it needs the Saint King realm, big deal. I'll just grind for it. Boom! He drops straight into training mode, wisps of ethereal energy spinning around both hands. A flash of light erupts from the mountain peak, exploding into a blinding burst that paints half the sky before a wall of system notifications floods in. System alert. Realm breakthrough to Saint King realm successful. System alert. Host has officially entered the outer battlefield. Anyone who steps in gets randomly thrown into different zones by the rules of the universe to throw hands with rival factions. Out here, cruelty and ruthlessness are the only laws. Battle merit points time. The outer battlefield runs on a special currency used to buy gear and transit passes. You get a starter pack when you enter, but after that you gotta rack up kills to get more. Ye Bei looks down at the faint chi aura wrapping around his body, totally vibing with it, thinking about his past life suffering where no matter how hard he tried, he could never break through. Nothing like the cheat code life he's got now where you just level up whenever you feel like it. Another system prompt pings. Universe rules are initiating distribution. Wukong and the other 2 instantly start reacting to it. Ye Bei checks out his hands and sighs. Looks like once the factions are sorted, we're gonna get forcibly split up and dropped at random spots across the battlefield. Finally, he drops a reminder to his disciples. Listen up. Keep those jade talismans glued to your hands. Once you're in, group up at the lucky spot your senior sister marked on the map. The crew heard that and immediately barked, Yes! In a flash, the 4 of them turned into 4 beams of light, scattering in every direction. They zipped through the mountain peaks until they touched down in a clearing, right in front of a silver tent. A ring of light appeared in front of the cave, and Ye Bei stepped out from the center of it. Inside the wolf faction's camp, 2 guys walked out of the tent. The big boss looked over, seeing someone had arrived, and wondered, what kind of greenhorn softy did they dump on us this time? Ye Bei, meanwhile, was still checking out his own power levels. So this is what battle merit points look like, huh? 300,000, not bad at all. Suddenly, a foot stepped right next to Ye Bei. The lead guy reached out, acting all friendly, and said, Hey little brother, it's way too dangerous for a Saint King Realm guy to be wandering around here. Need a big bro to show you the ropes? Ye Bei gave him a cold, sharp look, his eyes locking onto the white cloth tied around the guy's wrist. The guy noticed something on Ye Bei too. 300,000, that was the number blinking on Ye Bei monitor. His whole vibe changed in an instant. He threw an arm around Ye Bei, playing it cool. First time in the outer battlefield, bro? You're all by yourself? Ye Bei was busy running the numbers on the field rules in his head. If people from the same faction go at each other, the merit points just vanish into thin air. They don't get transferred. But according to the system, there's a loophole. You get an outsider to take out someone from your own faction, then you ice the outsider and snatch the points for yourself. The guy behind him was already reaching for the strap on his blade. Ye Bei played it smart, keeping his tone casual. There were 4 of us, but I'm the only one who got sent to this sector. The guy sized him up, whispering to his buddy, "This kid's gotta be some pampered brat from a major sect fed with endless resources, probably pure as snow and naive as hell, a total sitting duck." He ended up dragging Ye Bei to a tall pillar, pointing up at it. "Check it out, bro. These black towers are everywhere out here in the outer battlefield. There are 2 tablets in front of the tower, the Slayer board and the Merit board. Whoever makes it onto either one of those is a total legend out here." Ye Bei blinked, like something just clicked. He stared at the 2 boards. He thought to himself, the demon sect leader Luo Xueshang isn't just 12th on the Merit board, she's on the Slayer board too? Just how hard is that girl pushing herself? He finally got it, and honestly it made sense, since she practiced the path of destruction. Seeing the situation, one of the goons asked for the green light. "Boss, time to make our move?" The other one chimed in too. "Strip this kid of his cultivation, toss him to the beasts, and those 300,000 points are ours." But the guy with the thick eyebrows held up a hand. "Hold your horses." He rested his hand on his sword hilt. "The kid's already bought into my act. He's totally unguarded. Now's the time." He drew his blade and started closing in on Ye Bei. The steel glinted with a faint, chilling light. Suddenly, Ye Bei spoke up, and the guys behind him froze in their tracks. He formed a ball of light in his hand, turned around, and asked, "I've got a little treasure here. You guys want to see it?" A multicolored crystal popped up in his palm. He asked, "So, what do you think of this?" The group couldn't help themselves, blurting out, "Damn, that's some good stuff." The crystal pulsed with an overwhelming pressure. The ground shook, and the leader's face twisted in panic. The aura locked them all in, trapping them tight. "Boss, we can't move." The lead goon clenched his fists, face pressed against the dirt. Ye Bei hummed a little tune and crouched down in front of him. He ripped the cloth off the guy's wrist, revealing the points. Ye Bei stroked his chin, satisfied. 10,000 merit points, not bad. Dog eats dog, really, is the fastest way to get rich. He turned to the other 2 to check their totals. He sat in front of the guy with 390,000 points, looking unimpressed. 390,000? You're kind of a letdown, man. You look like you were packing more heat than the other guy. The boss, sweat pouring down his face, begged, Just turn off that aura. We promise we won't touch you. It's a jungle out here. We had to form a team just to survive." Ye Bei didn't care. He fired back. "You pull this shady crap on others, but when it's your turn to get robbed, you want mercy? Where was your mercy when you were hunting people down?" He fell into deep thought, counting it up. 8 of you, 3,800,000 points. Not too shabby. The leader gasped. Ye Bei snapped his fingers, and the guy went completely rigid, his eyes glazing over. Once that was done, he stood up and chewed on his finger, thinking, who should I dump these guys on? The sun was blazing as he dragged the 3 of them into the woods, light filtering through the dead branches. He reached a flat clearing when someone stepped out. A giant green monster lugging a massive club stood on a rock and bellowed, "Hey kid, drop the cargo and get lost." Ye Bei looked up at the creature with its blood-red eyes and jagged teeth. It growled, "You deaf or something?" Ye Bei didn't waste words. He tossed the 3 guys over. "If you want them so bad, they're yours." As they flew through the air, the giant swung his club, sending the 3 of them flying. He glanced at his wrist monitor. It hit 3,800,000. He roared with laughter. 3,800,000. I hit the jackpot. A voice suddenly echoed from right behind him. "You didn't hit the jackpot. I did." When did Ye Bei get behind him? The sound made the giant freeze. Ye Bei gathered a sphere of energy in his palm and said coldly, "Hand it over." In the silence, a sharp, crisp sound snapped through the air. The giant collapsed, completely drained. The numbers on his wrist monitor started flatlining into straight lines. Ye Bei's own total jumped up. He looked at it, grinning. 4,260,000. Not bad at all. I can buy some real gear at the Black Tower now. This trip was worth it. He pulled out the jade plate, whispering to himself, time to hit that spot the little girl marked. 4 red dots blinked on the plate. Ye Bei checked the map and sighed. Looks like I'm a bit far. Even at full speed, it's going to take at least 2 hours. Suddenly, a rock came flying out of nowhere. He caught it instinctively. He crushed the stone, shot a cold glare in that direction, and barked, "Who's there?" A pair of legs stepped out. Gushaner juggled the remaining stones in her hand and smirked. "So you're Ye Bei, the Grand Master of the Yi Demon Sect?" "Yo." Back dropped a reply. "Damn, news travels fast even out here in the outer battlefield. Even a little princess like you already caught wind of it." Xianni shot back, sounding mad salty. "Ain't about news traveling fast. My intel network is just that massive, okay?" Out of nowhere, she grilled him. "Let me ask you something straight up. What's the deal between you and Lak Xueshang?" Instead of answering, Back flipped it right back on her. "Who the hell are you? Whatever's going on between me and Lak Xueshang ain't none of your damn business." Gu Xianni proudly flexed, "I'm the sole heir to the master of the Shadow Moon Palace." Then she ranted, "Gu Xianni, I've been simping for Lak Tuyetni for years now, so sooner or later we're going to tie the knot." Hearing that, Bak just zoned out and rolled his eyes. Out of nowhere, I've never once heard Lak Xueshang say she's into chicks. Xianni flipped out, seeing herself get ghosted. "Get back here, you coward!" she shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Don't think just because you're the Grand Patriarch of the Night Demon sect that I won't throw hands with you. Spit it out. What's your relationship with Lak Xueshang anyway?" Suddenly, he turned the tables on her again. "Wait, aren't you totally crushing on Lak Xueshang? Have you even confessed your feelings yet?" That question hit Xianni right in her weak spot. Gu Xianni stuttered, turning red as a beet, and stammered out a confession. Like, who says you gotta confess just because you like someone? Bak rolled his eyes, thinking, bro, is she seriously just simping in total isolation? Then he dealt a couple more critical emotional hits to poor Xianni. Why wouldn't you confess? If you don't confess, guess what? You ain't even worth a blade of grass, and you've already been rejected a bunch of times. Keep dreaming you're some kind of fairy princess. Gu Xianni got totally triggered and dropped a challenge. Let's throw down right here, mano a mano. If you can beat me, I'm out of your hair for good. But if you lose, you gotta spill where Lak Xueshang is hiding. Bak acted like he couldn't care less and just kept walking. Hard pass, I'm too scared you'll start crying to your old man if you take an L. The number 2 ranked psycho on the god-slaying board? Yeah, nah, I ain't touching that mess. Hearing that, Xianni rushed to reassure him. Relax, if you actually manage to beat me today, I swear on my life my old man won't come after you. Bak countered with, "Aight, bet, here's the deal. If you can even as much as graze the hem of my robe, I'll count it as your W. Sound fair?" While saying that, he figured he was in a pretty chill mood today, so he might as well play babysitter with this brat. The second she heard that, she charged right at him, screaming, "Oh, it is on! You asked for it." Bak whipped out the Chaos Stone Pai Shu crystal. He figured since he was only dealing with 1-0, this tiny bit of area effect suppression was more than enough. The heavy pressure dead stopped Gu Xianni dead in her tracks. Her jaw hit the floor in pure disbelief. Bak stood there looking all high and mighty, the W already locked in. He turned his back, ready to peace out. Right before leaving, he tossed out, "I'm sparing you because you're a chick, and I didn't crank the gravity up high enough to smash you flat into the dirt. You better wise up and stop clinging to me like cheap lint." When Ye Bei tried to step away, he suddenly felt like something was off. "Hold up, what the hell? I can't move." Sitting flat on the ground, Gu Xianni smirked and spoke up. "Hey, just so you know, you ain't the only one who can freeze people in their tracks." Gu Xianni went full tryhard, cranking her own pressure straight onto Bak, yelling, "Don't even think about running away." Bak got slammed by a heavy wave of pressure, shot a quick glance backward, and thought, the little punk is using the law of Tao. He instantly pieced it together, gravity law. Xianni gritted her teeth, spitting out every single word. "Don't you dare treat this young lady like some clueless newbie." Bak sighed once more and ruthlessly shattered her ego. "Yeah, a young lady all right, a classic textbook spoiled brat. You get a tiny advantage and you're already acting like a clown, flexing all over the place." Hearing that, she lost her cool. "The hell did you just say?" He didn't even bother answering, just started chanting an incantation. "Lightning art!" Instantly, raw electricity wrapped around his entire body. Gu Xianni flinched hard as a massive bolt of lightning slammed down, carrying an insane amount of pressure. Once the flash faded and the smoke cleared, Gu Xianni was completely wiped out, flat on her face against the stone floor, with tiny electric sparks still popping all over her body. Bak dusted off his wrists and said, "You dropped all your defense just to go full send on attack, totally leaving your head wide open." He added, "I reigned in the power of the lightning art, so it was just enough to drop you without actually ending your life." Gu Xianni slowly pushed herself up, looking super salty as she whined, "Bak, you're so freaking cheap. You didn't even wait for me to get ready." He clapped back instantly. "Cheap? Bro, use your brain for a second. If you ran into a real monster or an alien enemy out here, would you tell them, 'Hold up, let me go take a bathroom break real quick before we throw hands'? You really think they're gonna wait around for you?" Hearing that, Xianni shrieked in absolute rage. You're at the Emperor realm. Who the hell says bathroom break like that? You're so gross, seriously, total trashy talk." Bak couldn't care less. He just waved his hand dismissively and said, "Whatever, go wipe your face. From here on out, we ain't crossing paths, okay? We're total strangers." Hearing that, she stomped her foot in pure rage, screaming, "I'm gonna lose my mind." Suddenly, Bak noticed something weird. He spun around and asked, "Why the hell are you still tailing me? Didn't you say if you lost, you'd bounce?" Xianni gave a little huff, turned her head away, and said, "Who says I can't walk the same road? Besides, I didn't even lose. Did I ever officially say I surrender?" "Shamelessly fronting," she muttered. "This young lady still had a ton of secret trump cards up my sleeve. But I'm just tired today, so I ain't in the mood to fight anymore." Bak was completely speechless, thinking this chick is a certified stalker. Finally, he just gave up and shrugged, "Whatever, fine. Walk the same road if you want." While they were walking, Gu Xianni suddenly piped up, "Hey Bak, where are you even heading anyway? Is Xueshang over there too?" After asking, she puffed out her cheeks, super pissed off. Why does a total jerk like him know Xueshang? What kind of sketchy-ass relationship do they even have? Deep in the Insect King's territory, the two of them slowly strolled along. Underneath their boots were scattered skulls getting gnawed on by tiny creepy crawlies. They just walked right past them. Up on a pillar, a pure white snake flicked its tongue out, scaring the living daylights out of Gu Xianni. Hanging all over the cave ceiling were gross, pulsing cocoons. Terrified out of her mind, Xianni whimpered, "Back, can't we take a detour?" Back fired back. This rotting zone goes on forever. Taking a detour would add days to our trip. Finally, he gave her an out. "Look, if you're that terrified, why don't we just split up right here?" Hearing that, she quickly turned her face away, put on a brave front, and hollered, "I'll have you know, I'm the daughter of an emperor lord and a supreme powerhouse. I ain't scared of squat." A bunch of weird noises echoed from deep inside the cave. She squinted, wondering what was moving up ahead. Down below, a girl was hacking away with super smooth, flawless sword strikes. Back stood up top, watched for a second, and immediately recognized her. Yep, it was Ah Lang. Duang Lang was butchering wave after wave of larvae, looking super annoyed, whining, "Man, these things are annoying as hell, they just keep coming." The larvae kept spawning endlessly, and her blade didn't stop launching sword auras for a second. No matter how many of these bugs she chopped up, they just wouldn't stay dead. With a final double-cross slash, Duang Lang stood tall on top of a literal mountain of slaughtered larva corpses. Panting heavily, she tried to calculate her next move, thinking, "There's got to be some massive mutant bug king hiding around here, controlling all these grubs. If I don't cut the head off the snake right now, I'm gonna run out of stamina and die here for real." Suddenly, the larva lying motionless on the ground spat out silk. The threads grabbed the two swords in her hands, catching her completely off guard. As the silk wrapped tight around the blades, Duang Lan's eyes went wide. She tried to use flexibility to counter the brute force, but two more thick strands lunged at her, and now she was trapped, unable to move a muscle. She cursed under her breath. Damn, there was no dodging that. Suddenly, Ye Bei appeared and snatched those threads with his bare hands. His sudden arrival made Duang Lan shout, "Master!" He kept a firm grip on the silk while taking the chance to school her. "Alan, your fighting style is known for being aggressive. That's fine against stubborn enemies, but against stuff like this, clearly you're lacking." Finally, he chanted the Supreme Demon Bone incantation, and a faint energy flared up around him. That energy surged into the silk threads, expanding rapidly toward the source. The larvae got blasted away by the hit. Then Ye Bei added, "When they swarm like this, it's just like chains tethering a ship. Fire is the best way to burn through them." Ko Tianyi zipped over to their side, crossed her arms, and snickered. That annoying creep actually has some tricks up his sleeve. Took him no time to fry that many bug slaves. Duang Lan flinched at her sudden appearance. She stared, thinking, the woman with master. Could it be? Is that the senior sister? By now, Ye Bei had sat down, picked up a larva, and held it up to everyone. It looked absolutely gross, but once roasted, it actually smelled pretty decent. He popped it into his mouth. "In my past life, I used to hit up those street market stalls for roasted silkworms," he thought while chewing, lost in memory. After finishing, he offered some enthusiastically. "You two want a bite?" Ko Tianyi recoiled in horror. "Ew, hell no!" Duang Lan stammered, unable to speak, even if it was master's order, it was just. But suddenly a voice echoed from somewhere, making them all jump. "Since the dawn of time, our clan eats humans, not the other way around. I'll make you pay for this." Ye Bei didn't look surprised. He'd seen this coming. Of course, it wasn't going to be that simple. The ground started shaking, and something began oozing up from the cracks beneath the earth. Ye Bei stared at it, a massive slimy maw emerging right in front of them. He quickly commanded, "Alan, get Ko Tianyi and break through the perimeter. These things are here for me." "Understood," Duang Lan replied immediately. But Tianyi wasn't about to lose. She unleashed her power. "Don't look down on this young lady. I don't need anyone to lead me." She used gravity suppression. The sheer pressure was intense. It carved out a small, clear space around them, though they were still surrounded by larvae. Ye Bei had already set a formation at their feet to shield them. "You like winning with numbers? Fine, let's flip the script." He placed his hand on the formation and chanted, "Great Tao Resonance, summoning of the Great Tao Undead." As soon as he finished, a massive undead figure materialized. Duang Lan turned confused. "Master, what are you trying to do?" Ko Tianyi was just as curious. "Seriously? You summoned a corpse that weak? What's the point?" Ye Bei waved his hand, ordering the zombie, "Go, have some fun with them." The zombie charged forward, making weird grunting sounds. "Abba, abba." It dove into the swarm, loving the impact of the larvae hitting its body. Then it spun around with insane speed, knocking the bugs flying. So Tianyi cried out in disbelief. Faced with such an endless sea of bugs, one zombie was useless. She turned to Duang Lan, frantic. "Hey, we've got to go save Ye Bei." Duang Lan stayed calm, reassuring her, "Don't be so reckless." Over there, the larvae started gnawing on the zombie, their sharp teeth tearing into it piece by piece. Suddenly, the larvae's eyes turned green, and their entire bodies began to transform. Tianyi was stunned into silence. Ye Bei explained, "These bugs just ate flesh infected with a zombie virus. Now we just wait for it to spread to 10 to 100, 100 to 10,000. With that, he waved his hand. "Go, my zombie bugs!" As soon as he said it, countless larvae dove straight into the uninfected ones, tearing them apart. Whether they were biting or being bitten, the virus spread like wildfire. When the swarm started to run, he ordered them to stop, standing on a cliff to watch. Ko Tianyi asked, "Why aren't we chasing them?" Ye Bei replied, "Don't be so reckless. I've already got this all planned out." She cursed in her heart again. No wonder their master and student, both just as shady. They moved forward, and one of them asked, "So what now?" Ye Bei only said one word, "Wait." Deep in the abyss, two glowing lights appeared. The Olo King growled in anger. "I can't even deal with a pathetic human? Fine, I'll handle this myself." Suddenly, a bug bit its leg. It was shocked, unable to believe it. What? His zombie virus. It has an incubation period. The virus was already invading its bloodstream. The Olo King clutched its head and screamed. Agonizing sounds echoed from the trench. The Ye Bei group was already waiting above. Ye Bei spoke about time. Two spider legs rose from the crack. Ko Tianyi screamed in excitement. That's the Olo King's true form. Its entire figure was now exposed before them. Ye Bei said calmly. The Olo King's battle points were transferred to me, which means it's dead. Let's see how many points being 50th on the leaderboard gets me. A long string of numbers appeared on the Olo King's hand. Tianyi was beyond stoked. Oh my god, over 3 million! But Ao Duanglan didn't even blink. With master strength, 3 million wasn't even that much. Ye Bei added. Besides these crazy battle points, there's an even bigger haul. He reached toward the Olo King, his hand glowing with crystal light. A top-tier Bug Clan powerhouse would definitely be useful later. He said, for now, you're going to help me guard the Chaos Stone Stele and the Heaven Pool treasures. With that done, they hit the road again. Ye Bei said, the obstacles are cleared. We're not far from the Snow Abyss mark now. Ao Duanglan replied, Master, let's keep moving. Ko Tianyi chimed in, don't even think about ditching me. Under the blue sky, below the tower, people were whispering, look quick, the battle merit board just changed. Who got knocked down? Tongo Tiu saw the commotion and pointed, fourth senior sister, it's super crowded over there. Let's go see. Kai Tai Bok looked bored and dragged her away. Stop being so nosy. We're supposed to meet at the fortuitous spot the first senior sister marked. Still, Ngo Tiu grabbed her hand excitedly. It wouldn't take that long to look. Once they pushed into the crowd, both of them gasped as they looked up at the rankings. From a distance, the war merit board is covered in a bunch of squiggly lines and weird text, but a familiar name pops right out. That dude is sitting chilling at number 50 on the leaderboard. Wukong just stares at it, completely losing his mind. People say the leaderboard hasn't changed in years, so Master's grind is seriously breaking all the laws of reality. Tai Bai looks a bit deep in thought, too. Knowing Master's vibe, he's probably not planning to just outrank that 50th guy, he's gonna straight up flatline him. While everyone is locked in and paying attention, someone suddenly spawns up on the high stage. That guy holds something high up in the air and yells, new auction item, fresh auction item. He hoists up a glowing green crystal and starts flexing. Rank 50th on the war merit board. The coordinates for the Ye Bei human race holding this merit cache are 325,876,277. Starting bid is 3 million merit points. Baishan immediately turns to his buddy and says, 3 million? Let's YOLO this into 300 million. Let's pool our cash and bid together and split the loot later. But his buddy looks totally skeptical, saying anyone who makes it onto the war merit board is definitely no pushover. I feel like we shouldn't go looking for extra trouble. The guy on stage keeps dropping info to hype up the crowd. Ye Bei human race, Saint King realm, 0 sex, 0 affiliations. Hearing that, the crowd below instantly goes wild. A little punk in the Saint King realm pulling in that many merit points? Total luck. Must have hit some crazy jackpot. They're all whispering to each other about dropping a few million merit points just to go gank that little Saint King noob, bagging a reward worth over 300 million. What kind of insane deal is that? Right after that, people start throwing their hands up to bid. The numbers keep skyrocketing way past the starting price. 3,200,000 merit points. I'm grabbing this intel for 3,500,000. Hope nobody snipes me. 4 million should be enough. 5 million. No way anyone outbids me now. Ji Tai knits his brows and mutters, sure, Master is ridiculously OP, but becoming public enemy number 1 like this, gonna be a massive pain in the ass. Sun Wukong squints his eyes over there, when suddenly someone holds up a single finger and drops a crazy number. I'm bidding 10 million. That flex turns every single head in the room. Is that someone from the Infinity Sacred Land? It's Ji Woody. The second he opens his mouth, he shouts out loud, I, Ji Woody, bid 10 million. The crowd loses its collective mind all over again. The saint son of the Infinity Sacred Palace. Why the hell is he here? Everyone else murmurs in awe. Even if someone could afford to outbid 10 million, nobody's got the balls to try. Pissing off the Infinity Sacred Palace never ends well for anyone. The guy on stage calls out again. If nobody else is shouting a higher bid, then this goes to the Infinity Sacred Land. Ji Woody snags the auction item. He immediately yanks the item right out of the auctioneer's grip. Awesome. All I gotta do is track these coordinates, and I'll find that Ye Bei bastard. He smirks down at the crystal with total confidence. 300 million merit points, finna be the easiest bag of my life. A little red dot starts blinking on the crystal's surface. The red dot pulses against a dark background. Elsewhere, Ye Bei is also holding the coordinate jade slip in his hand, murmuring, should be right up ahead. Ouyang Lingfenchi points ahead and goes, Master, look over there. That's gotta be the spot. Look at those giant pillars right in front of us. Ouyang turns around and adds, I heard whispers back during the outer battlefield turf wars that the big sister and the other senior sisters mostly train in one of the most high-risk zones around here. Ye Bei wears a deep, thoughtful expression, muttering, this spot really is right on the main drag, but it's totally ghost town vibes. Those 3 white towers must have some kind of traps rigged up, because normal folks wouldn't dare come within a mile of here. Suddenly his eyes drop downward. Someone's here. A shockwave crashes down and violently slams into the ground. A figure steps right out of the smoke, yelling, found you, 300 million target! Ji Woody and his glowing crystal step right up to them. He flexes hard, be a good boy and hand over your head. I'll make it quick and painless. Ye Bei doesn't even flinch, just deadpans, another stray dog smelling blood. A second later, Gu Xianer finally jogs up panting. Hey, where are you guys running so fast? Wait up! Jiwudi spots her and his eyes light up even more. The rebellious rich kid of the Shadow Moon Palace? Talk about a buy one, get one free deal. That's when Xianer finally notices the uninvited guest. Jiwudi? She shrieks. The outer territory battlefield isn't some backyard for your infinity sacred land to pull toxic moves. If you want to throw hands, let's go. Hearing that, Woody just cackles. He holds up a fist with absolute disdain and scoffs, you and what army? Right as the words leave his mouth, he stomps the ground hard. That single strike hits with so much force it kicks up a massive storm of dust and rubble. Xianer gets caught right in the middle of the shockwave and gasps. Such raw power. After pinning Gu Xianer down with pressure, he instantly launches himself straight at Ye Bei. Ye Bei punk, catch these hands! Ouyang loses her mind and screams, Master, that punch is no joke, you can't just tank it head on! But Ye Bei acts like it's totally nothing. He casually shoves Ouyang to the side with one hand. Her eyes go wide as saucers as she shrieks, Master, Woody's still charging right at us. Instead of panicking, he roasts her. What, you don't want to go down with your master? I'm almost touched enough to cry. By now, the fist is right in his face. Ye Bei narrows his eyes and fires back. For real? Well, I'm actually dying to see you cry. Then he casually reaches out one hand to block the strike, sending shockwaves blasting in every direction. He catches Woody's fist dead in his palm. Woody loses his absolute mind, screaming, no way, absolutely no way. I put 60% of my juice into that punch. Even an almighty tier boss shouldn't be able to stop this. Ye Bei hits him with a tone of mild appreciation. Gotta admit, you actually got enough juice to make my hands sting a little. He asks, you saying you cultivate the invincible Grand Dao? Then he adds, if you actually want to beat me, you gotta go retrain and pick up a skill that specifically hard counters the Ye Bei Grand Dao. Hearing that, Jiwudi flies into a blind rage and roars, you dare talk this trash? He winds up his other hand and throws a haymaker straight at him. Ye Bei answers him with a straight left hook right to the jaw, but that punch only knocks him back a tiny bit. Ye Bei looks down at his own fist, low-key thinking that punch felt a little off. Once Jiwudi regains his balance, he flexes, heavy hitter, huh? Totally useless against me. He barks that the invincible Grand Dao lives up to its name. He's literally untouchable. Ye Bei triggers him all over again. Offense is total garbage. Defense is cracked out of its mind. You should really rename yourself to G the Turtle. Woody is done talking. He starts throwing hands again, kicking up a blinding storm of dust and smoke across the battlefield. His moves are so fast it's just a blur of afterimages. Gu Xianer's jaw hits the floor. Is this what Ye Bei looks like when he's actually trying? He's trading blows evenly with Jiwudi. Ouyang rolls her eyes next to her and corrects her. Evenly matched my ass. She calmly drops, Master is basically just snacking on a giant crab. Xianer tries to picture Ye Bei casually chewing on a crab mid-fight and gets completely brain-rotted trying to process it. Eating a crab. Amidst the swirling dust cloud, a silhouette emerges. Ye Bei stands straight as a board and declares, match over. But Woody is still lying on the deck, letting out a weak-ass chuckle, dropping one last cryptic and pathetic line. Kovo Dick swaggered toward him. I can mess up as many times as I want, but you make one mistake and you're dead by my hand. Ye Bei didn't even flinch. He just lifted his foot and planted a kick right into Vodik's gut. The guy took the full impact, his face contorting in pain before he went flying, slamming straight into the cliff face. Ye Bei frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, this iron-shelled turtle is just stalling. Wasting time with him isn't worth it. Kovo Dick somehow stayed on his feet. Smirking with pure arrogance, he spat, is that all you've got? Fine, I'll just grind you into dust. Ye Bei ears perked up, catching something useful in that remark. He gave a faint smirk, conjured up a long, sharp object, and said, that's actually a pretty solid suggestion. The object cracked open, tearing a hole in space as swarms of zombie larvae poured out, followed by thousands more. Ye Bei teased, hey black-shelled turtle, let me find you some playmates. Kovo Dick scoffed. With these measly bugs, damn the nerve of this guy, he's seriously looking down on me. With that, he erupted with power, trying to blast the swarm away. Ye Bei waved his hand and turned his back. Don't sweat it. You kill 10, the Hive Queen pops out 100 more. This should keep you busy for a whole year. Then he added, I've got real business to attend to. I don't have time for this. Vodich threw punches at the swarm, screaming while he hacked away. You coward, get back here! The swarm was endless. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why the hell does the number keep growing? They turned to leave. Ye Bei told Aodonglan, just let him play with them for a while, let's roll. Little Lan. 2 hours later, they stopped walking. Ye Bei checked his jade slip, confirming this was the right spot. 2 girls were guarding the entrance. Seeing them approach, they called out, who goes there? This is a restricted area, no outsiders allowed. Trukung muttered, hey, isn't that Ko Tianyi from the Moon Shadow Temple? Li Kuei couldn't help but gossip. Chasing after our sect leader all the way out here. Should I call her determined or just a total leech? Hearing them badmouth her, Ko Tianyi screamed, who are you calling a leech? Is it any of your business? Finally, Ye Bei spoke up. All right, cut the noise. Tianyi, standing behind them, was fuming, her face bright red. That was when Trukung and Li Kuei finally noticed who he was. This young master's presence, that aura, could it be? He spoke up. You two are from the Dama sect. They immediately knelt, bowing respectfully. Dama sect's Trukung. Dama sect's Li Kuei pays respects to the Grand Master. Ye Bei calmly said, stand up, we'll chat later, just take me to see Lak Shueshang. As they approached the gate, one of them said to him, Grandmaster, this is where the sect leader's opportunity lies, but it costs a massive amount of merit points to enter. Hearing that, he turned to Aoduang Lan. Little Lan, stay here and guard the place with them. I'm heading in. She quickly replied, understood, master. As Ye Bei walked in, Ko Tianyi rushed forward. Hey, wait for me. A loud thud followed as she slammed into the wooden frame. Tianyi slumped down, clutching her nose in pain. A message appeared on the door. Requires 10 million merit points for entry. Seeing the notification, she shrieked, are they insane? What kind of greedy opportunity trap is this? Inside, Ye Bei smirked. Lactoyet, finally, I can see you again. Ko Tianyi pointed at the door, agitated. You guys did this on purpose, right? Before, when Big Sister Tuyet brought so many people in, there's no way everyone had 10 million points. Trukong explained, this Temple of Opportunity has a unique feature. You can pay the entry fee for others. Last time, it was all deducted from the sect leader's points. Li Kuei thought back, right, I remember that time it cost a total of over 300 million. By now, Ye Bei had been teleported to a surreal place. He slowly climbed the stairs toward a pavilion. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the White Tower, a treasure worth 10 million merit points. He pushed the door open and walked in. 10 million or not, it didn't matter. In the center of the room sat a stone lion, bathed in blue light. The lion announced, to enter the tower and grasp the great Tao of any level, you must first pass its trial. Ye Bei stood below, lost in thought. Grasp trial, do I look like someone who has that kind of free time? The stone lion warned, if you don't pass the trial to increase your power, then the 10 million points for entry were a complete waste. He didn't even blink, reaching a hand toward the lion. I don't need you to tell me that. The stone lion started sweating profusely, trying to stop him. Wait, hold on. Ye Bei didn't waste a second. He tossed the lion high into the air. I don't have time for your chatter. Open the second level for me now. Above him, a door creaked open and a long staircase appeared. He walked up step by step. On the second level, as soon as Ye Bei arrived, he saw 5 girls sitting around an incense burner. Just you 5? One girl's eyes widened in shock. She looked at her companions. That voice, it's Master. All 5 girls spun around. It really is Master. I hope this isn't just another trial on the second level. Master must have sensed that Big Sister is in danger. That's why he appeared. Exactly, if it's really Master, then Big Sister will be safe. It has to be. Hearing the name Lak Shueshang, he asked, what about the eldest girl? Tell me clearly what's happened in the last incense stick's time. Ye Bei finally grasped the situation. He began to ponder. The entire trial tower was covered in layers of time laws. The speed of time differed on every level. On the first floor, 1 day outside equaled 2 days inside, a ratio of 1 to 2. The second floor, 1 day outside equals 5 days inside, ratio 1 to 5. Third floor, 1 to 10. Fourth floor, 1 to 50. Fifth floor, 1 to 100. Sixth floor, 1 to 200. Seventh floor, 1 to 500. Eighth floor, 1 to 1,000. Ninth floor, 1 to 2,000. The pink-haired girl continued. To master the law of time, Big Sister was determined to test all 9 levels of the tower. It took Big Sister 20 years to pass the first 8 levels, which means she burned through 1,000 years of her lifespan inside the tower. Ye Bei analyzed this. For a normal human, reaching the semi-emperor realm adds 3,000 years of life, while breaking through to the great emperor realm grants a maximum of 10,000 years. Hearing his analysis, the 2 disciples behind her let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, Big Sister didn't need to worry about her lifespan. She still had nearly 9,000 years left. Ye Bei remembered something important and blurted out, wait, how long has Luo Shuitui been trapped on the 9th floor? The pink-haired chick answered, ever since the Grandmaster stepped onto the 9th floor, it's been over 4 years. Someone nearby quietly added that it was 4 years in outside time. Bei started chewing on his finger again, muttering under his breath, over 4 years? He started doing the math in his head. So considering the time dilation on the 9th floor, Shuitui has been down there for almost 8,000 years. He chewed even harder and more frantically, and after a quick calculation, he dropped the reality check. Add the 1,000 years she burned through before. And doesn't that mean this stubborn little fool barely has any life left in her? One disciple lowered their gaze and muttered, more than 30 senior and junior sisters have tried to storm the 9th floor to talk Sister Luo into leaving, but forget the 9th floor. Not a single soul has even set foot on the 8th floor in the past 10 years. Finally, Bei made up his call. Alright, y'all keep grinding on your training. Since Master's here now, you don't gotta stress about a thing. His face hardened with pure determination. Hold on, you little dummy. Wait for your master. Bei blasted straight for the 8th floor, where a massive tower guardian was waiting in the arena. Bei vaulted up, launching himself straight ahead. Facing him down, the tower guardian issued a sharp warning. I am the tower guardian. If you dare even think about stepping onto the 9th floor, you're dead meat. Right as its eyes flashed with a blinding light and it raised a hand, Bei dropped a god-tier move and roared right in its face. Get the hell out of my way! A massive, deafening crash echoed out, and the guardian went flying, crashing flat on the ground while getting sliced straight down the middle. Bei used its head as a springboard to launch himself higher, dead set on climbing every single step. He tore up the stairs, flying straight across a field of lush green grass, and finally locked down a spot to land. He looked around and said coldly, finally made it to the 9th floor. Suddenly, he snapped his head around, spotting a stone tablet carved with text on the ground. He glanced over and read the inscription, defeat your inner demon within the given time limit. After reading it, he let out a heavy sigh and muttered under his breath, if this kid could actually let go of the obsession in her heart, she probably would have smashed her inner demon and cleared the 9th floor ages ago. But right after that, the ground started shaking violently as a massive black tentacle burst straight out of the earth. B jerked his head up in total shock, eyes wide with disbelief as he yelled out, "What the?" Right in front of him was a giant serpent-like beast, looking infinitely more majestic and powerful. Dead center on its forehead was an oval-shaped crystal with a faint figure shimmering inside. It was the exact person he was looking for, Luo Xuetui, completely knocked out cold. The giant black beast piped up, "Bold brat, daring to disrespect the time trial tower. This Grand Emperor Grandmaster's life force is running on fumes, and she's about to become my snack." Its eyes glowed brightly as it continued, "And since you rolled up right on time, you're just extra seasoning for the meal." Down below, Bei gripped his desolate wasteland sword tight and shot back. "Just some oversized snake riding the coattails of time laws, and you sure talk a whole lot of trash." Hearing that, it snapped and roared, "How dare you disrespect me? Fine, I'll use a Saint King realm punk like you as my appetizer." Its jaws swung wide open, revealing razor-sharp fangs dripping with toxic slime. Bei didn't even blink as he clapped back, looking down on the Saint King realm. "Honestly, I only need this rusted-ass sword to take you down." The second he finished his sentence, the blazing fire in his hands sliced right across the serpent's head with brutal, decisive force. A sharp cracking sound rang out as the crystal on its head began to shatter, followed by a massive boom that completely shattered the seal-trapping Xuetui. Momentum carried her downward, and his arms swept out just in time to catch her safely against his chest. Looking down at the girl in his arms, Bei spoke softly, "You little idiot, we finally found each other." Seeing her eyes still squeezed shut and unresponsive, he started crunching the numbers again. She's only got 300 years left. At this floor's 1-to-1 time ratio, her lifespan in the real world is down to a pathetic 60 days. If I was 2 months late, before he could finish, Xuetui slowly fluttered her eyes open and woke up. Memories flashed through her mind on autopilot as Bei's voice echoed from the past. He was flashing a grin, spreading his arms out as he introduced himself. "I'm Ye Bei, what's your name?" Back then, they were just a couple of goofy kids. She had looked up at him with wide, starry, innocent eyes, stammering out, Luo Xuetui." Right now, while he was still holding her close, Xuetui snapped back to reality and instinctively shot back, "Yi," but the second after, she bit down hard on her lip. Xuetui slammed her eyes shut, her voice dripping with bitterness. "Time inside the tower. Seeing that my lifespan is almost wiped out, are you starting to pull a hallucination test on me now? Time inside the tower. I don't need your fake comfort right before I kick the bucket." Bei lowered his voice. "Kid, my bad, your master's late." Xuetui raised a hand, pressing it right against his chest as she channeled her energy, her voice still laced with bitterness. "Mind demon, you actually trying to pull an emotional card on me this time?" She slumped her shoulders and mumbled, "Could you at least put some effort into it? My master couldn't even break past the body-tempering realm before he died. How the hell could he ever reach a crazy high realm like this?" But right after, her bloodshot eyes blew wide open as she shrieked, "You got a death wish or what?" Even Bei was caught totally off guard by Xuetui's outburst. She whipped her hand out, landing a vicious palm strike straight to his chest that made the ground shake beneath them, unleashing a wave of purplish energy as blood splattered onto the earth. Bei got blasted backward, clutching his chest in agony from the sheer destructive power, staring at the deep handprint scorched right onto his body. Stunned, he groaned, "Damn little brat, you're really trying to one-palm me into becoming your actual inner demon." But shaking it off, he got his head back into game and whipped out a long, glowing golden whip. Bei muttered to himself, "This whip is my custom-made signature weapon. Seeing this should finally make her realize it's really me, right?" But Luo Xuetui just sneered out loud, "Using the divine whip? Not bad, not bad. Finally conjuring up some new tricks, huh?" Hearing that, Bei gritted his teeth in pure annoyance. This stubborn little menace was just as insanely stubborn as ever. She didn't bother arguing back, instead lunging straight at Bei at full speed. Bei didn't hold back either, snapping the whip forward. The two of them went head-to-head in an insane, world-shaking brawl. Dust, debris, and shattered rocks went flying everywhere from the sheer impact of their clash. After a fierce exchange, Bei stopped attacking and backed off, keeping his distance. With a stern voice, he called out, "Tue, you done throwing a tantrum yet?" Xuetui slammed both hands right against his chest, her face dark and her lips locked in a tight frown. Seeing that, Bei couldn't help but soften his tone. "Xuetui." Luo Xuetui kept her lips tightly sealed, but before he could say another word, she pressed a tender kiss straight to his lips. After a moment of intense passion, the two of them finally pulled apart. Luo Xuetui collapsed against Bei's chest, muttering softly, "Mind demon. I guess I'll just pretend you're my master for a second, because there's some stuff I gotta get off my chest." Bei stayed quiet, listening closely as she kept going. Xuetui spoke in a deeply heartbroken tone. "Master, I'm so useless. 9,000 years have passed, and I still couldn't clear the entire time tower. I couldn't reach the time laws, and I couldn't bring you back to life." Just then, she looked up and poured her heart out. "These last 9,000 years, I've missed you more and more every single day." She squeezed her eyes shut, leaning into his chest, feeling so vulnerable. "I keep thinking about the good old days. Master, do you remember? When you tried to teach me how to cook, and I was such a clumsy mess, you scolded me so many times." Tears welled up in her eyes as she reminisced. "You even taught me how to make cotton candy, how to make fireworks, and how to use the annihilation technique. Finally, she whispered, Ye Bei, it looks like Xueshang will finally be leaving with you in a few days. I really hope that day comes sooner. To let her get it all out, Ye Bei comforted her. You silly girl, is your master even worth all this? He lifted her chin, looking her straight in the eyes with a firm, steady gaze. You never want to grow up, do you? How can I ever rest easy knowing you're on your own? He didn't stop there, continuing, let your master teach you one more lesson. The time tower began to crack. Ye Bei scooped her up and bolted from the tower, escaping through a fissure. They finally landed safely on the ground. Luo Xueshang realized what happened and blurted out, Wait, isn't this outside the time tower? Ye Bei didn't answer, just giving a small, knowing smile. Xueshang was completely baffled. Why, master? She suddenly pulled away, jumping out of his arms and backing up a few steps, her eyes full of confusion. Master, are you for real? He gave a warm, gentle smile and replied, A second ago you were calling me you, and now it's master? What changed? Before she could answer, he thumped his chest. If I weren't the real deal, I would have been wiped out by those 2 palms of your annihilation technique long ago. Hearing that, she was absolutely stunned. Wait, what? She stammered, panicking internally. Oh no, what have I done? I just forced a kiss on my master and said all that embarrassing stuff. What do I do? What do I do now? Ye Bei smiled at her, scolding her playfully. You silly girl, still worrying about such trivial things. No wonder you got stuck in there for 9,000 years. That's a rough patch, all right? He straightened up and announced loudly, All right, you little nut, start your breakthrough now. Your master is here to guard you. She asked, unable to believe it. Wait, master, it's not that I don't want to break through, it's just, I'm worried I can't handle the emperor-level heavenly tribulation. Ye Bei beamed with confidence. Silly girl, if you can't pass the tribulation, how are we supposed to walk away together? Those words left Xueshang completely dumbstruck. Seeing her like that, Ye Bei couldn't help but tease, What are you spacing out for? Don't tell me you really thought I'd rather die than be with you? She stammered, I want to. I really want to. Xueshang was ready. With that, she turned around and flew straight up. Master, I'm starting now. Ye Bei cheered from below. I'll be waiting for your success. She charged forward, shouting, Emperor-level heavenly tribulation. Bring it on. Xueshang began the dangerous process of overcoming the tribulation. Ye Bei stayed right where he was, just as he promised, his eyes never leaving her as he kept a close watch on the entire process. Elsewhere, Gu Xianer was pacing back and forth, anxious and muttering, Why aren't they out yet? Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. She screamed, Hey, look over there! It's a miracle! Li Kuei looked up too. Zhu Ying said in surprise, That doesn't look like the sect leader. Xianer gasped, It's the Emperor-level heavenly tribulation. She questioned, What is going on with Xueshang? How could she be breaking through to the Emperor realm this fast? Above, the lotus heart glowed incessantly. Xianer couldn't help but marvel. My father took 1,000 years just to prepare to face the Emperor-level tribulation. Ye Bei walked up behind them, his eyes filled with pride. The strength of a tribulation is based on the practitioner's cultivation of the Tao. This kind of tribulation cloud, it truly lives up to the reputation of the annihilation Tao. Just then, golden lightning bolts crashed down violently, all focusing on a single point. Inside the space, Luo Xueshang caught all the lightning bolts with just one hand. A massive surge of energy shattered the lightning into fragments. After clearing it, she sneered, Too weak. The lightning reappeared even more powerful, coalescing into the silhouettes of 3 faceless figures. Xueshang analyzed them quietly. These were all once heaven's favorites, masters of their own domains. To think that after dying to the Emperor-level tribulation, they'd turn into mindless, sealed remnants of souls. The 3 figures merged into a sphere, firing a golden beam of light directly at her. Xueshang remained calm, saying, If you're dead, you should just stay dead. Why bother showing up in the world of the living? With that, her voice rose to a piercing, powerful shout. Destroy! At her command, rings of energy exploded outward, tearing through the air. One of Luo Xueshang's juniors, watching from the sidelines, shouted in amazement, Look, isn't that the senior sister? And Master is there too. Someone else cheered excitedly, Oh my god, it's the Emperor-level heavenly tribulation. Above, Xueshang challenged them, Is that all you've got? Come at me with everything. The golden energy transformed into countless burly silhouettes. Xueshang's eyes were shut tight, completely unfazed. Her hands gathered power as she mocked. I'll show you how arrogant this heavenly tribulation really is. A second later, her expression shifted, turning fierce. Her eyes grew sharp and deep. She had unleashed the annihilation Tao. As she shouted, a wave of purple energy crashed down and a pillar of purple light shot up into the sky. Luo Xueshang stood on the roof, surrounded by overwhelming power, while the lightning bolts were reduced to nothing but tiny sparks. Ye Bei said calmly, Tribulation successfully cleared. The system announced, Sect leader of the Ghost Clan, Luo Xueshang, Emperor Realm early stage. Ye Bei flew straight up to face her, opening his arms and urging, Come here, give me a hug. Congrats on reaching the Emperor Realm. She turned away, blushing shyly. Master, all the junior sisters are watching. Isn't this a little? A junior sister down below shouted back cheekily, Don't worry, senior sister, we'll cover our eyes. So the two hugged, a truly romantic scene. He praised her gently. Little Shui, congratulations. You've truly earned your place as everyone's senior sister. He then turned to everyone and declared loudly, My disciples, your master is back. You've all suffered a lot over these years. He added, From now on, anyone who bullies us will pay the price. Finally, just before landing, he finished, Anyone who looks down on us will slap them right in the face. From here on out, we won't fear anyone or any power. Ye Bei walked off with his head held high. In another space, notifications were ringing out non-stop. It started with 22 out of 108 disciples, but then a whole wave of reward notifications hit, 61 disciples in total. Staring at the wall of alerts, he cracked a satisfied grin. All right, let's see what we're working with, he muttered, switching into calculation mode. 1 Emperor-level skill card, 1 Great Emperor-level skill card, and 52 Semi-Emperor skill cards. A rare tier Great Dao needs 10 Semi-Emperor cards, a super rare needs 20, an epic tier needs 50, and a mythical tier Great Dao needs 100 of those bad boys. And 1 Great Emperor skill card is worth 10 Semi-Emperor cards. He did the math and then chimed in, "System, does this Emperor-level card count as 100 Semi-Emperor cards?" The system clapped back fast. 1 Emperor-level skill card equals 50 Semi-Emperor skill cards. Not exactly the answer he was hoping for. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Damn, I knew it. This busted system was never going to be that generous, was it?" But at least he could finally afford that mythical tier Great Dao now. After double-checking the math, he made the call. "System, I want to trade for a mythical tier Great Dao." The system processed the request, and after a moment, the notification dinged. "Congrats, host! You've mastered the mythical tier Great Dao of Creation. Mythical tier Great Dao allows compatibility with one other Great Dao type." Ye Bei read through the details, pondering the whole Great Dao of Creation thing. There's a note on this. The system pulled up the specs, listing the legendary requirements for the Creation Great Dao. First, the host must master another Great Dao. Second, own a personal pocket world. Third, possess a divine artifact to stabilize that world. Scanning. Host is currently unable to accept the legendary tier Great Dao. He groaned in frustration. "Are you serious? I grinded 100 Semi-Emperor cards for this, and that's it?" But he let it slide. Ye Bei kept thinking, "A pocket world of my own, huh? That desolate space should do the trick. Mastering another Great Dao is simple enough. It's the divine artifact requirement that's the real headache." Ye Bei conjured up a glowing stone. A label popped up, Chodic Stel, high-grade Emperor artifact. He nodded, feeling a bit better. Expected as much? Just a high-grade Emperor artifact. Where the hell am I going to find a divine artifact? Suddenly it clicked. "Gotcha!" He looked toward the tower and called out, "System, what's the ranking of this white tower?" The system replied, "Time Tower, super-grade Emperor artifact, 1 step away from being a divine artifact." Hearing that, Ye Bei flashed a sinister grin, rubbing his chin. "I've got a wild idea." He unleashed his spiritual sense, knowing every place has a core. Find the tower's core and he'd be golden. But one question nagged him. Is the core on the 10th floor? The system didn't even wait for a prompt. To enter the hidden 10th floor, you must pass the Heart Demon trial on the 9th. Before he could even react, a hand tugged at his sleeve. He turned surprised to see Luo Shicheng whispering, "Master, let me join you to conquer the Heart Demon." He agreed. Deep inside the 9th floor of the Time Tower, Ye Bei sat there with his eyes shut tight. Bring it on, Heart Demon. Thin trails of incense swirled, dragging him into a familiar room. He looked around. It was his old apartment from before he transmigrated. The Heart Demon was really messing with him now. Transmigration, disciples, the outer battlefield, all just a dream, it echoed. Ye Bei looked at his reflection in the mirror, touching his own cheek. "This is me, the real me." The demon's voice kept buzzing. "Just a long dream you can't wake up from." He stood by the window, staring at the sky, his eyes hardened. "Nice try, demon. You thought you had me, but you missed a detail." Ye Bei stared out the window for a long time until the image in the mirror clarified. "Before I traveled here, the city I lived in was covered in smog all year round. It was never this clear and vibrant." He walked away, mocking himself. "So, returning to that beautiful, miserable world was my heart demon, huh? If I really had to go back one day, I hope I wouldn't have to go alone." His eyes snapped open, blazing with clarity. He glanced at Xuecheng, who had fallen asleep next to him. "Asleep? Don't know how long it's been since this girl got a decent night's sleep." Ye Bei gently placed a hand on her head, murmuring, "That sleeping position doesn't look comfy at all." He chuckled to himself. "Forget the core, forget the 10th floor. Let's wait until she wakes up." After all, this was the 9th floor of the Time Tower. Time was the one thing they had plenty of. 2 days passed before Xuecheng finally stirred. Amidst a shower of falling flowers, Ye Bei asked, "Finally awake?" Luo Xuecheng sat up, eyes lighting up. "Master, you're still here. Thank goodness, it wasn't a dream." Her eyes turned curious. "Master, when did you clear the Heart Demon trial? Your disciple was so useless. Please punish me." He smiled softly. "Punish you for what? I only finished a few minutes ago myself." Then he teased her. "But look at you, sleeping for 2 whole days. You nearly started drooling." Xuecheng blushed bright red and shouted, "Master." Before she could protest further, Ye Bei patted her head. "All right, once you're fully awake, go check on your junior sisters." She puffed her cheeks out in an adorable pout. Before she could reply, Ye Bei continued, "I've cleared the 9th floor. I'm gonna go test out that hidden 10th floor now." In a flash, he vanished, leaving her all alone. The scene shifted to a pitch-black void. A single water drop fell. Ye Bei looked around. Lives up to the name hidden. It's so dark you can't even see your own hand. Suddenly, a glowing bubble appeared ahead, the core of the Time Tower. He reached out to touch it, but as his hand entered the bubble, the part still outside withered and dried up. Everywhere he touched, things started wrinkling and aging. Just as he expected, it was a Time Law Emperor artifact. He had to finish this fast. A moment later, he brought out the Chaos Jade. "Supreme Demon Bone," he bellowed. "Fuse the Time Tower with the Chaotic Stele." As he pushed to fuse the two, he calculated. If he could merge them into one, the quality would definitely skyrocket. If it flops, the Chaos Stele will just get crushed by time since its quality is trash. Hey, if a carp can't jump the dragon gate, it's never going to be a dragon, right? Gotta risk it. A second later, the stone started cracking, crumbling into dust right before his eyes. Seeing that mess go down, Ye Bei face twisted as he spat out a curse. Damn it, Chaos Stele. You're supposed to be a god-tier relic, so why are you folding so quick? But before he could even finish, his brain kicked into gear. Hold up, I can actually do something with these shards. He snapped his hands into a seal, acting on his gut. Since he couldn't force a fusion, he just used the Chaos Stele pieces as raw material to level up the Time Tower instead. He started pumping his own energy into it. The glowing shards zipped around inside the Time Tower's bubble. Ye Bei watched, feeling hopeful. Alright, it's soaking it up. Now it's just a waiting game to see if this actually works. The Time Tower and the Chaos Stele were fusing. Ye Bei focused all his energy into it until one side of his hair turned bone white. He muttered, "Man, this brute force upgrade is too mechanical. I need something to suppress the tower's resistance." He finally had a plan. It was the only way this was going to work. He started chanting the Demon Bone Burst spell, gritting his teeth. He had to force it into his own spiritual space to refine and reinforce it at the same time. Massive energy surged into the dimension holding the Time Tower. Ye Bei gritted his teeth, pouring all his energy in. It's just an Emperor's weapon, so what if it's high grade? You think I can't tame you? Watch me. Finally, the Time Tower vanished into his arms, and the true form of the Chaos Demon Bone appeared. Ye Bei stood in front of the true form and said, "Nice. The Time Tower is slowly absorbing the fragments. It's basically a quasi-god weapon now. If I handed this off to someone else, they'd spend 80 to 100 years just on the initial refining, and that's not even counting if they could actually finish it." The Chaos Demon Bone's true form was holding the Time Tower steady, exactly like Ye Bei planned. I already had a backup plan with the Chaos Demon Bone's devouring power. If I go all out on the refining, it'll take about 8 months to fully upgrade and stabilize the Time Tower. He looked at his palm and did the math. Once this divine artifact is handled, the rest is just a matter of time. Ye Bei appeared right behind Luo Xuechang. He whispered, "Xuechang, I'm home." She whipped around, her face full of shock. "Master, your face." Ye Bei pretended to lean on a staff, his voice trembling. "Xuechang, the Time Tower backfired on me, sucking out all my life force. I don't think I've got much time left." She rushed over and grabbed him, sobbing. "If Master is gonna die, then I'm going with you." She buried her face in his chest and cried, "I can't go through the pain of losing you ever again." Ye Bei touched her face and scolded her softly. "You silly girl, stop talking about dying with me." Luo Xuechang tried to speak, "But Master, you." Ye Bei pulled a jade vial out of nowhere. He popped the top and tossed a few gold pills into his mouth. He squeezed his eyes shut, and just like that, every single wrinkle on his face vanished without a trace. He pointed at the bottle, explaining, "Look, I was just drained from the fatigue. One of these spirit refining pills and I'm good as new." Seeing that, Xuechang pouted and turned away. "If you ever mess with me like that again, Master, I'm ignoring you for real." Ye Bei had to follow her around, trying to smooth things over. All right, it's my fault. I won't pull that prank again." Their silhouettes faded from the mountain peak. Ye Bei told Luo Xuechang, "The Tai Bai and Wu Xiao crew should be here by now." "Xuechang, let's head out." She nodded. "I already moved the junior sisters out of the tower and out of the treasure realm. There's no reason to stay here anymore." A giant blue fishtail surfaced, a translucent monster with pearly white teeth. A flash of light sliced right through the beast. Gushaner stood on the massive creature's back and shouted, "Barely any battle points, even though it's huge." She checked her stats and sighed in defeat. "It's only 10 million points? Ugh, fine. To see big sister Xuechang, I'll do whatever it takes." Taibai watched the whole thing and couldn't help but sigh. Is she always this high-strung? Li Kui chimed in. "She's basically the reincarnation of the sect leader's vibe." Wu Xiao leaned against a pillar and sighed. Ouyang Leng decided to stay quiet. Gushaner finished off the beast and turned to Li Kui. "I'm heading elsewhere to grind some more points. If Sister Xuechang comes out, hit me up with a transmission." Li Kui promised she would, but deep down, she was already planning to stay totally silent about it. A reincarnation vortex started spinning. Ye Bei and Xuechang stood there watching it unfold. Zhu Ying and Li Kui bowed low. "Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Sect Leader. We're here to report. The entire Yamo sect is ready to welcome the sect leader home, and we've made sure the ceremony for our ancestor is top tier. No need to waste resources, it's the thought that counts," Ye Bei said with a grin. The two of them nodded, complying instantly. Wu Xiao ran over to Xuechang. "Big sister, let me get a hug." Taibai called out too. "Big sister, we've all missed you so much." Xuechang laughed and replied, "It's been years, and look at you all. Taibai, Wu Xiao, and Aileng, you're all great emperors now. But remember, a boat against the current either pushes forward or falls behind. Never slack off on your cultivation." Wu Xiao nodded like a good student. "Yes, big sister." Inside the courtyard, an excited voice rang out. "Master, big sister, how can we have a day this good without some drinks?" A huge jug of liquor was set on the table. Ye Bei asked Aleng, "Where'd you get this?" "It was boring on the way here, so I brought some along," Leng replied. Ye Bei added, "I've heard legends about this wine from your tribe, but I've never actually tasted it." Cups were laid out on the table. Leng raised a cup and shouted, "Cheers to the girls being reunited. To Master and to our big sister." Everyone clinked their glasses happily. Ye Bei downed his whole cup, praising how good it was. Suddenly, he looked over at the person next to him, confused. "Kid, your tolerance was never that great. Take it easy." Ye Bei turned to see Xuechang had finished hers in one go too. She set the cup down, looking a bit tipsy. Master and the sisters finished theirs. How could I hold back as the big sister? Her face was beet red. Come on, come on. You're the big sister's disciple. You gotta drink too. Wu Xiao laughed while passing the bottle. Li Kui was nearly crying into her drink, muttering, "Awkward." Wu Xiao, getting a bit buzzed herself, started rambling. Finish this cup? Time for another. Duanglan joined in. Fourth senior sister, you've finished this cup, but there are still 3 more to go. Xueshang quickly turned him down. Nah, 1 bowl is plenty. I've already kicked the habit of drinking, and everyone here is trashed anyway. Duanglan was already slurring his words. Fifth senior sister, you want a one-on-one? Don't come crying to me to carry you to bed once you're wasted. Go to Ngat and Gu shot back. Old 8, what makes you think I'm drunk? Are you kidding? Over there, Ye Bei was sitting with Xueshang, whispering. Look at Ngo Qiu and Alan bickering again, just like they did 300 years ago. Xueshang whispered, Master. Ye Bei looked down at her, leaning on his shoulder. The girl was seriously wasted. I'll take you somewhere with some fresh air. Tai Bok watched them head for the door, asking curiously, where are Master and the eldest sister going? The air is fresh out here, Ye Bei said. Let the girl hang out for a bit and she'll sober up. Xueshang slurred, I'm not drunk. Sober up from what? Ye Bei said gently, you're hammered, kid. Xueshang just snuggled closer into Ye Bei. I'm not drunk. The two stood face to face, pink bubbles floating around them, while a song echoed from somewhere. What's the difference between being drunk and sober right now? Tai Bok wondered to himself, could it be that the relationship between the Grandmaster and the senior sister is already? The sunlight filtered through the leaves. Ko Tianyi called out, Sister Xueshang! The two turned around, thinking, damn, we forgot Ko Tianyi was here. Just after one shout of Sister Xueshang, Tianyi was stunned by what she saw. Xueshang swung her hand dismissively. I already made it clear to you last time. Stop clinging to me, she scolded. Tianyi's eyes welled up with tears. Xueshang went cold. Do you really think I'm playing games with you? Ye Bei chimed in, Xueshang, let's not have a death on our hands today. She quickly replied, don't worry, Master. I'm just being tough so she'll get the hint and back off. Tianyi tried to speak. Sister Xueshang, Xueshang summoned sparks of electricity, her voice freezing over. I've told you too many times, don't call me that ever again. Everyone else had gathered there by now. Duanglan shouted excitedly, wait, that's the Emperor Realm. Tai Bok chimed in. This aura is literally night and day compared to the eldest senior sister of the past. Xueshang unleashed a blast, her divine power flying out like sharpened blades. Just as Tianyi tried to put up a defense, someone else lunged forward. Han Sun placed his hand on his sword hilt, shielding her. The lightning orb collided head-on with his sword energy. One strike knocked the orb off course, slicing a massive tree behind them in half as the energy exploded into the woods. This left Tianyi in total shock. The master of the Shadow Moon Palace, Emperor Han Sun, had arrived. Han Sun thought to himself, I didn't expect her to break through to the Emperor Realm this fast. And her power isn't any less than mine. Plus, she's got a whole crew with her. A peaceful solution is definitely the smart move here. Xueshang snapped, Han Sun, how long are you going to keep babying this kid of yours? He replied, it's Sect Leader Lack. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the Emperor Realm. My daughter has been reckless. I assume she offended you earlier, Sect Leader Lack. Please be generous and spare her. Tianyi was stunned. Father, why? As she started to speak, he barked, shut it, he thought. My spoiled, unreasonable daughter has been obsessed with Xueshang since they first met. I knew sooner or later she'd cause a massive problem like this. Tianyi hung her head in silence. Xueshang said coldly, generous? Han Sun, considering our relationship, how about 100 million points and grounding her for 100 years? What do you think? Han Sun weighed his options. 100 million combat points is a lot, but it's just a flesh wound, it won't hurt my foundation. Grounding Ko Tianyi is also a good chance for her to cool off these feelings. After thinking it over, he said, Sect Leader Lack is truly magnanimous. This way the Shadow Moon Palace can maintain a great relationship with the Datan sect. This is truly a happy occasion. Tianyi's hands were shaking as she clenched them. Sister Xueshang, you're being too harsh. Why be so cold? I just like you and want to be by your side. Why treat me like this? She gritted her teeth. It has to be that guy who showed up out of nowhere. Ye Bei is the one tearing me and Sister Xueshang apart. Damn it, I hate him. It's all his fault. If he just vanished, Sister Xueshang would definitely accept me. Ye Bei glanced at Tianyi, who was seething behind them, her power surging. Han Sun's eyes widened. That look in my brat's eyes, don't tell me she's about to do something stupid? Xueshang's face darkened, killing intent flashing in her eyes. What do you think you're doing? She flared her aura, growing in size to intimidate her. If you want to move against my master, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Han Sun scrambled to stand in front of Tianyi, begging, Sect Leader Lack, please, have mercy. I'm willing to pay any price. Please, let my daughter go. Xueshang radiated murderous intent. If you want to blame someone, blame your own daughter. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, squeezing gently to calm her down. Ye Bei caught this opening to push for a better deal. She's just a kid. She doesn't know any better, right? Didn't you say you wanted to offer more compensation? He shot him an intrigued look. Tell me, how do you want to compensate? Han Sun tentatively held up 2 fingers. 200 million combat points, and my daughter will never appear before you again. Does that work, sir? Ye Bei oed, rubbing his chin as if weighing the decision. Xueshang stared at her master, eyes wide. Is he pulling off one of his classic moves again? He doubled the price, 400 million. and I'll let you pay in installments as long as it's all paid off within 100 years. She gasped, her jaw dropping. Han-sun cursed internally, 400 million? That's brutal. He wanted to object, but looking at the terrifying lineup on the other side, he gave up. Han-sun thought for a moment. There was no way out of this. Tianyi hung her head in shame, stuttering, "Father." He snapped and slapped her across the face. "You brat, you still dare to speak?" Han-sun cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, sir, for sparing my daughter. 200 million combat points. Once you return to the front lines, you can come to my Shadow Moon Palace at any time to collect them. The remaining 200 million the Shadow Moon Palace will top up as soon as possible." Ye Bei agreed readily. "Fine. If the Ko family is taking their leave, then we won't keep you any longer." With those words, they bolted. The guy snagged himself a sweet deal and didn't hold back on the props. This Hall Master of the Moon Shadow Palace isn't half bad. Ye Bei gave the orders. "Tai-Bai, you guys hang back here and catch your breath. Get yourselves sorted." She took the command. "Understood." He called out to Shushang. "Kiddo, let's roll. We're going to clear the place out. Actually, there's something I need to tell you." She followed him out obediently. "Yes, Master." Scene transition. 10 miles outside the fortuitous realm. Just the two of them now. "Master, is there something you wanted to tell me?" Ye Bei gave a heads up. "Once I lay this out, don't go getting all worked up. Stay calm, all right?" Shueshang's mind started wandering. What was Master getting at? Was it super awkward? How should she react? She was already blushing, imagining herself clinging to his arm. He let out a deep breath to steady himself. That's when Ye Bei dropped the bomb. Su Tianli joined the Heavenly Luo Sacred Palace. She was too stunned to speak. "Su Tianli, she actually betrayed us?" He patted her shoulder, keeping it cool. "Look, the Heaven Rankings rewards update in 3 months. Once those rewards drop, we'll head back out." The deal was done anyway. 2 days early or late wouldn't change a thing. Ye Bei closed his eyes and let out a frustrated sigh. "This kid's great, but sometimes I just can't read her." Suddenly, someone screamed his name. "Yabi!" The two turned around. "Who's that?" The challenger was Woody. "Ye Bei! Don't think controlling a few lousy Insect King puppets is going to run me dry. I'm not stopping." Ye Bei sneered. "Oh? You've been tangled with my slaves for so long and you still got the energy to come find me? Not bad, I'll give you that." He barely finished the sentence before the guy face-planted, totally out cold. Ye Bei chuckled. "All right, I guess I gave you too much credit." That was the first Shueshang heard of it. She was shocked. Master already took care of and suppressed that Ulu King? Thinking back to when she fought him, that guy was a real nightmare to deal with. Ye Bei didn't think it was a big deal, brushing off the praise. "Just luck. If it had been anyone else on that fight list, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been a match for them." Suddenly, a black shadow oozed out of Woody's body. It started devouring him, making him twitch. A voice echoed from the shadow, "Infinite sacred ground. Ki Woody, what a useless shell." He and Shueshang watched the scene unfold. Ye Bei was stunned. Ki Woody's own shadow was eating him alive. Yingju corrected him immediately. "I ain't no shadow to a loser like him. I was just using him as bait for a big fish. The one who just showed up was from the Dark Shadow Clan." Shueshang recited the traits of the Dark Shadow Clan. Not quite human, masters of assassination and stealth, and usually loaded with loot on the battlefield. "I've personally taken out 2 Imperial-level Shadow Clan members. One was worth 80 million battle points, the other 100 million. Ye Bei ears perked up. "Oh, if that's the case, this guy's a whale." He did some quick mental math. An Imperial-level Shadow Clan member, this guy's got to be worth at least 300 million, right? Ye Bei fired a ring of spiritual energy straight at Yingju. He tilted his head, dodging the green light ring like it was nothing. Yingju summoned a magical spirit beast, smirking. "You can see through the dark shadow technique and sense my level? Not bad, kid." He stood there looking down at his own body, falling into a strange silence. The spirit beast nuzzled up to Ye Bei, sniffing his robe. Yingju sensed it too. You've got a familiar scent on you. Can't put my finger on it, but I know it." After a moment, Yingju clicked his tongue. "I remember now. That's the scent of the guy from 10,000 years ago, the demon emperor Jiamu. He was the literal nightmare of the outer battlefields. No matter how much the double heaven rankings refreshed, that demon lord Jiamu always used his raw power to crack the top 5. Too bad. Just when I gathered the full strength of the Shadow Clan to finish him off, he vanished from the outer battlefield for some reason. Hasn't shown his face since." He was stunned to think that a young Jiamu was that much of a monster. Shueshang was deep in thought. "Gathered the whole clan to kill him?" She took a guess. "If I'm not mistaken, you're ranked 37th on the Godslayer board and 40th on the Battle Merit board." Even being called out, Yingju didn't blink. Well, you figured it out." Ye Bei pushed Shueshang behind him. "Kiddo, you just broke through to the Emperor realm. You need to stabilize. Leave this guy to Master." Yingju sneered. "Just a peak Saint King, and he doesn't even want help? Trying to take on an Emperor alone?" He was ready to teach him a lesson. "Fine, another guy who looks down on Saint Kings. Might as well use this to break through a bit." Ye Bei started channeling his power to rank up to the semi-Emperor realm. Even though he was a bit surprised by Ye Bei abilities, Yingju still sounded pitying as he watched him hit semi-Emperor. What a waste. With talent like that, you're gonna die right here. He didn't wait around ninefold killing formation. Thousands of insects swarmed out, surrounding Ye Bei. Yingju lunged in too. Ye Bei didn't even break a sweat while surrounded. Is that all, just attacking like a swarm of flies? It's pathetic. Ye Bei swept a ring of energy around himself, blocking the black fire Yingju was throwing. Seeing that, Yingju changed tactics, morphing into a massive, abyss-like maw. A regular semi-emperor wouldn't even hold up to 1/9 of my strength. You're different though, worth me actually trying. Yingju barked out, space laws. That's when he finally drew his blade. So this is what it's like to fight someone on the double rankings. High-level space laws. But what a waste, using it just for clones and size shifting. He switched to the Dark Shadow secret technique, Insect Ancestor Body. The giant tooth-filled mouth clamped shut, leaving zero room to move. It started expanding even further. Yingju gloated. I've been practicing space laws for less than a century, still getting the hang of it. But my Shadow Clan secret techniques, those I mastered ages ago. Your blade can't keep up with my regeneration speed. Once you're out of gas, I'm gonna swallow you whole into this gut filled with space laws. Ground into dust. Ye Bei didn't bother arguing with him. Fine, if you think my sword's that bad, I'll stop debating it. He summoned the Great Tao Resonance, Asura Tao. Suddenly, countless arms holding swords manifested around Ye Bei. Let's see how fast you can regenerate now. Yingju used his insect ancestor form to pull Ye Bei into his space law trap. His mouth gaped open, revealing rows of fangs and massive glowing eyes. Yingju let out a cold laugh. Heh, your strength isn't even half as good as my bite. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 flashes of swordlight lit up the air. Ye Bei erupted with an aura that completely suppressed him. He started unleashing a flurry of sword strikes right at Yingju. His space law formation shattered. Yingju curled up, gritting his teeth in agony. Ye Bei tucked his aura away, a few stray sparks of electricity still dancing on his body. He sounded totally bored. Man, this whole thing is getting old. Ye Bei turned back, giving him a side-eye with pure disdain. Yingju, show me some other moves, will ya? He clutched his shoulder, staring at Ye Bei like he couldn't believe his eyes. He was thinking, how the hell is this possible? I straight up trapped him inside my spatial domain. My Shadow Clan's recovery speed should be way faster than his 6 blades could ever shred through. Yingju gritted his teeth, thinking he needed a backup plan. He had to bail. No way he was dying on Mount Qing. Just as he turned to bolt, Ye Bei reached out and blocked him. Seeing Yingju go quiet, Ye Bei smirked. What, you're tripping because my spatial laws didn't kill me? With your amateur-level grasp of space, you couldn't even crack my supreme demon bone, let alone lay a finger on me. I told you, you're wasting a god-tier spatial power on something as basic as slaughter. Ye Bei flared his energy, scorching Yingju, who let out a piercing scream. Ah no, stop! One final strike shattered his soul into pieces. Ye Bei stood there, sword in hand, looking down at the remains, and said in a slow, icy tone, You're a damn assassin, but you really thought you could go toe-to-toe with me? This is exactly what you get for being so full of yourself. Ye Bei grabbed the spatial relic, a smug grin forming, the spatial law is mine now. Shueshang walked up, sounding hyped. Congrats, master, on snagging that spatial power. Then she asked, how many points did you rack up from him? Ye Bei turned to her, 1.5 billion, plus what I already had. So now I'm sitting on 1.8 billion total. Thinking about the points, he added, Hey kid, how many points you got? Shueshang counted on her fingers and replied, 657.8 million. Ye Bei stroked his chin, wondering, 657.8 million points puts me at rank 12, right? I wonder where I'm standing now? Shueshang giggled. You'll see once we get back to the front lines, master. The surprise is part of the fun, right? Anyway, you only really care about that top 20 ranking stuff anyway. The rest of it isn't worth your time. Looking at the board, he saw Ye Bei's rank had shot up 34 spots. Seeing that, Ye Bei told her, well, no more drama for now. Finally got some time to sort through all this loot. He pulled out his cultivation manuals. He decided the Samsara Chaos technique for his Supreme Demon Bone was definitely a must-train. The Time Tower was still refining, and he needed to vibe with the spatial laws for a bit. The sky finally calmed down. Shueshang piped up, Don't sweat it, master. Just go into seclusion. I'll use the Night Demon Sect's secret arts to cover your tracks. Then go tell the Tai Bai squad to stand by for orders. A few days later, Ye Bei door finally creaked open. He sat there, resting his chin on his hand and sighed, Man, that was way too slow. Ye Bei jumped, startled to see a woman right in front of him. He didn't even notice Shueshang had been there the whole time. She looked at him, acting all shy, and said, Master, you think we should just push through and hit the Emperor realm now? Might get some wild results, you never know. Ye Bei sank into deep thought. Makes sense. But breaking through to the Emperor realm isn't like the low-level stuff I've been doing. I need every ounce of my focus. Realizing the stakes, Ye Bei sat down, clasped his hands, and zoned into his breakthrough. Watching her master settle into deep meditation, Shueshang stood guard in silence. She then signaled to Tai Bak, ordering her to relay instructions to the others below. Tai Bak, Yu Mi, and the 5th junior sister. The 8th junior sister set up a defensive formation on all sides to protect their master. Tai Bak bowed and accepted the order. You got it. Thick black clouds started piling up in the sky, and lightning began to crackle and coil above. Ngo Tu was totally stunned. The master's tribulation clouds are here. But this is weird. This lightning looks nothing like the usual stuff. She looked at the others. White heavenly lightning? Never seen that before. Plus, those clouds just keep spreading out. In a hidden corner, 3 figures stood on a roof looking up. Fai broke the silence. Lord Jiamak, Ngu Fan, you guys better get out here and see this crazy stuff in the sky. At the same time, at the sacred Ting Dio grounds, black clouds swallowed the sky, creating an eerie vibe. An old guy stood there quietly, watching the anomaly. He hesitated which emperor was about to ascend. Sensing an omen, he muttered, Something huge is about to go down. The lightning suddenly shifted to a brilliant gold, growing larger and covering more ground. The pitch-black sky suddenly sprouted a sphere of light, wrapping around the lightning bolts. Gufan, Fifi, and Duta huddled together to watch the rare sight near the sacred area. Fifi panicked. Is Ye Bei actually going through his heavenly tribulation? Elsewhere, at the Tingdu Alliance leader's palace, a man with a regal air stared at the golden path. He questioned, is this the stairway to the immortal realm? No Tu, Tai Bak, and Duanglong gazed up at the rainbow, appearing beneath the stairway to the immortal realm. No Tu cried out, Master! She was worried. Master, do you have any idea how many high-level killers this is going to attract? A vortex opened up, stretching a stairway directly down to the mortal world. It looked absolutely insane. Ye Bei stood in the middle of the formation, thinking, I didn't want to make such a scene, it's just an emperor breakthrough for crying out loud. Trukung and Li Kui stared at the spectacle, eyes wide. Trukung muttered, Boss, even when you hit Emperor, you didn't pull a stunt this big. Shuishang puffed her chest out with pride. So what? That's my master. She didn't feel like arguing. Yeah, our bad, we just don't get it. Shuishang's expression turned serious as she continued to observe and sense the energy. She pondered, Shuishang spoke up, I feel it. Another Emperor-level energy signature just locked onto this place. She gave the order, get ready, protect the master during his tribulation. They shouted in unison, understood, by your command, senior sister. She looked up satisfied, nice, that's high enough. Just then, 7 black shadows flew up, circling the ascending stairway. The disciples watched, glued to the spot. They're here. Taibot gasped, already? 7 Emperor-level heavyweights just showed up. Duanglan didn't take her eyes off them. Nice. Hey, senior sister, you scared? Ye Bei, in the middle of his ascension, said calmly, this whole tribulation thing was supposed to be front-page news, but if I can take out 7 Emperor-level punks while I'm at it, why not? Ye Bei's brow furrowed. He knew this was the headline. Right now, with him at the center, 7 heavy hitters had him surrounded with nowhere to run. Han Sun spoke first. Never thought I'd see you again, and on the stairway to the immortal realm of all places. A muscle-bound brute with a massive axe on his shoulder introduced himself, I'm Odich Lai. The guy in the hood added mysteriously, I'm the one who's been watching you without blinking. 2 women chimed in, we are the Emperor-level Tanha Fairy and Tuha Fairy of the Kingsong sect. Shuishang looked annoyed. What now? These 2 haven't even earned half the merit I have. What are they even doing here? Someone from the sacred grounds suddenly appeared in the air, challenging them. Lak Tuyet Shang, do you have any idea what kind of disaster this heavenly anomaly Ye Bei caused will bring upon the Tianhuyan continent? She looked up sharply, her eyes darkening as she narrowed them. She realized who this guy was. He kept pressing her. Do you even know the history of the Tianhuyan continent? Do you know about the Qinlao Immortal Pavilion and the stairway to the immortal realm? She erupted with power, declaring boldly, anyone trying to stop my master from reaching his destiny is going to die. Kohan's son spread his arms and pushed back against those 2 guys. You've got it all wrong. What's all this talk about history? Han's son called out the White Protector. You guys, one of you having no shame is one thing, but all 7 of you? You're out here lecturing us on ancient history? You're clearly looking down on the people of the Tianhuyan continent. Doesn't everyone know about the legends of the Qinlao Immortal Pavilion and the Immortal Stairway? The White Protector looked confused. He asked, wait, 7? Doesn't that include you? That comment from the White Protector caught Han's son off guard. Meanwhile, Ye Bei was sitting right across from him, totally lost. Ye Bei rubbed his chin, a bunch of question marks popping up in his head. Ye Bei asked, wait a minute, Kohan's son. You didn't lead this mob here to mess with my tribulation, did you? Han's son looked panicked. He quickly pointed at the 2 guys beside him and pleaded, Lord Ye Bei, don't listen to them. How would an old guy like me dare to interfere with your tribulation? Facing Ye Bei's anomaly and the Emperor-level demons sent to stop it, Han's son tried to wash his hands of it. Before I came here with them, I honestly didn't know this was your tribulation. Ye Bei stared at him with suspicion. Then Han Sun spread his arms and smiled, continuing. Legend has it that once a cultivator in the Tianhuyan realm reaches the Emperor level, that's the end of the road, because this world is held back by a curse. Han Sun looked forward, his brows knit tight, his tone serious. The only way to break this limit is to rely on. He looked at Ye Bei's tribulation anomaly and explained, the immortal stairway. The Lord is trying to climb the immortal stairway right now. Once he succeeds, he'll hit the void immortal realm and the entire Tianhuyan realm will reap the benefits. Ye Bei was getting tired of hearing all this. He waved his hand dismissively and said to Han Sun, are you done yet? If so, get lost. Han Sun looked relieved and hurried to reply, yes. Before he left, he bowed, though he looked a bit reluctant to go. So Han Sun coughed a few times. Lord Ye Bei, about my daughter causing trouble the other day, she still owes you. Ye Bei closed his eyes slightly and pointed, suddenly realizing. Got it, so that's why you finally decided to step up and help me. No sweat, it's nothing. You can get lost now. Hang Sun performed a formal salute, bowing his head in gratitude. Much obliged, my lord. With that, Hang Sun bolted away, leaving the demon emperors to deal with the heat. The Black Protector started prepping his next move. He let out a loud laugh. We've got Hang Sun to thank for that too. That trash he was spewing just confirms it for us. We absolutely have to take you down before you finish your breakthrough. Ye Bei gave a chill smile and said calmly to the Black Protector, take me down? What are you waiting for? If you don't, this whole ascension process is going to be boring as hell. Ye Bei waved his hand, his eyes filled with nothing but pure arrogance as he stared them down. He spoke up. You want to go first, Mr. Fortune Teller? The White Protector was trembling with rage. He hissed. Fortune Teller? I hate people who call me that more than anything. He unleashed a ritual to summon the bug swarm. The White Protector threw his hands up and shouted, God of the insect tribe, we made a blood pact to rule the world for 10,000 years. Today the army rises again. Tai Bai stuttered, terrified. What's he trying to do? Shuishang pointed her finger, ordering her junior sisters, doesn't matter. Just make sure you protect Master. Shuishang scowled, eyes locked on the White Protector's bug ritual, her hands clenched into tight fists. Her tone was fierce. They were seriously trying to mess up Master's ascension. Go-Tu was stunned, mouth hanging open as she looked ahead, gasping, What the hell? That's a massive, pitch-black cloud of insects heading straight for Ye Bei's tribulation site. The Black Protector raised his hands, his face calm as he waited. He sneered, You're too young to know how to enjoy your youth, yet you want to force an ascension. Then he hollered toward Ye Bei, I'm going to show you the consequences. As he spoke, he flicked his hand to fire off his technique, but to his surprise, the attack just vanished into thin air halfway there. The Black Protector stood there frozen, stunned at the absurdity of it all. He frowned, squinting, and said sinisterly, my bad. Totally slipped my mind that you lot were here. Shuishang, along with Tai Bai, Duanglan, and Go-Tu, appeared, standing in front of the manifestation to block the Black Protector's attack. Shuishang glared at him, her eyes radiating murderous intent as she clearly commanded her sisters behind her. Sisters, even if we die, we have to hold them off until Master finishes. The insect swarm buzzed thick in the air, gradually advancing toward Ye Bei. He stood there, cold and indifferent, looking at them with nothing but pure contempt. Ye Bei scoffed, trying to use bugs to chew through an ascension? How cute. But do you really think you can stop me with a bunch of creepy crawlies? When the swarm got close to Ye Bei, a hand had already channeled its inner energy, a powerful golden aura erupting from the palm. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in that aura. This single strike ripped through the air. Shuishang pulled back, her hands still crackling with energy. The blonde guy closed his eyes for a second, then clapped, his tone sounding slightly impressed. Damn, that's some destructive power. Cleared the whole swarm with one hit. He broke into a sinister grin, his eyes full of ambition as he looked at Shuishang and drawled, Too bad though, you're way too late. The White Protector of the Holy Land suddenly appeared right in front of Ye Bei. He started laughing, a mocking sound that caught Ye Bei off guard. The guy stood with his hands behind his back, smirking confidently. Ye Bei, how about I take your place and ascend instead? Go-Tu gasped, eyes wide as she cursed at the White Protector. Damn him. When did he sneak in? Duanglan, standing to the side, felt uneasy at his sudden appearance. Worried, she called out, Master! Seeing them all worked up, Ye Bei raised a hand to stop them, saying dismissively, I'll handle this guy. You guys take care of the rest. Right after Ye Bei looked up at the sky, his entire body radiating energy. The White Protector smirked, seeing Ye Bei make his move. He lunged toward the White Protector, who didn't back down one bit, his own dark energy flaring up. Ye Bei unleashed a palm strike, and the guy met it with a powerful blow of his own. When the two forces collided, the shockwave was insane, blasting both Ye Bei and the White Protector backward. The White Protector struggled to stay on his feet, his dark energy flickering and dimming, but he wasn't giving up. Not bad, stronger than I thought. Shuishang flew to Ye Bei's side, her face unable to hide her panic. She called out anxiously, Master! Ye Bei glanced at Shuishang, grabbing his other wrist, and ordered her, Big girl, you're a sect leader now, commanding thousands. Go do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Urged by Ye Bei, Shuishang had to close her eyes and accept the order. She bowed and answered loud and clear, Understood! Seeing Shuishang turn to leave, Ye Bei figured this was a good chance for them to grow. Pushing his worries aside, Ye Bei's gaze turned steely again, his eyes flashing with a hint of killer intent. He frowned and asked the White Protector, Shall we play? The two evil guys from the Holy Land stood with their hands behind their backs, dark energy still pulsing off them. Ye Bei stood tall, facing both of them. After leaving Ye Bei's side, Shuishang quickly regrouped with Tai Bai, Go-Tu, and Duanglan. Seeing her show up, Go-Tu called out, Senior sister! The four of them stood facing their opponents. Shuishang took charge and ordered everyone, Sisters, pick your own targets. Make them pay for what they're trying to do to Master. Go-Tu gritted her teeth, staring at the guy who mocked her with a provocative grin. Tai Bai frowned, pure hostility in her eyes as she locked onto a guy wearing a headscarf. Just as Shuishang was about to pick her own opponent, Duanglan's hand blocked her. She stared at Tuha and Tanha, her gaze sharp as a blade. Duanglan exuded intense pressure. Senior sister, leave these two to me. I want to test just how strong I've become after my breakthrough. Shuishang saw her resolve and replied, putting her trust in her. Good, I'm counting on you. Fanha acted all smug and said, what? Not a 2-on-2? Shuishang turned away but made sure to leave a warning for Tuha and Tanha. Dealing with weaklings like you, my junior sister alone is more than enough. Her words showed her absolute faith in Duanglan's strength. Tuha smirked, rubbing her chin, trying to provoke Duanglan. Oh, look at the little black-skinned girl playing with knives. Are you old enough to even have grown out your hair yet? Duanglan gripped her sword, energy radiating off her as it flowed right down the blade. She shot back coldly. Enough talk, bring it on. Leaving Duanglan's side, Shuishang headed back to where Ye Bei was. She flew up behind him and whispered, Master! Ye Bei glanced back, spotting her, and asked confused, What are you doing back here? Shuishang stood by his side and replied respectfully, The 8th junior sister wants to test her limits, so she decided to take on 2 sovereigns at once. The Black Protector chimed in. Well, how about that? It ended up being a 2-on-2. Ye Bei hands suddenly snaked around Xueshang's waist. He pulled her flush against him, making her blush with embarrassment. Ye Bei looked at the other 2 and laughed. I should actually thank you guys for serving yourselves up on a silver platter for my disciple to grind some XP. Hearing that, the White Protector chuckled. He raised his hand, channeling his power into it, and shouted, You arrogant, slippery brat! Fine, I'll kill you today and consider it one less headache for the Outer Realm battlefield. His palm gathered so much demonic energy that it formed a swirling vortex. Ye Bei looked over at the White Protector and gave Xueshang an order. Big girl, that Black Protector is yours. She locked eyes with the Black Protector, ready to carry out Ye Bei's command. It was exactly what she wanted anyway. The Black Protector mocked Ye Bei. You're a powerful Sectmaster ranked 12th on the God-slaying list, yet you're acting all cutesy in some man's arms? It's honestly sickening to watch. Hearing that, Xueshang's mood soured. She glared at the Black Protector with killing intent, and demonic energy flared up around her. She growled, You can insult me all you want, but you dare insult my master, and you dare mock the feelings I have for him? Xueshang gathered energy in her hand, building up a devastating strike. She screamed in rage, Prepare for your punishment. No sooner had the words left her lips than Xueshang lunged, slamming a palm strike straight at the Black Protector. Her destructive power manifested like razor-sharp claws, practically aiming to shred the Black Protector to pieces. He stood his ground, hands clasped behind his back, watching Xueshang's fury with indifference. Only then did the Black Protector jump back, narrowly dodging the full force of her blow. The Black Protector looked at her and clicked his tongue. Tsk, tsk. That destructive power is actually pretty terrifying. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Xueshang had zipped over at a blistering speed. She was already right in front of him. Xueshang threw a punch straight at the Black Protector. He panicked, eyes bulging, unable to believe what he was seeing. Xueshang was so fast that he only had time to cross his arms over his chest to block it, and suddenly both of them vanished into thin air. Ye Bei rested his hand on his forehead, staring into the distance, and sighed. Man, this silly girl is still as hot-headed as ever. The White Protector didn't waste any time. He'd already started weaving a magic formation, and demonic energy surged as a swarm of insects appeared. The White Protector taunted Ye Bei. You've got time to worry about others? Your opponent is right here. Ye Bei was caught off guard, his eyes flashing with caution, but then he crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the White Protector with pure confidence. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, those bugs of yours are the heavenly starfire, right? The insect swarm surged forward like a storm. The White Protector commanded them, asking Ye Bei arrogantly, Well, want a taste of hellfire? Ye Bei didn't waste breath. He opened his palm toward him, sparks of energy crackling like electricity in his hand. Ye Bei replied coldly, That's exactly what I was hoping for. Elsewhere, countless stones appeared in midair, floating as the guy behind them radiated demonic energy. He pointed a finger at Ngo Tu, swung his axe toward her, and roared, Ula! Ngo Tu smirked, clenching her hand into a fist, her face showing nothing but grit and confidence. Ha! Ngo Tu whispered, This guy's decent, not bad at all. Ngo Tu channeled power into her fist, building up a massive surge of energy. She screamed, 30-fold King Kai fist. As the guy's axe came down to clash with the raw power of her punch, he charged at her aggressively, eyes glowing blood red, shouting, Wah! Over here, Tai Bok was also wielding her sword, unleashing sword techniques mixed with her own aura that made her look incredibly fierce. Electrical arcs crackled along the body of the one-eyed guy too. Both of them charged at each other, starting a brutal clash. A blinding light flashed across the area. On another side, Tan Ha touched her nose, closed her eyes slightly, and remarked, You girls are something else, aren't you? In a one-on-one, you haven't even lost your footing yet. Tu Ha watched, then mocked Duanglang with a sneer. But really, with just your bare hands, where are you getting the nerve to try and take on 2 of us? Duanglang's presence flared up, her voice steady and confident as she retorted, Oh, who said I only have a pair of hands? As she spoke, she drew 2 swords and spread her arms to activate a formation. A glowing magic circle appeared behind Duanglang, and a powerful aura completely engulfed her. Tu Ha sighed, Interesting, but we aren't planning on playing by your rules. With that, she unleashed a wave of power. A massive, swirling vortex appeared in the void, radiating terrifying power. Seeing it, Duanglang was a bit startled. The crushing pressure forced her to grit her teeth and squint. Duanglang thought to herself, This power is way too much. Back with Ngo Tu, stones of all sizes kept flying at her, forcing her back as she tried to plant her feet against the overwhelming pressure. Ngo Tu's eyes went wide, frozen in shock for a split second as she looked ahead. Tai Bok and Ngo Tu didn't know what was happening. They both struggled to fend off the rocks and debris rising up all around them. Seeing the situation go south, Ngo Tu asked Tai Bok, 4th senior sister, what's going on? Tai Bok, also stunned, stared ahead before calmly replying, A massive, overwhelming force is drawing us in. Everything around them seemed to be collapsing, and the earth and stones were being sucked toward the vortex of power that Tu Ha had created. Ngo Tu gritted her teeth, fighting the pull, and cursed, Damn it, we've got to find a way to break that thing. At that moment, Duanglang flew over to Ngo Tu and reassured her, 5th senior sister, don't panic. If we combine our strength, we can take that thing down. She was surprised by Duanglang's sudden arrival. Ngo Tu said, 8th, At that moment, Tai Bok unleashed her Azure Lotus Sword dance. Her blade glowed, electricity arcing along the metal with every flash. No Tu unleashed her move at the same time. Tenfold King Kai Fist, strike far more powerful than the previous one. Yang Lung uses her sword style, eyes locked shut, pouring every ounce of her energy into the Asura slash. Tai Bok lunges forward, the air around him rippling with unseen force. His swordplay is fluid yet lethal. Go Tu Chan hits back with punches so heavy they're packing serious heat. Cold and ruthless, Yang Lung hacks away, triggering a massive blast that tears through the sky, leaving a chaotic mess of pure destruction in its wake. Ye Bei and the White Protector watch the whole show go down. Ye Bei is stoked, honestly. Seeing how much his disciples have leveled up and how well they're vibing together, it's a huge win. Suddenly, Xueshang charges the Black Protector, who's already got a shield flared up. She hits him with a brutal kick, lightning crackling around her like crazy. He's playing it cool, one hand behind his back, while the other launches a lightning-fast counter. Rubble is flying everywhere in the air. The other Saint Shrine creep is just standing back, keeping his arms crossed and watching. Ye Bei calls out from the sidelines, looking genuinely proud. My students have really stepped it up, I'm impressed. The Black Protector lunges at Ye Bei, hands glowing with some weird magic, and spits, worrying about your disciples. You should be worrying about your own skin. Suddenly, these freaky-looking bugs appear out of nowhere. One massive, jagged-toothed monster bug snaps its jaws, looking like it wants to swallow him whole. Ye Bei just keeps his hands behind his back, not even flinching. The air starts exploding with raw power. The Black Protector, still pulsing with energy, sneers at Xueshang. You clueless little brat, do you even know the history of the Heaven Profound Plane? He's practically burning with energy, raising his weapon high. Let this 2,000-year-old veteran school you. Xueshang looks totally caught off guard as the blast hits, and she quickly scrambles back. His eyes flashing with pure malice, he growls, don't even think about running. He conjures a circular axe and sends it flying at her, but right as it's about to hit, it just stops. Ye Bei flicks his wrist. Bring it on. The axe gets redirected by a sheer force. The guy grinds his teeth. My axe! Xueshang calls out, looking rattled. Master. Ye Bei doesn't even turn around, just flicking his hand to control the axe like a toy, saying, a snake mountain axe. Seems like a great tool to crush some bugs. A massive boom rocks the place. Xueshang yells to Ye Bei, Master, leave some for me. The guy's eyes are blood red, dark energy swirling around him. He draws his weapon, shaking with rage. Don't you dare look down on us elders who've been around for 2 millennia. Xueshang glares at him, shouting, Destruction Dao! She launches a devastating blast of magic straight at him. The White Protector is shook and calls out to Hong Chan. Hong Chan jumps, sensing something is way off. He immediately bolts from the back, heading straight for Ye Bei. Ye Bei, don't you even dream of ascending to immortal status? A blinding flash of magic erupts. Ye Bei, caught off guard, is totally confused. What the hell is going on? A giant face with a ridiculously long nose appears, followed by a massive body and glowing eyes. He booms, Those without the right to ascend shall never touch the immortal stairs. Ye Bei stares at him, stunned. The guy raises an arm and a pulse of glowing magic traps everything. Ye Bei stands there, watching in silence, casually dodging the hits. The Saint Shrine goon tries to dodge the blast but gets fried like he's been electrocuted. Ye Bei just smirks, serves you right. Stairs begin to manifest. The guy stands on the top step, radiating intense power. He looks down at Ye Bei and asks, So you're this kid named Ye Bei? Ye Bei snaps back, That's me. The guy gestures to him, saying, Finally someone on the Heaven Profound Plane worth talking to. Listen up, kid. I'm one of the Tomb Guardians of the Heaven Profound Plane, and I've already cracked the Void Immortal Realm. I'm here to put you to the test. Ye Bei doesn't blink, firing back. Bring it. The guy gives a creepy grin. If you want to enter the Void Immortal Realm, you're going to have to sing with me. No sooner had he said it than a mic and a disco ball appeared. He starts belting out. Hongchan is the best. Hongchan is the strongest. He even tries to get Ye Bei to join in. Come on, sing with me. Hongchan is the best. Hongchan is the strongest. Sing along. He keeps going. Hongchan is the best. Hongchan is the strongest. Ye Bei just stares at him. He's honestly speechless. Is this really the first guy from the Heaven Profound Plane? This is what I'm dealing with. Go Tu, Tai Bok, and Yang Leng just stand there. They're all looking just as confused. Is this really the world of the powerful? Ye Bei shouts at him, Where are you going? What are you even doing? Don't just stand there. Help me wipe out this trash. And you're here trying to make me sing and dance? The guy points a finger at him. You've still got 9 steps to go, kid. Fine, get up there then. Ye Bei starts walking up, but a bolt of lightning slams down right in front of him. He jumps back, dodging it just in time. Ye Bei is fuming now. What the hell, you screwing with me? Hongchan, eyes glowing, crosses his arms and says, Not screwing with you. Every step of the Immortal Ascension has a test you can't fight, and if you fail, you might just get wiped off the map. Ye Bei just marches forward anyway. 1 step left. Let's see what else you've got. The guy gets annoyed. Are you seriously not going to sing? Ye Bei replies. I'm here to ascend, not to perform a concert. Suddenly his body goes completely rigid. Damn it, what's happening? I can't move! The guy still has his arms crossed. Look, kid, I like that stubborn streak of yours, but if you won't play by my rules, there's nothing I can do for you. The test of the Immortal Stairs is relentless. Lightning is raining down from above, but he doesn't retreat, pushing forward through the pain. He feels something like a pull from above. Tai Bok screams, Master, he's gone! Ye Bei gets teleported to some cloudy sky-like void. Ye Bei realizes this definitely isn't the entrance to the Void Immortal Realm. Standing in the middle of nowhere, he yells, Hong-chan, get out here right now. That giant face pops up right behind him. Little brother, this is just a time-space distortion zone, totally out of my jurisdiction. Ye Bei grabs him by the beard, a smirk on his face. Listen, you old hack, I climbed your damn stairs, and I'm still not in the void immortal realm. What's the deal? The guy winces from his tugged beard and starts begging, Hey, let go, seriously, I was just messing with you. The old geezer shot a look at Ye Bei and questioned him. How the hell did you manage to clear the ascension stairs so fast? Are you faking this? I'm the top dog of the heaven profound plane. You think I don't know what you're up to? Ye Bei eyes went cold as he fired back, Oh yeah, why don't you tell me exactly what I'm faking? The old man's face flushed with anger. Listen here, kid. You and I were both sharp enough to know that some people didn't want you ascending, so they blocked the passage to the void immortal realm. Right when the lightning struck, you used every ounce of your strength to warp time and space. Ye Bei smirked, holding up his hands. Old man Hong-chen, you're only half right, but I only used half my power. The old man gasped. Wait, what? Truth is, I only used half my power back then too. Ye Bei's hands started glowing, one side golden, the other purple. Those two energies began to swirl together, leaving the old guy completely dumbstruck. What are you trying to pull? A glowing energy infused with lightning bolts started to manifest. My dear disciple, your destruction Tao can be forged right here in your master's hands. The old man couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, kid. You're using the destruction Tao to consolidate overloaded energy, and forcing space-time to warp all over again. You're turning the very energy that blocked your path to the void immortal realm into a hell reincarnation seal. Lightning crashed down from the sky. Below, Zuying, Li Kuei, and Xingshan watched in disbelief. Zuying pointed upward. Look, is that the legendary mirage illusion? Xingshan added, I really thought Lord Ye Bei was done for, but of course nothing can hold him back. Ye Bei soared up, pouring his energy into opening the gate, laughing out loud. So, you heavenly immortal losers really love playing hide-and-seek with your little mirages, huh? He raised his arm, his energy surging with even more intensity. The ascension stairs are supposed to be for crossing the tribulation, but you bastards tried to end me. If I wasn't tough enough, I would have been dead a dozen times over. Since you're so eager to kill me, there's no reason for you to stick around anymore. Ye Bei pointed at the lightning-infused energy, and a nearby palace exploded into dust. Another burst of energy erupted from the card in his palm. He shouted, Boom! An explosion tore through the sky, shattering the space like broken glass. A passage opened up. Ye Bei sighed, now this is a real gateway. The path glowed with an intense radiant light. Wu Xiao and Yang Lung were bathed in the glow. Wu Xiao wondered, what is this? Yang Lung replied, this light feels incredible. I think my cultivation level is actually getting a boost. The light also washed over Ye Bei. He could feel the sheer density of the divine energy in this place. But why am I only breaking through to the Emperor Venerable realm? Is this ascension stair deal just all hype, or are they just messing with me? Want to throw hands with my master? You've got to go through me first. A voice rang out. Ye Bei turned around in surprise. A group of cultivators appeared, with Xueshang standing right in front of them. One of them sneered. Ye Bei, you just hit the Emperor Venerable realm and you're already making this much noise? Don't get too full of yourself. Ye Bei retorted, 10 Emperor Venerables at once? Seriously? Is this the welcoming committee I get for bringing power to the heaven-profound plane? Xueshang noticed Ye Bei and called out, Master. Xueshang continued, Master, these 10 Emperor Venerables from the later stages are clearly just bored losers looking to start trouble. Ye Bei added, just a bunch of freeloaders with nothing better to do. One of the cultivators barked. The ascension stairs opened the immortal pavilion and gave off all that massive energy. Yet you only reached the Emperor Venerable level? You're absolute trash. Another chimed in, we should just take that energy off your hands. Ye Bei flicked his finger, taunting them to come at him. He said calmly, if you've got the guts, come and take it. Down below, the crowd stared at Ye Bei and Xueshang floating in the air. Someone shouted, kill him and seize the pavilion energy. Ye Bei didn't even open his eyes. You guys really have no idea who you're dealing with. He suddenly snapped his eyes open and a violent wave of power radiated from his gaze. When he threw a punch, beams of intense light rained down, knocking them out one after another. Xueshang gasped. Wait, did he just kill them? She was awestruck. A single punch wiped out 10 late-stage Emperor Venerables. Ye Bei glanced at Xueshang and said, Girl, you see? Plenty of people out there are just looking for a beating. You believe me now? Xueshang nodded. If Master says so, of course I believe it, but it's still just so ridiculous. I mean, this benefits everyone, doesn't it? Ye Bei chuckled with a stern look. Looks like there are plenty more who haven't learned their lesson yet. More cultivators began to appear, swarming the area. Suddenly, Yang Lung, Wu Xiao, and Tai Bai appeared behind them. Ye Bei smirked. Good, the more the merrier. Besides me, my disciples need the practice anyway. Ye Bei gave the order. Disciples, charge. Wipe these Emperor Venerables out. From here on out, you're going to clear both leaderboards and soak up every bit of that energy for yourselves. The three of them lunged forward. The cultivators rushed to meet them, screaming, Kill them! Music, we need that power. Ye Bei scoffed at their greed. Trash. He said coldly, aside from the ones who won't bow down, there's always a bunch of jealous, delusional freaks. These people are pathetic. The aggressive cultivators were hammered by a barrage of intense light. They gritted their teeth, desperately trying to push forward. Blinding light mixed with razor-sharp energy lines and dark rays swirled together, engulfing the entire area. Ye Bei nodded in approval. You guys are getting stronger. Xueshang cheered, clapping her hands. Give it up for everyone's progress. Ye Bei stood calmly, arms crossed, watching the show. As the remaining cultivators rushed them, Ye Bei handed Xueshang the god-striking whip. Since these people are begging to die, I'll leave them to you, my girl. Take this, Xueshang was surprised. The god-striking whip? The cultivator saw it and burst out laughing. That blonde girl? What is a whip supposed to do exactly? That thing can't kill anybody. A terrifying aura erupted from Xueshang. She glared at them. You idiots, come and find out! She whipped the air, sending long glowing strands flying toward them. One of them stood there, stunned, before the wires lashed out and bound them all tight. No matter how much they struggled, the wires only tightened, making escape impossible. Xueshang watched them coldly as they were bound to their doom. Han Shan was sweating bullets watching that scene. He felt lucky to be on the right side, thinking to himself, this guy is a total beast, killing someone at the Emperor Realm like he's just squashing a mosquito. Good thing I didn't pick the wrong side. The guys from the Emperor Realm panicked and turned tail. One of them yelled, we screwed up. These aren't your average Emperor Realm nobodies. Get out of here! But Ye Bei wasn't letting the Emperor Realm scrubs off the hook. He reached out and shouted, disciples, hunt them down. Don't let those XP points get away. Wu Xiaotian, Taibai, Yangleng, Shishang, and Xunli. A few days later, the rank boards updated with the final scores. Ranked 49th on the Godslayer board, Tianshuan Plains Wu Xiaotian. Ranked 48th on the Godslayer board, Tianshuan Plains Qi Taibai. Ranked 47th on the Godslayer board, Tianshuan Plains Ouyang Leng. Ranked 45th on the Godslayer board, Tianshuan Plains Ye Bei. Ranked 35th on the Godslayer board, Tianshuan Plains Gu Hanshan. A shimmering magical light suddenly ripped open in the center of the sky like a portal. Up close, it was clear. It was a space gate. Violent energy swirled around the rift as two figures stepped through. Fu Zheng and Zheng Fu. Fu Zheng sneered, the spiritual density here is straight up trash. It's actually nauseating. Zheng Fu agreed, for real, if this wasn't the mortal realm, even if you gave these guys another year, they wouldn't amount to anything. Fu Zheng kept a straight face and said, whatever, let's just finish the Immortal Lord's mission and get out of here. As they hovered in the air, Fu Zheng added, honestly, if Ye Bei hadn't ascended, we would have never had a reason to come down to the lower realms. Zheng Fu nodded. The realm leader is right. Normally, the plane portals only open when someone blocks the path, giving us a shot to drop down. Fu Zheng spoke up again. By the Immortal Lord's command, I'm heading to the Tianla Holy Land to help them rebuild. Zheng Fu followed. Fair enough. I'll hit up the Tianxi Gushang Holy Land to gather some intel. In a blink, the two took off into the sky. Mission accomplished. Catch you later. Beneath the lake, two pairs of pale feet were visible. Ye Bei and Xueshang were soaking in the lake. As he was relaxing, Xueshang held up the god-slaying whip. Master, here's your whip back. We were lucky to have it this time. Ye Bei, showing off his rock-hard six-pack, replied, keep it. Consider it a gift from your master. Xueshang pointed down and giggled. Master, I've got a gift for you too. Take a look underwater. Ye Bei vanished with a splash, creating a flurry of bubbles before popping back up. He was holding a blue crystal, laughing, found it. Xueshang chirped excitedly. That's the personnel file for the dual skyboard. With this, we're a lock for the top 5. Ye Bei praised her. Nice work. But the leaderboard list only fits one person's info. Since she went through the trouble of grabbing it for him, she smiled and said, this was specifically gathered for you, master. Of course, it's yours. Amidst the scenery, Ye Bei shook his head. Can't do that. This is a big deal for our sect. Tomorrow, we're heading to the Black Tower Plaza. The answers we need will be there. In midair, a pair of hands tossed out handfuls of pale yellow papers. A shout rang out. I, Luo Shishang, need all the files on the top 20 players on the dual skyboard. Give me everything you've got. Name your price. Ye Bei and Xueshang stood before the crowd. Xueshang's authoritative decree echoed through the air. 2 days. Bring all the intel to Black Tower Plaza. Anyone who brings useful info gets a massive reward. The powerful announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy, followed by a cheer. We're gonna be rich! The air turned tense but electric as a chance to make money appeared. A voice rang out from the crowd. It won't take 2 days. Ye Bei looked surprised. Who's that? A blue-haired guy and a red-haired girl with a guitar were leaning back to back. They introduced themselves, were the top musical duo of the Outer Battlefields, the Longfeng Legends. Ye Bei and Xueshang looked confused. Street performers? The blue-haired guy put on a professional face. Call us artists, please. The red-haired girl added, we're here to give you some XP. Ye Bei and Xueshang stared them down. Ye Bei pointed at himself, his voice stern. Give us P? He looked a little rattled. Wait, don't tell me you're trying to turn us into XP for yourselves? Ye Bei caught on, but he was still stunned. Oh, the duo laughed. The guy started. We're traveling performers. We've been to every battlefield out there and seen more people than we've sung songs, so we're here to help you find that XP. The girl added, when it comes to dual skyboard intel, nobody knows more than us. Thinking they were a couple, the guy said he'd been an admirer of their power couple status for a long time and had always wanted to collab. He continued, we've got all the info you want, but we have conditions. Xueshang blushed a little, muttering to herself, power couple? Ye Bei asked, you want to negotiate with me? The guy pulled out a square blue object and said, I need you two to play along and show your faces on this. He flipped the object around and it acted like a mirror, reflecting their images. Ye Bei wondered, what is this thing? It's a phone. It expanded into a giant screen. He held it up and pleaded, guys, do me a solid. If you climb the ranks, your hero poses will be broadcast all over this plane. Ye Bei was confused. Live streaming? He turned to Xueshang. Hey, you try it. She tapped the start button. Not bad. The guy pointed at the screen, buzzing with excitement. Check it out. Instantly, Ye Bei and Xueshang were live. She looked excited. Wow, you can actually do this? The blue-haired guy gestured at the screen. Imagine it. Your hero poses up here, just like music stars on stage. It's sick, right? He pointed toward the hype crowd below and told them, look at that. That's your influence. We're gonna bring some serious energy to all the outer battlefields. Ye Bei finally saw what these street performers were after. Got it. This performance is gonna make you way more money than any measly bounty ever could. They weren't even surprised that he'd called them out. He just chuckled. Man, there ain't no hiding anything from you, Lord Ye Bei. What are we waiting for? Both the Jade Pendant and this list of top-tier killers belong to you two now. Ye Bei crossed his arms, looking pretty amused. I'm down with that. Xueshang agreed, all hyped up. Yep. On the screen, you could see Xueshang taking down a bald dude. The rankings started popping up. Rank 20 on the Slayer board, rank 26 on the Combat Metal board, rank 15 on the Slayer board, rank 18 on the Combat Metal board. Then Ye Bei status showed up too. Rank 10 on the Slayer board, rank 14 on the Combat Metal board. Xueshang took out a monster, rank 9 on the Slayer board, rank 11 on the Combat Metal board. Rank 7 on the Slayer board, rank 10 on the Combat Metal board. Over on Ye Bei's side, he just finished off some monsters, hitting rank 6 on the Slayer board and rank 8 on the Combat Metal board. Another monster down, rank 4 on the Slayer board, rank 6 on the Combat Metal board. Ye Bei and Xueshang just kept on grinding those quests. Their final standings appeared. Luo Xueshang at rank 3 on the Slayer board and rank 4 on the Combat Metal board. Ye Bei at rank 2 on the Slayer board and rank 3 on the Combat Metal board. Rainbow lights flashed everywhere. The girl with the red hair spoke up. Just like we thought. In only 10 days, you two cracked the top 3 on both boards. Getting to hang out with our idols like this is sick. Ye Bei thanked them for the help and for the intel they'd shared. The blue-haired guy suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Lord Ye Bei, yesterday during our tour, a fan from the Heaven Pond Sacred Ground said the crew you left stationed there got wiped out. Ye Bei was stunned. Who did it? The guy scratched his cheek, looking clueless. I don't know what's going on outside the city battlefield, man. You should probably check it out yourself. Ye Bei turned away, looking pretty confused. Ye Bei told him, all right, thanks for everything over the last few days. Ye Bei turned to Xueshang. Listen, kid, we're done grinding ranks. Tomorrow, after we get our rewards, we're heading straight to the Heaven Pond Sacred Ground to see what the hell happened. 3 days ago at Heaven Pond, Zheng Fu showed up and barked, who is it? Who the hell did this? One of Ye Bei guys cracked his knuckles, frowning. Who's making all that noise in here? Don't you know this is Lord Ye Bei's turf? Zheng Fu reached out and grabbed the guy by the throat. As he lifted him up, the guy gasped, who are you? You actually dare to lay a hand on me? Lord Ye Bei is going to end you. The guy sneered. Who does that Ye Bei think he is? Heaven Pond is the home of our immortal lord, and he's acting like he owns the place. Ye Bei guy tried to pry his hand off, gritting his teeth. Lord Ye Bei fought tooth and nail to claim this Heaven Pond sacred ground, and he left us here to guard it. Hearing that, the dude's eyes flared with rage. He squeezed once, and Ye Bei guy just vanished, just blood spraying everywhere. With a wicked look on his face, he muttered, killing my Heaven Pond disciples, I'm gonna wipe you lot out in the name of our immortal lord. Ye Bei, this is war. Down below, a huge crowd was waiting for the final rankings. A kid in a brown shirt turned to a guy in black. The rewards for the dual heaven board are about to drop. Wonder what we're getting this time? The guy in black replied, no telling what kind of crazy power those monsters Ye Bei and Luo Xueshang are going to wake up next. The air between the two light streaks split like a gate, and everyone below watched as a mysterious orb started swirling with intense energy. Ye Bei and Xueshang stood in the middle of the crowd as flames erupted, swallowing them whole, right up to their heads. Both of them started floating as the fire took hold. They were left hovering inside a circle of blinding light, getting blasted by some kind of raw power. Xueshang couldn't take it and cried out, Master, my body's burning up! Ye Bei kept his cool, hyping her up. Stay with it, kid. That just means the reward is going to be worth it. Someone from the crowd looked up, jaw on the floor. The energy is insane. Is this really the prize for the dual heaven board? Ye Bei was surrounded by blue and purple sparks of energy. The mysterious power was seeping right into his body. Ye Bei found himself in another dimension and was totally lost. Huh? What's this world power junk? A notification popped up. World tree growing inside the host. A glowing tree started emerging right from Ye Bei's chest. He ripped his shirt open and yeah, there it was, glowing bright gold inside his chest. Notification, current world power level, 0. Special abilities unlocked, time and space displacement, consciousness overlord. Host, if you agree, you can create a new environment in the wilderness world and gain full control over the consciousness of every creature in that world. Condition for leveling up, 1,000 people. Stuck in this infinite space, Ye Bei blinked. 1,000 people? Sounds like they want me to go on a killing spree. Rocks floated all around him in the void. Ye Bei started putting it together. So world power means in my own little world, I'm the god, I create everything. And it's not just space, I can mess with time whenever I want. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, wonder if I can manifest a little Xueshang too? System alerts, current world cannot create human life. Ye Bei rolled his eyes. Fine, I get it. He walked toward the gate as it glowed. Time to go see how the kid is doing. An onlooker below sighed. Last time I cleared the Slayer board, I killed 2,000 people and only got one measly high-grade gem. Someone else chimed in, that ain't bad. I only got an old book. Everyone was dying to know what Ye Bei got. The orb was glowing so hard the crowd was losing their minds. Someone shouted, that power is absolutely broken. Ye Bei stepped through the gate. An orb next to him was pulsing with some serious energy too. Looks like the kid did pretty well for herself. He put 2 fingers to his forehead, checking on her progress, his open eyes sharpened with focus. Right then, a glowing purple orb appeared, radiating massive energy. Bolts of lightning were jumping off the hidden energy core. Inside the light, Shui Shang was there, eyes closed in deep concentration. She didn't have a stitch of clothing on, just the glowing energy covering her body. Ye Bei turned beet red. Amidst all that blinding light, he panicked and started shooing everyone away. Everyone beat it! Get out of here now! The crowd was shoved aside, sent flying every which way. Ye Bei grumbled in frustration. Damn, that was a close one. Should've just stayed in that other world until the girl finished training. Ye Bei stood by the orb, guarding the portal to another dimension. He sighed to himself, looks like I'm stuck playing bodyguard here until she wakes up. A massive selection trial was going down in the center of the plaza, right by the yin-yang symbol, with a huge crowd lined up in rows. An announcement echoed through the air. The Immortal Master sent me here for 2 reasons. 1, to restore the Tianla sacred ground, and 2, to scout out young talent for our sect in the upper realm. Someone in the crowd piped up. The upper realm is overflowing with spiritual energy and resources. Anyone who makes it up there is going to hit the jackpot, right? Another guy chimed in. For real, look at this immortal. He's barely got any years on him, but he's already a Supreme Emperor-level powerhouse. The deputy sect master took the stage to announce the big event. In 2 days, they'd be holding a breakthrough ceremony, and the Immortal Master's grace would bless the whole clan with a bright future. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting, Long live the Immortal Master! Music! As the deputy was turning to leave, wondering what was up with the deputy realm master, a hand reached out and touched his shoulder. He froze, glancing over his shoulder. Who the hell dares to ambush me? It was Tian Li. She leaned in close and said, You're the Realm Master, the Immortal Master hand-picked. Yet you didn't even notice me until I touched your shoulder. Guess I'm a pretty rare talent, huh? The deputy blushed, genuinely startled that he hadn't sensed her presence. Who are you? She whispered right into his ear. My name is Su Tian Li, and I'm exactly who you need here in the Tianla sacred ground. What, you want me? His subordinates were fuming when they saw this. It's that vixen again. Hey, you witch, what do you think you're doing? Another guy shouted. Let that immortal go. If you've got a problem, take it up with me. She just laughed and hugged the deputy even tighter. He coughed awkwardly. Miss, let's keep some distance, shall we? She wouldn't let go. I want you to answer me right now. Resting her head on his shoulder, she murmured. Realm Master, how many people do you think there are in this Tianshuan plain? Who could get close enough to grab you without you even noticing? He replied honestly, not many, that's for sure. She batted her eyes. Exactly, so why are you hesitating? Say yes, pick me right now and let me be yours. The deputy's crew was losing their minds, screaming, You witch, let him go! Su Tian Li, how much more trouble are you going to stir up in the Tianla sacred ground? She threw her arms around the deputy's chest and dropped the bomb herself. This bunch of useless juniors has been jealous of me for ages. Truth is, I'm Ye Bei disciple, but I've never respected him. If you let me join you, it'll be a lot easier for you to get the dirt on that guy who just finished his tribulation. The deputy didn't hesitate. He put a hand on her shoulder and said, Fair point, let's go discuss this Ye Bei situation further. Back to Xueshang, she was surrounded by surging radiant energy. She sat cross-legged, fully focused on absorbing it. She slowly opened her eyes, looking completely drained. She turned to see Ye Bei nearby. He asked, You're awake? How do you feel? Seeing him, she called out, Master. She clenched her fist, looking excited. I've broken through to the peak of the Supreme Emperor realm, and my path of destruction leveled up twice. He was genuinely happy for her. That's amazing. I used the power of the Immortal Pavilion and the rewards from the Songchen ranking to help us evolve a brand new great path, World Power. She looked at him, stunned. World Power? Is that the legendary ability to create and destroy heavens and earth? She suddenly looked down at herself and gasped. Sitting in that glowing circle, she asked, Where are my clothes? Ye Bei replied, You were training so hard up in the sky, you almost showed the whole world everything. She shrieked, Ah, don't! Stop talking! She reached for his robe and he gently placed his hand on her back, adding, Just kidding. You think I'd let anyone else sneak a peek at you? She whispered. Okay. In the dark of night, discarded clothes lay on the floor. Tian Li sat on the bed, pouting. Why wasn't I the one to take the origin-combining pill first? Her robe was still wide open. The deputy lay on the bed, telling her that she was only ranked second in the Tianla sacred ground. The sacred master of Tianla hadn't even taken it yet. She pressed him, So if I swallow it first, doesn't that make me the sacred master? He replied. The immortal master and the sacred master of Tianla are old friends. If you take it first, you're picking a fight with the immortal master. He sat on the bed, robe still unfastened. She looked at him and said, Realm Master, let me tell you something. The person who slept with me last time was the sacred master of Tianla. He asked. Wait, does that mean? She answered. That's right, just what you're thinking. I'm the one pulling the strings behind the curtain. His expression turned dark. Little girl, are you playing us for fools? Back on the bed, Tian Li held a pipe, her thin sleepwear adding to her dangerous allure. She asked the deputy. If you knew the relationship between me and the sacred master, would you have agreed to take me just now? A pale hand grabbed a wooden talisman shaped like a Taiji symbol. She sighed. We've been busy for a while, almost forgot about the deputy realm master. It worked like a phone. Someone on the other end yelled, Realm Master, I'm at the Tianqi Sacred Ground and Ye Bei has raided the place clean. I just wiped out the group Ye Bei left behind. I'm waiting here to ambush him. Get ready to bring everyone over. Tianli's ears perked up at the name Ye Bei. She stared at the talisman, thinking, so Ye Bei is heading to the Tianqi Sacred Ground. Meanwhile, the deputy was cursing Ye Bei. You bastard, the Tianqi Sacred Ground is our immortal master's home turf. Ye Bei, you've got some nerve. Looking at him with a seductive gaze, she noticed his killing intent flaring up. She asked, sounds like you want to kill Ye Bei? The deputy gritted his teeth. He destroyed the immortal master's home. I'm going to make him pay. Tianli leaned in, admitting she wanted to take him down too. So we're on the same page? The deputy asked, surprised. Same page? You have a grudge against Ye Bei too? Tianli explained. Realm Master, among the 108 disciples under Ye Bei, besides the first disciple, Luo Xueshang, no one is stronger than me. But Ye Bei has never once acknowledged me. For years, I've been traveling across this entire heaven-profound plain, just waiting for the day I could take down Luo Xueshang and then crush Ye Bei. See, I've got it all planned out. If I swallow that origin pill, I'll be able to break through to the next realm in 2 days. Taking down Ye Bei helps you guys out too, right? Don't tell me you don't want that. Fochin admits it. I want you to help us take out Ye Bei too. Over at the Heavenless Sacred Lord's side, Tianli calmed him down. Relax, I'll convince the Sacred Lord to let me use the origin pill first. Inside a massive hall, someone shouted, What did you say? The origin pill still needs a test subject, and you want my Thien Lich to be the one to test it? Fochin held the pill box and said, as if joking, it'd be more accurate to say that the pill is swallowing the person, not the other way around. Thien Liet grabbed the Sacred Lord, acting like she was ready to lay down her life for the sacred grounds. Sacred Lord, let me test it for you first. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for our heavenless sacred grounds. He looked at Tien Liet, determined not to let her sacrifice herself. With a look full of fake affection, he said, How could I ever let the brightest star of our heavenless sacred grounds risk her life to test a poison? On the surface, it sounded sweet, but deep down, he was starting to get suspicious. We clearly already agreed that the Sacred Lord would give me the origin pill first. And now she's pulling this stunt to cause trouble. Don't tell me the sect master has secretly made a deal with Cao Tian Liet behind my back? Fochin kept pushing. Sacred Lord, you already called her the brightest star, so the chances of her being consumed by the power are super low. The Sacred Lord retorted, Then wouldn't the chances of me being consumed be even lower? Why don't I just test it myself? Tian Liet quickly stepped in to stop him. Sacred Lord, have you forgotten the promise we made to each other? She pressed her chest against the Sacred Lord, tracing circles with her finger, using a voice so seductive it could melt anyone. Back then, I said we'd share everything, and you kept agreeing with me, didn't you? Her eyes shifted to a deep purple as she asked again, You'll agree with me this time too, right? The Sacred Lord's eyes also changed color, and he found himself mindlessly agreeing. But suddenly his eyes flashed with clarity, and energy erupted from his hands. He spoke bluntly, Trying to bewitch me, huh? I didn't call you out before, because your body still had some use, but I didn't expect a woman like you to have no shame. Plotting to steal the origin pill. Even worse, I can't believe the sect master actually got charmed by this vixen. Fochin stepped forward, handing the pill to Tian Liet. He said, Well, since you've seen through us, I've got nothing else to say. Blood trickled from the corner of Tian Liet's mouth. She looked pathetic now, whispering, Sacred Lord, over the past 3 months, I've proven that I'm the one who should be leading the heavenless sacred grounds. The Sacred Lord stood opposite her and said, So you're not even hiding it anymore? Cao Tian Liet, everyone knows your ambition, but I was hoping you'd at least show some restraint. He called out to the guards, Get out of here. 4 cloaked figures suddenly appeared holding the pill. Tian Liet was still trying to stall. She said, Sacred Lord, I came here today to negotiate, not to make a huge scene. After all, when we were together, I really did have feelings for you. When Ye Bei was going through his tribulation, I told you my goal was to reach his level. I wanted you to help me, but you never shared the secret techniques of the sacred grounds with me. Seeing that, the Sacred Lord didn't care anymore and ordered the attack. She swallowed the pill. One of Tian Liet's eyes glowed with a purple light as energy flooded out. Fochin laughed. It's working, and she isn't being consumed. An explosion went off, and the Sacred Lord fell into the glowing magic circle. He screamed, Where are you? Cao Tian Liet was about to stage a coup. A hand reached out. Tian Liet appeared, throwing a punch straight at the magic circle. The Sacred Lord was trapped inside, filled with fear. Fochin's group arrived where they were told, but seeing the door close, they were confused. It's been 2 days, isn't today the day for the breakthrough ceremony? Someone next to him added, Why is the main door still shut? A mysterious foot appeared, turning back toward Tian Liet. She was radiating magic from her entire body. Because she was using magic to deal with the Sacred Lord, he was pinned in the magic circle. Her influence made the circle grow even stronger. He grunted, Cao Tian Liet, if you take over as Sacred Lord, the others won't follow you. She shot back, If I expose all the scandalous things you and I have done, they won't follow you either. Besides, if we kill you now, I've got ways to make them fall in line. Fochin appeared beside her and chimed in, Sacred Lord, the lady's intentions are pretty clear. It'd be better if you just played along. A simple power transfer ceremony will do. I've got other good stuff I can give you too. We really don't want to kill you. Gritting his teeth in pain, he said, I should never have taken you into the sect. Too bad there's no such thing as a regret pill. Fine, I'll do as you ask. Tien Liet and the Sacred Lord walked out. He stood before the crowd and announced, I hereby declare that the next Sacred Lord of the Heavenless Sacred Grounds is Sao Tien Liet. I'm washing my hands of this and stepping down today. Thank you all for your support over the years. The new Sacred Lord will rebuild the Heavenless Sacred Grounds and lead you all to new heights. The people below were confused. Why so sudden? Did something happen? Someone else replied, the Sacred Lord is old now and Sao Tien Liet really has the skills. Tien Liet, filled with hatred for Ye Bei, said with a dark expression, the me of today is different from yesterday. Ye Bei, you better watch your back. A beam of energy, surrounded by glowing rings, shot forward. Ye Bei and Xueshang were flying through the air like the wind. She spoke up, Master. I often think back to when Sao Tien Liet first joined the sect. She was always so happy, jumping around everywhere. Ye Bei replied, not every disciple is as reliable as you are. She asked again, back then, you said she had a kind of spirit that wouldn't know when to give up. Ye Bei said, it's a shame I feel that spirit of hers has rotted away now. They arrived at the Heavenless Sacred Grounds and touched down. The moment Ye Bei's feet hit the ground, a chilling frost radiated from them. Xueshang walked, feeling confused. Why is this sacred ground turned into this? Ye Bei told her that the temperature here was usually twice as hot as outside. Beneath her feet, the rocks shook violently. They both held their balance to keep from falling. She called out, Master, look out! Stones from below suddenly shot up, forcing Ye Bei and Xueshang to take to the air. Something's off about this space we're standing in, she asked. A barrier? Ye Bei's eyes sharpened. He flicked a stream of energy downward, instantly shattering an ice-like barrier. This ain't no ordinary barrier, he said. If we just waltzed in, that pressure would have crushed us. They hovered in mid-air, flanked by massive boulders. She muttered, Master, this ambush is insane. He replied, if I've already wiped out half of the Tianla sacred ground, then at this point the whole place might as well be toast. Sunlight filtered through the air, and something came hurtling toward them. It was the guy Ye Bei had put in charge of this place. Ye Bei waved a hand toward him, and the man just stood there, head hung low, silent, and motionless. Xueshang wondered, is he dead? Ye Bei told her, Kid, this is the guy I left in charge. The others must have been slaughtered. Ye Bei reached a hand out toward the corpse and asked, did Sao Tianliet do this? She heard that and blurted out, no way, right? Is her power already enough to manifest a barrier like this? Ye Bei said, Kid, whether she did it or not, whoever set up this ambush has to be at the Emperor realm at least, which means I can farm some serious points here to level up my world's power. The guy had been kneeling, but Ye Bei yanked him up. Looks like a powerhouse just brought me some free EXP. Trin Fuke stood in the air looking down. Ye Bei, you destroyed my Thien Tri sacred ground. Do you even know the consequences? Laughing at the absurd threat, he replied, consequences? Do you stop to think about the consequences before you crush an ant on the road? Xueshang chimed in, obviously not. Holding a piece of paper, Trin Fuke sneered. The lower realm doesn't have many real talents, which is why a knockoff like you ended up as the boss. Someone needs to open your eyes to who you shouldn't be messing with. Ye Bei stroked his chin, acting deep in thought, then dropped the bomb. That's it? You trying to lecture me on life? Go get him, kid. After breaking through the Song Tian rankings, you haven't had a decent fight. This is the perfect training dummy. Xueshang obeyed. Yes, master. Trin Fuke raised his hand and started chanting. Immediately, a horde of skull-faced, blood-drenched zombies was summoned. Ye Bei wondered aloud, Lack, can you tell where these things come from? She squinted, analyzing them. They're actually pretty similar to the undead path of junior sister Trung Li Mac. He seemed to know exactly what they were. Spot on. Similar doesn't cover it. They're from the same roots. You haven't had a chance to spar with Li Mac, so challenging this stuff right now is good practice. Go. Xueshang replied, understood. Trin Fuke mocked them. Being arrogant will only make you die faster. The paper in his hand glowed with lines of text and light. He shouted, Soul Revival Necromancy. As soon as he finished, the corpses growled, their gloomy eyes flashing with malice. Trin Fuke ordered, surround them! The zombies surged forward like they'd come back to life. Xueshang snapped her long whip, sending a wave of power to hold them off. In a flash, 2 zombies with bloody fangs were already at her throat. She glanced at the mastermind, and then they all swarmed, encircling her in a ring of thousands. Thinking he'd already won, Trin Fuke cackled. Your precious student is probably being chewed to bits right about now. Ye Bei, regret that last comment yet? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might let you die in one piece. But he wasn't scared at all. He replied calmly, you were right about one thing. Arrogance will make you die faster. Why don't you take a closer look? Suddenly, the zombies started twitching, and flashes of light erupted from the middle of the circle. The next second, a terrifying wave of power blasted them away. Trin Fuke wasn't worried, smugly saying, I underestimated you guys, but I was only using 1% of my power. The real show starts now. Standing on the pile of bones, the zombies' power spiked, their eyes glowing blindingly bright. He continued, the thing about soul revival necromancy is, as long as the bodies exist, I can keep bringing them back. The stronger the opponent, the more get killed, and the stronger I get. Trin Fuke laughed wickedly. Ye Bei, it's time to say goodbye to your lover. In a blink, something pierced straight through him. Shueshang had stabbed her weapon right through Trinfuk. She said coolly, "My master told me that to win a battle, you gotta take out the leader first. Besides, did you really think I'd just stand there and watch you assemble that army?" Trinfuk looked stunned. This, she whipped him, and a flash of light blinded the area. Shueshang looked at Ye Bei. "Master, I thought these heavenly realm folks would be tougher. Turns out he folded in one hit." Suddenly, a dark aura flared and a voice growled, "I underestimated you to let you hurt my foundation this badly." Her eyes widened. The zombie was still in one piece and its aura was terrifying. Shueshang gritted her teeth. Damn it, she unleashed an annihilation path move and the zombie countered. A blast of light erupted with massive force. The corpse opened its massive jaw, letting out a wave of dark, eerie energy. Shueshang stood her ground, fearless. She held out her hand and Ye Bei said, "Kid, besides killing the leader first, here's another lesson for you. It's called using your opponent's tricks against them." The move took effect, her path resonated with his, and the undead path light flared. A skeletal hand reached out and grabbed the skull, only for another zombie to knock it down. Shueshang turned to see him controlling them and asked, "Master?" Ye Bei said calmly, "Don't rush. There's one more move." A smirk played on his lips as he said, "It's called kicking you while you're down." The final move executed, paths resonated, and the annihilation path kicked in. While the two skeletons clashed, the silhouettes of Ye Bei and Shueshang shimmered in the air. The circle expanded and a brilliant purple beam tore through everything. As the energy faded, she said sadly, "I'm sorry, Master, I let you down." Ye Bei said, offering comfort, "To even make it this far against the immortal realm's lackeys, Master is already plenty proud of you." He added, "It's just that your strength wasn't actually worse than his. You just got careless at the end." "That's why you took such a hard L," she said, head hanging low in defeat. Just then, an immortal energy orb materialized, glowing with a golden aura. Shueshang gasped, "This is pure immortal energy." She glanced over and said, "Master, there's another surprise here." Ye Bei replied, "It's gotta be because Zhengfu's soul shattered, so the energy condensed. This has gotta be an immortal-grade elixir." With that, Shueshang leaped up, reaching out to grab the orb. "Master, let me snag it for you." But the second her hand got close, the energy orb suddenly darted away. A hand snatched it out of the air. She glared at the thief and demanded, "Who are you?" Fuzheng strutted up and sneered, "Immortal artifacts aren't things for low-tier trash like you to be dreaming about." Shueshang frowned, and right then, Tianli suddenly appeared next to Fuzheng. She chimed in, "Long time no see, big sister." Ye Bei's face didn't even twitch. "You?" he growled, naming the traitor Tianli. She raised her hand, summoning a wave of power, and spat, "What, you don't even recognize your own student anymore?" Seeing this, does it ring any bells? As soon as she finished, the giant serpent she was riding spat out a circle of crushing energy. Ye Bei flicked his hand, and with that single movement, the attack just dissolved into nothing. Ye Bei's expression turned ice cold. "A traitor to the sect. Of course I remember you, but you don't deserve to call me master anymore." Tianli snarled, "Was it really me who betrayed the sect first, or was it you guys who treated me like dirt first?" Shueshang, seeing her like this, asked, "Qinlai, how did you even end up like this?" She laughed bitterly. "How did I end up like this? Everything I am now is because of you people. Back then, you took out a golden elixir and whispered to me that you'd give it only to me because I was the most obedient, the most talented, and the hardest worker." Tianli flashed back to that memory, beaming when she saw the golden elixir. "Back then, I actually believed it was the truth," Tianli said, her voice dripping with disappointment. "Only later did I find out you were just handing out special care to everyone else too. That thing I was dying to get, to them it was just like a piece of candy." She conjured another ring of power and growled, "I ain't the person I used to be. Everything you owe me, I'm gonna make you pay it back, one piece at a time." The energy ring expanded, becoming even more dangerous. Shueshang quickly defended him. "Tianli, it's not like that. Your own greed is what's holding you back." Ye Bei cut her off. "It's all right. Just step aside. She's blinded by her own hate now. She used to be my student, so let me handle this." She looked at him, worried. Ye Bei looked at Tianli and said, "A teacher for a day is a father for life. If you're willing to turn back now, I can treat you like I did before." "Ha, you want me to turn back?" Tianli screamed. "Master, I think you've lost the right to even say that to me now." Before the words were even out, Tianli unleashed a massive wave of power at him. Ye Bei manipulated his energy, spinning around, and said coldly, "Greed is the worst path to walk. The more desperate you are, the faster you're going to trip over yourself." Right then, a small snake slithered onto his wrist and bit down. In a blink, the whole thing coiled around Ye Bei, pinning him tight. He broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Ye Bei thought to himself, the greed serpent, a creature from the past. Once you're bound by it, it drains your power until there's nothing left but a corpse. Suddenly, massive maws erupted all around them, and things got real dicey. Tianli smirked. "Maybe you could have escaped before, but I've got the power of the He Yuan elixir now. Even if you were at the Emperor realm, you're not getting out of this. Master, this is the last time I'm calling you that." Right then, a loud blast echoed with blinding lights, and plumes of energy shot into the sky. Fuzheng stood high above, giving orders. "So Ye Bei killed Zhengfu? Thought he was some big shot, but turns out he got taken out by a nobody like Tianli. Don't even need to get my hands dirty. These low-tier losers really are useless. Just finish off the rest." Tianli jumped down. "Yes, sir." She marched up to Shueshang, that nasty serpent coiled around her. She sneered, "Big sister, if you're trying to run, you're already too late." Shueshang casually moved the object in her hand. "You really think you can take out Master just because of you?" Without another word, she launched the object straight at her. As the energy dispersed, Xuesheng was stunned. Tianli was already standing behind her. She whispered, "Big sister, you're strong, but I'm on a whole other level now." Xuesheng whipped her head around, eyes narrowed as something slick wrapped around her. A long tail snaked up from her feet, and in a second she was trapped, squeezed tight by the serpent's tail. Tianli watched her struggle and scoffed. "Luo Xuesheng, turns out you're just a pushover, huh? Back then you were all arrogant about your path of destruction, but you ain't nothing special." She opened her palm, power surging, and laughed smugly. "Your little path of destruction is useless against me now. I wonder, does Master even recognize a student as weak as you anymore?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Xuesheng's body. She gritted her teeth in fury as the blue sky went eerily silent. Tianli was shook. What's going on? Over on the sidelines, Fuzheng frowned, feeling a weird bad vibe. Just then, a pillar of light slammed down from the heavens. Tianli looked up and saw him, screaming, "Ye Bei!" The light crashed down, freeing Xuesheng, who went flying until a hand caught her midair. Xuesheng looked up at the one holding her. "Master!" Tianli was stunned. "No way. How are you still alive? You were trapped by my greed serpent. You should have been drained and dead by now." Ye Bei said, ice in his voice. "I gave you plenty of chances to turn your life around, but you just keep crossing my lines, betraying your teacher, your friends, and hurting your own sect." Her serpent hissed, staring intensely as Tianli shrieked, "Quit yapping! Kill him! He won't get lucky and survive this time." With that, the serpent opened its massive jaw to swallow him whole. Ye Bei manifested his spiritual energy into a circle, blocking the serpent's bite. "Huh? Why isn't it moving?" Tianli panicked. "I've never seen this before. Is Ye Bei level somehow totally countering my serpent?" Tianli wiped blood across her face, screaming, "Get him!" The serpent roared and lunged again. Ye Bei closed his eyes and said, "You think you're strong, but in the end, you're nothing." A wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, piercing through the serpent. Black smoke poured out as it began to fall apart. He stared her down. "Your biggest flex is snatching other people's greed Dao power. But that same greed Dao is exactly what's got you walking down the wrong path. Now I'm taking it back." She didn't even flinch. Instead, she controlled her chains and laughed. "Yeah? Then come and get it." Dabak Niep Dao Resonance, Greed Dao. As he opened his eyes, circles with pinkish-purple symbols shimmered within his pupils. In a flash, a massive purple serpent lunged toward her. Its razor-sharp fangs sank deep, making her shriek in pure agony. Tianliet broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "No way. It's like my greed Dao is being devoured." The purple serpent's maw opened so wide it looked like it was about to swallow her whole. She froze. "You've got to be kidding me." At that moment, she was already pinned under those jagged fangs. Tianliet cried out in desperation, "This is impossible. How could I lose?" The jaws snapped shut, consuming the serpent completely. A notification popped up, Greed Dao reclaimed. Reward Emperor level skill card. Dabak scowled, looking down at the person kneeling at his feet. Fa Qing summoned a circle of spiritual energy, and seeing her fail, he sneered, "Useless trash. Even after eating my origin blending pill, you couldn't do a damn thing. Couldn't even take down Dabak. What a waste. I'm done playing with you lot today." Just as he tried to bail, Tuitung jumped in, using Tianliet as a human shield while making a run for it. "It's not going to be that easy." Fa Qing shot back aggressively. "So I can't handle Dabak, you think I can't handle you?" Suddenly, his face went pale. He had already appeared right behind him. Dabak coldly shoved him into the circle. "Get in there." The space-time circle began to seal shut. Tuitung pointed at Tianliet and asked, "Master, do we really have to kill her?" He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Right then, a vortex opened up high above, accompanied by a booming voice. "Where is my immortal lord's disciple?" A figure with ghostly white eyes stepped out. She mused. "Immortal lord disciple, that arrogant tone sounds familiar. Looks like this is the master of Fa Qing and Trink Fuk." Dabak shrugged. "Who's your disciple? I don't even remember the name." Incensed by the mockery, she threw a massive conjured hand down at them. "You little ant daring to challenge me, you've got a death wish." He replied nonchalantly, "Funny you mention that. I've cheated death a few times already. Maybe you can help me refresh my memory." Dabak flicked his hand, unleashing a blast of energy that collided head-on with hers. Tuitung called out, "Master, it's not easy dealing with her alone. Let me jump in and help." He waved her off. "It's fine. This immortal lord's power isn't anything special. You think someone like her can give your master a hard time?" She was doing the math in her head. "Crap, if I cause too much of a ruckus, the heavenly retribution is going to hit me. I don't have much time left here. Honestly, this kid's talent isn't bad. He's even stronger than that Tianliet loser. He'd make a perfect vessel. If I can get him to flip, I might just kill two birds with one stone." With that thought, she whipped out a book and softened her tone. "Kid, you've got real potential. If you're willing to call me master, I'll let bygones be bygones and all these treasures can be yours." The book was titled, The Woman Subduing Technique. Dabak stared at the title, completely deadpan, and even Tuitung blushed from embarrassment. The woman looked annoyed, grabbed a different book, and muttered, "My bad, wrong one. This is the real one." The master and student were left speechless by the whole stunt. Dabak finally spoke up, "Too bad. My favorite hobby in life is being someone else's master. I think you're going to be disappointed." Rejected, she snapped, "Don't be so ungrateful." Suddenly, she froze. Sensing things were going south, she cursed under her breath. "Damn it, if I don't get back now, I'm going to lose 300 years of cultivation." She took off, but not without one last jab. "I'll spare you today, but since you killed my two disciples, our next meeting will be the day you die." Twit-tung looked puzzled. Are we just going to let her walk away like that? Suddenly, Twit-tung gasped, her eyes widening. Wait, no, she frantically warned Da Buck about Tianliet. Twit-tung voiced her concern. Master, he caused such a huge scene. Was that just to get Tianliet out of here? He explained. It wasn't just to get her out. He had to get her out. If he didn't, he was going to die right there himself. Twit-tung still didn't get it. But what good does rescuing Tianliet actually do for him? Da Buck started walking. Fo Qing definitely knows something. Let's go. We're going to find him. In this desolate little pocket world, there isn't a secret I can't dig up. Everything Fa Qing has done from birth to now, how could he be colluding with Tianliet? What's their end game for the lower realm? I just need to snap my fingers to find out. The two approached the place where he was being detained. He channeled a stream of energy into Fa Qing. His memories flooded out. Tianliet was shown smirking. Da Buck will never guess that all his obedient little disciples are already in my palm. Hearing that, Twit-tung was stunned. What? In the memory, Tianliet continued. No matter what happens, I will never ever lose. Even if I die, Da Buck's precious little disciples belong to me. They'll avenge me and make him feel the sting of betrayal and lies, a pain worse than death. Listening to this, he just said calmly, if my disciples were that easy to flip, they wouldn't be called the demon princesses, would they? She turned to him. Master, are the juniors in danger? Da Buck mused. Whether that witch Tianliet was telling the truth or just bluffing, we have yet to prove. The only way to get to the bottom of this is to track her down. Twit-tung said anxiously, the passage to the upper realms is sealed now. We have to wait for the next person to ascend. Once that happens, there probably won't be another ascension for another 100 years. And by then, the girl's situation will be even worse, I'm afraid. Da Buck smiled. I'm thinking of someone, but you need to go do me a favor first, kiddo. A while later, by a crystal-clear lake beneath a jagged, towering rock formation. Deep inside a cave, a shadow sat in deep meditation. The Giamak Demon Lord was focusing on his training when he sensed a disturbance. He suddenly snapped his eyes open and roared, Who's there? Get lost! To reach the 9th floor of the Time Tower. You're definitely not a nobody. Why don't you come out and talk? Twit-tung stepped out into the light. Giamak bellowed, If you aren't going to show this old man any respect, don't blame me for being ruthless. He unleashed a technique, but she countered it instantly. Giamak stared at the incoming move, clearly taken aback. Why do her moves look so familiar? The rock he was sitting on shattered into dust, and Giamak leapt up, looking down from above. Who the hell are you, and how do you have that technique? She froze, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice heavy with pure pressure. Cat got your tongue? He shifted into his true form and lunged. Don't blame me for what happens next. In this world, there aren't even 2 people who can dodge my divine tortoise reversal attack. His energy spiraled into a terrifying vortex. The frost spear was summoned. The great Tao of destruction roared. The two forces slammed into each other in a heartbeat. Just as his true form was about to crush her, a voice cut through the air. Please hold back. It was Elder Jia. Ye Bei appeared right beside her, blocking the impact. Jiamo was stunned to see him. Ye Bei spoke up. Long time no see, Elder Jia. The old man dropped down in front of him. Young friend Yi, so it's you. Jiamo asked. Young friend Yi, who is this beside you? Ye Bei introduced her. This is my disciple. Luo Xuecheng smiled and gave a polite greeting. Ye Bei didn't miss a beat, casually saying, I'm the one who sent this girl to kill you just now. The old man's face hardened. What did you say? Ye Bei repeated it patiently. I said she's the one I sent to take you out. He seemed furious. A massive burst of light erupted. Jiamo threw a punch. Ever since you detoxified me, was this all part of your damn plan? Ye Bei easily caught the punch. That's right. The old man said in disappointment. I wasted my trust on you. I thought you were the benefactor of the demon clan. What a damn mistake. Jiamo gritted his teeth, let out an angry huff, and pulled his hand back, grumbling. Forget it, just go. I'll spare you this time since you saved my life once, but don't expect me to fight you today. Ye Bei chuckled. Don't get your feathers ruffled, Elder. I was just messing with you. I actually came here to help you ascend. The old man scoffed. Help me ascend? Help me get to the afterlife, you mean? Ye Bei sheepishly scratched his head. I just wanted to test where your current level was at, didn't I? Ye Bei added, besides, killing you wouldn't do me any good anyway. Seeing the old man's reaction, he sighed internally. Maybe I took the joke too far. Jiamo turned to leave. I'm already at the peak of the Emperor realm, just one step away from ascension. It'll only take me 100 years. I don't need your help. Ye Bei had to come clean with his real motive. I have a pressing reason to get to the immortal realm, but someone needs to be ascending. Only when a path to the higher realms is open can I slip through. I thought it over, and you're the closest one in the heaven profound plane to breaking through. The old man replied, Why didn't you just say so? Why all the games? Jiamo turned back around. It's just that between being at peak realm and actually ascending is a huge gap. If I try to break through now, it could take me a few 100 years, and by then I might not be any use to you. Ye Bei replied, Don't sweat that. If you agree, I can help you ascend right now. Jiamo was floored. Say what? He thought to himself, ascending. How could he make something like that sound so easy? At the Heavenly Pool Holy Ground, Jiamo was wrapped in swirling energy. Ye Bei asked, Are you ready? He answered confidently, No one from the Demon Clan has ascended in 100,000 years. Whether I make it or not, I'm taking the shot. Ye Bei nodded in satisfaction. Ye Bei clasped his hands and called out, Origin of the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation! Streaks of purple light shot upward. As he gave the command, Elder Jiamo gazed at the barrier in awe. Holy crap, the Ascension lightning is on a whole other level. 100,000 years. I've finally been waiting for this. The purple light tore across the sky like jagged blades. Shuichang asked nervously, Master, does this mean we're saying goodbye? Ye Bei gently patted her head. You silly girl, I'm just going up to scout ahead. Once I've got the lay of the land, I'll come back for you. I'll find a way to break these rule-bound restrictions and bring you all up. Shuichang nodded. Okay, her eyes were filled with a hint of sadness. She thought to herself, if I were stronger, I could have gone to the immortal realm with Master right now. Sooner or later, she'd stand right by his side, becoming his solid backup, not just someone left behind. After that, he gave her some final instructions, whether what Su Tianli said is true or not. I'm not sure. You stay in the lower realm and keep your ears open for news about the other junior sisters. I'll head to the upper realm to find her tracks. You handle the outside, I'll handle the inside, we'll work together. She obediently replied, I understand, Master. Suddenly a voice rang out from within. Young friend Yi, help me out here. I can't hold it much longer. Ye Bei glanced over. Tribulations come in different strengths. He flicked his wrist and a surge of power shot out. The force collided with the light, and he smirked. Heh, is that all it's got? Jiao Mo had shifted back into his true form, grumbling in disbelief. Young friend Yi, I'd heard rumors you smashed the Gate of Ascension. Seeing it with my own eyes, it's still mind-blowing. The younger generation really is something else. Just then a gate appeared in the sky. Jiao Mo gasped, It's the Immortal Pavilion! Shuichang asked in surprise, Why is the Immortal Pavilion black? He stood in deep thought. From behind the gate, a strange light emerged. Ye Bei, Luo Shuichang, and Elder Jia were now hovering before a massive city gate with a glowing point of light pulsing above it. Elder Jia couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined the pressure from this Immortal Pavilion would be this intense. Ye Bei thought to himself, This pavilion looks no different from the others I've seen. The color, though predrenched, unless it's because Elder Jia is a demon beast, causing the gateway to change. He raised his hand, gathering a circle of yin-yang energy. Elder Jia, I'm here to help. Since it's a gateway opening to the upper realm, the weakest point should be in the same spot. Experience makes it easy. I'll combine the seal of reincarnation and the power of the great Tao, aiming right for the weakest spot on the pavilion. Let's make this quick. He threw the reincarnation seal toward the gate. Elder Jia was stunned, thinking that if he could just hitch a ride to the immortal realm with Ye Bei, why bother flying up himself? The more he thought, the brighter his eyes glowed. Immortal nectar, precious ancient scrolls, eternal life. Our demon clan can finally stand tall. He slammed his fist into his palm. Young friend Yi, I'm coming to help. Suddenly, Ye Bei noticed something off. The glowing point above them was spreading violently in all directions. A moment later, a spatial rift tore open. The suction was so immense he had to grab Shuichang tightly. Damn it, that force was too strong. The gateway's cracking. The unfortunate Elder Jia was immediately sucked into the massive vortex within the rift. He screamed out, Yi, young friend, save me. Ye Bei couldn't just stand by and watch. Before diving in, he didn't forget to tell his disciple, Kid, I'm leaving the others in your hands. As his figure vanished into the rift, it slowly began to seal shut. A flash of light tore through the void, followed by a freefall that ended in a massive thud. Ye Bei scanned his surroundings with a sharp eye. So this is the higher realm? The old man is nowhere to be found. Did that shockwave blow him somewhere else? Suddenly, a noisy commotion erupted nearby. Move it, or do you want a broken leg? Keep staring and see what happens. Since you lost your property of our Nantian arena now, don't even dream of escaping, not in this lifetime. A few of them locked eyes on him. Yo, check out the new guy. Someone go grab him. I got it. Man, the quality of these newbies is getting worse by the day. Barely anyone meets the standard. The rabbitkin scanned him up and down. Which backwater plane did you crawl out of? And what kind of trash species are you? Speak up. Ye Bei didn't even acknowledge the punk's arrogant posturing. The rabbitkin, fuming, raised his elbow to strike, shouting, I'm talking to you. But a swift kick knocked his legs right out from under him. The rabbitkin spun through the air like a broken toy. Seizing the moment, Ye Bei stomped his face into the ground. He stood there, casually grinding the guy under his boot. A tiny little rabbitkin like you thinks he's qualified to question me? You got a death wish? The guy started squealing for mercy. Boss, please, have mercy. Please, keep those noble feet off my sorry hide. I can take you to the arena and the reception hall. That piqued his interest. An arena? The guy scrambled to explain. You don't understand, boss. Every beast that ascends here has to fight in the arena to earn resources. The strong live, the weak get tossed out. Ye Bei rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Looks like this whole heavenly Tao and ascension thing isn't about some fancy reward. It's just a way to keep the power levels across planes in check. I bet most people who make it up here don't even have the status they had back home. With a gap this wide, I wonder how the old man is doing. Before long, they reached the arena gates, just as the rabbit promised. He bowed low, trembling. Here we are, boss. Once you register, you'll get your fighter's pass. He acted all obedient on the outside, but deep down he was cooking up some nasty scheme. The arena isn't exactly a vacation spot. You're gonna get what's coming to you soon enough. They both slowly headed inside. The rabbit shouted, New guy coming through, treat him right. But Ye Bei was sharp. He'd seen through their trashy intentions ages ago. Fine, he thought. Let's see what kind of petty games you idiots can play. He clapped his hands together with a loud snap, and a voice echoed back. Don't worry, we'll take real good care of this newbie. The rabbitkin hung around the great demon, buzzing with excitement. This guy's got solid power, already hit the peak of Emperor Realm. Once he's broken in, he'll fetch a killer price. Meanwhile, Ye Bei was surrounded by demons. The great demon shoved a bag stuffed with cash into the rabbit's hands. "You're cut." The rabbit was grinning ear to ear. "Thanks, boss. Take it from here, yeah?" Ye Bei clicked his tongue. Damn, is the immortal realm really this scummy? The demons cracked their knuckles, eyes hungry. "It's your lucky day that you're being sold to the elites of this realm. Don't be ungrateful." "Lucky, you say?" "Backstabbing your own kind, selling each other off like livestock. I don't think any self-respecting demon would call that luck." The great demon barked, "Enough talk! Get him!" Ye Bei didn't hold back. Time to end this. A giant multicolored serpent manifested behind him. It was his greedy great Tao absorption technique. The serpents coiled tight around the demons, sending them into a panic. "What the? I'm stuck! I can't move. He's sucking our energy dry," Ye Bei scoffed. "You call yourself a demon trader with such pathetic power? You're a disgrace to the demon immortal realm." He pointed his staff at them. "Disgrace, huh? Don't get cocky just because you're young. Let's see what kind of demon you really are." Suddenly, Ye Bei felt a chill. Something was off. A formation had formed under his feet and chains were erupting from the ground. The great demon gloated as Ye Bei was caged in. The soul-shattering formation. Hasn't been used in ages and it's thirsty for blood. "Better be careful, kid." Ye Bei sighed. This was getting annoying. Why must it be like this? A purple surge of energy gathered in his palm. "I just wanted to register. You really gonna make me wreck your whole business over this?" Ye Bei's eyes flashed with a lethal edge. He whispered the incantation for the supreme demon bone. A multicolored fire erupted inside the cage of chains. The great demon collapsed in terror. "No way! You're clearly just at the Emperor Realm." The energy sphere behind him kept expanding. Human or demon, it makes no difference. If you're in the business of trafficking, you're getting wiped off the map. A massive explosion rocked the ancient buildings from afar. When the dust settled, all that remained was a gaping crater with Ye Bei standing dead center. He cupped his chin, thinking, if this was a demon trading hub, there's got to be plenty of trapped demons here. Perfect for upgrading my desolate inner world. A noise from a distant door caught his attention. The people inside jumped in shock as he walked in. "So, this is where you all were hiding." A wicked sharp-toothed grin spread across his face. The crowd behind the bars felt a shiver run down their spines. The screams echoed through the city, and the curious locals rushed over to investigate. "What's that sound? Go check it out." Above one of the gates hung a terrifying skull with horns. Ye Bei strode in with an air of absolute authority. The guards froze in their tracks. It was him, the guy who just wiped out the demon traders. The captain's mind raced. This monster took down the whole trading ring that the bosses couldn't even handle. He's bad news. Maybe he's the only one who can stand up to that lunatic warlord in the arena. He scrambled to stop him. "Wait!" Ye Bei shot him a gaze that could kill. "Back off if you don't want to die." He clasped his hands together respectfully. "Please, no misunderstandings. I'm the captain of the Southern Heaven Battlefield's law enforcement squad. We ain't gonna mess with you." The guy clearly wasn't buying it. "Oh really? Not gonna mess with me? I just wiped out hundreds of your demon goons." The captain scrambled to explain. "Those were just weaklings, man. We got plenty of those in the Southern Heaven Battlefield. A high-tier demon talent like you? Why on earth would we hurt you? We're dying to recruit you, honestly." Ye Bei raised an eyebrow, acting all cocky. "So what's your game?" The captain finally spilled his guts. "I want you to be the big boss of the Southern Heaven Battlefield," he asked, puzzled. "The hell did you just say?" The captain started rattling off Ye Bei's achievements, how he single-handedly wrecked the anti-demon sect, and even took out that store owner who was knocking on the door of the Void Immortal Realm with a single hit. "If a genius like you leads the Southern Heaven Battlefield, we'll definitely strike fear into all those punks over at the Senluo Battlefield." To everyone's shock, he just brushed them off, totally uninterested. "Get out of my way," a subordinate nearby cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this guy's got a massive ego. Let me take him down, show him who he's messing with." The other subordinate quickly stopped him. "Are you stupid? Even the captain doesn't dare to touch him." The captain wasn't about to give up. "Look, everybody is dying to join our Southern Heaven Battlefield. Rare treasures, secret manuals, intel. You name it, we got it." Still, that stuff didn't move him one bit. Not interested. Ye Bei didn't hesitate to throw out a threat. "I've got people to find. If you keep tagging along, don't blame me for what happens." But the guy just kept pouring gasoline on the fire. "You took out the anti-demon sect. You've offended the entire Heaven Luo immortal ground. Even if you walk away today, you won't." Before he could finish, Ye Bei grabbed the captain by the throat and lifted him into the air, rough as hell. He repeated the guy's words. "You said, Heaven Luo immortal ground?" The subordinates were losing their minds. "Captain, drop him! Let him go!" Even though he was struggling to breathe, the captain tried to reason with him. "The only reason we never dared to touch the anti-demon sect was because they were tied to the Heaven Luo immortal ground. Now that you've wiped them out, you're only safe under the protection of our Southern Heaven Battlefield." He threw the guy down, annoyed. "Heaven Luo immortal ground. What a lucky break today." He gasped for air. Cough, cough, cough. The captain took another shot at recruiting him. "So, you're finally going to join our Southern Heaven Battlefield?" Ye Bei stroked his chin, thinking it over for a second. Instead of storming the Heaven Luo immortal ground all by his lonesome, maybe using the Southern Heaven Battlefield as a shield would be a better way to take him down one step at a time. He finally made up his mind. "Fine, I'm in." He struggled to get back on his feet. "I'll take you to meet the chief now." He didn't bother being polite and just told him to lead the way. Inside the Cloud Trade Pavilion, a massive red-tinted tower loomed over the trees. Two guards outside were whispering, "Captain, this guy's a beast for sure, but can he really pull it off? If he can't, do you think you could?" The captain went on a long rant. "In the Four Directions Battlefield Tournament, our three main teams got wiped out. We've only got one pathetic team left. If this last team loses and gets their pride stolen by the rookies from the Senluo battlefield, we'll be at the bottom of the food chain among the four major battlefields. We'll never be able to hold our heads high again," the murmurs continued. "I got it. This guy's strength is deeper than it looks. I've got a gut feeling he's going to turn this tournament upside down." Ye Bei heard every word of that from inside. No wonder they came for him. Turns out nobody else in the Southern Heaven battlefield could handle this fight. In the middle of the Grand Hall, two figures faced each other, both radiating totally different vibes. The guy opposite him asked, "You're Ye Bei, right?" He didn't bother hiding it. "Yeah." The Emperor Realm expert opened his mouth, ready to roar, and a brilliant blinding light erupted from him, like he was gathering all the power in the world. The pressure was so intense it blew Ye Bei's hair and clothes back. The captain and his lackeys outside had to cover their faces. Looking at the floor under his feet getting wrecked, he couldn't help but think to himself, "The Void Heaven Realm is way stronger than I thought. If we actually fought, I'd only have about a 40% chance of winning." The Emperor was just as stunned. Is he really just an Emperor Realm? He's not even flinching under my pressure? He kept grilling him. "Nice, what demon tribe are you from? How many times have you broken your body's limits?" He wiped his chin, thinking, humans and demons are basically mortal enemies. If he finds out I'm not a demon, this is going to get messy. Better just make something up. So he started spouting nonsense. "I'm from a monkey clan in a distant realm, and what the hell is a body limit anyway?" The old guy didn't suspect a thing. He just slapped his shoulder, friendly-like. "You mean you haven't even broken your body's limits yet?" In a pinch, Ye Bei remembered something. He closed his eyes to focus and started chanting. Great Tao of Creation, Secret Art of Metamorphosis. A hazy silhouette of a giant ape flickered into view behind him. The old guy bought it hook, line, and sinker. He really hasn't broken his limits. Ye Bei was sweating bullets. That was too close for comfort. "Thank God the Great Tao of Creation kept my spiritual energy steady." The old guy kept gushing. "Haha, kid, you're blessed." He acted humble. "Forgive my ignorance. I come from a backwater place, never even heard of body limits." "Could you explain it to me, Chief?" The old man immediately went into lecture mode. "The body is a treasure with infinite potential. Humans focus on the spirit, but we demons rely on our flesh. Every demon who hits the Emperor Realm has a chance to break their body's limits." He manifested a small ball of energy in his hand. "The first time you break through, you have to find gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 elemental spiritual treasures use the power of the 5 elements to find the limit of the body and trigger the secret technique to smash through it. Once you break the first limit, your physical strength doubles." Ye Bei asked, confused, "If you can break it 5 times, wouldn't you be able to tear through heaven's judgment?" The Emperor replied bluntly, "Breaking through 4 times is already insane." A smug grin crept across Ye Bei's face. "Well, I guess I'll just break through 4 times then." The old guy's eyes bulged out of his head. "Wait, what?" The old emperor then revealed a brutal truth. "Look, kid, I know you've got serious potential, but breaking your physical limits takes time. We're talking at least 6 months, maybe even a few years. Most folks don't even hit 4 breakthroughs in their entire life." Ye Bei just stared back, unfazed. "You think I can't do it?" Old Wen-kun sighed. "It's not about not believing in you. It's just that our last team hits the battlefield in 8 hours. There's no time left." He turned to walk away without a second thought. 8 hours is plenty. If you don't believe me, watch this." The old man stopped, startled. Hey, wait up." Energy started pulsing in the old man's palm again. "Take this. Don't be shy. A random piece of loot is all you need, though it's going to be a pain to refine." A storage bag materialized out of thin air. The old man sounded hyped. "Don't sweat it. After the match, I'll personally show you the ropes." The kid snatched the bag right out of his hand. "Much obliged, Pavilion Master. I'm off to prep for the match." The old man stood there, stunned, muttering to himself. "That little punk has 0 manners." Meanwhile, inside the Time Tower's main floor, Ye Bei sat down in front of a massive glowing 8 trigrams furnace. Level 9 of the Time Tower. 2,000 times the normal time flow. 8 hours outside is literally 2,000 years in here. Using all this time to break the first physical limit? Totally doable before the match. Let's do this. He started scanning the book, only to realize a few pages were ripped out. Even the Immortal Realm has bootleg copies? Why the hell are pages missing? Whatever. Shouldn't mess with refining these treasures anyway. A long time passed, 9,981 days later, and the furnace started glowing like crazy. Ye Bei opened his eyes at the perfect moment. Done. Suddenly, the Rookie King in his female form stepped out from his master's illusions. His jaw hit the floor. He couldn't help but ask, "Lin Feng, why are you here?" He added that it wasn't just him. All the senior sisters and junior sisters had been waiting for him there for ages. Aside from him, 3 other disciples popped up too. "Master! Master! Master!" Seeing that many beauties made him lose it, his nose started bleeding like a faucet. The girls swarmed around Ye Bei. "Master, we were captured by Su Tianli. We've been waiting for you forever. Don't you remember us?" He kept his guard up, though. Something about these guys felt off. While the disciples kept trying to charm him. Master. He smirked. "I get it now. Those missing pages in the book were the key to breaking the limit. Breaking the limit isn't just about the body. It's about your mental state, no wonder. He locked his hands together to chant a spell. The fake persona behind him started glitching, showing its true colors. Master! Golden light flashed in his eyes. The 8 trigrams furnace shook violently, and finally he cracked a satisfied smile. This time, it's for real. Cut to the top of a city wall, where 2 guys were standing together. The captain sounded anxious. Pavilion Master, the match starts in less than half an hour. We've scoured the entire South Heaven battlefield and still can't find that kid. Could he have grabbed the secret treasure and bolted? The Emperor remained calm. No rush. The announcement blasted across the arena. 10-9-3-2-1. The Sumla battlefield Rookie King wins. The crowd went wild. Rookie King, the legend of Sumla. He turned back and asked again, Master, what do we do? Even though he was sweating it, the old man stayed firm. I trust him. He's not the type to get greedy. Just wait. The referee down on the field was scrambling to speed things up for the next match. The 4th group from the 4 Directions battlefield is starting soon. First, let's welcome the South Heaven battlefield contestants. The captain broke out in a cold sweat. It's all my fault. I brought back a thief. Who knew he'd bail the second we turned our backs? The referee's constant urging kept coming. Calling South Heaven contestants. Get on the field now. The sand in the hourglass was running dry. It was over. The last hope was gone. The ref was about to drop the hammer. I am now issuing a ruling on the South Heaven contestants. Suddenly, someone interrupted him. Hold your horses. Ye Bei walked onto the stage, right in front of the Rookie King. The king's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ye Bei seemed to realize something. The Rookie King was getting more suspicious by the second. This guy felt way too familiar. They brushed past each other without saying a word. The king triggered a skill to see the guy's true face, but Ye Bei just kept walking, totally chill. The king couldn't figure it out. Who the hell is this guy? My soul-scanning technique couldn't even see through his disguise. His presence on the stage sparked an immediate wave of outrage from the stands. What the hell? Who is this guy? He's actually stepping up to the Rookie King. Looks like a newbie from South Heaven. He just took someone else's spot. Damn it, I knew it. Looking at him, he's clearly just some rich kid riding on connections. South Heaven actually had a shot, but now that this spoiled brat is up, we're all gonna get wiped. After the crowd calmed down, the referee shouted, Match start! Yao Li and his girl stood there, talking smack. I hate guys like this. Zero respect. Not even half as cool as the Great King. I got where I am by grinding. Brothers, let's show this little rich kid how harsh the world really is. Don't go out embarrassing yourselves again. At his command, a bunch of demons bared their fangs and charged at Ye Bei. He just smirked. He locked his hands together, charging up 2 balls of dark energy. Supreme Demon Flame. He gritted his teeth and chanted, Double Super Mode. A massive surge of demon power flooded the arena. By the time Yao Li's crew realized what was happening, it was way too late. Dozens of massive magic slashes slammed into them. All that was left was Ye Bei standing still, surrounded by a thin mist of smoke. The whole arena freaked out. Holy hell, what just happened? Where did the demons go? That was a one-shot. I haven't seen a fight this sick in centuries. People were shouting, totally hyped. Those demons were at the Emperor stage and he wiped them out that fast? I gotta get his autograph. Holy crap, that was cool. The referee raised his hand. Match over. He was about to announce the winner of the battlefield match when he got cut off by a trembling, desperate plea from Yao Li, who was still sitting on the floor. Don't kill me. Everyone who makes the top 3 gets to level up, right? You've already won. Ye Bei shot back, so why should I keep you around to fight me in the next round? He scrambled to explain himself. I'm just a rich kid here for the experience. How was I supposed to know you lot were so ruthless, actually killing people? His ears drooped like a terrified little puppy. Don't kill me. In the next match, I'll definitely throw the fight for you. Plus, my family is loaded. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. Yi stroked his chin, looking cunning. It's not like I can't spare you. Depends on how you perform. As if waiting for this moment, he introduced Yi to everyone with a flourish. Listen up, everyone. From now on, this guy is the boss of the Yuli clan and a great benefactor to our Qingqiu tribe. Anyone who messes with him is messing with the Qingqiu. The crowd booed in anger. Damn it, a rich brat, and they couldn't even touch him. Yuli ignored them, focused entirely on catering to Yi. Boss, this way. He gestured politely toward the exit. I've already pulled some strings to get you a private VIP suite so you can kick back and gear up for the semifinals tomorrow. Ye praised him softly, well done. This left the Rookie King fuming with frustration. Who the hell are you anyway? The captain stood across from Ye Bei and Yu Li, a glowing ring hovering in his hand. Lord Yi, the pavilion master, said he didn't misjudge you. This is what he asked me to give you. He knelt down and whispered, this voidless ring. There aren't even 5 of them in the entire immortal realm. There's got to be something insane inside. The pavilion master is really going all out, huh? He turned to him and said, then thank the pavilion master for me. The treasure from last time helped me a ton. He bowed respectfully. Right, then I'll take my leave. The room door slammed shut. As soon as he left, the kid quickly warned him, Boss, don't let that enforcement captain or the pavilion master play you for a fool. Yi looked confused. Play me? The kid continued. This ring and what's inside are flashy, sure, but the grand prize for winning the whole tournament? That's where the real power is. Ye Bei shot him a sharp look. Then tell me, what exactly is in the grand prize? The kid hesitated, then spilled. The pavilion master is after it because the grand prize contains the immortal realm's source. This new intel only made Yi let out a cold, dismissive smirk. I don't need some ring, that's small potatoes. Under the clear blue sky, a line of contestants stood on the arena floor before the referee. First round, it's my turn to step up. Yuli curiously peeked at the paper in Ye Bei's hand. Boss, what'd you get? Yi checked it and just grunted. But the kid's expression shifted to pure shock. The only thing written on the paper was a massive number 7. He couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, you don't even have to fight this round? That is some insane luck. The people around them grew jealous. Damn it, he drew a bye again? Talk about lucky. Lucky? Even if he uses that bye to coast to the finals, if he doesn't take the championship, it won't matter once the Rookie King wipes everyone out. The referee explained the rules for this round. Even though we have 12 slots for the ranking promotion, only 7 of you actually made it to the finals through raw skill. Congratulations. Yu Li leaned in close and whispered to Ye Bei, the competition this year is brutal. These guys are no joke. Out of the 14 matches, none of them had more than 2 people advancing. That's terrifying. Especially that Rookie King. He popped up out of nowhere a year ago. He's a godslayer who hasn't lost a single fight. This competition is like a suicide mission. Seems like they're all desperate to take the crown. Both men instinctively locked eyes on the Rookie King standing in the distance. The kid continued, even though the winner's prize is decent, it's not worth dying over, is it? Ye also felt the guy was special. Pushing this hard? Either he's a combat junkie or that grand prize holds exactly what he's hunting for. The referee raised his hand and announced the semifinals. Excluding the person who drew the number 7 bye, the other 6 will face off 2-on-2. This round will leave us with 4. But suddenly the Rookie King interrupted. Wait, I have a better idea. He shamelessly proposed. 6 into 3 plus the bye, then 4 into 2, 2 into 1. Too tedious. Just all of you jump on me at once. The group in dark robes sneered. 1 versus 6? You think we're some low-level scrubs in the Emperor realm? He's the strongest here. If all 6 of us rush him, we might actually snag a top 3 spot. If we go 1 by 1, we won't even make the finals, you idiots. One of them thought, he's got a point. If we take down the Rookie King, we could snatch the championship. The rest of the group looked pretty smug. Without the Rookie King in the way, we might actually win this thing. They reached a quick consensus. I'm in! We're all in! Fine, the referee said, setting it up. If no one has any objections, that's the plan. So let's go. Just then Ye Bei suddenly spoke up. Wait, I have an objection. He waved the paper between his fingers. I drew the bye. Why would I fight you lot? I don't agree to this. The guys behind him started cursing under their breath. What a coward. Only someone weak likes to game the system. The Rookie King, seeing this, immediately offered a compromise. If this brother got lucky and drew the bye, then he doesn't need to compete this round. He can go straight to the finals and fight whoever wins this battle. The referee asked, any objections? You wasn't looking to make more trouble. I have no objections. You guys play on your own. He turned and walked away. The referee recapped the rules. Since that's settled, this round will be a free-for-all. The 2 survivors will claim their spots in the final. I hereby declare the match officially started. The arena erupted as warriors unleashed their power. One guy used ice magic to attack the entire field. Massive ice walls spread rapidly across the arena. The caster's target was none other than the Rookie King. He wasn't the only one eyeing him, though. 3 others immediately teamed up to flank him while he was stuck in the ice. A massive explosion rocked the entire arena. Ye Bei stood on the sidelines, casually watching the show. The smoke and flames cleared, but the Rookie King had long since vanished. A flash of light suddenly tore through the dark-robed group. A single strike sliced right through them. The referee, holding the mic to commentate on the chaos, had his jaw on the floor. Meanwhile, Yu Li was struggling against the Rookie King. Can I retire from this now? The guy tightened his grip on the kid's collar. That's not your call to make. The Scorpion King went all out and hurled the guy toward the Human King, who was totally caught off guard and could only scream in panic. Luckily, he had fast reflexes and dodged it just in time. Right after that, another ice blast was fired off, but the Human King shut it down with just one hand. He coldly declared, "You're done for." But his opponent looked super smug, not even flinching. "Don't count on it," he said. As the ice block the Human King was gripping suddenly sprouted spikes. They started piercing through his skin one by one. The Scorpion King summoned more ice weapons on his other arm and confidently charged forward. "Haha, gotcha!" His expression turned dark and terrifying. "No one is going to stop me from taking that championship." He twisted his body out of the ice block, his palm slowly gathering a surge of pure blue energy. Riding the momentum, the Human King used a single palm strike to block his opponent's attack. Ye Bei looked on, totally stunned. It was the Void Great Palm Seal. The pressure was so insane it sent rocks flying everywhere, and the opponent looked like he was getting swallowed up by the massive explosion of light. He loudly announced that the match was over, and the ref pointed in one direction, sweating buckets. "Wait, there's still one more demon on the stage." The Human King snapped his head toward where the guy had been thrown, and the ref bolted for his life. The match kept going, and the guy scrambled back, begging, I thank your whole family, just stay away from me." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, making him jump. "Spare him, or else everyone on this stage will know you aren't actually a demon." Wait, the text says, "Spare him, or else everyone on this stage will know you aren't actually a demon." He casually strolled past him. "Consider yourself lucky that someone just saved your skin." The ref was totally lost, not catching a word of what just went down, but he finally did his job. "I announced that the winner of this semifinal, moving on to the next round, is the Human King, Lin Feng." The guy laughed like he just pulled off a huge prank. Ha ha ha. Didn't see that coming, did ya? My grandpa managed to get me into the finals just by being here. Shortly after leaving the ring, the human king walked up to a bush and quietly commanded, "Come out," he demanded. "Who are you? And how dare you insult me by saying I'm not a demon?" Ye Bei was just as sharp. "If it were really an insult, you wouldn't have come here." He quickly tried to bargain. "Just say what you want, and I'll give it to you." He cut straight to the chase. "How about this? You drop out of the tournament and let me take the trophy." The human king's eyes suddenly went dark. "Oh, is that right?" He immediately pointed 2 fingers forward, charging up his power. "Well, let's see if you can actually take it." He just smirked. A massive surge of energy erupted from the bushes, making a deafening sound. A thick cloud of smoke rose up around the human king. He had to admit his opponent was legit. This guy's power is no joke. Damn, at this rate, I've probably only got a 30% chance of winning. Still, he wasn't about to back down. He thought to himself, a smart man doesn't fight a losing battle right now. I'll wait until I recover and deal with him later. Realizing brute force wasn't working, he tried to negotiate again. "I can give you the championship, but I want the spot for the eternal realm that comes with it." Ye Bei let out a wicked grin. "Giving up so soon? What if I said no? What if I wanted it all?" His eyes went hollow and menacing for a split second. "If you're dead set on taking it from me, you'll have to go through my dead body. Otherwise, I'm never letting it fall into someone else's hands." To explain why the human king was so dead set on this, let's flash back 3 hours to a room. Yuli quickly explained to him, "Boss, the top prize gives the most elite competitor a spot in the eternal realm. This eternal realm is a remnant of an ancient battlefield. It's got infinite treasures, legendary artifacts, and ancient inheritances. It's endless. It even has top-tier divine gear and the power of laws. People have even jumped straight from the Great Emperor level to the Void Immortal stage there." He rubbed his chin deep in thought. "No wonder so many people were willing to bleed and die just to enter this tournament." He added, "Boss, there's something you don't know. The craziest thing in there is the legendary life and death Dao. It can literally bring the dead back to life, as long as they're below the Great Emperor level." He frowned, thinking hard. Bringing the dead back to life, saving his own. The truth started to become clear. "It really is you. My third disciple, Lin Feng." Right, the human king he was about to face and the person he saw in the illusion were definitely the same guy. The ref's loud announcement quickly grabbed the crowd's attention. "Welcome everyone to the finals of our Four Directions arena. After countless brutal rounds, we finally have our 3 finalists standing on the stage. First, the human king, standing there with his arms crossed, looking all majestic. There's the undefeated new human king, followed by Ye Bei, who looks totally chill, a dark horse who appeared out of nowhere, and lastly Yuli, who's just waving at everyone, and that Tibetan fox guy." The ref asked the 3 of them, "Who among these 3 will take home the championship today? We invite you all to join our betting pool and pick your winner." Yuli was the first to speak up. "Wait a sec." The audience started buzzing. "What's going on? Is he going to try to pull a 2-on-1 like the new human king?" But his next words caught the ref completely off guard. "Before the match starts, I just want to sorry guys, I forfeit." He shrugged casually. "I'm serious. My demon power is basically just me riding on connections to get this far. I'm just here for the vibes. There's no way I can win. I might be loaded, but I'm not stupid, so I'm out." As he finished, he gave Ye Bei a playful wink. "Boss, it's all up to you now." The ref didn't waste any more time. "Since the contestant Yuli has wisely decided to withdraw, we will proceed directly to the championship match between the new human king and Ye Bei, who will be our champion. With the grand prize on the line, let's get ready." Both sides locked eyes, sparks literally flying between them. The tension on the stage was thick enough to cut with a knife. The human king frowned, thinking, "I took a heavy hit fighting the Scorpion King yesterday. I've recovered a bit, but I'm still only at 70% power. I have to give it everything I've got if I want to take this guy down and shut him up for good." He clasped his hands together, his energy gathering at one point. "I need to make this fast and decisive." Ye Bei raised 3 fingers with a cocky grin. "Newbie King, if you can take me down in 3 moves, the championship and all the secrets are yours." He muttered under his breath. "Stupid apprentice, you still haven't figured out I'm trying to kill you? Playing games, huh?" The newbie king looked beyond annoyed. "Wait, what?" Ye Bei asked nonchalantly. "What's the matter? You not down for it?" He chanted a spell, conjuring a massive phantom dragon. "If you're still hell-bent on dying, then I'll gladly do the honors." He instantly sent the phantom dragon charging straight at Ye Bei. The attack landed square on target without a hitch, leaving a massive crater on the stage shrouded in mysterious blue smoke. Before he could even celebrate, he realized something was off. "Where is he?" A figure emerged from the smoke, making him jump. The newbie king gritted his teeth and hissed. "Looks like I underestimated you. How about this then?" He manifested a giant hand again, pouring every ounce of his strength into a devastating palm strike. Ye Bei just calmly flicked his wrist. "I taught you this so many times back in the day, and you still mess up the small details after all these years." A brilliant light like a halo erupted around his body. The opponent's attack was completely nullified in an instant. The crowd in the stands went absolutely wild. The newbie king couldn't wrap his head around it. "That's the ultimate technique my master taught me. How is this possible?" Ye Bei grew even more smug. "Shocked, right? You total idiot." He suddenly grew super cautious. "You're too much of a freak. Why can you see through every single one of my skills so easily?" The vibe he was giving off felt way too familiar. Ye Bei stayed chill, dropping a reminder. 2 moves down. After the last one, it's my turn to throw hands. A crackle of lightning sparked, wrapping around his fist. I guess I've only got that 1 move left. Master once said, he whispered to himself, not to use it until I'm staring death in the face, but screw it, I don't care anymore. Forget holding back, he roared the name of his ultimate move. Warrior's Great Path. A massive formation materialized above his head. The stronger you get, the stronger I get. Let's see who lasts longer. Ye Bei stroked his chin, impressed. The Warrior's Great Path can copy any opponent's move. Same look, same power. The stronger the opponent, the stronger it hits. Ye Bei spoke indifferently. Oh, is that so? He wasn't about to just sit there and take a beating, so he launched a counterattack. Let's see you try this on for size. The newbie king's eyes went wide with pure shock. A giant hand shot out from a green magical formation, sweeping away everything in its path before colliding violently with the hand the newbie king had just summoned. Dust and debris exploded everywhere. Ye Bei stepped out of the haze, speaking softly. Little Feng, still haven't recognized your master? He finally realized the truth, stunned, before calling out, Master! Tears welled up in his eyes. 300 years, you're actually alive. Ye Bei reached out as he approached. Aren't you going to come over here and let your master get a good look at you? The newbie king squeezed his eyes shut, overwhelmed with emotion. But the sheer rush of emotion turned into a bit too much force. He landed a solid punch right in the kid's gut. Take that. He was pretty satisfied with the result. It really is, Master, so I wasn't dreaming. Ye Bei clutched his stomach, squatting down in pain. Dreaming, huh? Try it for yourself and you'll find out. Did you really have to treat your master like that? He grunted, struggling to stand up. That hurt for real. You used some secret technique, didn't you? You didn't even recognize me. He scrambled to explain. I couldn't believe it. He tried to comfort him. Don't be mad, we're still in the middle of a match. He started thinking about just giving it up. If you're really back, winning this championship doesn't mean a damn thing to me. The newbie king raised his hand and declared clearly, I forfeit. The whole crowd turned into a total riot like a kicked beehive. What, this is a scam, right? Where's the ref? This is rigged, the ref asked frantically. Newbie king, are you serious? You're the top prospect this year. He stood his ground. I'm dead serious. When I say it, it stays said. The ref tried to reason with him, but if you lose, the people who bet on you are going to be wiped out. He waved him off, clearly not caring. That's not my problem. I've already forfeited. Deal with the rest yourself. Master and apprentice just walked off the stage right in front of everyone. Master, let's go get some rest. Sure, I want to hear how you've been living all these years. The fury from the crowd only got louder. Damn it, I'm broke. This is definitely a setup. The newbie king and that guy Ye Bei are in on it. Pay us back. A fist slammed down on the table, sending metal shards flying. The sect leader gritted his teeth, glaring. Our Samura disciple was about to win the whole thing, and now I have to watch this garbage. You think you can just hand over the championship like that? Not a chance. He immediately called for his henchmen. A figure appeared in a split second. He hissed the order. They dared to defy me. Go teach them a lesson. In another room, the newbie king locked the door carefully before turning around. No one's going to bother us now. Ye Bei rubbed his chin with a warm look. Not going to show your master your real face? He obediently complied without a second thought, clasping his hands together to chant a spell. Sure. A moment later, he transformed into a stunning beauty. She sat down on a large chair to relax. Explain it then. How'd you get up here, and why'd you change into that? She ran over excitedly to sit beside him. Well, suddenly her foot caught on her long hem, and she almost tumbled onto the floor. With the incredible bounce of her chest, Ye Bei couldn't help it and ended up with a massive nosebleed. He covered his face to hide his crooked grin. 300 years, huh? You've certainly grown up. The newbie king awkwardly pulled up her skirt, clearly not used to it. So, here's how it went. After you died, the senior and junior sisters were all heartbroken. We tried everything, but we couldn't find a way to bring you back. Everyone else eventually just gave up. I almost gave up too, until I met someone. And to answer your question, back then I ended up lost in some wasteland, fighting a flood dragon. That person told me to spare the dragon's life. They said they could fulfill my wish, so I told them my story. After that, he fused the dragon spirit with me, so I was able to make it into the immortal spirit realm. Back then, I decided to take on that immense power. When I first arrived, I didn't know anyone, and my strength wasn't much, so I had to go through a lot of hell. The human king excitedly recounted everything, but lucky for me, once I learned about the everlasting realm, all that suffering just vanished. Ye Bei gently patted his disciple's head. I'm sorry you had to go through that while I wasn't around. She smiled happily. As long as you made it back, it was all worth it. The peaceful vibe was suddenly wrecked by a loud crash as some idiot busted through the wall. Both master and disciple were left totally blank, having no clue what was going on. They both turned to look in the same direction, looking anything but pleased. The human king slowly stood up, getting into a fighting stance. It was someone from the Samna arena. She used her transformation technique again to shift back into her male form. Master, you just sit tight and rest. Let me handle these chumps. Ye Bei, of course, wanted to back up his disciple. Since they'd already crashed the party, it'd be a bad look if we didn't step out and teach him a lesson. She replied loud and clear. All right. A silhouette stood tall right at the massive crack in the wall. You tapping out right in the middle of the arena really made our Samna arena lose some serious face. Per our agreement, after you lose, you gotta hand over all your loot and return to take the penalty for Samna in the next competition. The human king spoke up clearly. So it really is you guys. I'm tearing up our contract. Dunkugu wasn't having it. Huh, the arena master already saw that coming. Suddenly, a barrage of red arrows launched from his position with insane speed. Once you've stepped inside the Samna arena, you don't get to make the calls. The Human King didn't budge, planning to handle the arrows with just one hand. But quick as a flash, he noticed something weird. These weren't just arrows, they were actually strands of rope. They had him bound tight in a split second. What the? Dung-tu smirked with pure disdain. Forgot to mention something, didn't I? Once you've signed the competition contract, you're bound by its rules. No matter how strong you think you are, you ain't breaking those chains. If you admit you screwed up now and hand over that dragon soul inside you, maybe I'll let you live. Those threats didn't shake the Human King for a second. Dream on. Dunguri, pissed off, launched an attack. You're asking for it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a massive, endless vortex of lightning. Ye Bei was quick, throwing up a solid defensive shield that wrapped tightly around both master and disciple. He was super cocky about his technique, thinking, just a little bug who just hit the Emperor realm. Now that he's champ, he thinks he's untouchable. These red ropes might not deal any damage, but I haven't seen many who can break free from them. The room was suddenly drenched in a deep, bright red. He sighed. Before pushing my body past its limits, fighting a void immortal might have been tough, but right now, you're not even in my league. Ye Bei eyes flashed with a sharp purple light, the path of destruction. Lightning began crackling under his feet. A shockwave expanded from where they stood. Dunkur gripped the ropes tight, ordering them to bind harder. The density of the dark energy grew and the floor started cracking. Still, Ye Bei remained totally chill. That all you got? I haven't even started trying yet. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Say what now? Ye Bei snapped his fingers, and with a show of sheer power they snapped. A massive blast of mana hit, followed by a deafening roar. Dunkuru didn't have time to dodge and took the full hit. The Human King couldn't stop praising him. Master, you've gotten way stronger than before. He sat on the ground, terrified. No way, how can anyone break the contract's power? Battered and bruised, he still desperately asked, who the hell are you? Ye Bei didn't hold back, opening up a bottomless black hole. If you want to know who I am, why not step inside and see for yourself? After deciding the guy's fate, Master and disciple walked toward the light. All right, let's head out and go grab that championship prize. Outside, the crowd was still fuming. Where's the new Human King? Get his butt out here and make him apologize. Is this some kind of scam by your arena? Just trying to rig the bets, huh? Spill it. Who exactly is this Ye Bei guy? Otherwise, we aren't accepting these results. Get him out here! The referee was getting cornered by the mob and started panicking. I don't know either. Who knew this Ye Bei was this beast? He even made the new Human King cry. The crowd went wild, screaming about a conspiracy. Referee Koton Min shouted, I'm not lying to you guys. I bet on the new Human King too and lost everything. Someone grabbed him by the collar. I don't believe you. Like he just found a lifeline. The referee pointed at the master and disciple walking out. Look, Ye Bei and the new Human King are right there. Go deal with them yourselves. All eyes locked onto Ye Bei and the Human King in the distance. The mob charged, kill him. Then there won't be a champion. Kill him. The prize is ours. Ye Bei didn't say a word, just let out a cold, intimidating stare that stopped them dead in their tracks. The crowd's charge sputtered out completely. They were spooked, starting to shove each other. His energy is terrifying. Why don't you go first? We should all go together, right? How can I go by myself? They all raised their hands at once. The ringleader yelled, on three, 1, 2, 3, everyone go! Ye Bei didn't waste time, simply opening up another dimension. They were instantly sucked inside and he shrank the dimension down into a little orb in his palm. The system chimed continuously. Upgrade of the desolate minor world complete. Current level, 1. Check current world level rewards. Level 1. Ability awakened. Dominion over life and death. Host can kill or revive any creature within the desolate minor world. Long Fong stared at the orb, dumbfounded. As the one who reaped the benefits, he was thrilled. Not only could he take the memories of people entering the minor world, but he could decide their fate at will. So once they step into the minor world, doesn't that make me basically invincible? The system responded. Theoretically, yes, but you can only trap opponents inside if your cultivation level is higher than theirs. Hearing that, he didn't really know what to say. The two headed out and he told her to go claim the reward. She did exactly as told. Yeah, and from that point on, he concluded that the strong preying on the weak is just how it is. Nothing's ever going to change that. Somewhere else, the ref was scrambling, rushing in between everyone, waving them off. Turns out he was finally getting around to his duty of handing out the prize. He stood proud in the middle of the arena, and the ref announced, the champion of this 4 regions tournament is none other than Ye Bei, the top talent from our Nam Thien arena. Then he pulled out a card. No clue where those stones even popped out from. Champ, these are all yours. The crowd started whispering and buzzing, watching it all go down. 100 spirit stones. Man, just one is enough to keep us fed for half a year. This is nothing? A jade pass to the eternal life realm, that's the real deal. Ye Bei reached out and took them. Suddenly someone jumped down, yelling to stop it. You want that prize? You gotta ask if our Samla arena is cool with it first. You teamed up with an outsider, killed my best guy, and you think you're walking away with the champ's prize? Ye Bei just shot him a look, cool as ice, and threw it right back at him. Today, I'm doing the world a favor by taking this prize. Old man Gia was about to lunge, but before he could even touch him, someone else's blade blocked his path. He jumped back, his face twisted in pure rage when he realized who stopped him. The chamber master of the Shang Pavilion looked sharp and said, "Master Hang, you've lost your cool. You're in charge of the Samla arena. Can't you handle a loss? You're really gonna try and snatch stuff from a kid?" The old guy didn't want to lose face, so he taunted him. "Let's see who's stronger then." The chamber master barked back, "Fine, bring it on!" Then a massive, intense battle was about to break out between them. The murderous aura from both sides was reaching a breaking point. Back to Ye Bei, Lam Fong watched them, totally shook. The chamber master's power is actually that insane? Is this what the Void Star realm is capable of? The master scowled, confused. You really want to make an enemy of the Samla arena just for his sake? The chamber master didn't even blink. If you want to be our enemy, bring it. Even if the Namthian arena isn't what it used to be, we aren't scared of a life or death fight if we're being challenged like this. Hearing that, the guy just huffed and stormed off. The chamber master turned back to Ye Bei and promised, "Little friend Yi, you're safe now." Ye Bei smiled and thanked him. "Much appreciated, chamber master." He grabbed the pass, ready to give it to Lam Fong. "Since you got bullied on the way here, sign this Overlord Pact. Use this to fight for the Samla arena." She didn't expect him to know that, but she quickly waved it off. "Master, you know why I was holding that jade pass. I don't really need it anymore." But he explained how useful it could be and just pushed it into her hand. "It's not just for this life and death path, it's got other stuff that'll really help you level up. Just take it." Seeing that, she was stunned and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, master." The chamber master heard that title and looked totally shocked. "Master?" Ye Bei humbly introduced him, no reason to hide it. "This is the student I took in back in the lower realm." The old man looked like he'd been hit by a truck. He didn't expect their world to be full of such hidden talent. A single sect and they're already this strong? "The law enforcement captain told me to make you the big boss before. But I always thought it was crazy. Well, consider it official. You're the second elder of our Namthian arena now." Ye Bei chuckled. That's a bit much, but thought to himself, "Damn, putting me in a high spot this quick? This chamber master sure knows how to play the game." The old man added, "The Namthian arena hasn't seen talent like yours in ages. You beat the demon sect and brought home the trophy for us. As the second elder, every resource in the Namthian arena is yours to use." Ye Bei sighed and just accepted it. "Guess I can't say no to that." Then, the old man started breaking down what the card actually did for them. "Oh right, this Jade Pass is super rare, but there's more than one, so don't feel bad, champ. There are 100 of these entry passes for the Eternal Life Realm in total. Just not many left after they get split among the demon worlds, but if you put in the work, you can find one." Ye Bei didn't quite get it, so he asked for more details. The old man laid it out straight. "The City of Heaven's Pride lies on the border between the demon territory and other realms. It doesn't belong to anyone. If you look hard enough, you can find another pass. Not only that," he added, "there's also a place called the Pavilion of Pride. If it recognizes you as a true prodigy, you can snag some lucky chances there. You should definitely swing by there before the Eternal Life Realm opens up." Under the clear blue sky and the cool forest, someone's voice chimed in. "The auctions in the City of Heaven's Pride usually have all kinds of rare treasures. Might even have another Eternal Life Realm pass in there." In the City of Heaven's Pride, a voice shouted out in the daytime. "Anyone in the City of Heaven's Pride, no private fights, no flying, no wrecking public property. Break the rules and you're in for a world of hurt." Ye Bei and Lam Fong just strolled through the busy market, calm as could be. Lam Fong spoke up. "So many different races here. I thought it'd be total chaos. Who knew the rules were this strict? Seems pretty peaceful. Wait, looks like a robbery's happening. Stop right there. Hand over that ring." Only a total moron would stop. Yu Look got pissed and fired up his skills. "Fine, don't blame me for what happens next." Suddenly, a lightning bolt slammed down, and the guy was left charred black, knocked out cold on the ground. "That won't work. He obviously robbed me." Ye Bei recognized his lackey and called out his name, "Yo Look." The guy saw Ye Bei and froze. "Big boss!" Yu Look acted like he'd been saved and tried to hug his leg. "Big boss, it's you!" Lam Fong saw that, got annoyed, and kicked him in the face. "Get off him and talk!" Finally, the drama settled down. She was still grinding her teeth, cracking her knuckles, and fuming. Ye Bei turned to him. "What are you doing here?" "After the match ended, word got back home, so I came to the City of Heaven's Pride to auction off something. Turns out I didn't even make it that far before some guy swiped my ring. Now I'm totally broke." Ye Bei laughed, thinking, what an idiot with too much money. But the timing was perfect, so he asked, "We're headed to the auction too, want to come with?" Yo Look looked like he was about to jump on him, tears welling up. "Big boss, I knew I followed the right guy." Before Yu Look could even touch him, Lam Fong kicked him flying into the air. "Keep your distance from my master." Afterward, all three of them arrived. Yu Look pointed out, "This is the auction house of the City of Heaven's Pride. Don't let the outside fool you. It's way more high-end on the inside. The floors are decked out in top-tier spirit stones, and even the mounts they've got stabled here are made from legendary, ultra-rare spirit wood." Long Feng was scratching his head, looking pretty stressed. "So, what's the deal to get inside? Before we can even step foot in there, we need a spirit card, and they ain't cheap. Sucks that my card and all my stash got jacked." "Hey, look," he bragged to him. "Master, I've been hoarding a ton of spirit coins over the last few years. If you need them, they're all yours." The master didn't even sweat it. "Keep your change. I've got enough for this. Let's just roll." Some dude standing nearby gave them a nasty side-eye, thinking, "Where'd this broke loser come from? Just hurry up and get out of here." Then he dropped the prices for the cards, and those two were straight up shook. The red spirit card is the bottom tier, 100 low-grade spirit coins. If you can't afford that, hit the bricks. Don't waste my time. Yao Li slammed his hand on the counter, fuming. You think you're better than us or something? The guy didn't even flinch, just kept that deadpan stare. It's not about being better. You can't even afford a new outfit. Don't waste both of our time. Long Feng punched the pillar, cracking the damn thing. Does that mean we can get in now or what? The guy just gave him a look of pure contempt. I don't care how tough you are. No cash, no entry. Long Feng was about to roll up his sleeves and throw hands, but the master stopped him. What's the price for your highest tier card? The guy didn't mind spilling the tea. Red card is 100, blue is 10,000, purple is 100,000. Yao Li was stunned. Wait, there's a black card? The guy nodded. Yeah, the black card is 500,000. Buy it or beat it. Quit blocking the line. The master calmly slapped something onto the table. You think this covers it? The guy didn't even know what he was looking at and just sneered. What kind of garbage is this? Just some weed? Suddenly a woman walked up. What's all the commotion? Even the guy had to stand up for her. Manager. The manager looked them over and asked what was up. The guy quickly tried to explain. Manager, this guy wants to trade some random herb for a spirit card to get inside. But when she saw the spirit herb glowing in the master's hand, she gasped, this is... Her eyes went wide. It was the legendary snow ginseng. They say this stuff comes straight from the Changsheng realm. It looks like dried up grass, but it's packed with pure heaven and earth energy. If you're at the Great Emperor stage and you eat this, you'll break through instantly. The manager snatched it up. Forget the purple card, this is more than enough for a black one. The guy was left standing there, totally panicked and confused. She invited them in with a big smile. Distinguished guests, you've probably heard about the grand finale today, right? This way, please. The master was low-key skeptical about her hype. It sounded like she was claiming this was even better than a Changsheng realm jade token. Standing in front of a private room, Ye Bei sat there looking like a boss while the manager bowed and introduced the place. This is our top-tier VIP lounge for the auction. We've got the best view in the house, plus 4 Emperor-level guards to keep you safe. The master shut that down real quick. Don't need the guards. She didn't mind. All right, if you see anything you like, just hit this button. The cost will be deducted right from your black card. The master gave a polite smile. Appreciate it. She was internally fangirling. What a total catch, rich and polite. She didn't forget to tell him she was just a call away. I'll be going then. If you need anything at all, just send me a message. The manager finally headed out. Yao Li felt like they got ripped off. Boss, I've seen tons of rare treasures. That snow ginseng is worth way more than 500,000. That manager just made a killing. The master replied coolly, you get what you pay for. That manager isn't stupid. She knows the value of that deal. Long Feng was still worried about whether they'd find the jade token at this auction. The master calmed him down. Don't sweat the jade token. It'll show up when it shows up. My old man told me this auction is going to be legendary, so it's got to be here. Relax, a gong sounded and the auction kicked off. The manager stood up in front of everyone and made her announcement. I officially declare the 9th grand auction open. The crowd started whispering, what are you here to bid on? Word is some big shots showed up today. I'm just here for the show, not buying anything. Well, I don't want to leave empty-handed. The manager didn't keep them waiting and got ready to pull the veil off the first item. No need for small talk, the good stuff speaks for itself. I'm cutting right to it. This item is the rarest treasure we've seen in decades of auctions. The veil came off, revealing a suit of armor. Everyone was blown away. What is that? The energy coming off it is terrifying. This is the Asura armor. She went into her pitch. This item was put up for auction by a client who found it in a forbidden wasteland hundreds of years ago. Our top experts verified it. This Asura armor is a bona fide divine artifact. Yao Li shouted from the room, shocked. No way! A divine artifact like that can help you fight way above your weight class. Ye Bei analyzed it, chin in hand. If you wear that, you're basically unbeatable at your level and can crush people way stronger than you. No wonder it's the ultimate melee combat gear. Then all 3 of them said at once, my junior sister would look great in that. Bidding started and the manager announced, the Asura armor, starting bid at 100,000 spirit coins. Let the bidding begin. Some dudes in the back were skeptical. You buying 100,000 spirit coins? That's more than a lowlife would make in a lifetime. Let's see how it goes. Probably meant for the VIPs on the 2nd floor. We should probably pass. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, 150,000. Those guys were shocked. Room 3, that's Tian Luoxian. Damn, they're loaded. Yao Li asked the master, we bumping the price? The master didn't hesitate. 200,000. The manager beamed. Room 4 bids 200,000. Any higher? Going once. But the other room wasn't folding and pushed it to 250,000. The master frowned, annoyed, and doubled it to 500,000. The guys in the other room were furious, making all sorts of noise. Crash! The master smirked. Sounds like they just smashed a glass. They're done. They can't afford to go any higher. The manager started wrapping it up with some slick compliments. Going once at 500,000, going twice, 3 times. Sold to the guest in room 4. Who is this guy? Going head-to-head with Tian Luoxian and dropping 500,000 on one piece of armor? That's some serious cash. The crowd's eyes were bugging out. And that was just the first item. This is going to be a bloodbath. Coming here was the right move. Outside, the auctioneer's voice drones unsteadily. Up next, we've got our second item. The skies shifted from a clear blue to that golden hue of sunset. Inside the private room, the guy hypes up Da Bei. Boss, you're on another level, man. You're buying everything in the VIP suite like it's nothing. Seeing those losers getting all triggered is hilarious. Feng is confused. They've auctioned off so much gear already, but there's no sign of the Eternal Realm token. Does it even exist? He guesses probably not. The auctioneer brings out the next item. The consignor had to make a tough call to put this one up for auction. If you're looking for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, unmatched treasures, endless paths to cultivation, you can't afford to pass this up. There it is. She holds up the badge and shouts, the entry token for the Eternal Realm. Starting bid, 100,000. Feng immediately drops a bid of 200,000. The room across the way isn't having it, jacking it up to 500,000. The crowd below loses it. 500,000? They've totally triggered the Tianluo sacred land. Seeing the guys across the hall not backing down, he smirks and throws out a massive bid. Since I ran into you today, Tianluo sacred land, you aren't getting a damn thing. 800,000, a furious voice yells from the third VIP suite. 800,000. Do they actually think whoever grabs the token is walking out of the Eternal Realm alive? The woman asks, annoyed, who the hell is even going against us? Her servant answers, to keep client privacy, the VIP rooms have magic barriers. We can't hear their real voices. Tianli grinds her teeth, doing the math. She's only got 2 million spirit stones budgeted. If she keeps fighting him, she's going to miss out on the final item. The auctioneer calls out, Eternal Realm token going for 800,000 once. 800,000 twice, her eyes narrow, sharp as knives. If I don't get it now, I'll just wait for later. Once the Eternal Realm opens, I'll just swipe it from whoever has it. The hammer drops on the third count. The auctioneer smiles. Congrats to our guest in room 4 for winning the item. Ren Wang relaxes, thank goodness. Yao Li grins, eyes closed. See, I told you it'd be there. Then he wonders, boss, you still got cash? Including my stuff from today. You've already burned through a couple million spirit stones. Dabe, relaxed with his arms crossed, says, buying the rest of this auction shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Ren Wang jumps, shouting, Master, look at the last item. The auctioneer introduces a massive box sitting on stage, the final item. Its origin is pretty unique, so we're just throwing out a random price. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. The crowd is stunned. A random price? They don't even know what it is and they're selling it. Whoever bids is a complete moron. Some look down on it, but others think, the stuff nobody dares to bid on is usually the real gold. They get swept up. I'll bid 20,000 just for kicks. If it's only 10,000, why not? Leave the big numbers to the rich idiots. 50,000, 100,000. Ren Wang turns to ask, Master, can you feel that? The energy coming off that thing? Dabe narrows his eyes. It's my second disciple's energy. She rubs her chin, guessing, my second sister definitely has a connection to this. Plus, I can feel some huge destiny hidden inside it. He tells her calmly, remember that chaotic reincarnation art I taught you? Try channeling it a bit. She obeys. Yes, Master. Ren Wang closes her eyes and focuses. The box on stage suddenly starts shaking so violently the auctioneer notices. The crowd screams, what's going on? The item's acting up! Ren Wang opens her eyes and reports, the item and my technique, they come from the same source. Dabe strokes his chin, sensing it. Exactly, it's definitely reacting. She adds, the destiny trapped inside is massive. If we can get it, the whole sect is going to benefit big time. Yao Li laughs, confused. I heard every word, so why does it feel like I don't understand a single thing? Back in the third VIP room, Tianli peers through the window, stoked. It's showtime. Everyone below stares as she jumps the bid to 1.5 million. The auctioneer beams. Our guest in room 2 just dropped the highest bid in our history. This is officially a record-breaking auction. She narrows her eyes, asking, anyone going higher than 1.5 million? Right on cue, room 4 drops 3 million. The guests below are floored. He's bought so much already. Does he really have 3 million? Don't tell me he's just full of crap. Someone suggests, hey auctioneer, why don't you check if he actually has the stones? Usually a whole region only pulls in 700,000 or 800,000 a year. I don't believe some guy can just blow millions in one sitting. The man doubts it. Who's that loaded? Who spends money like that? The guy next to him agrees. He's already grabbed way too much good stuff. If he's actually got the cash, fine. But if he's bluffing, the auctioneer needs to call him out and check his account. The auctioneer gets nervous, caught up in the pressure. She goes quiet, thinking, that kid did hand over a real rare treasure earlier. That was worth $1 million at most. Those kinds of treasures are rare as hell. Him having 2 or 3 more is basically impossible. Maybe I should check just to be safe. Everyone starts chanting at room 4. Check him, check him, check him. Inside, the auctioneer puts on a professional smile. I'm so sorry, but could you please show us your 3 million spirit stones? I trust you, of course, but everyone's looking now, and neither of us wants to lose face. Sorry for the trouble. Dabe looks at her indifferent. Sorry, I don't actually have 3 million spirit stones on me right now. Her face twists, turning hostile. What? Yao Li jumps up, yelling, what? We don't have 3 million spirit stones? Ren Wang snaps back. Keep your voice down. Everyone outside can hear you. The crowd starts gossiping. What? They don't have 3 million? The auctioneer grinds her teeth, annoyed. Are they just screwing with us? Dabe stands up, calm as ever. The medicinal blood ginseng I gave you earlier, that's worth 3 million, right? She freezes, raising her hand. Well, obviously, but